In his past life, this guy was a total insect geek, but after reincarnating, he accidentally became the deadliest poison master in the entire martial arts world. The giant blue-spotted centipede that terrifies the whole realm? To him, it's just a cute little house pet. The yellow-winged queen, who commands 10,000 bees, was raised by his own hand. Her larvae look like adorable little cheese sticks, but don't be fooled. They're fiercely loyal bodyguards. They might look harmless, but every single one carries a rare, world-ending poison. If you dare mess with our MC, even the demonic cult leaders will be sent straight to the afterlife. Our story begins with Xiao Long, who used to be a famous streamer back in the modern world. He made viral videos about venomous insects and animals, but one day, his luck ran out, a snake bit his hand, and boom, he woke up in the brutal world of martial arts. But no matter the universe, Xiao Long just couldn't kick his obsession with collecting poisonous critters. One evening, a group of travelers knocked on his door, asking for a place to crash since it was getting dark. One look at their outfits, and he instantly recognized them. They were from the legendary Sichuan Tang Sect. Xiao Long agreed, telling them, "You guys can sleep wherever you want, but stay away from the main hall. That's my personal workspace." The Tang Sect leader, Tang Shan, clasped his hands and thanked the young hero. Xiao Long then excused himself, claiming he had urgent business to attend to. Turns out, this urgent business was just feeding time for his creepy crawly babies. He rushed inside and popped the lid off a jar. Inside were cricket-like insects. He hugged the jar like a treasure, cooing, "Oh, I almost missed it. You guys must be starving, right?" Next, he opened another jar to reveal a black earth gecko. This species is native to Hainan, China. When fully grown, these bad boys can reach up to 20 centimeters in length. Xiao Long used chopsticks to feed a cricket to Little Black. Smelling the treat, the gecko devoured it instantly, acting like it hadn't eaten in weeks. The gecko seemed to think, "You had one job, old man. Why are you always late with my dinner?" Ignoring the attitude, Xiao Long moved to the next cabinet. Inside the drawer was a chameleon. It was a local species, distinct for the striking stripes running down its body and tail. In his past life, getting his hands on a chameleon like this was nearly impossible due to supply issues. But here, you just step outside and they're crawling everywhere. Meanwhile, the chameleon was getting impatient, watching Xiao Long ramble on without dropping the food. "Hey, hurry it up already." The angry chameleon snapped its jaws right onto Xiao Long's finger, making him scream in pain. Just then, Tang Shan walked in. He thanked Xiao Long again for the shelter and asked, "Would you like to join us for dinner?" They had just hunted a deer in the forest. The moment Xiao Long heard meat, his eyes sparkled, and he almost cried tears of joy. Since reincarnating, the poor guy hadn't had a single decent meal. He'd been surviving on snakes, centipedes, and lizards just to stay alive. Without hesitation, Xiao Long happily agreed. Finally, real meat. The scene shifts to the group sitting around a crackling campfire, roasting the deer. The delicious aroma filled the air, making Xiao Long drool uncontrollably. While they waited for the meat to cook, Tang Shan asked, "Do you live on this mountain all by yourself?" "And how old are you, son?" Xiao Long replied, 14 or 15, I think. Not wanting to reveal his origins, he lied. "I had a bad head injury when I was a kid, so I don't remember much about my past. I've been living on this mountain alone for as long as I can remember, catching snakes and selling their skins to survive." After a bit of chatting, the meat was ready. Tang Shan's father, Tang Jun, handed him a massive, steaming hot deer leg. "Thank you, senior," Xiao Long beamed, grabbing the leg. He took a huge bite, sinking his teeth in, and the meat just melted in his mouth. The venison was tender, fragrant, and perfectly seasoned. It was absolutely divine. Roasted at the perfect temperature, the meat remained juicy and succulent without being dry at all. It had been ages since Xiao Long tasted roast meat this good. He was in pure bliss. As they ate, Tang Shan revealed their mission. They were hunting a giant centipede with blue spots. It was known as the Blue-Spotted Centipede, a massive beast. "If it's a fully grown adult," Tang Shan explained, "even a human would be nothing more than a snack for it." Tang Shan needed this creature desperately. His daughter was bedridden with a grave illness, and only the centipede's inner core could save her life. Xiao Long sighed internally, touched by the story. Parents really will do anything for their children, he thought. He felt a little bad for the centipede, but hey, they gave him delicious meat, so he had to return the favor. Xiao Long spoke up. "I might not know exactly what this blue-spotted centipede looks like, but I can tell you where to find it." Xiao Long was more confident in his poison knowledge than anyone else. Out of 8.7 million living species, about 20,000 are known to be poisonous, and I've memorized every single one of them, their habits, their toxins, everything. When it comes to poison, the whole world is in the palm of my hand. Wei Xiao Long grabbed a book and focused his energy. The pages began to flip on their own, glowing with a magical light. A moment later, he snapped the book shut and grinned. "Got it. I found your target." Zilong winked, his voice brimming with excitement. If we are talking about a giant centipede, I think I know exactly where it is. Tangshan asked in a rush, stunned. What? Is that true? Tang Jun also chimed in, desperate. If that is true, where could it be? The boy fell into deep thought, then looked at the two puzzled men. I do not know if you have searched specific areas or at specific times yet. Could you tell me? Although he did not know why Xiao Long asked that, Tangshan replied, we searched the north and the east around here, mainly during the day. As for the north, we mostly searched along the riverbank. The boy rubbed his chin, muttering that it made sense, thinking to himself, as expected, there is a reason you guys could not find it. The two men were stunned when they heard Xiao Long say, well, naturally, you would never find it that way. Tang Jun blurted out, what? Naturally? The old man asked urgently. Can you tell me the reason why? The boy smiled smugly. All right. Centipedes are arthropods, specifically myriapods. They have a wide range of activity and are cold-blooded, so they need a hiding spot to maintain stable temperature and humidity. The interesting thing is, unlike most insects that have a waterproof membrane, centipedes have a weak waterproof layer with breathing holes, or spiracles, right on their shell surface. So they actually hate places with too much water. While they need a high humidity environment, they dislike areas that are soaking wet. Conversely, if there is no humidity, they cannot survive for long either. This is a unique characteristic of centipedes. Sitting on the porch, Xiao Long continued to drop knowledge. Therefore, a massive azure centipede would highly likely not dwell in a dense forest or right by the river. Tang Jun felt a headache coming on. I cannot believe it. So, the place centipedes like isn't rotting wood crevices? The boy explained. Some small centipedes might be found in places like that, but surely you said this is a giant centipede, right? Xiao Long kept talking. If its body is massive, then fallen trees in the forest or rocks by the river would not be suitable, because there is nowhere for it to hide. After listening, Tangshan and Tang Jun looked at each other and nodded slightly. Sitting beside the boy, the old man said anxiously, if we find it in the place you point out, we will definitely reward you heavily. The boy smiled confidently, pointing at the mountain before them. Xiao Long confirmed the direction. You gentlemen should try searching the Rocky Mountain to the west. Centipedes usually rest during the day under rocks that have been warmed up by the sun, and they only come out at night. Night fell, and moonlight illuminated the treacherous cliffs. On the mountain face, everyone split up to search. At the peak, Tangshan stood firm, observing with a deep frown. Just then, someone ran up calling, Clan leader. Is it possible the young hero's words were wrong? He pondered. Is that so? Jumping down to the ground, Tangshan ordered, rest here for today. Fire the signal arrow to call the search teams to gather. The soldier received the order. Yes, sir, clan leader. The signal flare shot up, blazing bright in the midair. Everyone rested and complained. Oh God, I am dying of exhaustion. I hope that young hero's words are correct. They took turns gossiping. Why is this damn centipede nowhere to be found? Seriously, that young hero looked pretty smart though. Suddenly, they heard a commotion from Tangshan's side and saw him gritting his teeth, trembling as he spoke. Tang Yin. That child is considered the greatest prodigy in the history of the Tang Sect. Has the heavens truly abandoned me? Just then, a shout announced, the Grand Elder has returned. Everyone greeted him in unison. You are back, sir? Tang Jun walked up to Tangshan and asked about the situation. You did not find anything today either? He replied, no, father. Then he asked back, did you not find anything either, father? Tang Jun coughed lightly. All right, but the situation is not looking good. Tang Yin heir can only hold on for a maximum of 3 more months. I do not know if we can find it within the next 10 days. The two men fell silent, sharing the same heavy burden. Tangshan suggested, Father, how about we try searching the south tomorrow? Since they had not found any traces yet, the old man sighed and agreed. Fine. Suddenly, Tang Jun shouted in surprise. Nothing? Then, unexpectedly, he slapped his forehead and laughed loudly. That is it. So that is why. Why did I not realize it sooner? It is right here. Seeing a ray of hope, Tangshan immediately asked, did you just discover something, father? However, Tang Jun gave an answer that was completely unexpected. No. Actually, just like you said, I did not see any traces or sense anything at all. Tangshan asked in surprise. Is that right? The old man confirmed, because there is nothing at all. Then he added, it is precisely because of that I feel it is here. Tang Jun looked around and asked, in the past 3 days, have you discovered anything on this rocky mountain? Tangshan replied, no sir. We did not detect a single trace. The old man rubbed his chin in thought and said, no beast droppings, no territorial markings, truly nothing at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly started, realizing the truth. Realizing the issue alongside Tangshan, the old man said excitedly, exactly. It is impossible for a massive rocky mountain like this to have zero traces of animals. He clenched his fist and muttered, "This is its territory." Tang Jun replied with joy, "That is right. That is why all the surrounding beasts have either fled or have already become food for the centipede." He clapped a hand on Tang Shan's shoulder, his voice steady. "The azure-spotted centipede is definitely here. Now, we can finally save Yinner." Tang Jun bit his lip, his eyes lighting up as if he had found salvation. Finally. But before he could finish, the earth quaked violently. Screams erupted from the group. "What the hell is that?" one man shouted. "What is going on?" Panic blinded them. Some stumbled right into the campfire without noticing. Boom! A massive explosion tore through the flames. Tang Jun and Tang Shan stood frozen in shock. What is happening? Suddenly, a razor-sharp pincer slashed down, smashing into the ground. The soldiers stammered in terror as debris and rocks rained down on them. The old man's face went pale. Through the dust, the silhouette of a colossal beast, the azure-spotted centipede, slowly emerged. Meanwhile, back in the city, chaos broke out. Xiao Long yawned, looking bored. Total chaos out there. He stretched out lazily. How big is that centipede to scare everyone like that? They said they were just searching for it. So why are they flipping the whole mountain upside down? Xiao Long smirked. Is it big enough to swallow me whole? His eyes gleamed with excitement. I'm actually kind of curious. Night fell over the mountains. The group gathered around the carcass of the slain beast. Tang Jun opened a box. This is the inner core of the azure-spotted centipede. Emotion swelled in everyone's chests. The old man covered his mouth, coughing lightly to hide his feelings. Now, we can finally save Yinner. Tang Shan, his body battered and bruised, stepped forward. "Father, please send the uninjured warriors back to Sichuan first." Tang Jun frowned. "What do you mean?" Tang Shan gazed into the distance. "Kindness must be repaid. Grudges must be avenged. Hatred is carved in blood. Gratitude is carved in stone." Tang Shan asked, "Don't we still have unfinished business here?" The old man slapped his forehead. "I was so focused on Yinner, I almost made a grave error." Tang Jun stowed the inner core safely. "You're right. We must treat that young hero as an honored guest. Whatever the young hero desires, we shall grant it." "Understood. Let the injured warriors rest in the village. In the meantime, I will go see the young hero myself," Tang Shan added. "He is likely anxious for news from us as well." Xiao Long looked miserable. Strange creatures were crawling all over him, clinging tight. "What am I supposed to do now? Overnight, I've somehow become the father of the azure-spotted centipede in some random room." He muttered to himself. "I thought I'd go home, wipe the eggs clean, and keep them by my pillow. Wake up in the morning, look at the little guys crawling on me, and say, 'Oh, my darlings have all hatched.'" Looking at their round bodies and rabbit-like ears, Xiao Long tried to keep his cool. "I expected this, but I didn't think they'd hatch this fast." He glanced at one, hugging his cheek while sleeping suddenly. The little brat peed on him. He caught it in panic. "Hey, give me some space, you guys," Xiao Long thought. "The problem is, do these little rascals actually think I'm their mother?" One bit onto his shirt. "They cling to me like glue, refusing to leave my side for even a second." The night before, in a ravine, I found the azure-spotted centipede's secret lair. The closer I got to the cave, the creepier it felt. He accidentally kicked something and shouted, "What the hell? Since when are beetles the size of a human fist?" The torch slipped from Xiao Long's hand. The beetle beside him collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Xiao Long wiped the sweat from his brow. He checked his bag. Thank God, at least 3 eggs are still safe. He rubbed his head, muttering, "Lucky the rain stopped. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved a single one." Suddenly realizing something, he shot up. "No time to dawdle. I need to get back and clean these eggs." He tied the bag to his waist. "All right." Beaming with excitement, Xiao Long shouted, "Just you wait, my little centipedes." And then, they hatched. He sat there, sighing. Even though I didn't see the adult centipede alive, saving these eggs was lucky enough. The adorable little larvae kept snuggling up to Xiao Long, making him feel a bit awkward. Xiao Long asked, "Hey, are you guys seriously not going to leave me?" The mischievous brats crawled down his back. He muttered, "I know you don't need to eat until your second molting, so food isn't an issue. But clinging to me like this is really inconvenient." Xiao Long suddenly realized, "If I go underwater, maybe you'll let go on your own." A wicked grin spread across his face, terrifying the baby centipedes. "Guess it's time for a bath." Early the next morning, Tang Shan, bandaged and limping, walked steadily toward a specific spot. Stopping in front of a room, he called out loudly, "Young hero? Are you inside?" He waited, calling again. Silence. He pushed the door open. "Young hero, pardon my intrusion." Scanning the room, Tang Shan realized no one was there. He muttered, "Herbs, jars, and a medicine chest?" Looking at the ingredients, he wondered, Is this young hero actually a master of medicine? He sighed, scolding himself. I shouldn't have barged into an empty room like this. How rude of me. Tangshan decides to leave, saying, I will return later. Suddenly, strange noises catch his attention. He turns back, curious, and mutters, What is that sound? Behind him, rows of large jars stand silently. He approaches softly, lifts a lid, and gasps in shock. This is. Seeing a spider clutching something white in its jaws, he murmurs, A spider king? Glancing at the medicine cabinet, he whispers in disbelief. Tangshan immediately pulls open a drawer and spots a striped orange creature inside. He wonders aloud, Is this a stone lizard? He can't believe his eyes. He realizes the jar holds brown beetles, the pot next to it contains strange eggs, and a nearby box is filled with dried snakes. Frozen in shock, he mutters, That lizard species. Feeling like he's standing in a den of venomous creatures, he exclaims, This is unbelievable. A thought flashes through Tangshan's mind. Is he actually raising these poisonous creatures and breeding them? Even the Tang family, famous for poisons and venomous beasts, only manages and extracts toxins. We would never dream of breeding them like this. He closes the door and steps outside. He mutters, Thanks to a small stroke of fate, I was able to save my beloved daughter's life. Clenching his fist, Tangshan whispers, Is this young hero the true stroke of fate? Suddenly, he hears a voice calling from behind. Senior. He turns around. Young hero? Xiao Long rushes over and asks, What happened to your arm? Are you hurt anywhere else? Tangshan places a hand on the boy's shoulder. It's nothing major. More importantly, I need to say. Suddenly, he senses something strange and mutters, What is this? An evil aura erupts behind the boy. The door shatters, and a strange figure appears, radiating killing intent. A terrifying grin reveals sharp, jagged teeth. Tangshan shoves Xiaolong aside and shouts, Young hero, get out of here. Confused, the boy asks, Senior? The stranger readies his attack. Yunxiang flies forward, destroying everything in his path as he charges straight at Tangshan. He channels power into his arm and lands a devastating blow, causing the old man to cough up blood, critically injured. Tangshan reels, realizing the enemy's strength. He mutters, A master on par with my father. He screams, Young hero, run. Before he can finish, Xiao Long is grabbed by the neck and hoisted into the air. Gasping for breath, he chokes out, Sen, Senior. Yunxiang laughs triumphantly. I heard the Tang family entered Hainan, so I came to look, but it seems the 10,000 Poison Lord snake is injured and all alone. Tangshan struggles to his feet, wheezing, Who are you? Why torment this young hero and me? Yunxiang laughs loudly. You'll realize something if you look at this face and my red hand. Your father made me this way. I am the Blood Hand Rakshasa, Zuo Yunxiang. Tangshan recalls the man's past appearance and mutters, Zuo Yunxiang. I heard he was poisoned in the head and fell off a coastal cliff. It seems he survived. Seeing Xiao Long struggling in the villain's grip, Tangshan shouts, That young hero has nothing to do with us. Let him go. He offers, I will exchange my life for the boys. Yunxiang tightens his grip. I refuse. If you even touch me, you die. Tangshan thinks, This demon with such high martial arts will bring disaster to the world. Tangshan grits his teeth in anger, muttering, In the end, that demon has no intention of letting the young hero go. Xiao Long is being strangled to his breaking point. Yunxiang laughs. Die. The boy chokes out. Please. Save me. Suddenly, small centipedes rush out from the boy's body, latching onto the demon's arm. They bite Yunxiang repeatedly, causing him to panic. What is this? Centipedes? Yunxiang tries to shake them off, yelling, Centipedes? You think these can actually harm me? But the insects pump venom into his body, making him cough up blood. Finally, Yunxiang collapses, screaming, Damn it! He falls motionless at Xiaolong's feet. Terrified, the boy mutters, Oh God, he's dead. He nudges the body with his foot. Hey, are you still alive? Tangshan stands there, jaw dropped in surprise. Then, smiling like he's struck gold, he murmurs, Is this young hero not a precious treasure? Xiao Long pokes Yunxiang with a stick. Eventually, the boy becomes a member of the Tang family at the Taoist temple. A few days after Zuo Yunxiang fell, a sigh of relief echoes in the room. Wei Xiaolong is caring for the bedridden Tangshan. The old man speaks up. Thank you, young hero. Hearing him speak, Xiaolong says, We can't wait any longer. If you tell me where you live, senior, I'll go check it out. He turns away, scratching his chin in thought. Ah, no, leaving you here alone isn't safe, but I can't call a doctor either. Tangshan quickly replies, I'm fine, don't worry. I just need to rest for a few days. The boy marvels inwardly. This old man lost so much blood, yet he speaks so calmly. He recalls the old man coughing while trying to reassure him. I'm fine. Xiao Long immediately retorts, Please don't say that. Your condition is very serious right now. Tangshan drew a ragged, weak breath and replied, I'm fine. I just didn't want you to worry. He added quickly, I am a man of the Murim. Xiao Long blinked, completely taken aback. A martial artist. Of the Murim? Excited, the boy asked in a rush. You mean those guys who can fly around and blast energy with their palms? The old man smiled. Not everyone can pull that off. But essentially, yes. The boy's mind raced. Incredible. This world really is different. I guess that explains why I saw a centipede the size of a damn house. Tangshan spoke up, cutting through the boy's thoughts. Regardless, this is a fated encounter. You saved this old man's life, so pardon the sudden formality, but allow me to introduce myself properly. He announced, I am Tang Shui-shan of the Sichuan Tang Sect. The boy didn't hesitate. I'm Wei Xiao Long. Closing his eyes, the elder praised, Xiao Long. Little dragon. A fine name. He opened his eyes and looked at the boy. I have many questions for you, if you're willing to answer. Xiao Long nodded respectfully. Yes, please ask. The old man asked, that black, venomous creature. Was that a wugong centipede? Xiao Long poked the larvae clinging to his clothes. That's right. These are the larvae of the azure spot centipede. Tangshan shot up in shock, shouting, You tamed the larvae of the azure spot centipede? Startled, the boy cried out, Senior, please, lie back down. But the old man ignored him, pressing on. How on earth did you tame them? Xiao Long stammered. Well, while I was waiting for you, I just saw them and… Tangshan cut him off. Did you raise these poisonous insects yourself? The boy scratched his head, looking bashful. It's kind of a long story. Do you really want to hear it? The elder cleared his throat. It matters not. Speak. Xiao Long began. Well, it starts with the eggs of the azure spot centipede. It went like this. Outside the Taoist temple, the night fell silent, as if the world itself was listening to Xiao Long's tale. When he finished, Tangshan gaped at him. Hold on. You identified the eggs and hatched them yourself? Yes, I can usually guess when they're about to hatch. Cold sweat dripped down the elder's face. Who in the world can predict the exact hatching day of a poison insect? How is that even possible? Wait a second, senior. Xiao Long opened a cabinet, pulled out a container of creatures, and asked, Want to see something cool? He held one up, beaming. This is a common cave lizard. See? Gold stripes on the body, white stripes on the tail. He grabbed another one. And this one. I selectively bred the ones with big white tail stripes. The result? These distinct color patterns. Tangshan stared at the creatures. It can't be, he shouted. You created these colors yourself? The boy nodded happily. Yup. Pretty, aren't they? Tangshan gulped. Then, if you breed the ones with the strongest venom, can you create a creature with even deadlier poison? Xiao Long paused, the gears turning in his head. Theoretically. Absolutely. After a moment he said, if I can determine which ones have the strongest venom, then yes, definitely. He hesitated. But that's the hard part. Suddenly, the old man roared. Did you just say definitely? Xiao Long jumped. Tangshan grabbed the boy's shoulders, his face dead serious. Join my clan. Now. Huh? The elder shouted. Join the Tang Sect. I will teach you every secret martial art we possess. I'll hold nothing back. Rare herbs, spirit plants. Any poison you desire, it will all be yours. He was manic with excitement. With your talent, you could catch, no, breed. One of the legendary 10 great poisonous insects of the Central Plains. Seeing the boy hesitate, Tangshan played his trump card. And, if that's not enough, I'm not boasting, but my daughter is known as one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains. Xiao Long cut him off. Wait! He leaned in. What did you just say? The old man blinked, surprised by the sudden interest, then realizing he burst out laughing. Aha! You're young, but you're still a man, I see. My daughter is a beauty unmatched. Xiao Long panicked. No, that's not what I meant. His mind was fixated on the insects. He clenched his fists, shaking with excitement. Are the 10 great poisonous insects really as terrifying as the azure spot centipede? Tangshan nodded vigorously. Absolutely, even more so. He smirked arrogantly. The azure spot is dangerous, sure, but it's low-tier trash compared to the 10 greats. We're talking centipedes the size of houses. Golden insects that shine like pure bullion. Xiao Long's imagination ran wild. Tangshan pressed on. Whatever you're imagining, reality is 10 times worse. Tangshan sighed, amused. What a strange kid. Looking at Xiao Long's glowing face and the 2 larvae crawling on his shirt, he knew he had him. Hook, line, and sinker. 2 days later, back at the Taoist temple, Tangshan's disciples screamed in disbelief. Is it true? Did the blood-hand Rakshasa, Jia Yunxiang, actually show himself? Tangshan nodded gravely. Indeed. I was nearly in grave danger. Who could have guessed? After years in hiding, his martial arts have reached a realm rivaling my own father's. The disciples stammered in terror, unable to form a complete sentence. That's. Then, realization struck one of them. Wait. Then. Huh? Hold on. Did you kill him, Patriarch? Have you finally achieved the 10,000 poisons realm? Another disciple immediately bowed. Congratulations, truly. The others scrambled to join in. Oh, yes, congratulations, Patriarch. He sighed, shaking his head. No, you are mistaken. The one who killed him was not me, but this young hero right here. A disciple gasped in shock. Him? This young hero? He spun around, grabbing Xiao Long's hands and shouting for confirmation. Is it really you, young hero? The group immediately bowed low. Thank you. Thank you for saving our patriarch's life. To save the head of the Sichuan Tang clan. Are you perhaps a supreme master who has achieved eternal youth? Xiao Long blinked, completely blindsided. Huh? What? Eternal youth? What are you talking about? Tang Shan calmly interjected. Young hero, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Would you mind showing them? He thought for a moment, then nodded. All right. Come on out, little ones. The disciples' eyes widened as wriggling shapes began to poke their heads out from his robes. The tiny creatures chirped, looking around curiously. Seeing them clearly, a disciple exclaimed in awe. Whoa! Aren't those centipedes? These little things took down Jia Yunxiang? Suddenly, one disciple shrieked, fear creeping into his voice. What? Is their poison safe? Another shouted, unable to hide his admiration. Wait, have you tamed the azure-striped centipedes? How can such a young hero possess such incredible talent? Tang Shan spoke up gently. That is why I have decided to invite this young hero to join our clan. The disciples cheered enthusiastically. Oh, young hero, this is a golden opportunity. Tang Shan spoke again, his tone commanding the attention of the excited group. He clenched his fist, his expression turning serious. It seems we cannot delay any longer, Xiao Long asked. Senior, is there something else you need to find? The old man remained silent for a moment, deep in thought, before speaking gravely. Bloodhand. Rakshasa Jia Yunxiang. He practiced the Bloodhand Poison Claw. It is a horrific evil art that consumes human blood and marrow to increase one's cultivation realm. Xiao Long thought, horrified. What kind of insane demonic art is that? He continued with absolute resolve. If he left behind a manual or a successor, we must eliminate the threat at the root. We cannot allow such a cruel art to plague the Jianghu ever again. Clenching his fist tighter, he asked, and if anyone is being held captive, we must save them. Don't you agree? The disciples nodded in unison. Of course, Patriarch. He then turned to Xiao Long. Young hero, will you lend me a hand? After all, you are quite familiar with the terrain of Hainan Island. Xiao Long fell silent, looking pensive. The centipedes chittered, drawing close to him. He closed his eyes, reflecting. Joining the Tang clan. It might mean accepting a lifelong duty, but normally, isn't an internship just a way to observe the company culture and evaluate the boss's character? He smiled brightly. I understand. Once you have recovered, senior, I will support you with everything I have. The disciples looked delighted. Tang Shan praised him. The young hero has a righteous heart. Xiao Long beamed. Saving lives is a duty I cannot refuse. On the surface, he appeared humble. But inside, he was calculating. On this trip, I need to thoroughly investigate the Sichuan Tang clan. He smirked internally. After all, top talent always interviews the employer back. 3 days had passed since Tang Shan recovered his strength. The group, consisting of Tang Shan, Wei Xiaolong, and the disciples, set out to find the hideout of Bloodhand Rakshasa, Jia Yunxiang. They stopped at a village near an abandoned Taoist temple. They asked the locals about any disappearances. A villager responded anxiously. Are you asking about the missing people? An old man recalled. Over the past year, 1 or 2 people have vanished into the forest, but it didn't happen very often. Tang Shan stroked his beard, deep in thought. The group clasped their hands in gratitude. Tang Shan spoke for them. Thank you, village chief. The old man replied warmly. Think nothing of it. It is an honor to assist the Tang clan. Tang Shan bowed. We shall take our leave then, the chief replied. May you travel safely. Unfortunately, they gathered no further clues and continued their journey. Xiao Long felt puzzled. Wasn't that village just completely normal? Tang Shan remained silent for a moment, pondering before he answered. Given how he discovered us and revealed himself, I assumed he would be nearby. But searching is proving difficult. Xiao Long agreed silently. It is strange. How could he leave no traces at all? Xiao Long recalled Jia Yunxiang's attack, asking himself, wait, what did he say back then? Realization hit him. Senior, do you remember his words when he first appeared? Tang Shan turned to him. I do not recall clearly. What about you? Xiao Long replayed the memory. Ah, right before I got hit and sent flying. He analyzed the scene. He said, "So, the Tang clan has entered Hainan Island, didn't he?" he asked. "Is that right?" He continued his analysis. "If that's the case, it means someone knew the Tang clan was moving in and out of Hainan Island and tipped off Jia Yunxiang, didn't they?" He nodded. "Most likely." Xiao Long excitedly chimed in. "Then it's simple. We just need to retrace the route taken through Hainan Island. If we ask around using a description of their appearance, we're bound to find something." Tang Tiashan and his disciples looked at him in surprise. Tang Tiashan smiled and said, "I hadn't even thought of that. Brilliant work. If the Blood Hand Rakshasa, Jia Yunxiang, said that, he definitely got his intel from someone who crossed paths with us." While the boy felt a bit flustered by the praise, the patriarch made a decision. "Then it's settled. We move out immediately." They continued their journey until they reached a village shrouded in a heavy, gloomy atmosphere. As they entered, Xiao Long spoke up. "Patriarch, I heard rumors back at the port about this place." Tang Tiashan observed the area and surmised, "This looks like the village where the women are said to live." He ordered, "Let's go in and take a look. If the young hero is right, the women here shouldn't be too hostile toward us." The disciples responded in unison. "Yes, Patriarch." Inside, the villagers looked incredibly despondent. Many looked listless, some even lying right on their doorsteps. One villager sat working in silence. When the group called out, "Is anyone here?" the villagers finally looked up as the group entered. One asked, "What business do you have in the village of women?" Tang Tiashan was slightly surprised to see the village chief approaching, holding a little girl's hand and flanked by two young men. He held his head high and introduced himself. "I am Tang Tiashan, patriarch of the Sichuan Tang clan. We have come here for a specific reason." While they spoke, Xiao Long quietly observed his surroundings. He noted that the village was completely devoid of life. Even the children seemed drained of energy. Something felt off, and he wondered, what on earth is wrong with these people? Looking around at the gloomy faces, he thought, have they all been poisoned? The village chief spoke up. "I know nothing about any disappearances. Nothing has happened here." His expression suddenly hardened. "Leave now." Tang Tiashan tried to reason with him, noticing that the number of people in the household seemed suspiciously low. The old man shouted, "This is none of your concern. Go back." Both Tang Tiashan and Xiao Long were taken aback by his hostility. Tang Tiashan whispered, "Young hero, I heard the people here were supposed to be friendly." Confused, Xiao Long replied, "Yeah." Just then, the little girl holding the chief's hand collapsed. The old man cried out in panic, "Ma Zhen! Ma Zhen! Oh no, have you collapsed again?" The old man burst into tears, panic seizing him. "Heavens, Ma Zhen, no you can't. You're the only family I have left." He wailed in anguish. "Why did you have to catch this accursed disease too?" Tang Tiashan knelt on one knee before the old man and offered, "Village chief, I know a little about medicine. May I help?" The old man asked, "Medicine from the Central Plains?" "Yes," he replied. "I am no physician, but I have some knowledge of the healing arts. May I examine the child?" The old man hurriedly agreed, placing his hope in him. The village chief began to explain. "Some time ago, a terrible disease appeared in our village. The children started dying one by one, and the adults are wasting away." Tang Tiashan placed a comforting hand on the old man's shoulder. "I see. Let me take a look." Tears welling in his eyes, the old man said, "Thank you. Thank you so much." The chief urged them, "Please, come inside quickly." Then he shouted to the villagers, "What are you waiting for? Get this physician and his group inside. Now." As the group rushed inside, Xiao Long asked one of the disciples, "Senior, does the patriarch know medicine too?" "Ah, yes," the disciple explained. "The Tang clan's martial arts revolve around poisons, so we are naturally proficient in pharmacology. Furthermore, our martial arts require a deep understanding of the human body, so medical knowledge is essential." Xiao Long thought to himself, "I thought they were just a clan of assassins who used poison. But joining the Sichuan Tang clan means learning medicine alongside their terrifying poison arts. Interesting." The disciple, with a slightly cruel grin, continued, "And sometimes, we catch enemies and test our poisons on them to watch the reaction. It's quite entertaining." Hearing this, Xiao Long was horrified. Human experimentation? He pictured Tang Tishan and his disciples in a new light, and shivered. That's a bit extreme. They really are terrifying people. Under the gloomy sky, the first light of dawn began to illuminate one of the houses. Ma Zhen lay motionless, her eyes shut tight, while an unsettling green miasma radiated from her body. Tang Tiashan explained briefly to the chief, "I've infused her with my internal energy to stabilize her condition for now." The old man replied, "Oh, thank you, my lord." The old man stroked Ma Zhen's head and said sadly, "She is my only granddaughter. Please, I beg you to save her." Tang Tiashan observed, "Her pulse is erratic. It's strange. Has her heart been weak since birth?" The old man shook his head. "No, The illness only became severe 6 months ago. It's not just my granddaughter. So many others are suffering from this plague, the old man explained. We call it the cursed sickness. That's why I turned everyone away at the gate earlier. Xiao Long instantly understood. So that's it, Tangshan commanded. Elder, first, I will prescribe a strong tonic for the heart. Please, gather everyone in the village. We need to test this medicine immediately. The old man choked back tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Thank you, my lord. The elder bowed repeatedly. I can't thank you enough. Xiao Long watched Tangshan silently, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. As night fell, a disciple whispered, Patriarch. You've worked hard treating everyone today. Tangshan replied, Thank you. He turned to Jubai. How are the patients holding up? Tangshan paused, deep in thought. It's truly bizarre. He analyzed the symptoms. Weakness, swollen eyes, erratic pulse, and a low-grade fever. The symptoms vary, but the critical cases all share one thing, heart failure. Suddenly, he remembered. What about that young hero? Jubai reported. He was exhausted from helping the villagers, so he's already asleep. I took him to the guest room. An image flashed in Tangshan's mind of the disciples carrying the boy to bed. The disciple sighed. The young hero gave it his all. Tangshan nodded. With a physique that hasn't practiced martial arts, traveling with us must have drained him completely. He added, I should check on him, see how he's recovering. Jubai bowed. Right this way, Patriarch. The door creaked open. Inside, Xiao Long was fast asleep, completely unaware of their presence. Tangshan stood at the threshold, watching silently. Suddenly, he shoved the door open and rushed toward the bed. His hand struck down like lightning. Smack! Xiao Long screamed in pain, waking up instantly. He stared at the old man, eyes burning with shock and rage. Senior, he shouted. What the hell was that for? The sudden strike left him completely bewildered. Clutching his stinging cheek, he backed against the wall. What is this? What's going on? Senior, that hurt. Tangshan immediately softened his tone. Apologies. I was just catching a bug crawling on your cheek. Xiao Long frowned. A bug? Tangshan looked awkward. Just listen to me. He glanced at the door. I only came to check on you before bed. Then, Tangshan held up his hand. But look, it's real. It had landed right on your face. You know. His eyes sharpened as he pointed at the insect. Hainan Island has many poisonous pests I don't recognize. It looked dangerous, so my body reacted on instinct. Tangshan held it up. Look at the size of this thing. Xiao Long stared at the bug, stunned. Then it clicked. Wait, why is that bug here? A realization hit him like a truck. Xiao Long asked urgently, Senior, the patients. Even with different symptoms, they all share a specific abnormality, don't they? Tangshan nodded. Correct. Are you saying you know the cause of this plague spreading through the village? Xiao Long pointed at the insect in the old man's hand. It's that bug. That's the culprit. Tangshan gasped. What? This? Xiao Long explained. It's a type of assassin bug. They're called kissing bugs because they suck blood from the eyes or lips of sleeping victims. They're agile, faster than mosquitoes. That's why people call them vampire bugs or assassin bugs. Xiao Long wiped the bug's blood with a cloth. The bug itself isn't poisonous, but its gut is packed with deadly parasites. When it bites, the infection enters the bloodstream through its waste. It causes trypanosomiasis, or Chagas disease. It's ranked as the 7th deadliest killer among parasites affecting humans. Xiao Long turned to the village elder. Do the dogs in the village pant heavily, or show symptoms like the humans? The elder panicked. Yes, exactly. You mean, it's all because of this bug? Xiao Long sighed. It's highly likely. The old man grabbed his arm. Then, can my granddaughter be saved? If we have the right medicine, there's a chance, Xiao Long replied. Suddenly, Tangshan laughed aloud, brimming with confidence. Jubai, what do you think of my eye for talent? Jubai smiled. I truly see the young hero's value now. Xiao Long blinked, confused. Why are you acting like this? Tangshan declared. Young hero, join our Sichuan Tang Sect. Xiao Long froze. Huh? Tangshan repeated firmly. I said, become a disciple of the Sichuan Tang Sect. Completely baffled, he muttered. But why? Tangshan explained. There is a creature known as the goo insect, also known as voodoo goo or goo poison. These parasites are bred by the most wicked factions in the Central Plains. Those villains force people to swallow them. They cause excruciating pain at regular intervals, allowing the masters to control their victims like puppets. Xiao Long shuddered. Controlling people. That's terrifying. Tangshan nodded grimly. It is. Countless martial artists have lost their lives to these wretched things, he explains. There are those who have murdered their own children and committed suicide, or betrayed their families just to become slaves for the wicked. The village chief, standing nearby, weeps upon hearing this. Oh heavens, my poor Ma Jen. Tangshan reveals. For a long time, the martial arts world has struggled to create an antidote for this grotesque affliction. A medicine capable of expelling it from the body or dissolving it entirely. Xiao Long shakes his head in disbelief. That sounds impossible. Suddenly, Tangshan pulls an object from his robe and declares loudly, if the martial world truly possessed such an antidote, where do you think it would be crafted? He proudly displays a round pill, grinning. Naturally, it comes from our very own Sichuan Tang clan. If this medicine can dissolve a tumor the size of a fist within the body, then are those tiny microorganisms even worth worrying about? Tangshan holds up the large, shimmering pill and says, the goo-dissolving pill. Just a tiny amount is enough. Xiao Long's eyes widen in admiration. The goo-dissolving pill, he mutters to himself. Even the name for a parasite killer sounds impressive. Turning to the village chief, whose eyes are brimming with tears, he says, so please, do not worry, elder. Tangshan affirms, your granddaughter can be saved. And just like that, starting with the chief's granddaughter, the villagers gradually recover their health. The village chief embraces his granddaughter in pure joy. Oh, Ma Jen. Thank goodness. The villagers' warm welcome becomes the ultimate reward for their efforts. Looking at their beaming faces, it seems the rumors about this tribe's optimistic nature were true after all. Tangshan pats Xiao Long on the shoulder and announces, if this young hero hadn't discovered the cause, your benefactor wouldn't be me, but him. The young men of the village shout in unison, thank you, young hero. Thank you so much. Xiao Long responds bashfully. Ah, that. The crowd around him roars. The young hero is our village's benefactor. Even though they were cured thanks to the Tang clan's medicine, Lord Tangshan ceded all the glory to me, letting me bask in their gratitude. It is truly moving to see him so happy, as if this achievement were his very own. The village youth surround Xiao Long and toss him high into the air in celebration. Sometime later, the village chief leans in close to Tangshan. That matter you mentioned at the village gate. Is it important? Tangshan asks. What matter? The chief explains. You said people are searching for a village with missing people. Tangshan replies. That is correct. But why do you ask? The chief looks worried. I wish to repay your kindness, so I investigated and heard a strange story. Everyone falls silent as the old man recounts. There is a girl in our village who married in from elsewhere. A few years ago, the village where her parents lived experienced a strange phenomenon where people vanished one by one. Tangshan is visibly shaken. He looks around and mutters, we have a lead. He immediately asks, where is this village? The chief replies, a small village to the west. When they arrive, they find only desolation. Tangshan covers his nose and says, there are corpses. One of the attendants beside him points, it seems to be over there, my lord. Suddenly, he gasps, what on earth is this? The bodies are piled high, not just fresh corpses, but skeletal remains too. Tangshan grimaces. The yin energy is overwhelming. There is even corpse poison, poison born from decomposing flesh. A large bearded man cries out, my spine is freezing. Do not let the young hero see this gruesome sight. Xiao Long replies calmly, I have already seen it all. Suddenly he spots something and asks, what is that over there? He sees sharp claws and the beak of a bizarre bird swallowing the head of a severed snake. He immediately picks up a stone, his eyes narrowing. I cannot let that bird desecrate the dead. He hurls the stone with force, shouting, get out of here! Tangshan screams, wait! The stone flies past, startling the bird. It slams its claws into the ground, its eyes radiating murderous intent, preparing to attack. Stop! Something is wrong. The bird spreads its wings and takes to the air, carrying a wave of killing intent with it. Xiao Long watches in horror as the skeletons are swept by a black mist and begin to dissolve. He mutters, impossible! It is melting them! Immediately, a hand clamps over his mouth. Tangshan shouts, everyone, get back! That is a Zhen bird! Everyone instantly crouches in a circle. Tangshan explains frantically, when it spreads its wings, the Zhen bird can bring death to all. Its beak is as hard as bronze and sharp as a spear, its body covered in deep purple feathers. His two attendants listen with grave expressions. Tangshan continues. When angered, the flapping of its wings spreads poison that kills everything in the vicinity. The Zhen bird. That is the name of this creature. Xiao Long asks, unable to hide his excitement. Wait, is that one of the 10 great venoms? Tangshan nods. Xiao Long's eyes light up with thrill. Yes, that is the leader of the 10 great venoms. Hailed as the emperor of all beasts. The Zhen bird. The emperor of the 10 great venoms, he mutters, absolutely terrifying. Poisonous insects and snakes on earth are like cute pets compared to this. Xiao Long cannot stop grinning as he looks at the Zhen bird. It really is a biological weapon flying around freely. It seems the swarm of venomous snakes lured it right to us. The trio whispered among themselves, claiming the Shen bird only feasts on the heads of the most lethal vipers. Worried, the boy asked, "Is this some kind of bad omen?" The old man nodded solemnly. "Absolutely. You could live 100 lifetimes and never witness a Shen bird with your own eyes. It is a creature so rare, it appears only once a century." Zilong gasped in awe, prompting Tangshan to ask, "What is it, young hero? Are you thinking of catching it?" As the crowd stared in shock, he burst into laughter. "You really want to try and tame that beast?" The young hero replied that he could, but considering the creature's toxicity, Tangshan just smiled, watching him closely. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Kid, you seem obsessed with the 10 great venoms. If that's the case, there might be a way." Zilong asked in surprise. "Is there really?" Tangshan confirmed it. If he successfully mastered the Tang clan's secret poison arts, his body would become immune to all toxins, even the Shen bird's lethal poison. He continued explaining, "In this entire world, only the martial arts of our Tang clan can withstand such poison." He pointed at his own face. "But here's the problem. The Tang clan never teaches our secret arts to outsiders." He emphasized, "Even though I truly wish to help you, young hero, as the clan head, I cannot violate our ancestral laws." Zilong shouted in excitement. "If I become a member of the Tang clan, can I learn it then? And if I reach the state of 1,000 poison immunity, can I really withstand the Shen bird's venom?" Tangshan replied with confidence. "Of course. If you are determined right now, I will teach you with all my heart, and your initiation ceremony will be flawless." Although the others looked on with skepticism, Zilong was the only one who believed him completely. The old man smiled slyly. "But if you hesitate for too long, young hero, I might have to rethink this offer. Don't you agree?" Zilong flushed with eagerness. He declared firmly, "I agree to join the Tang clan. Please, guide me." "Clan head." Tangshan laughed aloud. "Really? Excellent." He patted the boy's shoulder. "From this moment on, you are part of the Tang family." Meanwhile, at the residence of the Bloody Hand Rakshasa, Zuo Yunxiang, footprints appeared beside a pool of poison. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Clan head." A bearded man handed over a book. "We found it inside the cave." Tangshan turned the pages, confirming the blood-written text was indeed the secret manual of the Bloody Hand poison ancestor. Zilong gasped. "Written in blood?" He stowed the book away. "Let's head back," the boy asked, puzzled. "Are you planning to go to Sichuan?" Tangshan replied, "We need to retrieve the green centipede's core and the manual." Remembering his own poisonous pets, Zilong asked, "Can we stop by the Taoist temple for a moment? I want to release my friends." The old man nodded. "Fine. I will prepare your gear as well." Tangshan turned around. "Then let's move out." As Zilong glanced back, he suddenly noticed something. He pointed into the cave. "There's something strange over there." The bearded man frowned. "What do you mean?" Everyone crouched down to look. One asked, "This thing?" Then, in unison, they realized. It's a feather from the Shen bird. All eyes fixed on the feather glowing with a purple hue. Tangshan put on a glove and picked it up for inspection. He opened a box to store it, saying, "Consider this a welcoming gift for joining the Tang clan. You seem to like it." Zilong beamed with excitement. "Thank you, senior." "No, clan head." Tangshan looked back with a smile. "It's all good, but I don't care much for that title." He continued, "How about we change how we address each other after the swearing-in ceremony?" Zilong muttered, surprised. "A ceremony? Like an initiation rite?" Meanwhile, at the Tang clan in Sichuan, Tang Jun arrived wounded. Clan members rushed to support him. A disciple reported, "Supreme Patriarch Tang Bu Xing left early and has already arrived." The old man roared, "Hurry! How is Yinner?" The subordinate reported, "She is still holding on to life." The old man commanded, "Take me to Yinner immediately." The door burst open. Tang Jun appeared, calling out, "Yinner!" The people by the bed bowed in unison. "Supreme Patriarch," Madame Tang cried out anxiously. "Father," he replied. "Daughter-in-law, I brought the medicine." Tang Jun revealed a pill. "This is the core of the azure-spotted centipede." She covered her mouth, trying to suppress her emotions. "You actually succeeded." Everyone gathered around as he prepared to administer the medicine. Her face was pale, her breathing ragged. Tang Jun whispered painfully, "Yinner." Holding the pill, he murmured, "It was almost too late. Thank the heavens I made it." Madame Tang urged him. "Father, please, give it to her quickly." He gently placed the pill into Yinner's mouth. A green aura radiated from her body as Tang Jun checked her pulse. He channeled his internal energy, while the mother watched her beloved daughter with worry, whispering, "Yinner, please wake up." Exhausted, Zilong sat down, thinking, "I heard the Central Plains were vast, but I never imagined they were this endless. From Hainan by boat to Hongzhou, then passing through Nanning. After a grueling 1.5 months, they finally arrived in Sichuan, standing before the gates of the Tang clan. The bearded man spoke up. "This is the Sichuan Tang clan, young hero." The boy gasped in awe. "Is it really?" The majestic Tang clan estate loomed before them. His guide explained, "This entire mountain belongs to the Sichuan Tang clan. That's why it's known as Mount Tang." Xiao Long couldn't believe his eyes. Members of the Tang clan rushed out, shouting in unison, "Patriarch, you've returned. Welcome home, sir." Stunned by the sheer numbers, he muttered, "Are all these people really part of the Sichuan Tang clan?" It was packed. Suddenly, from behind the crowd, a girl in red robes came sprinting forward. Her footsteps echoed, eager to welcome him back. Tang Shan froze at the sound of that voice. "Father!" It was his beloved daughter, Yinner. She had awoken, running straight into his arms and sobbing uncontrollably. Overjoyed, Tang Shan cried out, "Yinner! You've recovered?" She clung to him. "Father, I'm so sorry." Then pulling back to look at him, she asked, "Is your health all right? Are you okay?" Xiao Long stared at her, mesmerized. He whispered to himself, "I've never seen anyone radiate such dazzling beauty before." Tang Shan turned to the boy. "I have someone I want you to meet." He gestured proudly. "Xiao Long, this is my daughter, Tang Yinner." Xiao Long froze on the spot. The patriarch smirked. "Ah, I still remember what you told me. Something about the scent of grass." Yinner tilted her head, confused. "Grass?" Tang Shan playfully pinched her cheek. "A weed, wasn't it?" Yinner's face flushed bright red in surprise. The two young people just stared at each other in silence. Xiao Long recalled the patriarch's earlier boast. "My daughter is one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains." He mentally panicked. "No, she's not a weed at all." He felt ashamed. This was the poison flower, Tang Yinner, the only daughter of the Tang clan. Since childhood, Yinner had carried a deep, hidden sorrow that few could understand. She once overheard 2 elders talking. One claimed her talent was still unproven and lackluster. The other merely praised her looks, debating if she counted as one of the martial world's top 3 beauties. Yinner had hidden behind a tree, silently listening to them judge her worth. The bearded elder scoffed, "We just need to find a nominal son-in-law to make things look proper." The other replied, "I told the patriarch to take more concubines. Why does he refuse?" The bitter words pierced Yinner's heart. She whispered, "No, mother. Father isn't wrong." She became determined to prove her worth to the clan elders by mastering her martial arts. Even if she wasn't a man, she could still serve the clan. But her impatience led to mistakes, birthing a heart demon that eventually plunged her into a deep coma. When she finally woke up, thanks to the medicine and Tong Jun's help, the whole family was gathered around, filled with worry. Madame Tang cried out in relief, "You survived!" Yinner's tears began to fall. "Mother, what am I supposed to do now?" she sobbed. "I'm so sorry, mother." Inside, she felt defeated. "It's over," she thought. "I just wanted to be useful to the clan." Yinner looked at Tong Jun, devastated. "I've lost all my internal energy." Tong Jun gently took her hand. "Little girl, aren't you just feeling guilty for worrying your family? You've actually achieved exactly what you always wanted. So stop crying and smile." Yinner blinked, confused. "Huh? The 100 poisons?" She raised her hand and gasped. A faint, pale green aura was radiating from her skin. She turned to the elder. "Grandfather, what is this?" Tong Jun beamed. "Yinner, the treatment didn't just save your life. It helped you achieve the heavenly poison body, surpassing even the 100 poisons technique." Back in the present, Yinner tilted her head. "A weed?" The comment made everyone burst into teasing laughter, while Xiao Long stood there, muttering in embarrassment. Tang Shan stood by, grinning smugly at the boy's awkwardness. Xiao Long thought, "Don't look so pleased with yourself." He forced a laugh. "The patriarch is quite the joker. It's an honor to meet you, miss." He bowed slightly. "I heard you were ill. Seeing you healthy now, it's truly a blessing." Yinner nodded. "That's right." Then she smiled brightly. "The pleasure is all mine." She introduced herself formally. "I am the poison flower, Tang Yinner. Thank you for saving my life, young hero. I will never forget this debt." Her introduction left Xiao Long captivated. "She's beautiful," he thought. But he was snapped back to reality by a sudden voice. "What?" It was Tang Shan, using secret sound transmission. The voice whispered in his ear, "Even for a weed, she's pretty beautiful, isn't she? That equinox flower. Would you like to try picking it?" Xiao Long's face turned beet red. The scene shifts to the bathhouse, where Xiao Long was soaking in hot water. His centipedes were sleeping soundly in a basin. He sighed. "I'm going to die of embarrassment." Seeing one of the little centipedes wake up, he scolded gently. "You guys usually cling to me all day, but hot water isn't good for you." Do you want to hop in the bucket for a bit? As if they understood him, they immediately crawled inside. Watching the cute scene, Xiao Long thought, "It's so strange. It really feels like they understand what I'm saying." He chuckled. Staring at a naked body like that, you'll make a guy shy. Suddenly, the creatures panicked and hid at the bottom of the bucket. He laughed. "You guys are hilarious." Xiao Long sighed, recalling what the old freak had told him about these centipedes. They were considered spiritual creatures. But then, Tangshan's voice echoed in his mind again. "That equinox flower is beautiful. Do you want to try picking it?" He couldn't calm down. He decided to get out of there immediately. On his way out, he noticed everyone sitting together, discussing something serious. Tangshan lifted his teacup and spoke. "So, we will have everything arranged properly, won't we?" Tang Jun shook his head. "A young hero with such talent?" He replied, "Indeed. We have encountered a great fortune, and it is entirely thanks to that young man." Tangshan continued. "His mastery of poisons is truly phenomenal. He didn't just kill Zuo Yunxiang. He even encountered a legendary spirit beast like the Gen bird." Amidst the shock of everyone present, both Madame Tang and Yinner wore expressions of pure astonishment. Tangshan added, "I heard the young hero even personally hatched the azure-spotted centipede eggs." Tang Jun laughed. "I never imagined I would overlook such a precious gem." Tangshan nodded. "You are right, father." Then he called out, "Yinner, you seem startled." Tangshan asked directly, "I intend to recruit the young hero as my son-in-law. What are your thoughts?" Yinner was baffled. "You mean, you want the young hero to marry into the family?" She exclaimed, "If he becomes my husband, then." She suddenly fell silent, lowering her gaze as she awaited a response. In her mind, she thought, "I have already surpassed the 100 poison stage and entered the heavenly poison realm. I want to prove that I can be of even greater service to the clan." Finally, she spoke up. "I am a daughter of the Tang clan, so I understand exactly why you are suggesting this." Yinner slammed her hand onto the table, her voice loud, yet tears welled up in her eyes. She demanded, "Is this young hero truly worthy of me? I must verify it for myself." With that, she dashed out, leaving the room filled with anxiety. Tangshan stood up, struck by an ominous premonition. "Be careful, young hero." Watching his daughter's retreating figure, he muttered, "The spider lily is beautiful, but it bears sharp thorns. Now, I can finally set my sights on the heavenly poison body. If I stop here, I will never be acknowledged by the elders of the clan. I will carefully verify every aspect of his character." Meanwhile, having finished his medicinal bath, Xiao Long sat outside enjoying the breeze, wondering, "What is going on?" Xiao Long spoke with a gloomy expression. "It seems I've left a terrible impression on the young miss of a great clan." Xiao Long rubbed the azure-spotted centipede on his chest and sighed. "Man, what are you little guys going to do now?" Suddenly, Yinner called out, "Young hero," from behind, making him jump in fright. Having run all the way, she was gasping for breath. Xiao Long asked, "Oh? Miss Yinner?" She replied, "I apologize for the intrusion, young hero, but I am in a bit of a rush." Seeing Xiao Long's bewildered expression, Yinner asked, "Could you lend me your hand for a moment?" Xiao Long immediately extended his arm. "Yes, miss." But then he hesitated, his face turning beet red. "About this," he stammered, flustered. "I don't know what you intend, but perhaps, shouldn't we wait until we are a bit more intimate?" He continued, stumbling over his words. "For that sort of thing, surely we need a deep, close connection first." Yinner looked puzzled. "What on earth do you mean?" Realizing his implication, she turned bright red and shouted, "No, it is not like that at all. What are you saying?" Xiao Long sighed, muttering, "I guess I was wrong." By late afternoon, even the romantic glow of the sunset could not salvage the awkward tension hanging between them. Yinner sighed. "It is not what you think. I only wanted to check your pulse. You must have misunderstood because I demanded your hand so abruptly." Xiao Long gave a stiff laugh. "So, that was it. My apologies, I didn't understand the situation." Yinner sat down. "First, I must apologize for appearing so suddenly and acting out of turn." She observed Xiao Long. He was incredibly young, barely an adult, yet he possessed a maturity far beyond his years. Because of this, she decided to explain the current situation. Xiao Long stammered, "Ah, okay." After listening to Yinner's explanation, Xiao Long felt like he had stepped into a cliché historical drama. She was the sole direct heir of the clan, constantly forced to fend off the cunning schemes and usurpation attempts from the branch families. To ensure the clan's survival, the elders had decided to recruit an exceptional son-in-law. Xiao Long nodded, muttering to himself, "They have even calculated exactly where I would fit into the hierarchy if I joined." Yinner continued, "That is why I apologize in advance, but there is something I absolutely must verify with you." She scratched her head awkwardly. "Even if things do not go as I hope, I have no intention of mistreating you. You are my benefactor, so we will treat you as an honored guest, she added. Or perhaps we could become sworn siblings? Xiao Long was surprised by the offer. He extended his hand and smiled. I understand your position. Please, feel free to verify whatever you need. Yinner fell silent for a moment, then placed her fingers on his wrist to check his pulse. All right then, let us begin. A strange, eerie aura suddenly radiated from her body, leaving Xiao Long astonished. Yinner explained. Not everyone can comprehend the Tang clan's martial arts. Only a select few can withstand the poisons and master the clan's ultimate techniques. She continued. Conversely, some are completely incapable of it. Yinner then explained the hierarchy of poison tolerance. Heavenly poison, 100 poisons, 10 poisons, and 5 poisons. The Tang clan's poison techniques require the practitioner to adapt gradually. As one's internal energy increases, they must assimilate various poisons. Only by accepting them all can one achieve true mastery. After finishing the pulse check, Yinner announced, Fortunately, your body possesses the potential to learn our poison techniques. However, she turned away and added, But it is merely a 10 poisons body. This means your body has a limit. You can only withstand 10 specific types of poison. For an outsider, not from the Tang Sect, possessing the 10 poisons body is already a remarkable feat. Xiao Long froze at the news. Yinner stood up and continued. In terms of overall strength, you are merely a first-class warrior. That is the absolute peak a normal person without innate talent can ever hope to reach. She bowed slightly. Apologies, but I must take my leave now. Xiao Long stood up. All right. Take care. But inside, his mind was racing. Do I really possess the 10 poisons body? Suddenly, he blurted out. Wait, does this mean I can't catch the Chen Yao? This is a serious problem. Scene shift. Yinner stepped out of the bath, wrapping a cloth around her body, and let out a long sigh. She glanced down at herself, puzzled. Why does my body give off this strange scent ever since I absorbed the Blue-Spotted Centipede's core? I've even been bathing multiple times a day. As she finished dressing, Yinner wondered, is this punishment for speaking disrespectfully to my benefactor? The scene shifts to Xiao Long's bedroom. He was fast asleep, deep in a dream. Suddenly, he found himself in a grove of cherry blossoms. From the distance, he heard weeping. I am truly grateful for your golden heart. Lady Yinner, thank you. Thank you, my noble savior. Xiao Long mumbled, Am I dreaming? A woman's voice replied, No. It may feel like a dream, but I assure you, it is not. The blue-spotted centipede, now in human form, knelt on the ground. I borrowed the appearance of the girl who absorbed my core so I wouldn't frighten you. I am the mother of these children. Xiao Long was confused. Huh? The blue-spotted centipede? He looked down to see adorable children at his feet. Xiao Long jumped back. Whoa, you kids scared me. When did you get here? He looked at them. So, these are your children? Are they all girls? He knelt on one knee. But why enter my dream? The woman hesitated. Then, the blue-spotted centipede spoke with fury. I was brutally murdered, leaving my children behind. My grievance reached the heavens. My soul lingered within my core, she continued angrily. When I placed a curse upon the girl who absorbed my core, my chance for revenge finally came. That is how I appeared in your dream. Her tone softened to gratitude. Thanks to you, I could bring my children along. You are my benefactor. After listening to her story, Xiao Long replied, I understand now. But, he thought, I was the one who revealed her location to the others in the first place. With a worried expression, Xiao Long said, I didn't mean for it to happen, but I am partly responsible for your death, blue-spotted centipede. Seeing the pity in her eyes, the centipede spoke, Benefactor, if it is not too much trouble, could you grant me one wish? Holding a sleeping child in his arms, Xiao Long answered firmly, Of course, I will grant whatever you ask. She stroked her child's head. Can you take care of my children until they reach adulthood? He asked. But aren't they centipedes? Can't they survive on their own after molting twice? The centipede explained. That is true for lesser creatures, but we are different. She comforted her children. Before the children of our tribe molt twice, they rely heavily on the energy flow from their mother's core. Only after that can they develop by absorbing qi from other living beings. Xiao Long frowned. But Lady Yinner has already absorbed the core. Does that mean they need to stay close to her? She replied seriously. You must understand our situation, benefactor. The centipede asked, Did I mention placing a curse on that girl? Xiao Long nodded nervously. Yes, you did, she continued. Because of my core, her body is currently emitting a foul stench. Xiao Long froze. A foul stench? With a wicked expression, the centipede said, I will not let any man near her. I will ensure she can never bear children. He gasped. Good heavens, she went on. If you want to break this curse, let my children absorb the qi from the core. Who knows? You might even use this opportunity to conquer her heart. Xiao Long rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and smiled. I don't think that's right. I have no desire to take advantage of Lady Yinner's misfortune. The centipede admitted he was truly an honorable man. Then she asked seriously, but if that is the case, how do you plan to overcome this challenge? It seems that girl is looking for a man of immense strength, she noted, and I cannot give you the core of the 10 great poison killers, as it has already been absorbed into her body. Xiao Long mumbled, Huh? The 10 great poison killers? Then he brightened up. I have an idea. Can you trust me? She looked puzzled. What are you saying? Xiao Long patted the child's head. Just leave this to me. I think it will work. The next day, listening to Xiao Long's explanation, Yinner was shocked. Ah, so the scent coming from my body is caused by the blue-spotted centipede's core? He held out her children and insisted, it's true. If you keep these centipedes close to you for a few days to absorb the qi from your inner core, the scent will vanish naturally. She blushed, her voice trembling. I feel a bit awkward asking this, but, Yinner continued, you shared this secret with me without asking for anything in return. Shouldn't you demand something from me as compensation? Xiao Long smiled warmly. I couldn't be so heartless as to exploit someone's misfortune. I refuse to be a shameless man. She blinked in surprise, then lowered her head, falling into a thoughtful silence. Finally, she made up her mind. All right. In that case, I can't just keep accepting your kindness without giving anything back. Yinner looked him in the eye, her expression serious. I will. Consider my father's suggestion. Brother Xiao Long, I've realized there are things far more important than talent or martial arts. Xiao Long scratched his head, looking sheepish. Funny you say that. I've actually been thinking about the same thing. She blinked. Thinking about… What, exactly? He gave a bashful smile. You mentioned I possess the 10 poison body and can absorb 10 specific types of venom, right? Yinner sighed, confirming. That is correct. Xiao Long looked down at the little critters. So, if I'm limited to 10 types, could I technically absorb the venom from the 10 great poison lords of the Central Plains? Yinner's eyes widened. You want to use the venom from the 10 great poison lords? Her face flushed red as she muttered to herself. Oh my. He wants to become the strongest man in the world. It can't be. For Tang Yinner, one of the 3 flowers of the Lin Wu, this was the first time a man had expressed his ambition and implied affection so boldly. The sky looked gloomy, yet stubborn rays of sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the pavilion. The two sat on the steps, deep in conversation. Hua En looked flustered. She stared at Xiao Long, wondering, does this young hero even realize the weight of his words? He stayed silent under her gaze for a moment, then scratched his head and laughed cluelessly. I honestly don't know. She grew impatient with his density. Turning to face him, Hua En placed both hands over her heart and poured out her feelings. This path is filled with hardships and trials. It could take 10 years, 20 years, or even an entire lifetime to pursue. Xiao Long sat there with a goofy look, then stammered, Is it really that serious? She buried her face in her hands, letting out a soft, shy, All right, young hero Xiao Long, I heard you are only 15. In 3 years, when you come of age, it will be time for marriage. With an innocent expression, Xiao Long listened as Hua En spoke of the future, her voice trembling with the shyness of a maiden in love. In the next 3 years, if you successfully tame even one of the 10 great poisons, you will surely earn everyone's absolute trust. So, if everything goes smoothly, the chances of success are very high. She blushed furiously, her fingers fidgeting together. And about the wedding. Well. Suddenly, Hua En shot up and shouted, Anyway, I will always support you. Xiao Long flinched, leaning away in shock. She didn't look back, dashing outside while yelling, Okay, I'm leaving now. Xiao Long sat there, completely bewildered. Huh? He quickly called out to her retreating figure, Miss Hua En. She spun around, startled. Is there something else you haven't said yet? Xiao Long flashed an innocent smile, patting the empty spot beside him. His entire being seemed to radiate a holy light like the 10 direction Buddhas. It's about your treatment. We need just 1 more hour. Please, try to stay a bit longer before you go. His words froze Hua En in place. You could almost hear the sound of her heart shattering into pieces. She screamed in frustration at his density. Stiff as a board, she clenched her fists and stomped back to her original spot. Her face was burning with embarrassment. Xiao Long, thinking she was afraid of the bugs on him, quickly reassured her, Don't worry, these little guys absolutely won't bite you. He turned to the worms on his hand and cooed, Come on, my little darlings. The creatures popped their heads up in response. Xiao Long translated for them, making Hua En jump. You won't listen to Daddy? Do you want to talk to Mommy instead? The words were filled with joy and celebration. She latched onto the key terms. Daddy? Mommy? Xiao Long panicked, his voice rising in strong denial. No, no, it's not like that. Meanwhile, in the study, three parents sat facing each other, discussing solemnly. It seems the young hero's talent hasn't quite conquered our daughter's heart yet. Tang Jun asked Madame Tang sternly. Did you see what happened this morning? There seems to be something ambiguous going on between them. The old man fell into deep thought, stroking his silver beard. Very well. Tang Shan remained silent for a long time. Tang Jun coughed lightly to clear his throat. Forcing a marriage would be improper. It is best to let their feelings develop naturally. Madame Tang's eyes lit up with an idea as she looked at her husband. Why don't we assign Hua En to guide the young hero in his martial arts training? If they meet frequently, perhaps love will bloom. Tang Jun replied, that is not a bad idea. The Tang family head nodded in agreement. Then I will ask Mr. Yi to see if he can grant us the favor of the mind-cleansing elixir. If the chance arises, you might be able to bridge the gap between you two, Tang Shan reminded her, his voice laced with worry. But Hua En didn't seem all that interested. Her father feared he was expecting too much. He crossed his arms, let out a cold humph, and closed his eyes, feigning indifference. Just give it a try. He reluctantly agreed. It was what it was. A familiar silhouette appeared outside the door. Father, your daughter, Hua En, requests an audience. Her loud shout startled the three people inside, making them mutter in surprise. Hua En, why is she here at this hour? Tang Shan regained his composure before calling out for her to enter. She didn't hesitate, pushing the door open. But seeing the three elders looking so serious, she gulped, suddenly feeling flustered. Hua En leaned back, stammering. I didn't realize everyone would be here together. The three stared at her, confused. She straightened up, clasped her hands respectfully, and said, I came because I have something to discuss. Something to discuss? Tang Shan asked in surprise. Thinking about what she was about to say, she felt shy. Her face turned bright red, her throat tightened, and she kept stuttering. I will do as father instructed. She clenched her hands together for courage and blurted it out all at once. Tang Shan just let out a surprised oh, his face stiff, unable to process it immediately. A moment later, he asked hesitantly, The things I said? What do you mean? Madame Tang excitedly pulled her daughter closer, eager to hear more as Hua En struggled to finish her sentence. It's about that matter. Seeing her daughter struggle, the mother got impatient and interjected. Has young hero Xiao Long finally caught your eye? She froze, her face changing colors like a chameleon. Just as she calmed down a bit, she turned bright red again amidst her parents' delight. Oh my! Why so sudden? You clearly said you weren't interested before. Her father's bluntness left Hua En speechless. She tapped her fingers together nervously. After a long pause, she finally spoke up. Young hero Xiao Long. For my sake, he promised to become the best in the world. He swore an oath. That statement made the two parents ask excitedly, What? The best in the world? He stroked his short beard, intrigued. Can you explain that a bit more clearly? Obeying her father's wish, Hua En honestly recounted the story. What I mean is, although my natural talent isn't very outstanding, for my sake, the young hero swore to master all 10 types of poisons. He made that promise to me. The Tang family head burst out laughing at the somewhat bizarre but proud declaration. What? 10 types of poison? That brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Her mother also chimed in teasingly. Oh my, does such a person really exist in this world? This made Hua En's face burn as red as a boiled shrimp. However, a second later, she regained her composure and explained, Although I've agreed in my heart, the wedding can only happen when young hero Xiao Long matures and masters at least one of the 10 poisons. Do you all understand what I mean? She glanced at the three of them to gauge their reaction. The parents happily agreed. Just a few poisons? If he wants my daughter, he has to go at least that far, Madame Tang chimed in. But men can be a bit dense, can't they? Hearing her mother say that, Hua En suddenly realized something and asked, So, do I need to explain it to him again? She patted her little daughter's head and gently advised, Actually, hasn't the young hero realized that this matter is already approved? Why wouldn't he try a little harder for my daughter? Tang Shan also spoke up happily. Then, for now, let's treat him like a son-in-law. But it seems we need to pretend we don't know about this arrangement. If he tries that hard, it won't be long before he becomes part of our family. Only then did they look truly satisfied. Elsewhere, Xiao Long's hand was being held tight. The spirit shouted excitedly, I'm truly impressed, benefactor. Haven't you completely conquered her heart? The praise made him shy, and he scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Yeah, well, it was just guts and determination. A face identical to Hua En's was smiling at him, the only difference being the green diamond-shaped gem on her forehead. After a moment of silence, she said, Benefactor, this will likely be the last time. My grudge has been resolved. so my soul will soon move on. Holding on to the three children jumping around him, Xiao Long replied, "Yes, I understand." Standing still as her hair danced in the wind, she asked, "Is there anything I can do for you? If it's within my power, I will do anything for you." He put a hand to his mouth, appearing to think. "In that case, if you don't mind, could you let me take a look?" With a sharp snap of his fingers, Xiao Long made his request. She blushed and clutched her lapels tight. As expected, Benefactor is a true man after all, she thought. But outwardly, she hesitantly agreed. All right. She didn't hesitate to pull her robe down, thinking to herself, "It seems the Benefactor has a weakness for beauty." Seeing this, his face darkened, and he stopped her in a panic. "Wait, do you really have to take it off?" Now, it was her turn to be confused. "Huh?" she wondered in panic. The children instinctively covered their eyes. She said, "I won't take it off then, if that makes you more comfortable." Xiao Long shouted in denial. "No, that's not what I meant. I'm not like that. I just want to see the form of the green-spot centipede." Fearing further misunderstanding, he clarified his request immediately, leaving her looking puzzled. She finally understood what Xiao Long wanted and hesitated, saying, "If that is what you desire, then give me 1 second." Instantly, the scenery shifted. His excited scream echoed everywhere as her body underwent a spectacular transformation. From a beautiful young woman, she morphed into a gigantic centipede spirit, yet she still spoke in that coy, flirtatious tone. "Is this form acceptable to you, Benefactor?" Xiao Long exhaled a heavy, ragged breath, his eyes shining with pure fanaticism. "It's real. It's actually so huge. Can I just touch it a little bit?" he asked while rubbing his hands together greedily. The centipede was speechless, replying, "Aren't you already touching me?" But once he got a feel, Xiao Long only demanded more. "Can I hold on to this part for a second?" "Oh wow. With a size this massive, how do the joints support the weight? Is it true that when you walk, the front legs glow?" Hearing this, the centipede waved her short little front legs, letting out a shy noise before wondering aloud, "My front legs?" Watching her adorable movements, he got even more hyped. "Can I touch the legs?" The centipede was at a loss for words again. "You are already touching them!" Getting right into the technical details, Xiao Long became increasingly manic, firing off questions non-stop. "How strong is the poison? What about the eyes? Do you see with eyes? Or do you use your antennae to sense the environment?" The three children were still covering their eyes, not because they were shy, but because they couldn't handle the graphic sight. She could only answer briefly, naturally, before letting out a startled scream. Staring intensely at her sharp claws, he clenched his fist and pleaded, "Then just let me touch the poison fangs one time." That sentence made the centipede freeze. "Huh?" she warned him. "That might be a bit too dangerous." Hearing that, Xiao Long immediately switched to a cute, pleading voice to attack her defenses. "But you said you would grant any request?" The centipede shook her head awkwardly. "Benefactor, what are you saying?" The green-spotted centipede asked herself, "Are my daughters really going to be okay with this guy?" His hand reached out, his face revealing a look of pure craving. "Ah, this chitin shell is sparkling so beautifully." He concluded that everything about this was delightfully abnormal. Meanwhile, Tang Tiashan clasped his hands under his chin, his expression softening into something benevolent as he said, "That's right. Young hero. No. Xiao Long. I have heard the story from Hua Yin'er. From now on, you are my son." Hearing that deep, powerful voice, Xiao Long turned in surprise to look at Hua Yin beside him. She had heard her father's words too, and her small face wore a gentle smile. Xiao Long knew she wasn't going to help him out of this. Feeling awkward, he tried to explain, "Yes, but what about the 3-year challenge?" Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Tiashan cut him off, giving him no chance to refuse. "The wedding will be held when you come of age. That is a matter of course." Hearing this, Xiao Long waved his hands helplessly. "No, sir, that's not what I meant." The Tang madam, sitting nearby, one hand cupping her aged but well-maintained face, smiled brightly and quickly chimed in, "Let me butt in here. Oh my, a son-in-law? Xiao Long, once again, welcome to the family. I am your mother-in-law now." Even the old master of the Tang family joined the excitement. His hair was white, but his eyes looking at the boy were bright, his face beaming with joy. "Now that Hua Yin'er has a betrothed, from this moment on, our Tang family will encounter nothing but good fortune." Seeing that everyone in her family fully supported their marriage, Xiao Long didn't know what the right thing to say was. He glanced sideways at Hua Yin, softly calling out, "Yin'er?" She didn't answer, but a small smile bloomed on her face. He thought he was seeing things, but when he looked closely, her expression had returned to cold indifference. This surprised him internally. What is going on? Clearly, Big Sister set conditions for the marriage, so why is she talking now as if she has already accepted it? He didn't fully understand the current situation yet, but he secretly decided, I'll just play along with her wishes for now. Thinking that, Xiao Long regained his composure, scratched his head, and laughed awkwardly. Yes, I hope everyone will take care of me. He thought the atmosphere would become awkward after that line, or at least that he would be the only one feeling shy. But old Master Tang and his son didn't even pay attention to him. The two older men in the family just kept smiling, eyes crinkled, discussing business immediately. Right then, we should get started. This scene made a giant question mark pop up in Xiao Long's heart. After discussing with his father for a while, Tang Shan looked at Xiao Long and said, Before you learn the Tang family's poison arts, there is something I want to show you. Xiao Long turned in surprise and asked, Sir? What is it? Seeing his cute expression, the two adults burst out laughing and looked at each other. Tang Shan, with the serious eyes of a patriarch, told him, The Hall of 10,000 Poisons. I guarantee you will like this place. The four members of the Tang family stood in a row, leaving space for Xiao Long to follow behind old Master Tang. While he curiously observed the scenery around the back garden, Tang Jun spoke up. We have been waiting for this moment. Tang Jun happily told Xiao Long, The moment you officially step into the Hall of 10,000 Poisons as a member of the Tang clan. This is our tradition. The whole family goes there together. Xiao Long responded with enthusiasm. I'm also really looking forward to it, Grandpa. Suddenly, his breathing became rapid and his face flushed red with eagerness as he prepared to enter the Hall of 10,000 Poisons to witness the wonders inside. Xiao Long mused that the 10,000 Poison Hall must be a sanctuary for infinite varieties of lethal toxins. The mere thought was intoxicating, but his train of thought derailed the moment his gaze drifted to Hua En. He couldn't believe his eyes. She looked like a celestial maiden bathed in the morning glow. Her allure was undeniable, with perfect curves that forced a silent gasp from his lips. Good heavens! His face flushed a deep, uncontrollable crimson. He realized that her side profile was even more breathtaking than a master's painting. Hua En's parents had been watching his reaction the whole time. Instead of scolding him like traditional elders, they giggled, delighted to see their future son-in-law completely captivated by their daughter. Tangshan couldn't resist teasing him. If you keep staring like that, lad, my daughter's going to get shy. You're family now, so why are you standing there frozen like a statue? It seems our son-in-law is already drunk on our Hua Yin's beauty. Hua En nudged him gently. Xiao Long, eyes on the road. Please. Flustered, he stammered a shy reply. Moments later, they arrived at a chamber carved directly into the mountain, guarded by three hulking figures. As they approached, he recognized A Zhuo and A Yu, their rippling muscles tense as they stood guard with stone-cold expressions. Suddenly, a warrior stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. You have arrived, Supreme Patriarch? Tang Jun commanded immediately. I wish to show my grandson-in-law the 10,000 Poison Hall. Open the gates. The three guards acknowledged the order instantly. Xiao Long scanned his surroundings in amazement. The security here was far more rigorous than anything from the medieval era he expected. Upon receiving the command, the head guard bellowed, Open the gates. The two muscular guards strained every fiber of their being, using immense force to slowly pry the colossal doors apart. One guard grunted, Opening the gates so early today? Xiao Long watched the two hulking men struggle and thought to himself, Is it really necessary to make opening a door look like such a torture session? By the time the heavy doors were fully open, A Zhuo and A Yu were panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Seeing the path was clear, the head guard turned and signaled, Please, enter. Tangshan nodded to Xiao Long. Let's go. As they stepped inside, he explained, These iron gates are forged from the legendary Kunwu steel of the southern border. Just being able to open them is a great honor. Xiao Long replied, surprised. Is that so? Once everyone was inside, Tangshan announced with swelling pride. We have arrived. Xiao Long's eyes went wide as he took in the sight. Tangshan continued. This is the treasury that houses every lethal toxin of the Sichuan Tang clan. Tang Jun emphasized. This is the 10,000 Poison Hall's inner sanctum. Be extremely careful, do not touch a single thing. Xiao Long asked curiously. So, this is the sanctuary? Are the poisons stored in these jars and pouches? Tang Shan replied quickly, Exactly. We have countless varieties here, such as the numbing demon poison and the eternal sleep toxin. As he spoke, Tang Shan playfully nudged Xiao Long towards Hua En. Hua Yin, why don't you explain it to Xiao Long? I'm sure our son-in-law would prefer hearing it from you. Madame Tang chimed in. That's a wonderful idea. Hua En didn't object. Instead, she blushed slightly and whispered, Yes, father. She took Xiao Long's hand and led him deeper into the hall. Come with me. I'll show you the Tang clan's most potent creations. Let's start with the little golden powder. Her voice grew softer, tinged with shyness. This is a cultivation dissipating poison. It's the one substance martial artists fear the most. If you inhale it, you won't be able to channel your internal energy. So please be careful. We also have the intestine-severing poison, soul-destroying toxin, fire-blood poison, and the seven-step soul-breaker. Watching their daughter expertly list the Tang clan's deadliest weapons, Hua En's parents beamed with pride. They made such an adorable couple. Suddenly, Hua En's expression turned serious. Those are all deadly, but the Tang clan's ultimate poison is something else entirely. She placed a small bean into Xiao Long's palm. Take this, Xiao Long. Staring at the tiny seed in his hand, Xiao Long asked, confused. This? Hua En nodded. Excluding the venom of the 10 great poisonous beasts, this is the most potent toxin in existence, she added. It is the symbol of the Tang clan, the castor bean. Xiao Long was initially baffled. A castor bean? But then he realized this was ricin, a terrifying toxin, where a mere 2 milligrams could kill a full-grown man. Still in shock, he gasped, this is hundreds of thousands of times more potent than cyanide. Yes. Hua En smiled at him. This is the closest we have ever come to the Tang clan's ultimate goal. Colorless, tasteless, and invisible. That is why we call it the golden poison, our most precious creation, she continued. And an assassination using this toxin is known as the golden kill. As he listened, Xiao Long felt an intense aura flaring around Hua En, like a blazing fire. Her voice cut through the air. Remember this well, Xiao Long. The deadliest poison isn't necessarily the one that causes the most agony, or the most gruesome death. It is the one that kills silently and inevitably. That is the philosophy of the Sichuan Tang clan's poison arts, silent and absolute. Images of the clan members flashed through Xiao Long's mind. He suddenly realized the truth. This was a family of born assassins. Just then, a voice sliced through their conversation. That is enough. Tang Jun called out from a distance. Next, let's go see the poisonous beasts Xiao Long has been waiting for. Xiao Long lit up with excitement. Did you say poisonous beasts? The old master is all for it too, he said. If you're interested, you can take charge of them. The family will back you with everything you need. Xiao Long was so hyped he started stammering. Really? You'd actually support my hobby? Tang Jun didn't waste a second rallying everyone. Then let's head out right now. But before the old man could finish his sentence, an urgent report arrived from the distance, forcing them to freeze. Family head. I have an urgent report. Jubai rushed over in a panic. Tangshan immediately asked, Jubai, what's going on? Catching his breath, the lad announced, you need to get to the Xuanwu Pavilion immediately. Tangshan asked curiously, Xuanwu Pavilion? Why there? Jubai quickly explained, the family elders are waiting for you. Hearing this, Tang Jun roared in anger. What? Those old fools again? Xiao Long suddenly remembered. Were these the elders she had mentioned? Jubai quickly added, there are two matters. First, the medicine we sent to the Sichuan city lord had no effect. He sent a letter of complaint. Then, for the second matter, he glanced at Xiao Long, looking awkward. Xiao Long sighed and bluntly cut in. It's about the 10,000 poison hall, isn't it? Tang Jun wasn't surprised at all as he exclaimed, news sure travels fast. Saying that, he led the group away, not forgetting to call out to Xiao Long, let's go, grandson-in-law, you come with me too. Finally, they arrived at the Xuanwu Pavilion, where a crowd of elderly figures was busy arguing and gossiping. As soon as they entered, one of them loudly shouted Tangshan's name. Before anyone could even exchange greetings, the scolding began. How dare you make such a major decision on your own? How could you marry Hua Yin'er, our precious granddaughter, off to some orphan with no background? Tangshan shot back furiously. Orphan? No background? He exploded with rage, stepping up to defend Xiao Long. Are you insulting my son-in-law? The crowd quickly retorted. No, it's not that, but it is the truth. Tang Jun stepped forward and challenged them. I was the one who made the decision. Do you lot have a problem with that? The elder stammered in confusion. Grand Patriarch. Xiao Long heard the malicious attacks and clearly showed his displeasure. The elder pleaded, Grand Patriarch, please talk some sense into the family head. I mean, we just want what's best. Seeing the smile vanish from Xiao Long's face, Hua Yin softly apologized to him for the trouble. Xiao Long sighed. Oh boy, thinking to himself, great, I've made her worry again. While the seniors were still arguing, Xiao Long suddenly spoke up. Apologies for interrupting your conversation, elders. He continued with a serious expression. It seems this issue stems from my own lack of ability. Immediately, he patted his chest and shouted, if I can prove my capability, will you elders accept me then? An elder in the back looked surprised and asked, what? With a confident face, Xiao Long declared. For example, solving the Sichuan city lord's difficult problem. Hua Yin and Madame Tang standing nearby were worried sick and frantically scolded him. Xiao Long, what are you planning? Xiao Long thought, I'm not one to care about face, but if anyone dares disturb my peaceful life with my pets, I won't forgive them. In the Great Hall, Everyone was buzzing because Xiao Long dared to argue with his elders. You dare speak to your seniors like that? A silver-haired elder bellowed. The elders are speaking, and a brat like you dares to interrupt? Many others joined in to criticize him. Exactly. Furthermore, do you even know what's in the Sichuan City Lord's letter to be talking so big? Hua Yinair and Madame Tang watched the argument unfold. As a voice from the crowd cut in, family head. He has no background, yet he dares to meddle in our affairs. That is exactly why we nominated a young man from a prestigious family to be the son-in-law. Hearing those words, Xiao Long felt utterly bored. He thought, I can't listen to these old geezers anymore. They're too much. He recalled his live streams, the positive comments from over 1 million followers, and his average of 3,000 live viewers. Xiao Long confidently retorted to the elders. I hear you elders still don't recognize me as the Tang family's son-in-law. In that case, I am still a guest. Xiao Long continued to make his point, leaving Tangshan standing next to him in awe. Furthermore, I didn't just help Hua Yinyer, the treasure of the Tang family, but I also saved the family head's life by destroying the blood-hand Rakshasa, Zuo Yunxiang. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and continued, for the elders to insult a benefactor and a distinguished guest right to his face. Is this the etiquette and rules of the Tang family? In the world of streamers, it was nothing new for Xiao Long to face attacks from a mob. This had become a familiar part of his life. Armed with rich experience, he easily handled the situation in the blink of an eye. The elders, who had just been furious, suddenly shifted their stance. One of them coughed dryly, rubbed his neck, and stammered. It's not like that. Perhaps we were a bit too impatient and misspoke. Xiao Long tilted his head slightly, flashing a scornful smile as he thought, useless. However, some skepticism remained. But the blood-hand Rakshasa, Zuo Yunxiang, the idea that you destroyed him, is simply too absurd. Tangshan, ever the supporter of Xiao Long, had brought evidence. Xiao Long is not lying. Take a look at this. The gentleman beside him dropped his jaw, stammering, What is this? As the book opened, everyone was shell-shocked. The contents inside. The Blood Hand Poison Claw Manual. Written in actual blood, it was undeniably from the blood cult. Tangshan smiled at his son-in-law. Xiao Long, show us the centipedes. The boy obediently replied, Yes, father-in-law. The surrounding gazes grew even more curious. Centipedes? He summoned his precious treasures, a blinding golden light erupting around his hands, demanding everyone's attention. His little darlings. Adorable small creatures emerged from his sleeves, chirping to announce their presence. The bystanders were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Huh? Golden centipedes? Tangshan quickly explained. Those are the offspring of the azure-spotted centipede my son-in-law is raising. If I told you they bit Jia Yunxiang to death, would you believe me? The elders nearly fell over backward at this revelation. Huh? The azure-spotted centipede. Can this young man actually control them? Tangshan didn't hesitate. If I can't acknowledge this son-in-law, then what exactly should I call him? Standing beside him, Xiao Long couldn't hide his smugness. He even spoke to the creatures. My little darlings, remember, no biting people, okay? The elders were too stunned to say another word. Finally, they shifted gears. We never said we didn't recognize him. It's just, there are procedures to follow. Since you skipped them, the patriarch got angry. Tang Jun sighed. Fine, I'll let the son-in-law matter slide. But why oppose the 10,000 poison hall issue? The elders argued back. He isn't officially part of the clan yet. How can we entrust the 10,000 poison hall to an underage teenager? Hearing this, the old man also began to hesitate. True, we can't just hand over the all-important 10,000 poison hall. Tang Jun quickly proposed a solution. Then it's simple. Can you prove your ability? Xiao Long replied instantly. Of course. He confidently declared, to prove I'm worthy of the Tang clan, I'll handle this the Tang clan way, and that means using poison. Hearing this, everyone clutched their heads in terror. What? They started whispering frantically. Are you planning to poison the Sichuan City Lord or something? We're talking about delivering medicine, not committing murder. Even Tang Jun and Tang Shan looked at him with confusion. He blinked innocently. Patriarch, what do you think? Internally, Tang Jun thought, he's truly too soft-hearted. No. Our Tang clan must use poison. The next day arrived. Xiao Long and Tang Jun were training. The old man told him, a test is a test, but starting today, you will learn the Tang clan's 5 poisons return to origin art. Hearing this, he cheered in excitement. However, thinking about the training, he asked, is it just physical conditioning again? The old man replied, your body will naturally adapt to the martial arts as you train. Tang Jun continued lecturing. The Tang Sect prioritizes practicality. So, you will learn things applicable to real combat immediately. He displayed a set of powerful heirloom weapons. He introduced them one by one. Hidden weapons, needles, coins, darts, knives, and even swords and sabers. There are many other hidden weapons, but these 5 are the main ones. He asked the boy, "Do you know which hidden weapon is the easiest to use?" He hesitated. "Probably daggers or throwing knives." Tang Jun acknowledged the answer. "Correct." "Then, which one is the hardest?" Xiao Long looked at a small pouch and replied, "Maybe poison sand, since you have to scatter the powder?" The old man shook his head. "Not this time. Wrong. The hardest to use is the needle," the boy gasped. "Needles? Is it because they're small and thin, making them hard to throw?" The old man explained. "Because you must remember the exact location where you threw it. Better I demonstrate while explaining." Xiao Long was stunned to see Tang Jun pull out a calligraphy brush. With expert skill, he dismantled the brush piece by piece. In a split second, the brush vanished, turning into fragments fluttering in the air. Xiao Long marveled as he watched light as a feather, pure white, never imagining that something so soft could transform into sharp shards striking the ground. Tang Jun crossed his arms, watching calmly, while Xiao Long pulled his legs up in fear. Watching the phenomenon, he thought in terror, "These hairs are piercing my skin like needles." His eyes went wide, witnessing the bristles dancing a sharp, deadly waltz. Tang Jun explained, "The Tang Sect has a hidden weapon technique called sky-filling flower rain. It is our secret art, blanketing the entire area with hundreds of thousands of needles." At this point, he felt pure horror. "Wait, you mean I have to fight the enemy while surrounded by needles like that?" He asked another question. "If needles are everywhere, won't there be nowhere to step?" The old man nodded. "Exactly. That is why you must remember their locations perfectly, to avoid harming yourself." Xiao Long whispered. "Good heavens." He asked again. "So, even the needles deflected by the opponent or falling randomly, I have to remember all of those too?" The old man nodded. "Of course." He added, "For the 5 poisons level, you must remember at least 100 positions." Hua Yin'er could remember 1,000 positions when she was just a prodigy. Xiao Long could only click his tongue. The scene shifts to the peaceful sky atop the mountain, the air fresh and bursting with energy. Xiao Long collapsed face first onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Hua Yin'er approached him with concern. "Xiao Long, are you all right?" He quickly pulled himself together to greet the young miss. "I heard you were planning to catch the Hungfeng bees, so I prepared." He cut her off before she could finish. "Oh, it's fine. I was actually planning to wait. But if I have this, I can catch them myself." She blinked, surprised. "Wait? You plan to just wait for the Hungfeng bees?" Xiao Long replied mysteriously. "You'll understand once we get there." Hua Yin'er still looked confused. "Is that so?" Xiao Long turned to her. "By the way, do you know where their hive is?" She nodded. "I found one already. It's nearby. We can head there right now." She hesitated before asking, "But you did read the letter from the Sichuan city lord, right?" He confirmed immediately. "Yes, of course." She pressed on, a bit flushed. Xiao Long, you're still young. I was worried. "Do you really understand the contents of that letter?" He replied, straight-faced. "Naturally, young miss. It involves a very critical issue regarding a man's yang energy." Hearing that, she blushed crimson and waved her hands. "Enough, enough!" She cleared her throat. "You seem to understand the problem quite well then." "Correct. The major crisis the Sichuan city lord is facing is impotence." She looked at him, impressed, yet awkward. "Xiao Long, you really are knowledgeable for your age," he stammered. Well, since I live alone, Suddenly, she bolted ahead. "Let's just go." Xiao Long had to scramble to catch up. Miss Hua Yin'er. "Wait!" The two ventured deep into the forest, where thick vegetation and wild flowers bloomed along the path. Xiao Long got distracted by a small climbing animal, nearly wandering off until Hua Yin'er grabbed him by the collar to stop him. They finally stopped. Hua Yin'er pointed ahead. "We're here." Xiao Long nodded. "I see." Looking at the cave, the hive was definitely there. While putting on protective gear, Hua Yin'er asked, "But Xiao Long, what is the point of finding a beehive if we aren't after the bees?" He explained to his fiancée, "Even though we tracked down the Hungfeng bees, we aren't actually going to catch them." She let out a confused sound. "Huh?" Together, they began carefully searching through the crevices of the rocks. Peering deep into the cave, he told her, "The poisonous insect we need usually lives inside small beehives." Hua Yinder frowned. "A poisonous insect inside a beehive?" He nodded. "Yeah." Spotting something, Xiao Long's face lit up. "Lucky! This hive seems to have one." With lightning speed, he used a pair of chopsticks to snatch the small creature, cheering, "Gotcha, you little rascal." Hua Yin-er's eyes went wide. "Xiao Long, don't tell me that insect is?" He grinned. "Exactly. We didn't come here for the bees. We came to catch this," he said excitedly. "This little guy will solve the Sichuan city lord's problem." Hua Yin eyed the creature in his hand suspiciously. Xiao Long, is that an earth gall beetle? Hearing her guess, he held the trembling bug up high and beamed. Yes, that's exactly right. Internally, he thought, so they call it an earth gall here? He brought the insect closer for her to inspect. It looked pitiful, shivering with wet, beady eyes. He explained, these are often found in Hung Feng hives. In the Central Plains, they're called earth gall, but in Korea, they're known as leafcutter bees, part of the Meloidae family. Hua Yin'er blinked in surprise. But why would an earth gall live inside a Hung Feng hive? I didn't know that either, she admitted. He happily explained, their life cycle is actually quite special. He then began to share his knowledge. The reproduction method of the Meloidae family is bizarre. Usually, insects protect their eggs or create a safe environment for them to hatch. But not this species. Their eggs are small, yellow ovals that appear anywhere from rocky outcrops to tree leaves. They can be found in desolate wastelands or deep in the thickets. They just lay the eggs and leave without a care in the world. Yet miraculously, once the leafcutter larvae hatch, they crawl to the highest point nearby. Once at the top, they clump together and mimic a flower. By the way, don't look up leafcutter larvae online. Trust me. When a beautiful female bumblebee flies by looking for nectar, if she sees them, she'll happily exclaim, "Oh hello." Thinking it's a real flower, Mrs. Bee will proceed with her pollen harvesting duties. Meanwhile, the swarm of insects disguising themselves as a flower turns sinister, knowing exactly what she's about to do. Their wicked claws reach out. The moment she gets close, they latch onto her tight, spelling doom for the bumblebee's hive. He pointed at the earth gall in his hand. I don't know why they specifically choose bumblebees, but I heard it's the perfect environment for the larvae to grow. Hua Yin'er looked unsure. Is that so? She slumped over, looking heartbroken. Those poor, cute little bumblebees. Xiao Long smiled reassuringly. It is the law of nature. It can't be helped. Suddenly remembering something, she said, but isn't this the poison that causes burns? I know eating too much of it can be fatal. He grinned, confirming her suspicion. Correct. It can definitely cause skin burns. He described how the orange fluid from the leafcutter bee causes blisters upon contact with skin, looking exactly like burn marks. Hua Yin stares at the wretched earth leech, her face heating up. She bites her lip, covering her mouth to whisper, does it really do that? Xiao Long nods. Yup, it works until the poison leaves the body. Catching her flustered look, he narrows his eyes, a teasing smirk playing on his lips. It can make a man rise to the occasion. Hua Yin spins around and bolts, face burning crimson. She squeezes her eyes shut as she runs, screaming at the top of her lungs. Enough! Let's just go back to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, Xiao Long calls out, surprised. Hey, wait, let me grab a few more first. A while later, bag full of earth leeches, Xiao Long nods. All right, back to the hall. I need to teach the pharmacists how to brew this stuff. Back at the base, he eyes the gathered staff and speaks slowly. Listen up. This is precise work. He raises a single finger. First, dry the earth leeches. Grind them into a fine powder. The atmosphere in the room instantly grows heavy. Mathematical formulas race through their minds as he breaks it down. If you ingest 3 fen, that's 11.7 to 5 milligrams of toxin. It's fatal. For every jin of body weight. If you take 3/10 of a fen, or 1.2 to 5 milligrams, the mortality rate is 50%. He scans the room, delivering the verdict. Therefore, brew the antidote at 1/10 of a fen. That's 0.375 milligrams, roughly 10 drops of water, or 0.351 milliliters. He finishes his lecture and asks, is that clear? The room falls into a stunned silence. Everyone is thinking the same thing. My brain is about to explode. The head pharmacist lowers his face covering, speaking slowly. Your explanation. It was incredibly precise. Your mathematics are flawless. He emphasizes every word. I will succeed. Xiao Long grins. Good. Haha. I'm counting on you guys. That night, under a full moon, inside a lit room, a voice muses aloud. I never imagined earth leeches had such properties. After hearing his granddaughter recount the hunt and the brewing lesson, her grandfather nods. Perhaps it is time I reevaluate the Tang Sect's entire poison inventory. Hua Yin nods obediently. Yes, grandfather. I think so too. He covers his mouth, coughing lightly, before asking, and his calculation skills? Still sharp? Hua Yin replies, yes. He divided a single fen into 10 parts. He said it equals the weight of 10 drops of water. The old man's expression turns grave. He rubs his thumb and index finger together, voice dropping low. To think such a young boy possesses such knowledge. His brows furrow. He continues, I thought I knew everything about poisons, but he constantly surprises me. The more I see, the more I realize. He is an invaluable asset to the Tang family. Suddenly, he turns to his granddaughter, a curious glint in his eye. So, Do you fancy him more than you did at the start? Hua Yin stammers. Grandfather. A blush creeps up her cheeks, and she averts her gaze. She clenches her fist, covering her mouth to hide her embarrassment. I just feel I was too quick to judge him before. I feel guilty, that's all. He closes his eyes, reading between the lines. Very well. Just treat him with respect from now on. Then, a practical thought strikes him. But tell me, how do we test the antidote's efficacy? Hua Yin's eyes widen in shock. A memory flashes back. She buries her burning face in her hands, heat radiating from her skin. She stammers. The elders. They were too arrogant. She recalls Xiao Long's wicked expression when he suggested the family would punish them. She explains the plan to her grandfather. He blinks, confused for a second, before bursting into laughter. Bwahaha, what a fascinating character. Hua Yin stands silently by his side, her face still glowing red. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the clan has gathered. All eyes are fixed on the warrior standing front and center. The elders watch intently, some resting chins on hands, others crossing their arms in skepticism. The warrior places a hexagonal wooden box before Xiao Long. Master Xiao Long, your medicine. Xiao Long eyes the box. Oh? What's this presentation? The warrior bows respectfully. We mixed licorice powder and honey to sweeten the taste, making it easier to consume. Thoughtful, Xiao Long thinks. He opens the box to reveal a glossy black pill resting on red velvet. Did you brew this exactly as I instructed? The man nods vigorously. Of course, Master Xiao Long. We followed your dosage down to the last drop. The elders murmur amongst themselves. One scoffs coldly. Humph. Such theatrics. Another crosses his arms, nodding in agreement. Acting like he's created a miracle elixir. The man in the seat of honor closes his eyes. His voice booms with authority. Silence. He turns his gaze to Xiao Long. The medicine is ready. Now, how do you intend to prove its efficacy? Xiao Long tilts his head. Prove it? Bam! A hand slams onto the table, the sound echoing through the hall. A voice roars. Of course you must prove it. It's the pot-bellied elder. He stands up, shouting. How can we send an untested poison to the Lord of Sichuan? The man next to him chimes in. Exactly. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be dire. Xiao Long looks at the warrior. Well, I guess there's no other choice. The warrior nods solemnly. Yes, sir. He reaches into his pocket. The elders watched like hawks. A warrior stepped forward, placing a hexagonal box identical to Xiao Long's right in front of the pot-bellied elder. The old man let out a dismissive grunt. Humph. He picked up the pill, sneering with contempt. You expect us to be your guinea pigs? God knows what's actually inside this thing. The man beside him whispered a warning, reminding him that this brat was not just an outsider, but one with ulterior motives. Xiao Long just offered a sly, knowing smile. Yinhua's grandfather was enjoying the show when a voice calling Grandpa snapped him back to reality. He turned, surprised. What is it? Didn't you say that masters of the Tang Sect fear no poison? Isn't that right? The old man nodded. That is correct. Xiao Long clapped his hands like a gleeful child, his tone teasing. But why do you look so worried then? Grandpa scratched his head, playing along. Now that you mention it, I actually do feel a bit anxious. Sensing the trap was set, and seeing the heavy expressions around the room, Xiao Long cleared his throat. Come on now. You are all clan elders, who have achieved the 100 poisons invulnerability. He pressed harder. Surely, you aren't scared of some simple swamp poison? Provoked, the elder crushed the pill, a confident smirk on his lips. Xiao Long's group couldn't suppress their amusement as they watched the elders pop the pills one by one, even mocking them as they did. Who would be afraid of such low-level trash poison? Another chimed in quickly. Exactly. You've underestimated us. As soon as one elder swallowed the pill, he shouted a threat. If this medicine does nothing, you're dead meat. We will restore order to this clan. He shut his mouth, chewed the pill, and swallowed. Dead silence filled the room. Everyone waited for the pill to take effect. Time passed with no reaction. One elder couldn't hold back a scoff, pointing a finger at Xiao Long. See? Nothing happened at all. But before he could finish, he looked thunderstruck as he saw his disciple suddenly jerk his head up. The elders all hung their heads low. The atmosphere turned instantly silent and incredibly awkward. That day, the clan's discipline was indeed restored. In a very powerful way, under the blazing sun, a voice rang out. Send this medicine to the Sichuan city lord. It works wonders. Moments later, the elders shuffled away with strange expressions, clutching their robes tight against their stomachs. Watching them leave with red faces, Xiao Long said, like Grandpa said, provoke their pride about poison, and they bite the hook every time. Grandpa laughed. Ha. Those are the few who still have some self-respect left, so they had no choice. He smiled gently, but don't hold a grudge. They only do it for the clan. Xiao Long blinked. Really? The old man closed his eyes peacefully. We are family, after all. He nodded obediently. I understand. Suddenly, Yinhua came sprinting in, looking frantic. Xiao. Xiao Long. Big trouble. Seeing her state, he asked, What is it? Little fourth? She bent over, gasping for air. She slowly stood up, catching her breath. Our babies. Something is wrong. Xiao Long froze. Huh? Suddenly, a hand gripped his collar like a vice. Grandson-in-law. Grandpa's face was furious, eyes burning with fire. Our what? He hoisted Xiao Long up, veins popping on his forehead. Did you two make a baby? Seems I haven't taught you proper manners. Yinhua stood frozen, a mix of anger and embarrassment. Not a baby. The centipedes. The centipedes Xiao Long is raising. Xiao Long finally snapped out of it, his face turning to worry. He opened his mouth but was speechless. Grandpa released his collar. Xiao Long rushed to Yinhua. Huh? You mean the centipedes? She hurriedly explained. I saw you training hard lately, so I asked my sister to watch them. He thought, my precious babies are in trouble? In his panic, his wandering hand accidentally brushed against her chest. He said, Let me check. But right next to Grandpa's ear, his granddaughter's angry voice rang out. Ah, Xiao Long. Not here. A moment later, they were looking at the centipedes lying still on the ground. Ignoring the bright red handprint on his face, he whispered, You said they moved suddenly? Yinhua clenched her fists. They were fine all morning. I hope they aren't in pain. He observed the creatures. Their color was translucent, and their shells looked strange. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He realized what it was, and laughed. Miss Yinhua. No need to worry. Watching the centipedes slowly writhe, he explained. They're just molting. Like snakes, they shed their skin to grow. It seems the time has come. Yinhua's grandfather asked in surprise. Molting? Xiao Long leaned against the tank and nodded. That's right. Suddenly, a centipede rubbed its head against the ground, making a rustling sound. Yinhua cried out, Xiao Long, look! Seeing the centipede's new orange-gold skin emerging from the old shell, she shouted, The head! As the centipede fully emerged from its shell, the old man's voice dripped with fascination. Oh, truly miraculous. Hua Yin was watching intently too, when she suddenly gasped, Xiao Long! The other two are about to molt. Another centipede slowly wriggled out, revealing a soft, orange-gold armor that looked begging to be touched. The last one gently shed its old coat, its whole body rippling as it moved. Seeing all three lying obediently on the ground, he beamed. They've all finished molting. Hua Yin's eyes lit up as she looked at them. They seemed bigger than before. She turned to Xiao Long. What are their names? He froze. Names? He hadn't thought of any. His face turned serious as he rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Looking at the three centipedes, he felt a stroke of genius and shouted, Let's go with Wu Yi, Wu Er, and Wu San. Hearing those ridiculous names, Hua Yin immediately shook her head in protest. Absolutely not. Imagining the day these tiny creatures might soar through the skies over high mountains, she explained. If a centipede lives for 1,000 years, it turns into a dragon. They need majestic names that fit a dragon's stature. Hearing this, he couldn't hold back a laugh. Haha, my lady. How could a bunch of centipedes turn into dragons after 1,000 years? Grandpa overheard their debate and chimed in. Actually, a 1,000-year-old centipede is indeed called a dragon. I shall call them heavenly dragons. Hearing his tone, Xiao Long immediately realized where Hua Yin got her attitude. So, she learned it from you, he thought. He looked down at the three centipedes, thinking carefully. Names. After deciding, he turned to Hua Yin. Let's call them Chu, Xiang, and Bin. She repeated them in surprise. Chu, Xiang, Bin, he explained. The first one born is Chu. The second looks female, so I named her Xiang, as in fragrance. The third one has a shiny shell, so I'll call him Bin. Hua Yin stared at the three, slowly repeating the names he just gave. Chu, Xiang, Bin. All three of them watched the centipedes with excitement. She spoke softly. Usually the father names the children, right? And just like that, the three little centipedes had new names. Xiao Long stumbled down the street, his awkward gait drawing stares. As he walked, he thought, another day gone, and these centipedes are clinging to me tight. Exhausting. He sat down next to a crate by the roadside and let out a long sigh, feeling his undershirt damp with sweat. My body isn't fully dry yet, he thought. But at least I can move. He sighed again. Still uncomfortable. Suddenly, the centipedes poked their heads out of his shirt, nuzzling his cheek and chirping happily. Kiki, he smiled faintly. You guys have gotten so heavy. The biggest change is definitely your size. He sprawled out on the crate, looking up at the sky, his cheek red from the friction. The centipede beside him chirped softly, as if comforting him. Sorry for being heavy. Another one chimed in. Key. He sighed, reminiscing. At first, they were only as small as a sausage, but now they're as big as my arm. Watching them grow brought him joy. He felt every movement against his skin, thinking, my waist must be getting too crowded for them. Now they just cling to my arms and waist. Suddenly, loud laughter rang in his ears. Haha, look, I predicted it right. He sat up straight, following the sound, and saw two men, one tall, one short, walking down the street. The short man had a mole on his face and was clutching a small red bag. He grinned at his companion. As expected, of the Sichuan Tang clan. We need to watch them closely. The man on the right nodded in agreement. Let's go. Xiao Long patted a centipede clinging to him, hearing that loud laughter again. Making money is so easy, haha. He watched them go, surprised. What was that about? Looking up at the sky, he realized it was truly a beautiful day, with white clouds drifting lazily by. At the Sichuan Tang clan estate, the scene was, as usual, extremely quiet and peaceful. The patriarch cleared his throat. Xiao Long, this is truly good news. He looked at Xiao Long and asked, didn't you two just send some homemade medicine to the Sichuan city lord? Xiao Long nodded. That's right. Thinking of the city lord's portly figure, weeping with joy, the patriarch gave a thumbs up. I heard the medicine worked wonders for him. The city lord sent a large reward and his gratitude. The two were delighted. Xiao Long asked happily. Really? Hua Yin's father laughed heartily. You've only just become my son-in-law, yet you're already bringing me benefits. You've done a lot for me. Xiao Long scratched his head, smiling shyly. Haha, it was nothing. Suddenly, the patriarch's expression turned serious. Stroking his beard, he looked straight at Xiao Long. I am going to gift you a spirit elixir, whether you try to humbly refuse or not. Xiao Long was stunned. A spirit elixir? You mean? He recalled what the patriarch had said before. He said spirit elixirs increase internal energy. Hua Yin interjected. Father, what is this elixir? He replied, as if it were no big deal. Looking at the two of them, he enunciated every word. The bile of the golden-haired bee king. Xiao Long immediately pictured bees foraging for nectar. He thought, bee nectar? Wait, just honey? They say internal energy is crucial to becoming a master, so I will take it. With that in mind, he grinned and shouted, Thank you, father-in-law. Hua Yin's expression stiffened, her joy vanishing instantly. Father. Her voice was flat as she asked, You promised a reward, yet it is merely honey? Seeing his daughter's cold reaction, her father looked awkward and started stammering. Well, about that. Before he could finish, she grabbed Xiao Long's hand and snapped. Xiao Long's contribution this time cannot be taken lightly. Even if the golden fur-bee king is a mid-tier poisonous insect, its honey is the lowest grade of spiritual medicine. You cannot skimp on Xiao Long's reward. He earned this. She frowned, demanding better. At the very least, it should be a spiritual medicine that boosts internal energy by 1 year. Her father lowered his head and voice, trying to explain. Even for spiritual medicine, the refinement costs are not cheap. Hearing this, she clenched her fists, eyes blazing. She gritted her teeth. Compared to Xiao Long's effort, that is still too cheap. Her father avoided her gaze and coughed dryly. He thought, a grown daughter really is like spilled water. Xiao Long broke the tension. Father-in-law, what exactly is the golden fur-bee king? He turned back and cleared his throat. Ahem, he pictured a massive golden hive on a branch. Bees were buzzing back and forth. He explained, the golden fur-bee king is a mid-tier poisonous insect in the forest. It is like a giant bee, about the size of a small dog. Experience shows that consuming its honey will increase your internal energy by 2 months. However, what caught Xiao Long's attention was the size. His eyes lit up with excitement. As big as a puppy? That is interesting. Seeing his delight, Hua Yin pinched his cheek to stop him. Xiao Long, wait a moment. I am still angry. Her father spoke up again, sounding a bit awkward. Hua Yin, I did not mean it like that. I thought Xiao Long would want to hunt the golden fur-bee king himself, so I chose this. Hearing this, Xiao Long started. Myself? He jumped up, asking excitedly, Father-in-law, you want me to go find the golden fur-bee king personally? The old man nodded. That is right. Xiao Long's breathing quickened, his face flushing with excitement. He thought, harvesting honey myself? Back when I was a YouTuber, I did that all the time. He rushed to the door, shouting, Let's go, father-in-law, I am an expert at harvesting honey. The old man laughed enthusiastically. Haha, I knew you would like it. Hua Yin sighed as she watched them leave, their conversation still echoing in her ears. Xiao Long asked curiously, What does the golden fur-bee king look like? Her father replied coolly, Well, obviously, it looks like a bee. After leaving the Sichuan Tang clan, the journey to the honey site began. On the way, he thought, since father-in-law provided this valuable intel, surely there will not be any competition. But when they arrived, he saw 2 groups arguing loudly. A scarred man shouted. We got here first, so the golden fur bee king's honey is ours. A man in black retorted just as fiercely. What? We bought this information legally, so it belongs to us. Hearing this, Xiao Long's group was surprised. Huh? Someone from the scarred man's side questioned. You bought the intel? We bought it too. Did you get it from a guy with messy hair and a big mole on his face? The man in black could not hide his surprise. How did you know that? Regardless, we will not back down. Xiao Long froze. He suddenly remembered two people he had seen on the road and wondered, is it them? Xiao Long realized what happened. They had sold the information to others. Hua Yin's father, listening to the argument, was shaking with rage. He clenched his fists and lips, cursing silently. Those bastards, he shouted. How dare you insult the Sichuan Tang clan right here? Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. Shock was written on their faces. One man panicked. What? The Sichuan Tang clan? Xiao Long felt depressed. My honey harvesting plan. He recalled Hua Yin's father's reminder before the trip began. Xiao Long, this is your first time out, so be extremely careful. Remember, you are a member of the Tang clan. He had replied politely. Yes, sir. The old man looked at the subordinates lined up below and said seriously, take them with you. You need to learn how to lead people. Xiao Long asked in surprise. Sir, you want me to lead them? He looked at Hua Yin, hesitating. But Miss Hua Yin, before he could finish, the old man laughed loudly. Haha, kid, Hua Yin is yours, and you are her partner. Hearing this, he blushed and stammered. Partner, Hua Yin smiled encouragingly. You will do great, Xiao Long. She added, I will help you too. Making him even shyer. I will do my best. Back in the present, the tension between the Tang clan and the other groups was thick, everyone staring daggers at each other. Xiao Long worried. What do I do now? He turned to the man beside him. Captain Yue Jiang, of the Blood Poison Squad. How should we handle this? Should we cut them in for a share? Yue Jiang stroked his chin, his voice dropping low. Share? Why would we? He crossed his arms tightly across his chest, clearly disapproving. Who do they think they are? Demanding a share from the Sichuan Tang clan. Hua Yin nodded in agreement. She didn't know who they were, but they sure had guts. She glared at the opposing group, her eyes flashing with killing intent. They dare sell information the Tang clan already paid for? Hearing the leader's words, he recognized her and gasped. The poison flower. Hua Yin? The realization made the man behind him shriek in panic. A direct lineage poison flower of the Tang Sect is here? The leader immediately clasped his hands together, gritting his teeth as he calculated his odds. He bowed low and said, We are the Wind Cloud Sect. We had no idea this matter involved the Sichuan Tang clan. We will withdraw immediately. Seeing his reaction, the surrounding people were stunned. Perhaps. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they quickly followed suit, clasping their hands and bowing. The Cloud Lake Sect also begs to take our leave. Another man cursed in frustration. Damn it, I won't forget this. They retreated as if they'd seen a ghost. Xiao Long watched them go, his jaw dropping in surprise. They're running away just like that? He couldn't help but wonder. Is the Sichuan Tang clan really that terrifying? Seeing them vanish, he asked, Is it over? Yue Jiang replied calmly. Likely not. He predicted they were almost certainly hiding somewhere nearby. These types don't give up that easily. He turned to instruct his subordinate, Chu Bai, pinpoint their location. Chu Bai clasped his hands respectfully. Yes, master. Seeing the anxious look on Xiao Long's face, Hua Yin reassured him. It's all right, Xiao Long. He gazed out at the dense forest ahead, muttering, My bees. At that moment, Hua Yin, Xiao Long, and Yue Jiang were crouching behind a large boulder. Before them stood a massive, ancient tree with large hollows at its base, where several giant bees were hovering. Looking closely, the bees were a mix of black and gold, with thick, dense fur. The swarm flew in and out of the tree trunk continuously, the sound of their beating wings echoing in the air. Xiao Long gasped. That's the golden-furred bee king. Hua Yin marveled. This is the first time I've seen one so huge. Xiao Long beamed with joy. Isn't it just adorable? Hua Yin nodded in agreement. Its fur does look really fluffy. Yue Jiang added proudly. That is exactly why it is called the golden-furred bee king. After observing for a while, Xiao Long speculated. Even so, this colony seems a bit small. Maybe only a few hundred? Can a hive really be that large? Hearing the strange term, Hua Yin asked in surprise. Colony? He patiently explained. Ah, that's just what you call the whole group of bees. Usually a hive has between 5,000 and 7,000 bees, she asked, astonished. You can tell that without even going inside? Xiao Long replied confidently. You can get a rough estimate just by watching the traffic at the hive entrance. Just then, footsteps approached from behind, making them turn around. Chu Bai knelt on one knee and reported. Master, I have located the position of those sects. Yue Jiang asked, where are they? Chu Bai hesitated before explaining. Well, he recounted his tracking. Just as predicted, they were currently building a fire and waiting. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Those bastards. They're right on the opposite side. I can't see exactly what they're doing, but they're definitely preparing to make a move. After hearing the report, Yue Jiang stroked his chin in thought. Then perhaps they are waiting for nightfall to steal the honey, using the Tang clan's method. Xiao Long asked curiously. What is the Tang clan's method? Seeing the boy's interest, he explained. If you burn mugwort and let the smoke drift into the hive, the bees become docile. That allows us to go in and harvest the honey. Hearing this, Xiao Long nodded in praise. Oh, that really is a clever method. Chu Bai hesitated before speaking up, but the wind is currently blowing toward us. The group looked up and saw the wind was indeed shifting as Chu Bai said. They all gasped in realization. While everyone else was worrying, Xiao Long suddenly punched his palm with his fist, shouting in delight. I've got it. Chu Bai hurriedly asked. Have you thought of a plan? His face flushed red with excitement as he shared his idea. If the wind is blowing toward us, that means our scent is being concealed. Hua Yin thought for a moment and replied, That's true. Xiao Long immediately stood up, looking toward the tree trunk. Then I'll go take a look and be right back. Hearing this, Hua Yin cried out in panic. Xiao Long. Seeing him dash off, she frantically grabbed his sleeve to hold him back and stop him. You can't, Xiao Long. The golden-furred bee king is a high-level poisonous creature. It's extremely dangerous. Instead of being scared, he looked even more determined. Just once. I'll just try to touch it and come right back. Suddenly, a large boulder rolled down right in front of them, making them both scream in terror. Ah! The boulder continued rolling straight toward the golden-furred bee king's hive before coming to a stop. Both of them stared in horror at the scene unfolding before them. Xiao Long trembled, whispering, Uh-oh. From inside the tree trunk, the bees swarmed out instantly, radiating murderous intent. Hua Yin grabbed him tight and dragged him in the opposite direction, shouting in panic, We need to run, now! Xiao Long, being choked by her grip, let out a miserable cry. The once peaceful forest instantly erupted into chaos, a suffocating tension blanketing the air. High above, the mist drifted lazily as the sky faded into twilight. Xiao Long sat cross-legged on a rock, letting out a dejected sigh. Is there really no way? He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to steady his breathing and organize his thoughts. He needed to move against the wind to start a fire, but I'm stuck right in the middle, trapped between the 4 sects and the 7 hives. Thinking of those bees with fur as fluffy as clouds, he pursed his lips. The golden fur bee king is probably different from the bees I know. Opening his eyes, he stroked his chin. Remembering how Hua Yin had scooped him up and ran for it earlier, sent a shiver down his spine. Even from 30 meters away, I could feel the vibration of their wings. But hornets aren't usually that intense. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Xiao Long, come here. He turned around and saw Hua Yin. His face lit up. Ah, Lady Hua Yin. She approached with several centipedes, 2 resting on her shoulders, while she held another out to him. She smiled brightly. They seemed to have finished eating. They kept flying around, so I brought them over. Seeing the centipede chittering away, he felt a wave of relief. Thank you so much, Lady Hua Yin. The centipedes flew over and landed on him. Xiao Long spoke gently. They've become much more docile now. Hua Yin sat down next to him. Even without words, the silence between them felt warm and comfortable. After a long while, Hua Yin turned to him, breaking the silence. Have you figured anything else out? He hesitated. I just want to observe a bit more. She immediately looked apologetic. I'm sorry for rushing you. Xiao Long, take your time and think. There's no need to rush. Hearing that, he felt the pressure mount. He just smiled silently, thinking, she's definitely rushing me. Suddenly, Hua Yin looked ahead and gasped. Xiao Long, look over there. By that tree. Far off in the distance, 2 monkeys were fighting beneath a tree. While a swarm of bees circled the roots, a chaotic noise echoed through the air. She asked, Monkeys? Are they fighting? Xiao Long was startled. Monkeys? One of the monkeys threw its arms up to intimidate its opponent, screeching threateningly. The other one refused to back down, responding just as fiercely. Hua Yin covered her mouth, watching the scene. Oh my god, they look absolutely furious. Xiao Long watched in silence, until a scent suddenly drifted past his nose. Lady Hua Yin. He looked around, sniffing the air. There's a smell. He sensed it coming from the golden fur bee king's hive and made a cautious guess. Wait, could this scent be? His face went dark as the realization hit him. Is it? Pheromones! He pointed frantically at the tree, shouting, Lady Hua Yin, we have to get away. The swarm is going to go crazy and swarm this way. Though she didn't understand what was happening, Hua Yin nodded instantly. Huh? Got it. She sprang to her feet, scooped him up into her arms, and bolted just like before. Xiao Long was stunned by her lightning-fast reaction. Just as they leaped into the air to escape, a massive explosion erupted from the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. Hua Yin held him tight as they landed, skidding across the ground. She froze, her expression turning to shock as she looked at the scene before them. The swarm poured out like a hurricane. One of the monkeys had been torn to shreds, while the other lay gasping, barely alive. Deep wounds exposed the bone on the monkey's arm as the bees swarmed in, eager to feast. Watching the monkeys become a meal for the swarm, Hua Yin gasped in horror. We almost died back there, he nodded. Exactly. She turned to him, curious. But Xiao Long, how did you know the Golden Fur Bee King would attack like that? You told us to run before we even heard them coming. Remembering the scent from the tree, he stammered, it was because of the smell. She asked, what smell? Hua Yin thought for a moment. Now that I think about it, it smelled like night-blooming jasmine. Xiao Long was stunned to hear that name. Seeing her calm expression, he thought, can Hua Yin actually distinguish the scent of pheromones? To verify, he asked, did you recognize that smell just now? Hua Yin smiled. Oh, of course, she continued. The scent earlier was just like night-blooming jasmine. Before she could finish, he lunged forward, grabbing her by the shoulders. That's it. Hua Yin blushed, startled. Ah, Xiao Long, you're really happy. He buried his face in her shoulder, sobbing with relief. Feeling his closeness, her face turned bright red, even though she had no idea why he was crying. The centipedes hiding in his robes poked their heads out to watch. Xiao Long looked up from her embrace, grinning. I've found a way. A way to wipe out the 4 sects and get that honey. Under the bright moonlight of the silent night, everyone gathered around the campfires. Each group grilled their own food, while guards kept a careful watch on the perimeter. A man tilted his head back, chugging wine. His face was flushed with intoxication as he inhaled the delicious aroma of grilled fish. He wiped his mouth and let out a loud laugh. Ha! Now that's good stuff. The man sitting across from him leaned in curiously. So, when do you think we're going to make a move for the honey? The man thought for a moment. Honestly, I don't know. 3 days ago, they were running around like crazy, but now it's dead silent. He took a wild guess. Maybe they're planning something big. The scarred man nods along. Yeah, suppose you're right. Suddenly, he frowns. But hey, can we actually make any real coin off a beehive? Have you been living under a rock or just getting scammed your whole life? If that wax is royal grade, it's worth a fortune. Only the imperial family uses stuff that high-end. They'll harvest the honey and toss the hive, meaning the leftovers are all ours. The thought makes him grin like a demon. And if things go south? Huh, huh, huh. His buddy rubs his hands together, mimicking that wretched cackle. Huh, huh, huh. Remembering the girl with the icy glare, his voice drops. Then there's that poison flower, one of the 3 flowers of the martial world. We need to watch our backs. Can't let her mess this up. But thinking of her beauty, a lewd grin splits his face. Though honestly, she's not bad. Not bad at all. Heh heh heh. The guy across from him licks his lips, eyes gleaming with lust. You hungry for a taste? Just thinking about it has me itching all over. Another thug chimes in, joking, who knows? Maybe one of us will get lucky and become their son-in-law. A vulgar voice cuts through the air. Oh, absolutely. If we save her life, she's got to repay the favor with her body, right? Suddenly, a strange scent wafts through the air. He freezes, sniffing loudly. Huh? The gang scrambles to their feet, muttering in confusion. Where's that smell coming from? You think it's that poison flower woman? Caca. Gotta be. A beauty like that. Her scent would be just as sweet and intoxicating. But as the source draws near, their lecherous grins vanish. Jaws drop in pure horror. Huh? What the hell is that? Someone recognizes the threat and screams, it's the queen bee. The queen is leading a total assault. That's our cue, we need to move in now. Xiao Long takes point, pushing through the dense grass with a thrill in his voice. Time to steal some royal honey. He's clutching something tightly, wrapped securely in cloth. The trio creeps forward. But standing before the massive tree, staring into that pitch-black hollow, hesitation ripples through the group. Yue Jiang steals his nerves and clears his throat. Ahem. Xiao Long, this doesn't look safe. Step back. I'll take the lead. One by one, they step into the darkness. Once inside, their eyes adjust, and gasps echo in the hollow. Whoa. Look at that. It's massive. Hanging above them is a colossal honeycomb, shimmering like liquid gold. The hexagonal structure is flawless, a breathtaking architectural marvel. Yue Jiang starts lighting a smoke fire. We got lucky. Looks like the swarm is already out hunting. But Xiao Long hears something, or rather, the lack of something. He glances around, Suspicious. What is it? Yue Jiang squints, trying to get a better look at the comb, his voice tightening with worry. No, honey? That's impossible. But look, the cells are completely empty. Hua Yin frowns. Serious now. You mean there isn't a single bee left, just like Xiao Long said? I've never seen anything like this. It's bizarre. Xiao Long realizes something even stranger. There aren't any eggs either. Yue Jiang asks, what does that have to do with the missing honey? Xiao Long boldly offers his theory. They're migrating. They must have gorged themselves on the honey to store energy for the trip. They probably sensed humans encroaching on their territory and decided to bail. Hua Yin sighs, defeated. Ah, so that's it. We're too late. To confirm, Xiao Long inspects a nearby cell. Exactly. When a hive decides to migrate, the queen stops laying. They don't have the time or energy to raise larvae while on the move. Suddenly, he freezes. Sticking out of a cell is the abdomen of a bee, and it's massive. A mischievous grin spreads across his face. He turns to Yue Jiang. Hey, if you used your Qinggong non-stop without resting, how long could you keep it up? The older man blinks, confused. At a moderate pace? Maybe half a day. Why do you ask? Before Xiao Long can answer, Chubai's frantic voice screams from outside. Master Xiao Long. He's stammering, terrified. The queen bee. The golden swarm is coming back. You have to get out of there, now. Xiao Long doesn't panic. Instead, he ducks down, reaching for something deep inside the hive. Just a second, Xiao Long mutters. Yue Jiang yells, we have to go. Forget the loot, Master Xiao Long. Hua Yin grabs Xiao Long by the collar. Move it, Xiao Long. Outside, Chubai is losing his mind. Hurry up. Xiao Long finally sprints after them, clutching a mysterious object against his chest as the moonlight floods the forest. The trio regroups with the others, gasping for air. Phew. One of them wipes sweat from his brow. That was way too close. Hua Yin exhales sharply. Thank God. We made it out before the main swarm got back. Suddenly, the creature tucked in Xiao Long's robe pokes its head out for fresh air. Hua Yin's eyes widen. Xiao Long. What is that? He grins and lifts the massive insect for all to see. This? It's the queen. Since there was no honey left, I decided to take the honeymaker instead. The group recoils in terror. The queen bee? Hua Yin stares at the creature, which is trying to look innocent, and hesitates. Master Xiao Long. Don't tell me. Suddenly, the blood drains from both Yue Jiang and Hua Yin's faces. The bee in his hand lets out a piercing shriek. BZZZT. Xiao Long doesn't flinch. He just smiles. Won't be long now. The swarm's gonna realize Mom is missing, and they'll be coming for us. Behind them, the sky turns black as millions of angry bees converge. Xiao Long, oblivious to the sheer scale of the doom approaching, just keeps on smiling. Run. And just like that, a life-or-death chase kicked off. The group carrying the queen bee fled in panic, while the buzzing from behind swelled into a deafening roar. Days had passed since the chase began. Gazing into the queen bee's shimmering eyes, Xiao Long reassured her. Easy now. I'll take you somewhere safe where no one will bother you. Meanwhile, the group had cut down on sleep, pushing themselves to the limit. Just look at them now, absolute wrecks. As they sat gasping for air, Xiao Long spotted something in the distance and shouted, "We're here." The others looked up in shock. One guy, completely broken, groaned, "Ah, I can't run another step." Several members of the Poison Blood Squad had already fallen behind. He silently swore that if he made it back, he'd properly master his lightness skill. Suddenly, one of them face-planted into the dirt, screaming out. The guy next to him gasped, "Huh? Another one down?" The group glanced back anxiously as they ran, seeing him sprawled on the ground. His teammate yelled, "Tu Long is down. Huang Tu Long of the Poison Blood Squad has been left behind." Xiao Long immediately urged, "Everyone, use your lightness skills. Move." He figured the further they were from the queen bee, the safer they'd be. Gasping for air, one of them asked, "Master, Xiao Long, can we actually make it?" Xiao Long replied, sounding uncertain, "Maybe." 3 days later, despite his best efforts, Yue Jiang reached his limit and collapsed. Coughing violently, he wheezed to the two in front of him. "I'm sorry, Master Xiao Long. This is as far as I go." Xiao Long and Hua Yin looked absolutely wretched, their hair a mess. Xiao Long looked at him in shock, stammering, Head, Master?" Hua Yin stayed silent for a moment, then offered, "Xiao Long, let me carry you." He blushed and refused. Miss Hua Yin, there's no need. I can walk." Suddenly, Hua Yin slapped her cheeks with both hands to wake herself up. Regaining her composure, she looked brighter and flashed him a determined smile. "I've got this. A member of the Tang clan never gives up." Back at the Tang clan's main gate, two well-dressed guards stood armed and alert, taking their duty seriously. Hearing footsteps approaching, they glanced over, muttering in confusion. As the figures got closer, one guard gasped. "Oh, the young miss is back." But they looked like zombies, dark circles under their eyes, utterly exhausted as Xiao Long supported Hua Yin. The guard couldn't believe his eyes, his jaw dropping. "Young miss? Is that you?" The entire Tang clan went into an uproar. They immediately fired a signal flare to summon the direct bloodline. The Grand Elder and the clan head heard the signal and rushed out. The clan head asked anxiously, "Is it an emergency?" A servant reported, "Miss Hua Yin has returned." The clan head saw his daughter looking faint, supported by servants, while Xiao Long stood next to them, looking just as ragged. The clan head couldn't believe it. "Is it really her?" He pulled his daughter into a hug, wailing in distress. "Xiao Long, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Long quickly dropped to his knees, stammering, Please, calm down. Father-in-law Miss Hua Yin is just exhausted. We've been using lightness skills non-stop for 10 days. Then, as if remembering something urgent, his voice turned serious. "But this isn't the time to talk. We need to get to the training grounds. Now," the Grand Elder asked in surprise. "What? Why the training grounds?" Instead of answering, Xiao Long reached into his robe and pulled something out. He held up the queen bee for everyone to see. "This is the queen of the golden-haired bees! The rest of the swarm will be here any second. We have to get to the ancient tree at the training grounds." Unable to contain himself, the Grand Elder burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! This kid really lives up to expectations. He's going to do great things in the future." Meanwhile, the clan head's face darkened. He demanded, "What? Didn't I just tell you to get some honey? And you kidnapped the whole queen?" Before Xiao Long could explain, the Grand Elder grabbed him by the shoulder. "All right, let's go," making Xiao Long yelp. "Huh?" The old man activated his lightness skill, grabbing Xiao Long and launching them both into the sky, making the boy scream in terror. "Oh my God." Down below, the crowd hurriedly covered their faces to shield themselves from the dust and wind. Xiao Long felt dizzy as he was dragged through the air at high speed. Suddenly, he screamed, "Ah!" The Grand Elder glanced at him. "What is it?" Spotting a massive, familiar black and yellow cloud in the distance, he shouted, "Grandpa, the swarm is coming." The old man remained unfazed. That many? Did you bring the whole hive with you? Well, we're almost there. Let's pick up the pace." He accelerated instantly, making Xiao Long scream again at the sudden burst of speed. "Ah." The Grand Elder landed with a rough thud, sending rocks flying. He dropped the boy in front of a massive ancient tree. "We're here, Xiao Long." The boy quickly cradled the queen bee and dashed toward the tree. Looking up at the towering trunk, Xiao Long whispered, "Golden Bee King, this is the place I told you about. From now on, this is your home." The bee in his hand buzzed in confusion. He pointed to a large hollow in the tree and asked, "Is this okay for you?" However, the only response he got was the buzzing of wings. After a careful inspection, the Golden Bee King cautiously flew over to the tree, turned its head toward Xiao Long, and seemed to smile. Seeing the creature so happy, he grinned. "Looks like you're satisfied with this spot, aren't you?" As the swarm drew closer, the Grand Patriarch shouted urgently, "Xiao Long, get away from there. The swarm is descending." Hearing the warning, he turned back. "Understood, Patriarch." As the massive swarm filled the sky with a deafening drone, everyone on the ground looked up, their faces a mix of shock and anxiety. Seeing its kin, the Golden Bee King buzzed with excitement, flapping its wings in a joyous rhythm. It immediately guided the swarm toward the hollow of the tree it had just inspected. The Grand Patriarch watched the spectacle, utterly amazed. In all my years, I have never witnessed anything quite like this." Xiao Long watched them go, letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Seeing the bees settling into the tree, he relaxed. The Golden Bee King had been successfully captured. Nearby, a bee extended its tongue, eagerly lapping up water from a wooden basin. Watching them gather in clusters to drink, he felt a wave of satisfaction. He had prepared sugar water to help the exhausted bees recover after their long chase. They say sharing a meal builds bonds and fosters goodwill. It was a stroke of luck that he found something similar to sugar in this world. Truly fortunate. The Tang family members stood by, watching with amusement. "Look at them go. They're actually kind of cute when you look closely." Seeing the Golden Bee King happily drinking the syrup, Xiao Long thought to himself, "This should lower their guard a little, and if they start seeing me as their master, even better." Suddenly, he shouted, "Ah, that's right." The Patriarch blinked. "What is it?" Xiao Long scratched his head, asking sheepishly, "What? What about Miss Hua Yin?" The old man shot him a sarcastic glare. "Oh, so now you remember her?" Recalling his daughter's fatigue, the Patriarch scoffed. "She was so exhausted I had to take her to her mother. I can't believe you made her use her movement techniques for 10 days straight without rest." Xiao Long couldn't even look him in the eye, replying awkwardly, "I'm truly sorry, father-in-law. We only slept about 4 hours a day." The rest was spent running. Then, a thought struck the Grand Patriarch, Xiao Long. Remembering the entourage, he asked with concern, "Where is the Poison Blood Squad?" Xiao Long froze, cold sweat instantly drenching his face. "Ah," he guessed uncertainly. "They're probably collapsed somewhere along the road. We might need to go retrieve them." The Grand Patriarch just closed his eyes and laughed helplessly. Following orders, the Poison Blood Squad was eventually retrieved and returned safely to their families. Inside Hua Yin's room, warm sunlight streamed through the windows. After hearing Xiao Long's report, she beamed. "It sounds like the golden bees have recovered their strength." "That is fortunate," Xiao Long smiled back. "Indeed, Miss Hua Yin." Thinking of the swarm, he added, "Right now, they are gathering nectar from the poisonous flowers in the Tang family mountains." She nodded. "Oh my, they must look so adorable." Suddenly, a panicked voice from outside interrupted them. "Master Xiao Long, Master Xiao Long." Xiao Long glanced toward the door. "Yes? What is it?" A servant appeared, clinging to the doorframe for support but still trying to maintain decorum. "Sir, you need to come outside. Immediately." Gasping for air, he continued, "The golden bee swarm. They're acting strangely. It looks like they're searching for something." Xiao Long frowned in thought. He immediately dashed out, with Hua Yin following close behind. Above, several golden bees were already waiting. Seeing the swarm circling chaotically overhead, he gasped, "Is this for real?" Hearing his voice, the entire swarm instantly turned toward him. The buzzing of their wings intensified. As they began landing all over his head and body, he stammered, "Hey, what are you doing?" Hua Yin watched in alarm. "Xiao Long, are you all right?" The bees tugged at his arm, their mandibles gripping his clothes tightly. "Why are you doing this?" he asked, bewildered. Suddenly, his feet lifted off the ground. He could only laugh helplessly. The people on the ground craned their necks, watching as Xiao Long was carried away into the distance by the swarm. Hua Yin gasped, shouting after him, "Xiao Long." The bees carried him to the giant tree and dropped him. With the buzzing still ringing in his ears, he stumbled upon landing. His eyes widened at the scene before him. He turned to the bees, stunned. "What happened to your hive? Why is it like this? What is going on here?" A bee flew behind him and shoved him forward with surprising force. He went along with it, chuckling. All right, I get it. You want me to go inside." Stepping inside, he scanned the interior and gasped. Whoa. Seeing the golden honeycombs arranged so neatly, he couldn't help but think, the hive is fully constructed, and honey production is already underway. A single bee slowly approached him. He glanced at it, confused. Then he realized it was the queen bee. She looked at him with affectionate eyes. She landed on his arm, fluttering her wings gently. He whispered, "You want me to lift you up?" In response, she flapped her wings even harder. However, the swarm grew thicker, clinging to his face until his features were completely obscured by the buzzing mass. His head pounded. "They're holding me so tight I can't even twitch." He lowered his head, lifting the queen bee just as she wanted. Her large, glittering eyes locked onto his. Slowly, the queen bee closed her eyes, her front legs reaching out to caress his face. Seeing this, Xiao Long gasped in panic. Whoa, wait a second. But it was too late. The queen bee leaned in close, and his face instantly flushed bright red. He groaned internally. Soft lips pressed against his. His body turned scorching hot, his vision blurred, and his mind spun out of control. Instinct took over, and he gulped something down. Panic set in as he felt a warm liquid flooding his throat. The swarm buzzed around, witnessing their queen, forcing a kiss on Xiao Long. When their lips finally parted, a strand of saliva bridged the gap. He scrambled back, gasping for air. Phew. Ha. He wiped his mouth furiously, face burning as he pointed a shaking finger at her. You queen bee. That was my first time. What the hell do you think you're doing? His body felt like it wasn't his anymore. Panic rose in his chest. What is happening? Strength abandoned him, and he collapsed with a heavy thud. Eyes wide, he strained to look up, searching for the queen bee. He gritted his teeth in anger, but she just looked down at him with a smile. He couldn't understand it. What, did you feed me? After his intimate moment with the queen, Xiao Long curled up on the ground, agony twisting his features. He coughed violently. Cough. His face felt like it was on fire. White foam dribbled from his mouth as a strange, intense itchiness erupted all over his body. He rolled back and forth, desperate for relief, but the torment wouldn't stop. His vision swam. Fluids leaked uncontrollably from his nose and mouth. Thump. Thump. He could hear his own heart beating like a war drum. He reached a trembling hand toward the queen bee, choking out words. Cough. You. What did you make me eat? As his eyelids grew heavy, the last thing he saw was her innocent, wide-eyed expression. Before darkness took him completely, He heard Hua Yin's anxious voice. Xiao Long? Xiao Long. Then, the blurry image of her calling out to the Grand Elder. Grandpa, something's wrong with Xiao Long. The old man's voice was grave. It seems he swallowed a spirit elixir that was too potent. His world went black. He heard Hua Yin scream, Xiao Long, wake up. Then the elder spoke again. I will guide his qi to help him absorb it. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Hua Yin holding a wet towel, about to place it on his forehead. Seeing him awake, her face lit up. Xiao Long, you're finally up? He sat up, rubbing his throbbing head. Where am I? The Tang Sect's medical hall, she replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Then she explained everything. When we saw you being dragged toward the golden-furred bee king, Grandpa and I rushed over. But by the time we arrived, you were already unconscious. So, we brought you here. She leaned in. Do you remember what happened? He hesitated. The situation back then. He clutched his face, his mind a mess. My first kiss. Gone. Seeing his distress, Hua Yin asked worriedly, Xiao Long, are you okay? Does your body feel strange anywhere? When he didn't answer, she stood up. Should I call the doctor? He quickly stopped her. No need. It's just… He trailed off, sighing deeply. He organized his thoughts. The queen bee. She fed me her food. That's probably why this happened. Hua Yin blinked curiously. What kind of food? He scratched his cheek, unsure. I don't know the exact name, but if I had to call it something… Let's call it Royal Essence. She repeated the strange name, confused. Royal Essence? He nodded, smiling. That's right. Worker bees collect nectar and pollen to survive. They work their whole lives eating just that. She pressed on. And the queen bee? From birth until death, he answered immediately. She only eats the royal essence created by the worker bees. It suddenly hit him. Wait. The royal essence she forced down my throat. It's actually royal jelly. Hua Yin nodded slowly. I see. So, it's the exclusive food for the queen. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his voice rose with excitement. But royal essence has special properties, she asked. What kind of properties? He replied eagerly. Worker bees only live for a month or so, but the queen bee, because she eats royal essence, she lives 60 times longer. Really? That much? She looked shocked, then waved her hands. Xiao Long, calm down. She blushed, coughing lightly to hide her embarrassment. So that's how it is. Mystery solved, she continued. The internal cultivation method you learned, the 5 poisons return to origin art, is only a beginner technique. It couldn't fully absorb the energy from such a potent elixir. Hua Yin let out a breath. However, the honey of the golden-furred bee king is worth 2 months of cultivation. So, if you got 60 times that effect, does that mean you've gained 10 years' worth of internal energy? Hearing her congratulate him on his lucky encounter, he was stunned, speechless. Internal energy. But then, Hua Yin hesitated. She hides her blushing face behind a handkerchief and murmurs, Take a look in the silver mirror. It seems the royal jelly had side effects. Hearing this, his eyes widen in shock. He repeats, Side effects? Xiao Long touches his face, confused. A silver mirror? As he stares at his reflection, his hand drifts to his cheek. He whispers, Something's wrong. It hits him. Is this the power of the royal jelly? Where did the rugged country bumpkin from Hainan go? He strokes his cheek in disbelief. His features have softened, becoming delicate. His skin feels tender and smooth, just like a woman's. A terrifying thought strikes him. Cold sweat drips down his forehead. His face flushes crimson, his finger frozen against his cheek. He imagines a female version of himself, smiling brightly and curtsying. Hello there, I'm Wei Xiaoling. He clutches his face in horror. Is this what happens when you eat the queen bee's royal jelly? Panic sets in. He quickly bows his head, fumbling with his belt. Holding his breath in silence, he checks to make sure his little brother is still there. Inspection complete. He collapses on the floor, staring at the ceiling. A massive sigh of relief escapes him. Thank God. It's exactly where it belongs. He recalls Hua Yin's words. If grandfather hadn't guided the energy, he would have exploded. He thinks, I really owe him a thank you. I nearly died, but he pulled me back. Xiao Long walks down the familiar path. But he feels strange. Why is everyone staring at him? Seeing the servant girls giggling, he wonders, are my senses sharper because my internal energy increased? Is that why I feel these gazes? He bolts like a ghost is chasing him. I need to get out of here first, he tells himself, leaving a trail of feminine laughter behind him. At the Sichuan Tang clan's dining hall, Xiao Long stands outside the door. He hesitates, peeking inside like a thief. Inside, the table is groaning under a feast of colors and aromas. Everyone is seated, and servants are bringing out dish after dish. The madam casually turns her head and spots him. She squints, then gasps. Oh my, doesn't my son-in-law look radiant today? She adds, is your body feeling better? Xiao Long bows his head, clasping his hands respectfully. Yes, mother-in-law. I apologize for worrying you. She claps her hands in delight. Nonsense. A lucky encounter is cause for celebration. She turns to tease her daughter. Goodness. Look at that skin. Hua Yin must love it. Hua Yin's face burns bright red. Ugh. Mother. She awkwardly tries to change the subject. Xiao Long, hurry and sit down. Amidst the madam's cheerful laughter, he replies softly, yes. Everyone settles into their seats as the servants bring out the final courses. As tea is poured, the clan head asks with concern, Xiao Long, are you fully recovered? He nods obediently. Yes, father-in-law. I'm sorry for the trouble. He then turns respectfully to the elder. Thank you, grandfather. I heard you examined my condition personally. The grand elder smiles. A lucky break is a good thing. The clan head cuts in. So, tell us what happened. I heard about the royal jelly from Hua Yin, but what actually went down? Xiao Long doesn't know where to start. Touching his face out of habit, he begins. Well. He closes his eyes, recalling the sensation almost like a first kiss. It seems the golden fur queen bee was pleased with the new hive. To repay me, she dragged me into the nest and force-fed me the royal jelly. He concludes with a bright smile. I think that's the root of everything. The madam covers her mouth. How extraordinary. The grand elder marvels. Oh, even a poisonous insect beast knows how to repay a debt? He immediately asks, is it possible to obtain more of this royal jelly? If we can find it, it would be invaluable to the Tang clan. The clan head adds, the golden fur bee's honey is already potent. The royal jelly must be miraculous. The madam, fixated on the beauty benefits, asks excitedly, son-in-law, can we get more? Can we? Feeling the weight of their gazes, he clears his throat awkwardly. Ahem. Hua Yin turns to him. Right, Xiao Long. Is it possible? He closes his eyes and gives a slow nod. Internally, he calculates. If these were normal bees, I'd just build multiple queen cells, royal platforms, and use the worker bees to harvest the jelly. But remembering the terror of fleeing from that swarm, he thinks, Xiao Long, my boy, that theory is a long way from reality. He wonders, if I tried that trick with the golden fur, queen bee, who is actually intelligent, I'd probably end up as a human honeycomb. Thinking of the queen bee's innocent form, he muses. Royal jelly is meant for larvae, but she fed it to me directly. Is there a difference in the substance? After a moment of silence, he speaks up. I'll be blunt. It's likely impossible. The grand elder immediately asks, impossible? What is the reason? The madam presses, son-in-law, why not? He looks at them. Even if we could get it, who would dare to eat it? The clan head guesses, huh? Is it because it tastes bad? Does it smell? Xiao Long gently shakes his head. No, that's not it. Then, he dropped a bombshell answer. That Wind King nectar is secreted directly from the queen bee's mouth. It seems it must be transferred directly from the queen herself. To avoid any misunderstanding, he quickly explained, it is just like kissing. It requires mouth-to-mouth contact. The queen's essence must enter the mouth to be transferred. The Supreme Patriarch's jaw dropped, his face a mix of shock and confusion. What? Contact with the queen bee? The madam was also stunned. Huh? What does that mean? The Patriarch could only sigh, his hope fading. It seemed impossible to find more, unless it was Xiao Long, the one beloved by the Golden Wind King. No one else could do it. Suddenly, the sound of chopsticks clattering onto the table grabbed everyone's attention. Hua Yin didn't look at him, but her voice dropped to a low, dangerous tone. Mouth contact, you say? She hurriedly covered her mouth with her jade-like hand, panic in her eyes as she shot him a side glance. Brother Xiao Long, did you really engage in mouth-to-mouth combat with that Golden Wind King? Under the desolate fading moon, a lonely crescent hung high overhead, casting a pale, sickly silver light down upon the world. A hand covered in jagged scars, veins bulging with power, belonged to none other than the martial arts alliance leader, the renowned Fist Emperor, Zhu Zhongshui. His mind was currently a tangled mess, 100 chaotic thoughts threatening to explode. The wooden door creaked softly. A graceful silhouette, moving like a fairy descending to earth, stepped inside. Her delicate oval face was accented by a shy, vermilion mole. She bowed her head, her ivory hands carefully carrying a tea tray as she entered. Fist Emperor Zhu Zhongshui glanced briefly at the beauty's figure and spoke indifferently. Have you prepared it? The famous Zhishan white dew tea, the man said, clasping his hands behind his back, his voice filled with pride. Truly, the rich flavor of home is unforgettable. The beauty poured the tea gently and replied with a soft voice, yes, this is the premium Zhishan white dew, the famous specialty of our Nanchang. Hearing this, the Fist Emperor nodded slightly and spoke warmly. Thank you, beauty. This alliance leader will certainly savor this cup of tea to the fullest. The beauty stood by his side, her shimmering eyes intently following his every move. The Fist Emperor raised the teacup to his lips, opening his mouth slightly, about to take a sip. Just then, a frantic, breathless voice echoed from outside. Report, Alliance Leader. Subordinate strategist Zhuge Ho has an urgent matter to report. The anxious tone made the Fist Emperor pause. He hurriedly set the teacup down, his voice booming with authority. It is late. Why are you not asleep? What is it now? Enter immediately. Zhuge Hu, a handsome young man with a sharp demeanor, stepped inside. He clasped his hands in a bow, his tone apologetic, reporting to the Alliance Leader. Please forgive this subordinate for disturbing your rest in the dead of night. He then rushed to explain the situation. In truth, a secret report just arrived from the Sichuan intelligence network. I saw that the matter was of grave importance, so I came to report to you immediately. The Fist Emperor waved his hand casually, replying calmly, no matter. If the strategist has come personally, it must be significant. Speak freely. Zhuge Hao stepped forward, his hand fumbling inside his sleeve, as if searching for something. Finally, he pulled out a scroll of sheepskin parchment and placed it on the table, reporting solemnly, Bloodhand Rakshasa, Zhuo Yunyang, has paid for his crimes. Hearing this shocking news that the Tang Sect had recovered his head, along with the manual for the infamous Bloodhand Poison Palm the Fist, Emperor could not suppress his rage. He slammed his hand onto the table. Amidst the sound of the jade teacup shattering to pieces, he roared in anger. What? The violent strike made his hand tremble uncontrollably. The Fist Emperor gritted his teeth and demanded, the Bloodhand Poison Palm? How could that bizarre evil art be recovered? And Zhuo Yunyang's head as well? Zhuge Hu hurriedly bowed his head and replied, reporting to the Alliance Leader. Previously, Zhuo Yunyang was hit by a fatal strike from the myriad poison god. His whereabouts were unknown, but he later drifted all the way to Hainan and lived in seclusion to heal his injuries. As if remembering something interesting, Zhuge Ho added with excitement in his voice. Furthermore, this incident contains a detail that is incredibly bizarre and fascinating. According to the latest intelligence, that great demon Zhuo Yunyang was defeated by the combined efforts of a young hero and a mysterious poison user. The Fist Emperor frowned in astonishment, asking skeptically, what did you say? A young hero and a poison user? Zhuge Hu calmly sat down opposite the Fist Emperor, acting mysterious as he waved his feather fan and continued. It sounds like a melodramatic story full of unexpected twists, but this is a gripping drama that the Alliance Leader will surely be watching for a long time. The beauty remained silent in the room, listening to Zhuge Hu ramble on with his story, and she couldn't help but feel curious. Meanwhile, back at the Tang Sect in Sichuan, in the family's great hall, all the elders from the main and branch families had gathered in full force. After listening to the subordinate's report, a white-haired elder nodded and said, it is exactly as reported, Patriarch. Another elder with a fiery temper shouted in anger, so, there is actually someone with the audacity to sell the Tang Sect's top-secret information to outside forces? Another elder chimed in, this is simply too audacious. I never expected someone would dare to smear the Tang Sect's reputation to this extent. Xiao Long notices everyone's attitude is completely different from before, so he turns to Ho Engan and asks in a whisper, huh? Father-in-law isn't exploding in rage at me today? Hua Engan chuckles softly and replies, of course not. Seeing Xiao Long's blank face, she explains further. When someone dares to damage the clan's reputation, even the elders in the branch families can't just sit idly by. After all, we are all family eating from the same pot. The Tang Sect master closes his eyes, bows his head in thought, and then makes his decision. I have sent men from the beggar sect to verify their information. A reply should come soon. I plan to personally make a trip to Vinshuyen Prefecture. An elder asks anxiously, then how does the master plan to deal with them? The master already has a calculation in mind, outlining the plan step by step. First, we use soul-destroying poison, blood-melting poison, and intestine-severing poison. As he speaks, he vividly describes the scene of spontaneous combustion and internal organs melting, where the enemy writhes in such extreme agony they wish their soul would leave their body. He then declares clearly, finally, I will grant them a cup of 7 treasures soul-breaking poison, so they can ascend to the heavens quickly. The Willow Dharma Valley? Xiao Long gasps in astonishment, his voice cracking. Master Tang turns around with imposing momentum and barks an order to Nguyet Gyang, his tone brooking no argument. What are you standing there gaping for? Summon the entire poison extermination squad immediately. I am setting out at once. Nguyet Gyang bows low like a shrimp and responds urgently. Your orders, master. The poison extermination squad assembles with terrifying speed. They stand in neat rows in the courtyard, eyes fixed straight on the master, awaiting command. Before leaping away, Master Tang doesn't forget to glance back and instruct his precious son-in-law, Kid, leave the chores to them. You just stay home and rest up to get healthy. I'll handle everything else. Tu Long hurriedly clasps his hands and bows, putting on a look of deep reverence. Rest assured, father-in-law. I understand the principle well. Please take care of yourself. Hearing this, Master Tong throws his head back and laughs loudly, his aura towering to the sky. Careful? Ha ha ha. Those pests are the ones who need to be careful. Just watch as I rain down 100,000 retributions and 10,000 punishments upon their heads. With that, he leads the mighty squad away, their momentum shaking the heavens as they quickly depart. Watching the retreating backs of the fully covered figures in black, Tu Long can't help but turn to Hoang out of curiosity. Miss, is that group the legendary Poison Extermination Squad? I've been at the Tang family for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen them. Hoang covers her mouth and chuckles, her tone a bit mysterious. That's right. They specialize in handling the darkest, most sinister matters in the Jianghu. She intentionally emphasizes, to put it bluntly, they specialize in exterminating others, which is why they have the fancy name Poison Extermination Squad. Hearing this, a chill runs down Tu Long's spine. He thinks to himself, just sinister? I fear it's much worse than that. Just then, a shady cough sounds from behind his back. Cough, cough. The two of them startle and turn around, realizing who has arrived. Tu Long hurriedly bows in greeting. Junior Tu Long pays his respects to the elders. The leading elder leans on his cane, his voice raspy like wind blowing through leaves. Cough, cough, no need for such formality. I heard our son-in-law has encountered a rare stroke of destiny. Tu Long maintains his humble demeanor, daring not to appear arrogant. Yes, elder. In his mind, he can't help but speculate wildly. Did news of the Golden Furby King's royal jelly reach their ears? The elder continues to cough, speaking with difficulty. Cough, cough. This old man sought out our son-in-law because I have a favor to ask. Still confused about what is going on, Tu Long asks, a favor? What might that be? He probes cautiously. Is it about the Golden Furby King's honey that you've heard rumors of? Before Tu Long can finish his sentence, the elder hurriedly waves his hand, his tone sounding a bit guilty. No, absolutely not that. Does our son-in-law think we would be greedy for such trifles? The elder standing behind chimes in, looking righteous. That's right. All spiritual medicines and treasures in this world belong to those with destiny. How could we force such things? Seeing the two elders beating around the bush without getting to the point, Tu Long becomes even more suspicious and asks directly, then what is this actually about? The two elders exchange glances, awkwardly, as if they have something very difficult to say. After clearing his throat to gather courage, the lead elder steps closer to Tu Long. His bony hand pats Tu Long's shoulder gently, his expression mysterious. Blushing slightly, he leans into Tu Long's ear and whispers, as if afraid others might hear. Come a little closer. Isn't it true that our son-in-law has a type of pill called the Qi Dam pill? I heard you refined that item yourself, so the decision lies entirely with you. Cough, cough. At this moment, Tu Long finally understands. He opens his mouth and lets out a long, meaningful ah. He then takes out 3 glossy Qi Dam pills, tossing them lightly in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Haha, I am also trying my best to adapt to the Tang family. Indeed, there are still many things I'm unfamiliar with. If the elders could look after me and support me a little, then this small matter is nothing at all. Just then, the Grand Patriarch Tang happens to step out from the inner hall and witnesses the scene. Seeing the sudden harmony, the old master couldn't help but ask, what is this circus? Why are you all clumping together and squawking like a bunch of market vendors? That booming, authoritative voice instantly froze the laughing crowd. They went stiff as stone statues. 5 seconds later, the elder reaching for the pills choked on his own spit, letting out a pathetic gawk sound. Everyone scrambled. Someone slapped his back, while others fumbled around, trying to cover up the awkwardness. We were just bonding, deepening the family ties with our son-in-law. Seeing this, the Supreme Patriarch, Old Man Tang, finally nodded with a satisfied laugh. Ha ha ha, good. It seems you lot have finally realized Xiao Long's true worth. Hua Yin stood watching this shameless display of bootlicking, cold sweat, soaking the back of her robes. The elders bowed frantically like bobbleheads. Of course, Supreme Patriarch, you are absolutely right, sir. Suddenly, a panicked scream tore through the air from afar. Supreme Patriarch, report, urgent report, disaster has struck. Old Man Tang spun around, his voice thunderous. What is it? Why are you wailing like someone died? The messenger didn't dare delay. Reporting to the Supreme Patriarch, the Sichuan City Lord. He's at death's door. His flame is about to go out. Hearing this, everyone's face went pale. Pure terror filled the room. The elder from before couldn't help but gasp. What? The City Lord? How? Xiao Long immediately stepped in. Did the City Lord follow my instructions? Did he stick to the dosage I prescribed? The messenger stammered. realizing he couldn't hide the truth anymore. Well, after seeing the miraculous effects of the elixir, the city lord took in several new concubines. Then, he tripled the dosage on his own accord. Xiao Long broke into a sweat, screaming internally, "Oh my god, that absolute moron." Old man Tang rubbed his temples, his head throbbing with a migraine. He sounded completely defeated. "Enough. I have to go there personally. Right now." Before rushing off, he turned to Xiao Long. "Xiao Long, you are the only man left in the Tang household right now. Protect the women with your life. Do you understand?" Xiao Long bowed obediently. "Yes, grandfather. I won't let you down." Old man Tang instantly activated his movement technique, transforming into a streak of azure light and vanishing from the estate in a blink. Watching the old man rush off, Xiao Long couldn't help but wonder, is the situation really dire enough to make the old master panic like that? Twilight fell, and the main halls of the Tang estate lit up, ablaze with lanterns. Hua Yin sat beside Xiao Long, her voice gentle. "Xiao Long, how is your cultivation of the 10 poisons dual origin art going? Any progress?" Xiao Long hesitated, sounding unsure. Well, it's definitely less confusing than when I started." He compared it in his mind. If the 5 poisons return to origin felt like a massive single stream of energy, then the 10 poisons dual origin is like 2 streams running simultaneously. It feels like a twin-cylinder engine revving inside me. Hua Yin couldn't hide her excitement. "It looks like you've developed a resistance to common poisons," she continued enthusiastically. "And there's more. You should be able to project your qi externally or infuse it into objects." Xiao Long blinked, completely skeptical. "Really? Is it actually that powerful?" He hesitated, then grit his teeth. "All right, let's test this out." Eyes locked on the wooden dummy, Xiao Long slowly stood up. He pinched a throwing knife between his thumb and index finger. Focusing intensely, he let his spirit merge with the weapon. Reciting the mantra in his mind, he cycled his internal energy from left to right, revving those 2 currents of qi. As they synchronized, a faint azure aura sparked at his feet, quickly spreading to envelop his entire body. Xiao Long opened his eyes. His pupils glowed with a mysterious, otherworldly blue light. Now, the energy flooded his veins. He planted one foot, stomped the other, and launched the knife with terrifying speed. The flying blade, wrapped in sharp azure qi, tore through the air like a streak of blue lightning. Boom! An earth-shaking blast echoed as the blade struck the dummy's gut, shredding the fabric into confetti. "Lady Hua Yin, I did it! I broke through!" Xiao Long's joyous shout shattered the silence. Hua Yin smiled back, her eyes curving into lovely crescents. "You really are a genius, Xiao Long. You successfully infused your true qi into the throwing knife. Flawless." In the shadows, hidden assassins watched in pure horror, eyes rolling back in shock. The knife hadn't just hit the target, it had punched through the dummy and buried itself deep into the solid stone wall behind it. The group exchanged terrified glances, whispering in the shadows. "Could it be? Have we been exposed?" One of them lowered his voice, trembling. "We need to silence them." The guy next to him immediately shot back. "No, it's just a coincidence. Don't be stupid." The other one clutched the goatskin manual tight, dropping his voice to a barely audible whisper. "Whatever. It's just a copy. But we got the blood poison palm. Mission accomplished. We need to bolt back to headquarters before things get messy." He couldn't suppress a smug grin, his laugh rasping like a dying crow. "Haha. These stupid Tang family guards. Their security is a joke. Too easy for a pro like me to sneak in and grab the treasure." Suddenly, a strange scent wafted past. He frowned, confused. He whispered a warning to his crew. "Do you guys smell that? Something sickly sweet." The whole group started panicking, looking around frantically to find where that smell was coming from. They looked up and nearly died of fright. A massive hornet was hovering right there, glaring down at them with eyes burning like hellfire. Its face was twisted, looking ready to devour them whole. The buzzing sound screamed like thunder, radiating pure, murderous intent. In the pitch-black darkness, a scream ripped through the silence, echoing across the martial arts field and chilling everyone to the bone. Xiao Long jumped, startled. "What just happened?" Hua Yin's eyes sharpened like a hawk, scanning the direction of the noise. "Looks like we have some uninvited guests." Sure enough, behind the ancient trees near the archery targets, a group of men in black stumbled out, looking like they'd seen a ghost, screaming in unison. "Ah! Why is there a demon wasp here?" Their bizarre outfits and shady behavior confirmed it instantly for Hua Yin these were intruders. For the safety of the Tang clan, Hua Yin didn't hesitate. She channeled her energy and lunged toward the enemy. She barked an order to the person beside her. "Xiao Long, what are you waiting for?" "Shoot." Xiao Long stood there blankly, calling out to her retreating back. "Miss, be careful." The leader of the black-clad men saw things going south and screamed at his team. Damn it, retreat. But one of his men got stung right on the ear by the hornet, screaming in agony. Get it off. Get this damn thing off me. Help, you bastard. His two cold-blooded teammates didn't even look back. They activated their movement techniques and ran for their lives. Hua Yin moved like lightning, closing the distance, her voice cold as ice. Stop right there. She channeled energy into her wrist, and a pitch-black whip covered in sharp steel spikes suddenly materialized in her hand. Hua Yin put her whole body into it, swinging the whip like a coiling dragon toward them. But the intruders were skilled. They leaped into the air, dodging the thunderous strike just in time. Hua Yin was genuinely surprised. They dodged my black dragon whip? Not bad. The guy who got stung knew he was done for. He decided to go down fighting to buy time for the others. He roared like a wild beast, swinging his sword straight at Hua Yin. Die! Xiao Long, standing on the sidelines, could only scream, Miss, please be careful. His voice was trembling with worry. The intruder swung his sword desperately, ignoring the giant hornet still attacking him. But Hua Yin was a martial arts master. She skillfully caught his lethal sword strike between the handles of her whip, looking at him with pure contempt. Then she countered in a flash, thrusting the spiked whip like a lightning bolt straight into his face, leaving him frozen in terror. Before he could recover, she unleashed a barrage of whip strikes, every hit carrying a sharp, deadly wind. Only then did the hornet let go of the unlucky intruder, circling once before flying up into the sky. Xiao Long looked at the intruder lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog, then rushed over to check on Hua Yin. Miss, are you hurt? Hua Yin calmly retracted her spiked whip, replying coolly, I'm fine. No scratch on me. Suddenly, the intruder groaned in agony and stopped breathing. Black smoke started rising from his body, his mouth gaping open like a fish out of water. Xiao Long was terrified, stammering, Who was that? Is he dead? Inside, he was screaming, Holy crap, what the hell just happened? Hua Yin crouched down, carefully inspecting the bold thief who dared to infiltrate the Tang clan. Seeing his skin turn pale as a corpse and the strange symptoms, she made a grim conclusion. He bit down on a poison capsule to commit suicide. He must have been hiding a massive secret. Torches flared up all over the Tang estate, lighting it up like day. Alarm bells rang frantically. Assassins, there are intruders, capture them alive. Hua Yin rallied her elite squad, her voice stern. Split up and chase them down immediately. Do not let them escape. Xiao Long, you and Captain Jubai of the blood poison unit follow me. In the dead of night, deep within the bamboo forest, torchlights flickered like fireflies, flaring up, then vanishing. Shouts echoed constantly through the trees. Catch them! Don't let them get away! The Tang family guards relentlessly tracked the enemy's trail. Jubai ran and shouted, They couldn't have gone far! We have to catch these rats no matter what! Feeling that the chase was dragging on way too slowly, Xiao Long glanced down at the golden-armored centipedes resting inside his universe pouch. Time to get serious. Let's roll, my little jet engines. But the moment his feet touched the ground, whoosh, he stepped into thin air and plummeted straight down a deep pit, scared out of his wits. Wah! Help! Hearing the desperate shrieks, Jubai whipped his head around, shouting in panic. Master Xiao Long, he and a trusted subordinate rushed back, hauling Xiao Long out of the hole with frantic effort, asking breathlessly, Are you all right? Xiao Long scrambled onto solid ground, letting out a long sigh of relief as he thanked them. I thought I was dead meat for a second there. But then, something felt off. He turned back to peer down into the dark abyss behind him, muttering in confusion. Huh? Staring back at him was a writhing sea of red and green snakes, all craning their necks to hiss at him. A chill shot down his spine, and cold sweat drenched him instantly. He was absolutely terrified. Hey, what is that? A snake nest? Jubai's face went pale, drained of every drop of blood. He stared into the den for a moment before his voice trembled. Looks like a nest of venomous vipers. Snakes gather where the yin energy is thick. And in this season, they're twice as aggressive. Careful, but while everyone else was freaking out, the golden-armored centipede seemed absolutely delighted. Xiao Long muttered to himself, Would you look at that? Every single one of them, glaring right at me with their jaws wide open, trying to act tough. The Tang family members were baffled. Strange. Tiger-striped water snakes are never usually this vicious. Xiao Long looked at the group, his voice thick with guilt. My carelessness held everyone back. Looks like rain is coming. We need to move now. Jubai responded instantly. Understood. Warrior Xiao Long. Having lost precious time, the Tang family group sprinted with everything they had, flying forward to hunt down the enemy. Suddenly, a fire flickered ahead. The leader shouted, Over there! Get them! Jubai quickly turned back, pointing in another direction and barking orders. Split up! Cover that side too. Three black-clad figures scowled, watching warily as the Tang family closed in on them through the pitch-black night and torrential rain. A clap of earth-shattering thunder ripped through the silence. The two sides stood face to face, though the difference in their numbers was like heaven and earth. The leader lowered his voice, issuing a grim command. Tighten the circle. We fight to the death. Jubai's voice was made of steel. You rats are out of road. He and his men reached into their robes, drawing their hidden weapons in unison. The men in black didn't flinch, drawing their blades to meet the charge. A tense standoff held for a few seconds, then the Tang leader roared, "Attack!" and charged forward with ferocious speed. The enemy knew their only tiny chance of survival was to fight until the bitter end. The leader swung his sword at a black-clad fighter, but the man skillfully blocked the strike with dual blades. Tsk! Insignificant ants trying to take my life? The horse-faced thug scoffed, spitting out words dripping with disdain and explosive rage. His partner was just as fierce, roaring like a beast to carve a bloody path. He swung his scimitar like he was chopping bamboo, his oppressive energy nearly knocking the white-haired elder off his feet. The junior disciple screamed, terrified, "Senior, look out!" But it was like throwing salt into the sea, useless. In that critical split second, a razor-sharp beam of swordlight tore through the rain. Fast as lightning, it struck the man in black, terrifying him so badly his legs turned to jelly. Regaining his senses just in time, the assassin performed an iron bridge maneuver, dodging death by a mere inch. The young man channeled all his internal energy, launching 3 flying daggers like streaks of electricity. It was the Tang Sect's legendary technique, the life-stealing 3 shadows. 3 cold beams of light relentlessly pursued the assassin, forcing him back, making him scramble like a frightened stray dog. Gritting his teeth, he leaped into the air in a desperate gamble, narrowly dodging a fatal dagger aimed at his feet. But another dagger seemed to have eyes of its own. It anticipated his move perfectly. Thwack. It buried itself deep in his chest, sending a fountain of fresh blood soaking into his robes. He clutched, his wound, face ashen, hissing like a wounded beast. Jubai ground his teeth, growling, "You lucky son of a bitch." His eyes were like daggers, staring at his enemy with pure bitterness. "You got blind lucky today. The heavy rain washed the poison right off my blade." Right at that moment, an eerie, ghostly sound echoed through the air, making everyone's hair stand on end. "Look at all you lowly insects. Having quite the party, aren't you?" Jubai's nerves snapped tight. He shouted into the dark, "Who's there? Which devil dares to speak?" A figure descended from the sky with terrifying presence. With a single palm strike, he pulverized a rock the size of an elephant into dust. An old man emerged, his face as fierce as a demon. His blood-red eyes glowed in the dark, sending a shiver straight down everyone's spine. Feeling an aura as heavy as Mount Tai crushing down on them, Jubai turned pale and screamed, "Bad news. A true master is here. Retreat. Now." A hazy, blood-red aura radiated from the old man's body as he let out a raspy, freakish cackle that terrified them to the bone. The old man loomed over the black-clad figure, gasping for air on the ground, his voice sharp. "Did you secure the item?" The man hurriedly pulled a hidden, worn-out book from his chest, offering it up with trembling hands like a sacred tribute. "My lord, it is merely a copy stolen from the Tang clan." Xiao Long, who'd been eavesdropping from a distance, snapped his head around in shock. He remembered the Grand Patriarch's strict warning, that thing was garbage only a twisted psychopath would touch. The boy's face went pale with horror as he gasped. "Huh?" His mind raced like a stormy sea. Could that be the copy of that trashy manual the Grandmaster accidentally read that one time? "That thing is toxic as hell," the boy frantically screamed a warning to the man in front of him. "Warrior Jubai, watch out. That's the Blood Hand Poison Palm manual." Just hearing the name sounds like a death sentence. Hearing that name, Jubai didn't look any better, cold sweat soaking him instantly. "What? You mean that's the copy of that revolting technique?" He gritted his teeth, his face turning purple with rage. "Damn it, you sick, twisted bastards. You really are a bunch of perverts." Seeing the old man's complete indifference, Jubai flew into a rage, cursing right in his face. What kind of sicko actually craves such a dark, twisted martial art, huh? "Do you dare announce your name, you coward?" Ignoring the insults raining down on him, the old man flipped through the pages with a smug smirk. "Just as I predicted. Since it is a copy, it only has the moves but lacks the deep internal cultivation. But this is more than enough." After a quick glance, through a few pages, he carelessly slammed the book shut and barked an order at the injured subordinate. "Shui Rong, I grant you permission to unleash the full power of the Blood Sect. It might be a bit rushed, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to announce our return. The Blood Sect is invincible." It turned out the man in black was named Shui Rong. Hearing the ruthless command, he immediately clasped his hands and bowed, his voice firm as iron. "As you command, sect leader." He then lowered his hand, aiming directly at another black-clad figure lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly, the blood from the fallen man surged upward like flames, filling the air with a thick, metallic stench that spread in every direction. Witnessing this grotesque scene, Xiao Long's eyes went wide. He grabbed his head and screamed like he'd seen a ghost. Ah, what the hell is that? Mommy, Jubai, face twisted in confusion, muttered as if in a trance. That energy. In his palm. The blood essence is condensing. Is he? Is he draining the blood of the living? Clang, a sword dripping with blood poison fell onto the cold ground. He clutched his wound, which was rapidly healing thanks to the demonic art. The old man let out a scornful laugh. Heh, heh, not bad. You have decent eyes, kid. His hand, now sporting long, razor-sharp claws, was gathering a terrifying crimson blood aura. He arrogantly introduced himself. Listen well, I am none other than the Blood Sect Elder, the Blood Eagle Severing Claw Chu Zhene. What a ridiculously long-winded name. Sounds like the name of my neighbor's puppy, for God's sake. The old man stared at Xiao Long, sizing him up from head to toe. You look delicious. A fine specimen. Very fine indeed. He rubbed his hands together, knuckles cracking, while saliva dripped from his jagged teeth. He licked his lips with the hunger of a starving demon. It has been so long since I tasted the blood essence of someone with a spirit root like yours. I bet it's going to be intoxicating. Amidst the pouring rain, both sides locked eyes in a tense standoff. The situation hung by a thread. Chu Zhene stuffed the manual into his robe and arrogantly commanded the staggering Blood Shadow. Capture that brat for me. Nothing heals my blood energy better than the essence of a young boy. Ha ha ha. Blood Shadow immediately bowed. Your will is my command, sect leader. Then, with faces full of murderous intent, both villains charged toward the Sichuan Tang clan group. Jubai panicked, squawking like a frightened duck. Quick! Set up the 5 poisons fire extinguishing formation. Do not let that old thief touch a single hair on Master Xiao Long's head. Chu Zhene used his void treading step, sneering as he moved like a centipede scaling a wall. Ha ha ha, try and stop me if you can, you insignificant ants. His entire body radiated heat like a furnace, as he soared into the sky like a hawk. Below him, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, followed by screams echoing everywhere. Xiao Long covered his head with both hands, dodging debris flying past his ears. Sweat poured down his face as a desperate warning rang out. Master Xiao Long, get away from there, it's too dangerous. Suddenly, Blood Shadow appeared behind him like a ghost, locking the boy in a chokehold. Xiao Long frowned, eyes wide with shock. With eyes gleaming with terrifying bloodlust, Blood Shadow coldly spat out each word, cutting like a knife. Take a little nap, kid. Looks like the Elder has taken a liking to your blood essence. You are one unlucky little bastard. Ha ha. Xiao Long's face turned green as he struggled to breathe, suffocating under the immense pressure. In that life-or-death moment, the boy gritted his teeth and whispered, barely audible like a mosquito, time to wake up, my darlings. Instantly, a swarm of golden centipedes, shimmering like silk, burst from the boy's body. They surged forward like a hive of angry bees, striking the man in black with terrifying speed. Obeying Xiao Long's vicious command to bite the hell out of him, the alpha centipede lunged with everything it had. It clamped its fangs deep into the enemy's hand, screeching in a high-pitched frenzy, tearing at his flesh as if trying to rip him apart. Blood Shadow stared at the bizarre golden creature on his hand, completely dumbfounded. A centipede? What the hell is this thing? Before he could even process it, a cold dagger tore through the air. Thwack! It embedded itself straight into his skull, sending a spray of fresh blood exploding like fireworks. Immediately after, a terrifying force heavy as a collapsing mountain slammed into Blood Shadow, sending him flying backward like a kite with a cut string. Xiao Long quickly shielded his eyes from the blinding light. He squeezed his eyes shut, only daring to turn his head weakly when a familiar voice called out to him through the pouring rain. It was Hua Yin. She looked like a descending fairy, leading a fierce squad of reinforcements. Behind her stood Yue Jiang and the Great Elder, their faces grim. The boy jumped up in pure joy, shouting, Sister Hua Yin, you finally came to save me. But Hua Yin and Yue Jiang's expressions turned deadly serious as they took in the horrific scene before them. Chu Zhene was shrouded in a demonic black mist like a Rakshasa. He was decimating the Tang Sect disciples as easily as flipping his hand. Hua Yin urgently demanded, the 5 poisons formation. What on earth is going on here? Jubai's ears twitched. His gaze snapped toward Hua Yin like lightning as he called out, Young miss. Skipping all pleasantries, Jubai reported with panic in his voice. It's a disaster, that elder from the Blood Sect. He dared to launch a surprise raid on us. Hua Yin's brows furrowed sharply, her eyes widening in shock. What? The Blood Sect. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hua Yin commanded with fiery determination. Everyone, focus all efforts on supporting Vice Captain Jubai. Yue Jiang didn't hesitate for a second. Yes, young miss. he roared. The evil-eyed old man stroked his goatee, his voice dropping to a sinister growl. Umph. So that little brat is the one who took down Zhuo Yunyang, the blood-hand poison eagle? His face twisted into a demonic scowl. He licked his dry lips, his voice dripping with hungry sarcasm. The blood-hand poison eagle, such a resounding title, yet he turned out to be trash. To think he was crippled by some tiny centipedes. Pathetic. Yue Jiang stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. Shut your dog mouth. Today, this place becomes your grave. But Chu Jian'e didn't even bat an eye at the threat. He threw his head back and laughed maniacally, a piercing, demonic sound that stabbed straight through their eardrums. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Let's see who ends up buried here. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, as if a massive earthquake had struck. He unleashed his dark arts in a frenzy. Suffocating waves of black demonic energy surged around him, thick enough to choke the life out of anyone nearby. His thinning hair stood on end like a lion's mane. His voice, now twisted and ghostly, echoed through the air. Let's see what you insignificant ants can actually do. Back in the tree line, Xiao Long carefully bandaged his arm, whispering to himself, just hold on a little longer. He gritted his teeth and tightened the knot. A wave of dread washed over him. They were hanging by a thread. He watched Chu Jian'e screaming like a madman, moving like a twisted puppet as he casually hoisted a subordinate into the air. We're losing strength by the second, Xiao Long thought. But that blood sect monster just sucks blood and heals instantly. If this keeps up, we're dead. Just as Xiao Long was lost in thought, a figure flew past him like a meteor. Slam, crashing violently into an ancient tree. Xiao Long jumped, terrified. He whipped his head around and saw Hua Yin. She was clenching her jaw, her brows locked in agony as she fought back bone-shattering pain. Xiao Long panicked, his voice trembling. Miss Hua Yin. Suddenly, pfft, a stream of hot, fresh blood sprayed from her mouth. Panicked, he grabbed her frail shoulders, his voice thick with helplessness. Miss Hua Yin, are you all right? Hua Yin tried to reassure him, forcing a weak smile onto her pale face. I'm fine. Her trembling hands gripped Xiao Long's. She looked him dead in the eye, her gaze intense. Xiao Long, despite looking completely exhausted, she forced the words out. It sounded like a plea. You have to go back to the clan. Summon reinforcements now. We can't handle these monsters alone. Xiao Long's brow furrowed so hard it hurt. He ground his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it! Watching Chu Jian'e rampage with such arrogance made him feel sick. He felt utterly useless. I've been nothing but dead weight in this fight. A total waste of space. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Captain Yue Jiang turned back, his voice filled with tragic desperation. Xiao. Master Long, I beg you. For the sake of the clan. For the entire Sichuan Tang Sect. You must leave immediately and summon reinforcements. The Grand Elder chimed in, his voice hoarse but resolute. We will hold the line here, with our lives. You must go. Now, time was running out. Xiao Long remained silent, his heart a chaotic storm of conflicting emotions. He didn't know what the right choice was. After a long, agonizing pause, he finally forced the words out. I understand. I'll return as fast as I can. Yet, a seed of hesitation still lingered in his heart. But my movement arts are still so weak. Can I really complete this mission? Hearing this, Hua Yin suddenly turned and threw her arms around him, whispering softly, You can do it. I believe in you. Hidden from Xiao Long's view, hot tears streamed down Hua Yin's face, soaking her cheeks. Choking back a sob, she insisted. You will succeed. I've watched you train so hard all this time. I know what you're capable of. Xiao Long froze for a moment, then rested his chin on her soft hair as her voice, gentle as water, washed over him. And next time, let's go search for rare poisons together, okay? I haven't forgotten our promise. They reluctantly pulled apart. Hua Yin gripped his broad shoulders tightly, her expression solemn. Xiao Long, everything depends on you. With that, she spun around and ran resolutely back toward the smoke and fire of the battlefield. Xiao Long stood alone, frozen, staring at her retreating figure. His expression went blank, his mind reeling. He muttered like a man in a trance. Damn it, I can't waste another second. Gritting his teeth, he turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, determined to fulfill his life-or-death mission. His splashing footsteps echoed through the silent night. He ran, panting heavily, his hot sweat mixing with the freezing rain. Exhausted and frantic, he missed a jagged rock underfoot. He tripped, losing his balance and face-planting hard into the mud. His sturdy frame lay sprawled on the soaked ground, mud caking his entire body. He lay there, motionless, drained of every ounce of strength needed to stand. A swarm of centipedes crawled out from his clothes, their anxious chittering filling the air like the cries of fretful infants. Xiao Long curled up and pushed himself off the ground, his head spinning as he thought to himself, It's so strange. How can I be this useless? He poked the chubby cheek of the lead centipede, lost in thought. He scolded himself. Even if I burn my life force to use my movement arts, it would still take half a day to reach the main house, and most of the clan's true elites are already away on other missions. Even if I summon help, they won't make it in time. By then, everyone will be dead. He looked up at the ink-black sky, the relentless rain slapping against his pale face. The ice-cold rain seeped into his skin, but the chill only sharpened his mind. The truth slowly dawned on him. They just wanted to save me. That's why they sent me away. It hit him like a 1,000-pound sledgehammer. His eyes widened, filled with absolute shock. Why? Why me? He clenched his fists, a storm of questions raging in his mind like thunder. Is it because I'm the youngest? Because I'm the weakest? Is that why I have to be protected? Is this the so-called chivalry of the martial world? What am I to them, anyway? He recalled the benevolent, warm face of the family head, addressing the clan. From this day forth, you are officially a member of our Tang Sect family. The patriarch's voice echoed in his ears. Xiao Long whispered those two crucial words. Family. He stared blankly at his open palm, whispering to himself. I never truly thought about what that word meant before. I always thought I was an outsider to the Sichuan Tang clan. Memories flashed through his mind like a slow-motion film. The smiling faces of his clan members appeared before him, one by one. They were so clear. They always saw me as family. I was the only one who was too insecure to see it, closing myself off. Worry still etched on his face, the corner of his mouth lifted into a bitter smile. He asked himself, his voice dripping with self-mockery, how can a clan of assassins be so full of warmth and humanity? It's ridiculous. Xiao Long forced his body to stand. A look of unprecedented determination hardened his handsome features. He looked down at the small centipedes swarming his feet and spoke gently. Let's go save your mistress. As if understanding his words, the creatures chirped back in excited unison. Without another word, Xiao Long shot forward like a released arrow, moving with terrifying speed. Fists clenched tight, he screamed internally. I want to save them. I have to find a way. I must. Recalling the treacherous face of that bald sheep villain, the young man's mind instantly flashed with images of the Blood Sect. Fresh blood, healing, and the local poisonous beasts, venomous herbs, snakes, centipedes, and even those purple toads. Just imagining that sweet reward, he froze in his tracks, then stomped his heel firmly into the ground. Staring intently at the earthen cave ahead, Xiao Long felt a bit skeptical. Huh? Is this really the snake demon's lair? Sure enough, he wasn't wrong. A mass of red-eyed snakes were still slithering and coiling around each other inside. The boss centipede on Xiao Long's shoulder suddenly jumped, chittering frantically. He quickly lowered his head, stroking it to soothe the creature. There, be a good boy. It'll all be over in a sec. Saying that, he gently placed the drowsy centipede on the ground. Seeing their big bro taking a nap, the two smaller centipedes started chittering noisily in agreement. Xiao Long spun around and dashed straight into that snake-infested cave, leaving the centipedes behind, looking totally confused and squeaking in bewilderment. The venomous snakes inside all raised their heads, craning their necks at the figure in the entrance, their expressions clearly showing excitement. Xiao Long kept a straight face, raising his voice confidently. When a hero handles business, he's just built different. According to ancient manuals, this willow bloodwood species folks call them flower grass snakes is absolutely top tier when it comes to lethal poison. Xiao Long stood frozen like a statue inside the cave as countless venomous snakes competed to wrap tightly around his limbs. Unlike snakes with huge fangs right in front, these guys have tiny fangs deep in their jaws, so getting envenomated is actually a bit of a hassle. But in terms of toxicity, these things are the absolute final bosses of land-based venomous snakes in East Asia. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, enduring every bite tearing into his flesh, mumbling like he was chanting a spell. That's it, bite harder, my lovelies. With the Tang Sect's supreme internal cultivation protecting my body, I'm guaranteed to be just fine. The centipedes peeked down from above, chittering anxiously, clearly worried sick. Hearing them, Xiao Long reassured, relax guys, no problem, just wait. Big bro is gonna show you a real flex in a minute. Saying that, he glanced down, and his body froze again. His arm was now riddled with bite marks, the surrounding skin turning a vivid, angry red. He nodded to himself, contemplating. This much should be A-okay, right? Xiao Long scanned the cave one last time, telling himself, time to use the ultimate strategy, run for it. Lost in thought, he didn't notice a snake sneaking around his neck until a strange sensation hit him, the coil tightening harder and harder. Xiao Long started in panic. Whoa, what the hell is this mess? He looked up to see snakes strangling his legs and countless hungry eyes staring right at him. Xiao Long's jaw dropped in horror. Oh crap, I'm actually doomed. This is getting way too trippy. He knew he had to keep a cool head, but he couldn't help cursing internally. Damn it, it's game over. This twist was definitely not in the script. Suddenly, the centipedes jumped down from above, landing smack on top of Xiao Long's head. The snake on his neck got a swift kick from the centipedes, sending it flying to the ground to make room for the two uninvited guests. Seeing them looking so cheerful, Xiao Long asked in confusion, "What are you little guys doing?" The snake that just got evicted raised its head, hissing furiously at the centipedes. The centipede on Xiao Long's head glared back, eyes bulging, its expression pure hostility. Immediately, it launched itself down, sinking its fangs into the snake's throat, then bonus slammed it into the ground like it was dusting off a coat. Clamping the snake tight in its jaws, it shook the carcass to intimidate the others, daring any of them to attack Xiao Long again. Xiao Long, sweating buckets, stammered out, Bin? Is that you, Bin?" Bin raised his head, squeaking brightly when he heard his name. "Good job, Bin." After that fierce clash, the snakes were now silent as the grave, not daring to move. Xiao Long reached up to pet its head, mumbling, "You guys were really worried about Daddy, weren't you?" Yeah, thank you guys so much." Once the centipede named Bin settled comfortably on his head, Xiao Long chuckled. "Great work. Let's head back to the manor, kids." Meanwhile, over at Hoanggan's side, rain was pouring down in sheets. She was exhausted, gasping for every heavy breath. Watching that sheep villain pulling his blood-sucking trick on yet another victim, Hoanggan felt a surge of anxiety. At this rate, they were seriously done for. Nguyet Gyang was being strangled by the villain, whose face twisted into a creepy expression of delight. He thought to himself, "Game. This is like taking candy from a baby." He roared arrogantly, "Are there no brats left who dare to take another one of my strikes?" Hoa Ngan's group boiled with rage, while she silently speculated that Xiao Long must have made a clean getaway by now. Thinking that, Hoa Ngan grabbed her thorn whip, stepping closer to the villain as she issued orders. "Everyone, use guerrilla tactics to stall him from a distance. I'll solo him. Signal the nearby experts for backup. Hurry." One of them nodded furiously in response. "As you command, young miss." The Tang family elder suddenly stepped in front of Hua Yin, blocking her path with desperate resolve. "Yin'er, you should retreat with Xiao Long while you still can." Hua Yin gasped in disbelief. "Excuse me? What did you just say?" The elder's face was grim as he declared, "Do you think the blood of the Tang clan would cling to life, abandoning our kin to fight alone while we sneak away like cowards?" Hua Yin shot back. "If we can't even save a single life, treating people like worthless grass, how could we ever face the patriarch again?" Chujun-A watched the chaotic bickering and growled. "Scram already. Get out of my sight and stop your incessant yapping. The Tang clan swears to live and die together. We never abandon our own." "Shut your mouths, you noisy little ants," the old monster roared, his voice rolling like thunder, shattering the tense atmosphere. He sneered, his evil eyes looking ready to devour the Tang clan members whole. "Isn't it more entertaining to let the prey struggle a bit first?" he cackled. Huh. Imagining the Tang Sect turning to ash, Chujun-A stroked his goatee, calculating with a twisted grin. Since it's come to this, if he didn't go all out, how could he live up to the name of the Blood Demon, leveling the Tang Sect, and turning this place into a living hell? Wouldn't that be the perfect debut for the Blood Sect's return to the martial world? A horrifying spectacle like that is exactly what's needed right now. Hearing this, the Tang elder bristled with rage, grinding his teeth as he cursed, "You son of a bitch!" This old thief clearly didn't intend to let anyone leave alive. Hua Yin furrowed her brows, knowing deep down that retreating would only lead to death. She cracked her whip, her voice firm as iron. "Fine then, even if my bones are crushed to dust today, I will tear the skin off this old bastard." The disciples beside her bowed in agreement. "The young miss is right. We pledge to live and die together." Even knowing their opponent was a terrifying demon, the fire of determination blazed in everyone's eyes, their fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. Chujun-A glanced at them like they were insignificant bugs, his lips curling in bone-deep contempt. Just then, a clear, steady voice rang out, piercing through the suffocating air. "Miss Hua Yin speaks the truth. A hero of the Tang clan would never abandon their brothers and sisters to run away." Hua Yin froze in shock, her jaw dropping. It was Xiao Long. Though his body was battered from battle, his spirit was high, and his eyes shone like stars. She quickly touched her cheek, trying to find her voice. She stammered in panic, Xiao Long? Why did you come back?" Her heart was racing like a stampede of wild horses, filled with dread. Xiao Long closed his eyes, gently stroking the centipedes on his body as he calmly explained his sudden return. "I told you before. We of the Tang clan are born to protect our family." Saying this, the young man didn't hesitate to rip off his upper robes, casting them aside like a heavy burden. As the clothes fell, his powerful physique was revealed, muscles rippling like a hidden dragon beneath his skin. His aura was overwhelming. He clearly had a plan. Xiao Long shouted heroically. And I, Xiao Long, am also a member of the Tang clan. With that, he gripped his daggers tight, stomped the ground, and shot toward Chu Jian'e like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The old monster glanced at the charging boy, his relaxed demeanor unchanged, as if watching a powerless ant flailing about. Seeing this, Hua Yin screamed in terror. Xiao Long! Don't be reckless! Chu Jian'e scoffed. I spared your worthless dog life out of pity, yet you're stupid enough to walk right back into the trap? Do you want to die that badly? You absolute fool. Xiao Long leaped into the air, swinging his dual blades with the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain, his roar echoing through the space. Hua Yin's heart nearly stopped as she cried out, but Chu Jian'e simply flicked his sleeve, and an invisible force swept out, lifting Xiao Long into the air like a helpless puppy. His other hand gathered pitch-black demonic energy as the old monster let out a sickening, eerie laugh. Oh? Volunteering your blood essence? Heh, I love it when things work out like this. He struck a palm against Xiao Long's abdomen, his eyes full of anticipation. Let me taste just how delicious a young boy's blood essence really is. Xiao Long hurriedly raised both arms, desperately trying to block the attack. Chu Jian'e's hand, with claws sharp as daggers, clamped tight around the boy's wrists. The monster's grip was so crushing that Xiao Long groaned in agony. The old man laughed triumphantly. You idiot! Don't you know blood flows through the arms too? Fresh blood began to rise from Xiao Long's arms, sucked into the air by the monster's dark arts. Feeling his life force being drained, Xiao Long gritted his teeth and roared in pain. Hua Yin screamed in panic. Xiao Long! Someone save Master Xiao Long! Chu Jian'e watched with satisfaction as the boy's blood misted in the air, laughing like a madman. Ha ha ha! Magnificent! So sweet! It's been years since I've tasted such pure, youthful blood essence. Truly a top-tier delicacy. Filled with satisfaction, the old monster slowly descends. His foot stomps, hard onto the ground, sending debris flying and sparks shooting everywhere. Then, with a deafening roar, he unleashes his ultimate technique, the blood wheel skill. The surrounding air turns scorching hot. A violent blast of wind sweeps the Tang Sect members away like autumn leaves. Hua Yin rushes to catch Xiao Long's broken body, crying out in agony. Xiao Long. Chu Jian'e laughs coldly, full of himself. Kuh-huh-huh. You ants are so annoying, throwing hidden weapons like buzzing flies, but thanks to this stupid brat walking right into my trap, I can wipe you all out in one go. Hua Yin shakes Xiao Long's body, wailing miserably. Sob. Xiao Long, wake up. You have to wake up. Chu Jian'e declares arrogantly. Relax. I'll send you on your way gently, softly, no pain at all. Hearing this, Hua Yin hugs Xiao Long tight in terror, screaming in despair. No, absolutely not. Suddenly, a wet P2E sound breaks the tragic atmosphere. Xiao Long slowly cracks his eyes open. A strange, greasy white fluid oozing from the corner of his mouth. The old monster stammers in horror. You. What kind of devilish trick did you pull? Suddenly realizing his hair and beard are falling out like dead leaves, Chu Jian'e panics. He recognizes it instantly. This is the cultivation dissipating poison. The old monster shakes like a leaf, his voice trembling with sheer terror. No, I don't believe it. How could this happen to my protective body arts? How could the dissipating poison possibly penetrate my defenses? He clutches his head with both hands, screaming in absolute horror. This defies the laws of nature. What the hell are you to be able to do this? Xiao Long's lips curl into a creepy smile. He whispers, You ask who I am? Weakly pointing a finger at Chu Jian'e, his voice suddenly booms like thunder. I am your nemesis. Chu Jian'e feels his body weakening by the second. Hearing Xiao Long's words, he asks in shock, What, my nemesis? On Xiao Long's side, things aren't looking good either. His eyes are glazing over, consciousness fading. Chu Jian'e's face turns pale as a sheet, cold sweat drenching his skin. What kind of evil sorcery have I been hit with? Chu Jian'e recalls the moment just now. Ever since I used that brat's blood essence to circulate my energy, my own blood won't obey me anymore. It's rebelling. The old monster tries to stomp his foot on the ground, but he has zero strength left. His body goes limp as a wet noodle. Chu Jian'e mutters, The glorious empire of the Blood Sect. It was right before my eyes. His feet slide across the ground. The old monster screams, unwilling to accept defeat. I can't fall here. Not now. His face suddenly turns savage as he howls like a madman. Die. All of you. Die for me. Hua Yin goes on high alert, gripping her whip tight. She swings it like a coiling dragon, lashing out fiercely at her opponent. Snap! The whip wraps tight around the old monster's throat. Hua Yin's eyes go wide. She can't believe it. Seeing Chu Jian'e's weak resistance, she wonders in shock. Did Did it actually work? A vicious devil like him. How could he fail to dodge this attack? The old monster struggles in vain, sweating profusely. He grinds his teeth, cursing. You stinking brat! Even swallowing you was disgusting. What the hell did you do to my bloodline? He tries to yank the whip, threatening insanely. I'll kill every last one of you ants. The blood sect will rise again and rule the world. Hua Yin pulls back on the whip with all her might, shouting, Shut your mouth! Die! Thwack! Chujena's head is severed from his neck, rolling onto the ground. The words blood sect are cut short forever. Seeing the old monster's head tumbling away, everyone stands frozen like statues. Jubai asks in amazement, Did we really win? My lady just took the blood sect elder's life with a single strike. Hua Yin is speechless. Her almond eyes go wide as she stares at Xiao Long, stammering. Xiao Long, what? What exactly happened? In response, his voice is as weak as a thin thread. Hua Yin, save me. The boy is drenched in sweat, foaming at the mouth, struggling to force out every word. Maybe. I need the antidote. For the tiger coil wandering snake. Hearing this, Hua Yin nearly loses her soul. She screams, Tiger coil wandering snake? What the hell is going on here? When Xiao Long finally wakes up, he slowly opens his eyes and realizes he is lying sprawled on a bed, a silver thread of drool at the corner of his mouth. He lets out a weird yelp. Ah! The Tang family grand elder sees him awake and quickly warns, Your body is still very weak. Don't make any sudden moves. Hua Yin's voice is also filled with worry. Xiao Long, be a good boy and lie still for me. Xiao Long tries to shift his body slightly, but feels pain piercing his bones. He groans instantly. Oh, Mother of God. Only then does he realize he's shirtless, lying face down on the bed. He vaguely feels warm, fingers carrying a strange heat moving back and forth along his spine. Suspicion explodes in his heart. What on earth is this? What kind of messed up situation is this? Hua Yin finally breathes a sigh of relief, though her tone holds a hint of reproach. It is good that you are finally awake. The Tang family's grand patriarch speaks slowly. Do you realize you have been out cold for 10 whole days? Xiao Long jumps in shock, stammering in disbelief. T10. 10 days? Sitting beside him, Hua Yin slowly recounts everything that happened. After you passed out, it was sheer luck that the patriarch arrived like a god from the heavens. That is the only reason we managed to slay that demon. We rushed you back to the clan for treatment in a total panic. Recalling the scene, she still shudders with lingering fear. You were poisoned so badly. If Grandpa had not returned in time, you would definitely be dead by now. Xiao Long sighs internally. Oh man, my luck is truly the worst in the world. Bitten by a venomous snake twice? I really almost went to meet King Yama this time. Once the medical explanation is done, the Grand Patriarch's voice slowly cuts in. Since you are awake and alert, there should be no further issues. But wait a moment. Xiao Long struggles to sit up, replying with utmost respect. Thank you, Grandpa. But before he can even steady himself, the Grand Patriarch grabs his shoulders, shaking him until he is dizzy, and demands urgently, Hold on, Xiao Long, is the tiger-spotted keelback actually venomous? And that blood sect elder, what kind of trick did you kids use to take him down? Xiao Long coughs a few times before answering. Cough, cough. Let me explain everything clearly. Rubbing his throbbing head that feels like it might split in two, he raises 2 fingers with certainty. Grandpa, first of all, I want to confirm this once again. The tiger-spotted keelback is absolutely venomous. In fact, its poison is twice as potent as normal. I am not joking. It actually carries 2 types of venom. One is in its mouth, and the other comes from a gland right on its neck. Hua Yin's jaw drops in shock. 2 types? The Grand Patriarch is equally stunned, his eyes widening. Huh? I have lived a long life, but this is the first time I have ever heard of such a strange thing. Xiao Long nods in agreement. That is correct. This snake is naturally incredibly cowardly. The moment it sees a human shadow, it runs for its life. Furthermore, its fangs are extremely tiny. That is why, in reality, until the 1980s, people still firmly believed that this snake was non-venomous. The Grand Patriarch suddenly realizes something and speaks up. So, the reason that Blood Sect Elder's internal energy went haywire, is it related to this? But the Blood Sect. They are clearly a bunch of monsters. They have bodies of iron and are immune to all poison arts. Xiao Long slowly shares his theory. This is just my personal theory, but it is likely caused by the unparalleled potency of the tiger-spotted keelback's venom. Xiao Long strokes his chin, analyzing slowly. Since blood is the very foundation of their evil arts, the venom likely corrupted it, leading to the disastrous state we witnessed. Hearing this, the Grand Patriarch lets out a deep, thoughtful sound of realization. He is internally astonished by this new knowledge. To think that until now, no one knew the tiger-spotted keelback was such a formidable venomous snake. I hear its toxicity is 5 times stronger than that of a common viper. If that evil yin energy also reacted with it, making the toxicity even more terrifyingly potent. His voice suddenly fills with strange excitement. I never imagined that in our small Sichuan region, such an incredibly domineering venomous snake could exist. Hua Yin beams, chiming in enthusiastically. It is absolutely amazing. Xiao Long, you have truly achieved a glorious victory this time. The Grand Patriarch clears his throat, his tone turning solemn. Ah, that reminds me. I seem to recall Hua Yin mentioning something. He crosses his arms, looking at Xiao Long with a teasing smile. Didn't that blood sect elder call you their natural enemy? Xiao Long's face turns beet red. He thinks to himself, that title sounds way too arrogant. Did I really blurt out something so cringeworthy in the heat of the moment? Hearing the old man's hearty laughter, Xiao Long feels so embarrassed that he wishes he could dig a hole and hide. He quickly grabs the blanket, pulling it over his burning red face. Seeing this, the Grand Patriarch pats his shoulder, teasing him even more. Ha ha ha, yes, yes. If you can completely seal the evil arts of those monsters in the future, then the title Natural Enemy fits you perfectly. Suddenly, the Grand Patriarch's voice dropped, turning dead serious. Xiao Long. On behalf of the entire Tang clan, I owe you everything. Thank you for protecting our family. He clenched his fists, eyes burning with rage. Those scum, daring to strike while I was away, pulling such dirty tricks on my family. I won't let this slide. I swear. I'll rip every last one of those parasites out by the roots. Xiao Long, who already saw the Tang clan as his own flesh and blood, didn't hesitate for a second. You're right, Grandpa. We have to slaughter every single one of those filthy pests. We've got their fatal weakness in the palm of our hands. Now, we just need to harvest enough venom from the tiger-patterned vipers. The image of that bastard Chujena and his rabid dogs flashed in his mind. Xiao Long ground his teeth, swearing a blood oath. Those damned animals. This time, I'm ending it. I'll wipe them from existence. I won't even leave their ghosts behind to haunt us. Recently, the Tang clan had been in chaos. Ever since the Blood Sect emerged from the shadows, the entire family was on war footing. The Grand Patriarch was buried in work, frantically tying SOS messages to carrier pigeons, sending them flying in every direction. Countless Tang clan elites had been slaughtered, their lives cut short by those demonic butchers. That's why the great Orthodox sects of the Central Plains were marching toward the Tang clan. They were uniting to crush the Blood Sect before it could drown the martial world in darkness. These monsters didn't just kidnap the innocent to fuel their blood arts. 30 years ago, they caused a massacre so vile they became the sworn enemy of the entire Orthodox faction. This time, it might be even worse. Seeing the shock on Xiao Long's face, the old man placed a wrinkled hand on his shoulder. But this time, fate has a different plan. His voice held an intense, hidden confidence. Because the Sichuan Tang clan, we are the God-given counter to those blood sect devils. Xiao Long pouted, grumbling internally. Grandpa, you're just saying that to mess with me, aren't you? As if he could hear the boy's thoughts, the old man turned and let out a hearty laugh. Then his expression hardened. Xiao Long, I have a favor to ask. Will you lend me your strength? Xiao Long spun around, answering instantly. Grandpa, just say the word. If I can do it, I'll give it everything I've got. I'd never say no to you. The Grand Patriarch straightened up, declaring solemnly. The envoys from the Martial Arts Alliance. They'll be arriving at the Tang clan soon. Xiao Long gasped. Wait. You mean the Alliance is actually joining forces with us this time? Exactly. The old man nodded. And I want you to show them that special poison you've been brewing. We've found the Blood Sect's Achilles heel. It's only right we share the weapon to kill them with our allies. Xiao Long knew the stakes. He didn't blink. Understood. If it's for the sake of justice, the Tang clan won't hold anything back. The Patriarch beamed, nodding in approval. Ha ha ha. I knew I could count on you, boy. His eyes twinkled. By the way, Xiao Long, I've got some good news for you. Xiao Long tilted his head. Oh? What kind of news, Grandpa? The Patriarch led him to a secluded spot before whispering, the restoration of the 10,000 Poison Hall is finished. From today on, you are its master. Xiao Long froze, his voice trembling with disbelief. Huh? For real? You mean it, Grandpa? His eyes lit up like stars, his heart pounding with pure joy. The day had finally come, but the old man dropped another bombshell, and just like you asked, I've built a specialized poison chamber for your experiments. If you want to raise those legendary tiger-patterned vipers, you need the perfect environment. Xiao Long was overwhelmed. Whoa, thank you, Grandpa. I don't know what to say. Watching a carrier bird disappear over the horizon, the old man smiled softly. Do this for the world, Xiao Long. Give it everything you have. Don't let me down. Xiao Long grinned back. I got it, Grandpa. I swear, I won't let you down. Following the patriarch's directions, Xiao Long arrived at the site. He stopped dead, his jaw dropping at the magnificent sight before him. Walking beside him was Hua Yin, a beauty capable of bringing nations to their knees. Xiao Long thought for a second, then nodded. I'll call this place the Poison Garden, a sanctuary for 10,000 deadly toxins. Lady Hua Yin couldn't hide her confusion as she asked. Xiao Long smiled and explained. This place was built to house the world's rarest beasts and gather every poisonous species in the Central Plains. Still skeptical, Hua Yin pressed on. You mean, you intend to collect every poisonous creature under the heavens? Xiao Long's voice dropped, deadly serious. Of course. I plan to capture the 10 great poisons of the Central Plains too. After all, I made a promise to you, Lady Hua Yin. Hua Yin's face instantly flushed as red as the sunset. She covered her mouth, shyly whispering, I'll be rooting for you then. Suddenly, she spotted a crowd in the distance. She ran toward them, calling out, Look, there's a gathering over there. Let's go check it out, Xiao Long called out. Huh? Lady Hua Yin, wait a moment. As they approached, a burly man stood waiting with crossed arms, speaking arrogantly. Oh? So the young master has finally decided to show up? Xiao Long recognized him instantly. Wait, aren't you the former vice commander? The big man laughed heartily. That's right, it's me, Tang Jubai of the Poison Squad, reporting for duty, young master. Xiao Long was still confused. The Poison Squad? Is this? Tang Jubai nodded. Exactly. This is the new unit the family had established, just as you ordered. From now on, we are your right-hand men. We'll assist you in hunting down and cultivating every poisonous creature you desire. We are at your command, young master. Xiao Long stared at the group behind him, his face flushing with pure excitement. Imagining the glorious future ahead, Xiao Long thought giddily. Even a dedicated staff for the poisons? The family really is sparing no expense to groom me. This is a massive turning point in achieving my ultimate dream. Meanwhile, a carrier crane delivered a secret letter to its destination. A woman dressed in snowy white gently opened the letter with jade-like hands, carefully reading every line. Finishing the letter, she whispered a Buddhist chant. Amitabha. Has the evil blood sect truly returned to the Jianghu? She looked up at the azure sky and sighed. Just as the Central Plains enjoys peace, I fear a storm of blood and chaos is about to descend. On the main road, Zhu Zhongshui's convoy continued their cautious march. An elder with silver hair turned back. Strategist. We're almost there. We should reach the Tang clan to rest by today. Zhuge Hu exhaled in relief. Finally, no more sleeping with the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed. What a blessing. Recalling Zhu Zhongshui's dark mood, Zhuge Hu told himself, I must bring back valuable intelligence this time. If I can find even a single clue about the blood sect, this journey won't be in vain. At last, the group arrived. The silver-haired elder called out, There it is, the Tang family manor. The Tang clan guards spotted them and called out, Are you the esteemed guests from the Orthodox Martial Arts Alliance? Zhuge Ho nodded. That is correct. I am Zhuge Ho, strategist of the Alliance. The guards bowed respectfully. We thank you, masters, for traveling such a long distance to visit our humble clan. Please, wait here a moment. One guard hurried inside to report their arrival. Suddenly, the remaining guard lowered his voice. Strategist, please hold on. His expression turned serious as he offered a warning. Before you enter the Tang Manor, there are certain rules you must be extremely careful about. Zhuge Ho asked curiously. Rules? What kind of rules? The silver-haired elder beside him speculated. Has the Tang clan established a sacred sword-dissolving zone? Such zones are legendary sacred grounds where visitors must disarm themselves completely to show absolute respect. The gate guard stammered, his voice trembling slightly. This might sound shocking, but please listen closely. Inside the Tang Manor, you are absolutely forbidden from killing any living thing, even the smallest insect. Zhuge Hu stood there, stunned. Has the entire Tang clan converted to Buddhism or something? The guard emphasized again, his tone solemn. You will understand once you're inside, but you must etch this rule into your hearts. Zhuge Hu could only let out a confused, huh? Oh! Xiao Long and Hua Yin bowed in unison, their voices ringing out. Greetings, strategist. We are honored to welcome you. Zhuge Hu smiled and returned the bow politely. Lady Hua Yin, it has been a long time. Hua Yin smiled softly. Yes, it's been a full year since we met at the martial arts conference. Zhuge Hu asked, and where might Senior Tang Shenjun be? She bowed her head slightly, her voice apologetic. My grandfather has left the mountain to track down the blood sect. Please forgive us for the modest reception. Zhuge Hu waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Not at all. The safety of the martial arts world is paramount. There is no need for such formalities. Then, his gaze lands on the man standing beside Hua Yin, sparking his curiosity. And who might this handsome young master be? Xiao Long smiles, taking a step forward and clasping his hands in a respectful salute. Ah, this is my first time meeting the grand strategist. He formally introduces himself. I am Wei Xiao Long. Hearing this, Zhuge Hu feels a wave of confusion rise in his heart. Wei? Is he not a member of the Tang clan? Hua Yin's cheeks suddenly flush pink. She points shyly at Xiao Long, stammering, This gentleman is the one I love. The surrounding crowd instantly explodes like a broken beehive. The one she loves? The flower of the martial arts has a lover? This is an offense against the laws of heaven. They howl in grief and indignation, tears streaming down their faces like a rainstorm. Where did this brat crawl out from? So arrogant and reckless. The world is truly unjust. Zhuge Hu hurriedly covers half his face with his fan, coughing awkwardly. Ahem, let's move along, quickly. If we delay even a moment, I fear these heroes will demand a duel with young Master Wei. Suddenly, a strange sound tears through the noisy atmosphere, seizing everyone's attention. Zhuge Hu looks up, asking in confusion, Do you gentlemen hear that strange noise? A sharp-eyed man quickly points toward the sky, shouting, Up there, look, a swarm of bees is coming. The crowd turns pale with terror, gasping in unison. That. Isn't that the legendary golden fur bee king? Why would such a vicious poisonous insect appear here at the Tang clan? The crowd instantly falls into chaos. Some rush forward to shield Xiao Long and Hua Yin, while others cautiously retreat to protect the young miss. Oh, that is. Xiao Long hurriedly speaks up to stop them. Everyone, please sheathe your swords. He pats the shoulder of the man in front, explaining gently. This must simply be a new rule of the Tang clan. The man remains uneasy, his voice urgent. Young hero, get out of the way, quickly. The golden fur bee king is an extremely vicious creature. Just one sting is enough to take a mortal's life. Xiao Long is squeezed until his face turns red, barely managing to squeeze out the words, It is the golden fur bee king. Realizing this explanation isn't working, he channels all his internal energy. His dantian lets out a thunderous roar. The golden fur bee king is a poisonous insect that I raised. Everyone, calm down. The man's jaw drops in shock as he asks, What? You raised them? As if to prove his words, a golden fur bee king swoops down, affectionately rubbing its head against Xiao Long's cheek and buzzing lovingly. Then, one by one, the swarm descends, circling Xiao Long as if paying homage. Xiao Long gently strokes them. He speaks softly. Did you little guys come looking for me? Ah, that's right. I have been in seclusion for a while now. Then, his voice turns stern as he instructs. Hey, I'm warning you, you are absolutely not allowed to spray poison on our distinguished guests. The man stands there, stupefied, thinking to himself, does he really treat the golden fur bee kings like children? The tense, fiery atmosphere and the aggressive spirit of the young martial artists suddenly deflate like a soaked cracker. After that terrifying interlude, the group follows Hua Yin into the guest reception hall. Zhuge Hu walks in deep thought, musing, This character. I truly never expected him to be the Dao companion of Miss Tang Yin'er. Although he is an outsider, it seems he can be considered the son-in-law of the Tang clan. Suddenly, a noisy commotion echoes from ahead. Zhuge Hu lets out a confused, A burly man points at a glass jar, shouting loudly, Wouldn't a poisonous insect like this be much more fitting for the Tang clan? The young woman beside him immediately holds up a gecko to retort, What are you talking about? Just look at it. It shines and sparkles like emerald jade. Zhuge Hu feels a headache coming on, groaning internally. What is it this time? He quickly pulls Xiao Long's arm, asking curiously, Young Master Xiao Long, why are those martial artists crowding around such a bizarre creature? Hearing this, Xiao Long glances over and lets out a soft, ah. After understanding the situation, he explains, They have all been influenced by the companion poison beast phenomenon. Zhuge Hu is even more confused and presses, Companion poison beast phenomenon? Did they perhaps violate some sect rule? Xiao Long frowns, stroking his chin in thought. Violating rules. Well, you could say that. This actually started a few days ago. In the pitch-black night, Hua Yin stands to the side, instructing, Right there. Feel the internal energy circulating and push it outward. Xiao Long gestures enthusiastically with his hands and feet, asking, Is it like this? Hua Yin shakes her head, replying softly, No, Xiao Long, not like that. Suddenly, an urgent voice shatters the silent night. Hero Xiao Long. Jubai arrives leading two subordinates. All three bow low, their expressions filled with extreme awkwardness. Seeing this, Xiao Long asks curiously, Senior Jubai, what is the matter? Jubai hesitates, his voice trembling slightly. I am truly sorry, Hero Xiao Long. Gathering all his courage, Jubai continues. This time, more than half of the 4 spirit fish we worked so hard to catch as food for the lake serpents have. Hearing this, Xiao Long lets out a soft ah and asks, Have they died? He sighs with a look of sympathy. That is difficult to avoid. The 4 spirit fish are naturally very sensitive. If they are too disturbed, the mother fish might even devour her own young. Jubai shakes his head violently, delivering the shocking news. No, those martial artists. They took them to use as drinking snacks. Xiao Long couldn't believe his ears. He frantically dug a finger into his ear canal, hoping it was just a mistake. But Jubai emphasized it again. They had actually eaten them as a snack. Xiao Long looked like he'd been struck by lightning, his jaw dropping as he stammered, What, did you say? That's impossible. Are you telling me they actually ate the 4 spirit fish as a side dish? Why would they eat them? Hua Yin stepped in to explain softly. The 3 squeaks is a specialty dish from Henan. They usually dip live baby fish into sauce and eat them whole. Xiao Long stood there, frozen like a statue, his face draining of all color. Jubai bowed low again, offering a sincere apology to Hero Xiao Long. Hua Yin continued. There were a few guests from Hainan in the Poison Pavilion. They said they missed the taste of home, so they just went ahead and ate them like that. Xiao Long looked dazed on the outside, but inside, he was screaming. Those baby 4 spirit fish. I worked so hard to catch them as food for the tiger-coiled serpent, and these people ate every last one of them. I can't. I absolutely cannot let this continue. We must cherish and nurture these creatures properly. With a face that still held a trace of childishness, Xiao Long made a solemn declaration. Because of this, from now on, every master of the Tang family must personally bond with and raise a specific poisonous creature. Zhuge Hu, a wise and profound elder, nodded in understanding. So that was the reason. No wonder the poisonous aura here was so dense. He fell into deep thought, his eyes fixed on the young man beside him. This kid has an extraordinary aura, he thought. He is definitely no ordinary person. In the silent chamber, 3 figures stood like pillars. The deep and unfathomable Grand Supreme Master, the mischievous Xiao Long, and the contemplative Zhuge He gathered around the stone table. A heavy atmosphere filled the air. After hearing the full story, the Grand Supreme Master let out a sigh, mixed with helplessness. Who could have predicted things would turn out this way? Zhuge Hu, however, burst into hearty laughter, his voice ringing out like a bell. Just as I expected, the mysterious young hero the Tang family head met on Hainan Island years ago. He is none other than young hero Wei Xiao Long here. The Grand Supreme Master stroked his beard, his smile deepening. He asked rhetorically, Well, isn't Xiao Long the priceless treasure of our Tang family? Xiao Long sat there stiff as a board, letting the 2 seniors shower him with praise, while thinking to himself, Mysterious? I'm still far from that level, aren't I? The golden-furred bee king truly opened my eyes. Suddenly, Zhuge Hu's voice dropped, calm yet heavy like an autumn lake, carrying a trace of anxiety. But I still have a concern. That demonic blood sect. There has been no news of them recently. Zhuge Hu sighed again, his tone heavy. We cannot simply stand by and watch the blood sect's power continue to expand. The Grand Supreme Master gave Xiao Long a mysterious wink. Xiao Long, bring out that treasure. Xiao Long obediently closed his eyes and replied, Yes. Zhuge Hu watched in confusion, his mind a mess, wondering what act these 2 were putting on. To add to the mystery, the Grand Supreme Master waved his sleeve. A dome-shaped light immediately covered the 3 of them, forming an invisible protective barrier. The Grand Supreme Master explained slowly, To prevent any eavesdropping, I have set up a soundproof barrier. Zhuge He exclaimed in shock. Even a soundproof barrier? It seems the origin of this item is truly extraordinary. Xiao Long gently took out an exquisite porcelain bottle and placed it on the cold stone table. This is it. Zhuge Hu curiously picked up the bottle and shook it a few times, but he still couldn't figure out what it was. Still skeptical, Zhuge Hu pressed on. What kind of divine object is this that requires a soundproof barrier? The Grand Supreme Master replied leisurely, It is power-dispersing poison. Zhuge Hu was puzzled again. If it's just ordinary power-dispersing poison, why go to such great lengths? Hearing this, the Grand Supreme Master glanced at Xiao Long with deep meaning. Xiao Long understood and nodded slightly. Zhuge Hu was terrified when he heard Xiao Long's confirmation. But what if this power-dispersing poison is specifically designed to counter the blood sect? Zhuge Hu was so shocked he jumped up from his chair, his voice trembling. Is that the truth? Does such a miraculous poison actually exist in this world? The Grand Supreme Master laughed heartily and nodded. Ha ha ha, that is exactly right. You are quite surprised, aren't you? Zhuge Hu frowned, his expression grave. If that is true, this is absolutely an earth-shattering discovery. The blood sect has been untouchable. Yet this poison is potent enough to handle them? Zhuge Hu recalled what Hua Yin had told him. According to Taoist Hua Yin, this poison reduces the victim's physical state to that of a mere mortal. Hua Yin had easily defeated a poisoned blood sect elder with a single move. Hearing the Grand Supreme Master confirm the details, Zhuge Hu couldn't help but exclaim, "Just one move? The power is truly comparable to the legendary power-dispersing poison." Hearing the Grand Supreme Master recount the miraculous process, Zhuge Hu was filled with gratitude. "Many thanks to Senior Myriad Poison God Lord. I am truly ashamed. I never imagined such a strategy existed in this world." Zhuge Hu solemnly clasped his hands and bowed in respect. With this fatal treasure in hand, the Alliance leader can certainly sleep soundly. The Grand Supreme Master laughed loudly, unable to hide his pride. "Ha ha ha. If you want to thank someone, don't thank this old man. Thank the kid right here." It was Xiao Long who discovered this supreme treasure. The Grand Patriarch closed his eyes, his smile growing even more smug. This brat dared to use his own body as a vessel for poison. He absorbed the toxin, then lured that blood sect elder into drinking his blood. Because of that, the old monster spent 10 days writhing in agony on the brink of death. Xiao Long scratched his head shyly at Zhuge Hu's high praise. I didn't expect to be rated that highly." Suddenly, Zhuge Hu clapped a hand on Xiao Long's shoulder, making him jump. "Huh? Senior, you're too kind." Zhuge Hu spoke with solemn gravity, his gaze unwavering. "Young hero Wei, just say the word. I, Zhuge, am willing to do whatever it takes to repay you. If you have any wish, I will personally petition the Alliance leader." Xiao Long fell silent for a moment, pondering. Then, he spoke up hesitantly. "In that case, I have a bold request." Xiao Long blushed, asking shyly, "Is there any way I could get some data on poisons?" Zhuge Hu froze, completely blindsided by the answer. "Say that again? Data on poisons? Not secret martial arts manuals? Not miraculous elixirs or gold and jewels?" The Grand Patriarch couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the room. Zhuge Hu covered his mouth with his paper fan, thinking to himself, "He really is an eccentric genius. In the long history of the Murim, I fear this is the first time such an oddball has ever appeared." Zhuge Hu didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked a different question. "It might not be the exact poison you want, but would you be interested in the legendary mystic stone lizard?" Amidst the desolate wilderness, the sound of a babbling brook echoed endlessly like a melodious song. Tian turned his head, reporting respectfully. "Uncle, it seems everyone has gathered. We are at Mount Gongjia in Sichuan." Tian explained in detail. "According to the ancient map left by our ancestors, the majestic waterfall and the towering stone turtle statue are just ahead. The peak of Mount Gongjia is also coming into view." Zhuge Hu stepped to the water's edge, gently dipping his hand into the crystal-clear stream. Feeling the water flow through his fingers like melting ice, he exclaimed, "Just as expected. This water comes from 10,000-year-old glacial snow. It's bone-chillingly cold." Then, Zhuge Hu gave the order, "Everyone, set up camp here for now. Tian stay close to me, and be careful." Tian responded with excitement. "Yes, uncle," the subordinates shouted in unison. "As you command, Lord Zhuge." Quick as a flash, Zhuge Hu activated his supreme lightness skill. Tapping his toes lightly on the water's surface, his figure glided forward like a passing breeze. Two figures, one leading and one following, moved agilely toward the waterfall cascading down from the sheer cliff. "We're finally here." Zhuge Hu braced his hand against the damp rock face, gazing at the turbulent, rushing stream. Observing the terrain, Zhuge Hu muttered to himself, "Past the stone turtle statue, go against the waterfall's flow. And on the cliff, there will be a cave entrance hidden beside a fist-shaped rock." Tian cheered happily. "It matches the records in the ancient texts perfectly." Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. Zhuge Hu instructed gravely, "I will enter the cave first. You follow closely behind." Tian bowed respectfully. "Understood, uncle." Zhuge Hu stepped slowly but deliberately into the dark, deep cave. His footsteps echoed through the terrifyingly quiet space. His expression was unusually serious. Even the slightest mistake here could lead to catastrophic consequences. Reaching a spot where the view suddenly brightened, Zhuge Hu pushed aside some vines. As he peered inside, he let out a soft gasp of astonishment. Above them was a natural skylight, with beams of light pouring down from high above. He exhaled softly. "It looks like we've reached our destination." Tian couldn't help but exclaim. "I never imagined this gloomy cave would hide such a paradise. Indescribably magical." Zhuge Hu scanned the area, concluding firmly, "This place is indeed perfect for the growth of spiritual herbs." He carefully inspected the surroundings before shouting with joy, "Found it!" Before them stood a small, emerald green plant dotted with blood-red flowers. The spiritual energy was so dense that just breathing it in felt refreshing. This is the famous 100-year snow ginseng, a spiritual herb that absorbs the essence of extreme yin cold. Tian-Er was just as excited. Now we just need to trade this snow ginseng for the Namgung family's precious Black River polygonum. Zhuge nodded in agreement. Correct. With this in hand, the Namgung daughter's severed meridian syndrome should show significant improvement. In exchange, we will obtain a Black River polygonum that is over 200 years old. He sat down, admiring the snow ginseng before speaking leisurely. Then it settled. Zhuge reached out to harvest the herb. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound tore through the air, freezing him in place. Something was rushing toward him at terrifying speed. He watched in horror as something shot out from the dark crevice. The creature moved like a streak of lightning, aiming straight for his elbow. Tian-Er rushed over, panic in his voice. "Uncle, are you hurt?" Zhuge watched the creature dart by like lightning, leaving a trail of white frost in its wake. He shouted a warning, "I'm fine. Watch out. That thing is freakishly fast." Tian-Er watched the frost thicken inside the cave as the mysterious beast launched another attack at Zhuge. He hastily raised his fan to block, then frowned deeply at the weapon in his hand. This is... A thin layer of ice coated the fan. Zhuge suspected it was a sinister cold poison. Tian-Er stepped closer, his voice trembling. "Uncle, what the hell is that thing?" He stayed silent, frantically searching his memories. Finally, Zhuge slowly spat out 2 words, "Stone, lizard." Tian-Er gasped. "What?" Zhuge recalled the creature's strange green and gold form, explaining calmly, "It's a stone lizard. A green one." Hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "A green stone lizard?" He thought to himself. "Natural green? Isn't that an incredibly rare species?" The Grand Patriarch asked curiously. "Stone lizards are usually harmless, so what's the big deal?" Xiao Long's eyes lit up like headlights, practically drooling with obsession. He laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. Nothing. Nothing at all." Then he lowered his voice to a whisper. "A poisonous stone lizard. In my eyes, that is a peerless treasure." The Grand Patriarch gave a forced laugh. "Ha ha. I don't really understand what you're saying, friend, but let's just go with that." Zhuge chuckled dryly, thinking to himself, "He really is an eccentric oddball." Then, he kindly added, "If I get any news about other poisonous creatures, I'll be sure to tell you first." Xiao Long's eyes sparkled like stars as he flattered him. "Wow, thank you, big brother." The Grand Patriarch could only smile helplessly, speechless. The next day, his father-in-law finally returned. Pushing the door open, his booming voice echoed through the room. "My good son-in-law." Everyone had gathered in the hall, seemingly discussing something. Xiao Long turned around and quickly responded. "Yes, father-in-law." Hua Yin also greeted him gently. "Father." He rushed forward, looking left and right, squeezing Xiao Long's face and checking him from head to toe. He asked anxiously, "Is my son-in-law healthy?" His face squished out of shape. Xiao Long still managed to reply, "Yes, I'm fine, father-in-law." Then, Xiao Long held up his arms, covered in snake bites, and exaggerated a bit. "I just woke up after being in a coma for 10 days. My arms have some ugly scars, but at least I managed to keep this wretched life of mine." Seeing this, the Patriarch turned purple with rage, huffing and cursing loudly. "What did you say?" "Those damn blood sect bastards." Suddenly remembering something, he shut his mouth and quickly turned to his daughter. "Hua Yin, my dear, are you all right?" Sweating nervously, Hua Yin quickly reassured him. "Father, please calm down." Then she happily shared the good news. "I'm safe too. Brother Xiao Long saved my life and our whole family." The Grand Patriarch chimed in as well. "That's right. Our son-in-law Xiao Long has done a great service." He added, "Didn't he say something when he defeated that elder? Your natural enemy is me." Hua Yin quickly corrected. "That's exactly what he said." Xiao Long blushed, his face turning beet red. "It was just a plan that got a little lucky, that's all. Ha ha ha. Thanks to that, we accidentally discovered the blood sect's fatal weakness." At this moment, Zhuge slowly spoke up. "Zhe Shan, I've been standing here this whole time too, you know." The Patriarch finally noticed him. "Oh, brother, are you doing well?" The two greeted each other warmly. The Patriarch complained with a hint of sulking. "Ever since you became a high official, you've been so cold to me. I guess I have to wait for a major crisis to see your face around here." Zhuge gave a bitter smile and apologized. "Oh, is that so? Then I truly owe you an apology, brother." Seeing this scene, Hua Yin explained to Xiao Long. "Those two have been best friends since they were nobodies." Xiao Long's jaw dropped in surprise. "Oh, so that's how it is." Internally, he sighed. "I'm speechless." Zhuge patted the Patriarch's shoulder. "Come on, let's sit down. We have a ton of important matters to discuss regarding the blood sect." He laughed heartily. "Ah, you're right." The Tang family Patriarch waved his sleeve, his voice turning authoritative. "Order given. You two sit as well. I want to hear the whole story from beginning to end. Xiao Long nodded slightly, answering respectfully. Yes, father-in-law. Once everyone was settled, the Tang patriarch shifted his gaze to Zhuge He and asked calmly, So, what's the situation with that spy? Hearing the word spy, Xiao Long started in surprise and quickly asked, A spy? A flurry of guesses raced through his mind. A mole? You mean there are insiders hiding among us? The Tang patriarch shot him a side-eye, not bothering to answer. It seemed he had more important things on his mind to deal with. The blood demon cult infiltrated the Tang clan for one reason, the blood poison claw manual. Is that correct? The patriarch questions sternly. Xiao Long answers in a rush. Reporting to father-in-law. Exactly. Those people seemed absolutely desperate to get their hands on it. Who is the rat that dared leak the secret of the blood poison claw to those blood demon cult wretches? And who dared confirm it was hidden right here in the Sichuan Tang clan? Xiao Long jumps out of his seat, terrified. This is a catastrophe. Is it possible? Do we have a traitor among the disciples, or even the main family colluding with the blood cult to sell us out? The tension, previously tight as a bowstring, instantly snaps. Everyone freezes, staring at each other with blank, confused expressions. Zhuge He slings an arm around his neighbor, laughing loudly as he teases, Brother Qing, looks like you need to properly school this foolish son-in-law of yours. He is still new to the family, so being a bit slow on the uptake is understandable, I suppose. The Tang patriarch can only stroke his white beard and force a smile, trying to salvage what little face he has left. Xiao Long petrifies on the spot, stiff as a board, his mind screaming, Am I the only alien here? Hua Yin speaks up gently, breaking the awkward silence. Xiao Long, there is absolutely no way a spy exists within the Tang clan. Still skeptical, Xiao Long asks, Are you sure about that? The Tang patriarch finally explains. Even when recruiting a single servant, we investigate their ancestors going back 3 generations. Only if we find 0 issues do we accept their entire family into the Tang clan. He affirms with absolute certainty. With their wives and children held within the Tang clan, who would have the guts to act as a spy for outsiders? Xiao Long listens, wanting to roll his eyes to the back of his head. He thinks, they control people to such a perverted degree? And yet, despite security this tight, the news still leaked? Cold sweat instantly drenches his body. Then who the hell is that cursed spy? The scene shifts. Zhu Zhong is throttling a woman, lifting her into the air like a helpless chick. Her face twists in agony as she gasps for air, saliva dripping from her mouth, her bloodshot eyes begging for mercy. Zhu Zhong grinds his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred as he glares at her. The truth is out. So, you were the rat working for the Murim Alliance all along. Zhuge He raises an eyebrow, his voice dropping low. Only a handful of people in the Alliance knew about this. It seems the Alliance leader has caught the traitor. As the situation winds down, an uninvited guest appears at the main gate of the Sichuan Tang clan, shattering the silence. The man holds his head high, shouting arrogantly at the guards. I have arrived, traveling all the way from distant Hebei to the Tang clan's doorstep. Without using a shred of Qinggong, he truly has eccentric tastes. Interesting. As soon as he finishes speaking, he slams a fist into his own chest, creating a thud like rolling thunder, flexing his rock-hard muscles. He declares arrogantly, his voice booming, Go and report to the Tang patriarch. The patriarch of the Peng clan, Peng Muwen, has arrived to pay his respects. He pounds his chest again, laughing heartily. Tell your master that Peng Muwen of the Peng clan is here. A signal arrow screeches into the sky. Seeing the flare, Xiao Long and Hua Yin rush toward the main gate, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone looks on in surprise, curious about the commotion. Is it all right for us to go out and welcome them? Xiao Long asks. Hua Yin turns back, smiling gently as she explains. Father and the elders are currently discussing important matters. Her eyes shine with trust, though she adds bashfully, You are the future son-in-law of the Tang clan. Try to have a little confidence. Hearing that, Xiao Long can't help but feel a knot of anxiety in his stomach. Xiao Long reaches the main gate. He smiles as he pushes it open, thinking, It's probably just a guest from another clan. Nothing to be afraid of. But unlike him, the guard standing next to him has turned green with terror. The gate swings open. Xiao Long comes face to face with Peng Muwen and his subordinates. Their intense, stern glares make Xiao Long shudder. Peng Muwen looks surprised, even a bit confused. He rests his hands on his hips, then breaks into a smile the moment he spots Hua Yin. She clasps her hands in a respectful bow to the head of the Peng clan. Haha, it has been a long time. Peng Muwen laughs. The last time I saw you, you were just a little girl. You've grown so much, I almost didn't recognize you. Hua Yin closes her eyes, forcing a polite smile. That was years ago, wasn't it? Realizing how much time has passed, Peng Muwen's gaze turns serious again, as he locks onto Xiao Long. And who is this brat? Feeling the weight of the Peng patriarch's gaze, Xiao Long starts sweating buckets. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Hua Yin looks a bit flustered herself. Xiao Long hurriedly bows to Peng Muen, introducing himself. I am Xiao Long, the son-in-law of the Tang clan. Peng Muen stares the young man down, stroking his chin in deep thought. Suddenly, he pinches Xiao Long's cheek, asking with genuine curiosity, So, you're Hua Yin's fiancé, huh? Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Xiao Long panics, completely freezing up. Hua Yin just covers her mouth, smiling as she nods in confirmation. Instantly, Peng Muen's gaze turns razor-sharp. Xiao Long breaks into a cold sweat, nervously averting his eyes to avoid the intensity. Peng Muen's attention locks onto the boy. He slides a hand under Xiao Long's chin, his eyes scanning him with critical scrutiny. On the other side, Hua Yin stood frozen in shock, her jaw practically hitting the floor. Peng Muen let out a hearty laugh, explaining, I was wondering if you were too green, but judging by the equipment downstairs, you're already quite the man. Xiao Long gasped for air, staring blankly at Peng Muen before glancing at Hua Yin, completely clueless about what just happened. Peng Muen patted Xiao Long's head, flashed a thumbs up, and grinned confidently. Not bad at all. Give it a few years, and this kid is going to be a legend. Hua Yin's face turned beet red. She quickly turned away, covering her eyes, suddenly remembering that the Peng family never bothered with manners. Their patriarch had his own unique way of sizing people up. Peng Muen rested a heavy hand on Xiao Long's shoulder and started to grin. His subordinates stared at the boy in awe, realizing he must be someone special. One guy even rubbed his chin, leaning down to take a curious peek at the boy's crotch. Xiao Long's eyes swam with confusion. He looked away, feeling a bit awkward, but then told himself, this must just be their style, a weird sort of acknowledgement between men. With that thought, he turned back to Peng Muen, eyes sparkling with delight, and smiled to thank the older man for the compliment. Peng Muen burst into laughter, thinking this kid was nothing like those useless, pampered heirs from other noble families. He slapped Xiao Long hard on the back and introduced himself. I am Peng Muen, head of the Peng clan. The slap was so forceful it nearly sent Xiao Long flying. Regaining his balance, he bowed respectfully. Welcome to the Tang Sect. While they chatted, Hua Yin stood on the sidelines, sweating bullets. Master Peng, this humble girl has a question. Hua Yin spoke up, catching Peng Muen's attention. He turned curiously. Oh? What is it? Her eyes went wide with curiosity. You traveled from so far away to assist the Tang Sect, but how did you arrive so quickly? Hearing that, Peng Muen's gaze turned serious. The truth was, they hadn't come to help. He frowned. Is the Tang Sect in some kind of trouble? Looking genuinely surprised, he scanned Xiao Long from head to toe. Did something happen? Cold sweat beaded on Hua Yin's forehead. She was completely baffled by Peng Muen's sudden, unexplained arrival. Seeing her expression, Xiao Long felt a wave of confusion too. A while later, back at the manor, Peng Muen looked briefly surprised when he heard about the blood sect's appearance. Once they were seated around the tea table and the tension had settled, Hua Yin announced that the blood sect intruders had been completely wiped out. Peng Muen rested his chin on his hand, studying her intently before letting out a soft sigh. A long sigh escaped him, annoyance bubbling in his chest. He should have arrived sooner. Beside him, Zhuge Huji offered a silent smile. The family head broke the heavy silence. Brother Peng, what brings you all this way? Peng Muen snapped out of his daze, turning to the host with an apologetic look. I was so engrossed in Miss Hua Yin's tale about the blood sect, I completely forgot my main purpose. Truth be told, I've come to ask the Tang clan for a favor. Instantly, Hua Yin and Xiao Long locked their eyes on him. The family head couldn't hide his surprise and curiosity. Please, Brother Peng, speak your mind. Peng Muen cleared his throat, covering his mouth before projecting his voice toward the entrance. Bring her in to pay respects to the elders. Even Zhuge Hu leaned in, his gaze fixed intently on Peng Muen. The great hall doors burst open. A subordinate with piercing eyes strode in. Hua Yin gasped, covering her mouth as she realized there was a child clinging to his back. Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat, his eyes glued to the newcomer. The man approached the table, reaching behind his cloak. Young miss, come down and greet the elders of the Sichuan Tang clan. But, I'm still sleepy. A drowsy voice mumbled from behind him. Xiao Long was struck dumb, his jaw hitting the floor. Hua Yin was equally stunned. From behind the man's back, a little girl in white slid down, a lollipop stuck in her mouth. Silence swept the hall as everyone stared at the adorable sight. She bowed politely. I'm Peng Yingying. Then, without missing a beat, she took a bite of her cookie. Peng Muen scooped her up with a loving smile, beaming at the room. This is my daughter. The declaration left Xiao Long and Hua Yin completely floored. Hua Yin's eyes went wide, the resemblance was uncanny. Meanwhile, Xiao Long was still frozen, mouth agape. Peng Muen chuckled at their expressions. We look so much alike. Everyone reacts the exact same way. He strokes his daughter's head, his voice suddenly dropping low. I have come to the Tang Sect this time, specifically for her. While the little girl remains engrossed in her pastries, he places a hand on her shoulder. My daughter's health has been poor lately. I hope the Tang clan head can take a look. The clan head asks with a stern face, Brother Peng, are you saying your beloved daughter is ill? Xiao Long's gaze immediately locks onto the girl. He cannot help but feel surprised to hear that such a lively child is carrying an illness. Observing more closely, he seems to sense a strange energy radiating from her body. That night, Xiao Long tosses and turns in bed, ignoring the small centipedes crawling all over him. He clearly heard Peng Yingying's symptoms and carefully considered them, but he still cannot figure out the cause. He closes his eyes, his hand unconsciously stroking a small centipede. He recalls the conversation from a few hours ago. Back then, Yingying was sitting on a chair while everyone watched her with grave expressions. Peng Muwen explained that his daughter occasionally suffers from shortness of breath and red rashes. She even falls unconscious at times, but wakes up moments later as if nothing happened. His face was filled with anger and helplessness. I have searched everywhere. I even invited disciples from the medical sect, but they all claimed she is perfectly healthy. One even said something so absurd that I nearly beat him to death. What was that absurd thing? The clan head asked. Peng Muwen replied, they suspected that she was being intentionally poisoned by someone, but in my Peng family, there is absolutely no one like that. Xiao Long listened with wide eyes, while Hua Yin's expression hardened. After checking Yingying's pulse, the clan head stood up and concluded it was poisoning. He stated it was very likely an internal issue within the Peng family. Peng Muwen was stunned and frantically denied it. He swore that no one in his clan would commit such an unconscionable act. He clutched his head, deciding he did not want to discuss this any further, as he could not bear to suspect his own family. Zhuge Hu nodded in agreement. Everything is still unclear. We should not jump to conclusions. Poisoning is not always caused by intentional malice. The clan head's gaze remained fixed on the little girl, who was still engrossed in eating her pastries. He decided to arrange a courtyard in the guest house for them, requesting they stay temporarily so he could observe her condition and determine if it was poisoning or a strange disease. With a grateful expression, Peng Muwen thanked the clan head and agreed to let his daughter stay under his care for a while. Back in the present, the image of the girl constantly eating sweets suddenly flashes through Xiao Long's mind. No matter how he looks at it, these symptoms are very similar to internal heat caused by consuming too much sugar. He realizes that sugar seems to be accumulating abnormally inside her body. He bolts upright, deep in thought. Could this condition cause red rashes? If there were such clear symptoms, it should have been easier to recognize. Just then, there is a rapid knocking at the door. His eyes widen in surprise as a panicked voice calls out, "Something terrible has happened." Xiao Long hurriedly opens the door and asks curiously, "What is the problem?" The maid replies anxiously, "Miss Peng Yingying. She has fainted." Hearing the news, Xiao Long is shaken. He quickly throws on his coat and rushes to where Peng Muwen and his daughter are staying. When he arrives, he sees that Hua Yin and the Peng family subordinates are already there, everyone looking worried. Yingying is unconscious, her face flushed red, breathing heavily in the arms of her panicked father. Hua Yin explains to him that the girl was sitting in the pavilion when she suddenly collapsed. The clan head states in a low voice, "She fainted here as well, so we can temporarily rule out the possibility of a spy within the Peng family." Hearing this, Peng Muwen clenches his fists. He becomes distraught, seemingly unable to understand what is happening. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he delivers a thunderous punch to his own jaw, leaving the man standing behind him stunned. The punch is so powerful that a tooth flies out. Peng Muwen closes his eyes, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He blames himself for suspecting his own people, even if only for a fleeting moment. Now he is certain that if Yingying has fainted again, it must be for some other reason. Seeing this, one of his subordinates cannot contain his emotions and covers his face, sobbing. Meanwhile, Xiao Long is stunned, his mouth hanging open as he watches Peng Muwen's tooth fly through the air. Peng Muwen's subordinates also begin punching themselves in the face, tormented by their failure to protect the young miss, allowing her to faint right before their eyes. Everyone accepts that their guilt is great. The clan head is so shocked his jaw drops, and he hurriedly raises his hand to signal them to stop. He clasps his hands together and raises his voice, demanding everyone to calm down. Hearing his voice, the men with bruised faces actually stop, their eyes all turning toward Xiao Long. He raises a finger, wearing a confident smile. There is a way to find the true cause of her illness and prove that everyone here is innocent. There will be no room left for doubt. The eyes of Peng Muwen and the clan head immediately focus on Xiao Long, gleaming with curiosity. Xiao Long calmly sits down next to Peng Muwen and looks him straight in the eye. Stared at like that, Peng Muwen widens his eyes in surprise. Only then does Xiao Long calmly explain that the first step is to remove all of Miss Peng Yingying's clothes. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Both the clan head and Hua Yin freeze like statues, while Peng Muen's eyes flare with sparks of fury. The patriarch froze, completely stunned by Xiao Long's words. Peng Muen glared, a mix of confusion and shock on his face. As he gritted out, "What did you just say?" Xiao Long blinked, bewildered by their reaction. This wasn't what he expected at all. He simply repeated that they needed to strip every piece of clothing off Ying Ying. But before the words even settled, Peng Muen had already lunged forward, seizing him violently by the collar. Xiao Long panicked, realizing Peng Muen thought he had designs on his daughter. The man's eyes were practically bulging with murderous rage. Terrified, Xiao Long stammered, "Wait. Just wait a second." At that exact moment, a small centipede crawled out from Xiao Long's shirt, glaring viciously at Peng Muen. Sensing the centipede was ready to strike, Xiao Long hurriedly ordered it to retreat back into hiding. He could feel Peng Muen's patience evaporating. This situation was spiraling out of control fast. The patriarch, face drained of all color, frantically intervened, insisting that his son-in-law must have a logical reason for saying that. Hua Yin chimed in anxiously, begging the Peng family head to at least hear Xiao Long out before doing anything rash. Yet the man's grip only tightened around the poor boy's throat. Xiao Long closed his eyes, forcing a strained, awkward smile. Peng Muen glared at him, fury burning in his eyes. Though a flicker of confusion remained, Hua Yin, despite her panic, managed a shaky smile to vouch for Xiao Long's character. After a tense standoff, Peng Muen finally released his grip. This boy had. Xiao Long finally let out the breath he was holding, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He sat down opposite Peng Muen, his tone turning serious. The older man listened patiently to every word. Peng Muen crossed his arms and closed his eyes, a silent gesture of absolute trust. Xiao Long raised a finger, explaining with total sincerity, "I simply meant we need to remove the young Miss's current outfit and change her into something else. It is highly likely that the cause of her fainting lies within the clothes or personal items she is currently wearing." Hearing this, Peng Muen is stunned. He freezes, realizing just how disastrous his misunderstanding was. He lowers his head, fists clenched tight, ready to punish himself once again for ever doubting the boy. Seeing this, Xiao Long waves his hands in panic, hurriedly urging the man to calm down. He assures him that being shocked over his daughter's condition is completely understandable. With a gentle smile, the Peng patriarch thanks Xiao Long from the bottom of his heart for understanding a father's confusion. Xiao Long looks straight at Peng Muen and explains seriously, "From now on, the Tang family will take charge of caring for Miss Peng. All contact with the Peng family will be restricted until further notice." The patriarch and Hua Yin are both surprised. Peng Muen points at himself, asking in confusion if he is included in that restriction. Xiao Long nods with a confident smile. If she continues to show similar symptoms under their care, it will prove the cause is not related to the Peng family. This is a method called controlled environmental adjustment, a technique often used by breeders of poisonous insects and amphibians. In his past life, Xiao Long once took his small chameleon out of its cage. He wished the chameleon could talk to him, could tell him it needed a little more vitamin D in its food. If only those creatures could tell humans where they hurt, everything would have been so much simpler, but that was impossible. Therefore, the owner had to systematically change environmental factors like habitat and food to determine what was making the creature sick. Back in the present, Ying Ying is still lying motionless, her face flushed red and her breathing ragged. Xiao Long plans to apply this exact method to diagnose her. He wants to completely reset her living environment, then gradually reintroduce old elements to find the pathogen. They cannot just sit there and watch the girl faint repeatedly without knowing the cause. The clan leader strokes his beard with a curious expression, nodding in agreement that Xiao Long is right. With just a little time, they will be able to find the cause of her illness. He cannot help but secretly praise this son-in-law for having such a brilliant idea. Xiao Long's eyes widen in anxiety at the sudden praise, a bit panicked. Meanwhile, Hua Yin gently closes her eyes, breathing a sigh of relief. Peng Muen has fully understood Xiao Long's plan, his whole body trembling with emotion. He hugs his daughter tightly, eyes brimming with tears, earnestly begging Xiao Long to take good care of her. Xiao Long's eyes gleamed with confidence. Placing a hand over his heart, he smiled with absolute resolve. "Patriarch Peng, please, put your trust in me." Little did anyone know, he had tamed countless mythical beasts in his past life. Compared to that, babysitting one little girl was a walk in the park. The next morning, Ying Ying woke up choking back sobs, her eyes swimming in tears. Turns out, this wasn't going to be as easy as Xiao Long had thought. The girl started wailing at the top of her lungs. Seeing this, he panicked, completely clueless, which only made Ying Ying scream even louder. Xiao Long was practically tearing his hair out, utterly bewildered. Since the moment she opened her eyes, the waterworks hadn't stopped. To make matters worse, Hua Yin and her mother had gone out to buy supplies, leaving Xiao Long all alone to deal with the fussy little princess. He crept closer to the bed and asked awkwardly, "Are you sleepy? Or maybe hungry? I really don't know what to do here." But minutes ticked by, and the wailing didn't stop. Desperate, Xiao Long clasped his hands together and begged, forcing a smile. "Are you crying because your dad isn't here? He just went to get medicine. He'll be back really soon, I promise." Still sniffing back tears, Ying Ying puffed out her cheeks and mumbled, "I want candy." Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat. She wasn't crying because she missed her dad, she was just throwing a tantrum for sweets. Ying Ying burst into tears again, wailing that her stash was empty and she was all alone with no sugar. Xiao Long suddenly remembered. Yesterday, while changing her clothes, Hua Yin had been shocked to find the girl's outfit was riddled with secret pockets, all for hiding candy. Putting on his most gentle smile, he coaxed, "Be a good girl, and calm down. You just woke up, so you can't have sweets yet. Eat some porridge first, and I'll make you some candy later, okay?" Ying Ying stopped crying instantly. Her eyes went wide. "Really? You'll really make candy for me?" Xiao Long raised a finger, promising, "If Miss Peng finishes her porridge and behaves, I'll make special tongue hulu just for you." The little girl's eyes lit up. She squeezed them shut and gave a sweet smile, sealing the deal. She clenched her tiny fists. "The Peng family always keeps their word. If I break my promise, you can slap me right in the face." Xiao Long hung his head, sighing internally. What kind of parenting did the Peng family practice to teach a kid that? In broad daylight, hidden in a bush at a secluded corner of the manor, Peng Mu Wen was lurking. His heart was heavy with anxiety. In the distance, Ying Ying was playing with a bee, while Hua Yin happened to be walking past. Peng Mu Wen's eyes stung with tears. He could only watch his daughter from afar. Because of the rule forbidding contact with the Peng family, he couldn't get anywhere near her. Suddenly, Xiao Long spotted him. Covering his mouth in shock, he whispered, "What are you doing in there?" Startled, Peng Mu Wen didn't hesitate for a second. He grabbed Xiao Long and yanked him into the bushes, his eyes wide with panic. "How is Ying Ying?" Caught off guard, Xiao Long sprawled onto the dirt, blinking in confusion. He scrambled up and replied, "She ate well. She's being very good." Hearing that his daughter was actually eating, Peng Mu Wen's jaw dropped. Xiao Long added, "She even finished a whole plate of braised pork." Peng Mu Wen was thunderstruck. He couldn't fathom how Xiao Long got her to eat. Xiao Long just shrugged. She ate it all on her own. This only confused the patriarch more. Just then, a figure in a red dress appeared. From the bushes, both men fixed their eyes on her. It was Hua Yin. She offered a gentle, respectful smile and bowed to Patriarch Peng. He responded with a look of deep gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of my daughter," he whispered. Hua Yin replied calmly. "Ying Ying is asking where brother Xiao Long went." Hearing the word brother, Peng Mu Wen froze. A massive wave of jealousy exploded within him. Xiao Long, on the other hand, just looked awkward. Peng Mu Wen's eyes bulged with rage. He hadn't even had a proper conversation with his own daughter. Yet she was already calling this brat brother? Seeing the murderous aura radiating from the patriarch, Xiao Long's jaw hit the floor in terror. "Since when does my daughter call you brother?" Peng Mu Wen roared. Not waiting to find out what happened next, Xiao Long gritted his teeth and bolted. Peng Mu Wen clutched his head, nearly going insane. Hua Yin turned to Xiao Long and asked cheerfully, "Heading to the training grounds again?" The boy shouted his explanation as he ran. After playing with the golden queen bees for a while, Ying Ying had calmed down significantly. He realized the bees seemed to actually like her. A few minutes later, he arrived at the training grounds. Ying Ying was happily playing with a bee, hugging it to her chest and chirping a greeting to him. The rest of the swarm began to gather around her. One crawled onto her head, while another licked her cheek, making her giggle from the ticklish sensation. Xiao Long crossed his arms and watched, a smile forming on his lips. Thanks to these little creatures, he and Ying Ying had bonded in no time. Another bee landed on his head, and suddenly, it clicked. Xiao Long realized why the golden queen bees loved her. She had spilled sugar syrup all over herself while eating candy. "Don't tell me they think she's food," he thought, sweating. As for Ying Ying, knowing the bees liked her, she begged to visit them every single day. Just then, the queen bee squeezed herself out of the tree hollow. Ying Ying, still playing with the swarm, turned to Xiao Long. She pointed at the tree, beaming. "Look, the queen bee is right there." Xiao Long sat on the bench, smiling as he replied, "Don't ask the queen bee to play anymore, okay? She's very busy right now." The little girl obediently closed her eyes and nodded. In that moment, Xiao Long suddenly felt a strange sense of bliss. He thought to himself, maybe this is exactly what it feels like to have a little sister. Turns out, looking after kids isn't half bad. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard Ying Ying raise her hand and call out, "Big brother, look, here is another bee." Hearing that, Xiao Long startled and quickly raised a hand to his mouth, whispering anxiously, "Ying Ying, you have to be careful. Some bees are very aggressive." Before the words even left his mouth, a piercing scream cut through the air, a bee sting. Xiao Long bolted toward her, panic in his voice. "Are you all right?" A small, angry red mark had already formed on her hand. Xiao Long frowned, his tone grave. "You need to be more careful. Come on, let's get you to the medicine hall immediately." Ying Ying stared innocently at the sting. It didn't look that bad to her. But Xiao Long wasn't taking chances. He grabbed her hand, insisting they apply medicine as a precaution. Bee venom could be unpredictable. Ying Ying, looking a bit dejected, just closed her eyes and nodded obediently. But in that very instant, Xiao Long sensed something was terribly wrong. Ying Ying started gasping for air. Her face flushed a deep, alarming red, and her small body began to tremble violently from cold. In the blink of an eye, she went limp and collapsed. Xiao Long's reaction was godlike. He swooped in, catching her fragile body mere inches before it hit the hard ground. Shock washed over him. Peng Muwen's words echoed in his mind. Sometimes she can't breathe. Giant red rashes. She even loses consciousness. It finally clicked. A spark of fury ignited in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. The culprit behind Ying Ying's mysterious fainting spells wasn't a disease, it was anaphylactic shock. Anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction where the immune system goes into overdrive. Normally, when toxins enter, the immune system attacks to remove the threat, causing local inflammation. The body releases histamine to dilate blood vessels, allowing white blood cells and antibodies to rush in and destroy the invader. But here's the problem. The body is overreacting to substances that are actually harmless. A massive, uncontrolled flood of histamine causes blood vessels everywhere to suddenly expand, leading to a severe drop in blood pressure. Oxygen can't reach the brain or vital organs, and they start shutting down. In extreme cases, anaphylactic shock means death. Without wasting a second, Xiao Long threw Ying Ying onto his back. His face was grim as he exploded forward with maximum speed. He knew time was running out. As he sprinted, he whispered urgently into her ear, "Ying Ying, hang in there, just a little longer." Minutes later, thanks to his incredible movement technique, Xiao Long arrived at the Patriarch's manor. He roared in panic, "Father-in-law! Ying Ying has collapsed." The doors burst open, and the Patriarch stepped out. Ying Ying was now as red as a tomato, her breathing growing fainter by the second. Xiao Long cradled her carefully, his jaw clenched in anxiety. A moment later, Peng Muwen rushed out behind the Patriarch. Seeing his unconscious daughter, Peng Muwen demanded frantically, "What happened?" Xiao Long explained rapidly. "She's suffering from severe respiratory failure." Trembling, Peng Muwen took his daughter into his arms, eyes filled with terror. He immediately channeled his internal energy into her body to stabilize her blood flow. The Patriarch sat nearby, observing in silence. Slowly, Ying Ying's breathing steadied. The angry red rashes began to fade. In mere seconds, the critical symptoms vanished. Seeing this, Xiao Long finally let out a long breath of relief. He slumped to the ground, marveling at the miraculous power of internal energy. In modern medicine, treating anaphylactic shock requires epinephrine, steroids, antihistamines, and sometimes even intubation. But in this world, internal energy fixes everything. The Patriarch's gaze remained fixed on Ying Ying, his expression darkening as he recognized the symptoms from her previous attacks. He turned to Xiao Long and asked, "You were with her. Did you see what triggered this reaction?" Peng Muwen looked over with desperate hope. "Xiao Long, do you know the cause?" Xiao Long sat up straight and nodded firmly. "I saw it clearly." He raised a single finger confidently. Ying Ying collapsed immediately after being stung by a bee. Hearing this, both Peng Muwen and the Patriarch dropped their jaws in sheer disbelief. They couldn't believe a tiny bee could cause such a catastrophic reaction. The Patriarch stroked his beard, deep in thought. Although rare, he had heard rumors of people fainting after a bee sting. However, the Patriarch mused, that doesn't explain her previous episodes. Peng Muwen agreed. If it were just bee stings, she wouldn't have survived this long. He looked conflicted. They still hadn't found the root cause. The Patriarch sighed. Just as he was about to say there was no connection, Xiao Long suddenly smiled and nodded. "I've found the cause." The Patriarch froze, asking in disbelief, "Are you serious?" Xiao Long's smile turned resolute. "The bee sting was the key that helped me unlock the truth." Peng Muwen was so stunned he couldn't speak. Finally, he urged, "Explain it, now." Xiao Long nodded, preparing to lay out the details. Sweat beaded on Peng Muwen's forehead, while the Patriarch narrowed his eyes, skeptical. Xiao Long looked at Ying Ying, closed his eyes, smiled, and dropped a bombshell that shocked everyone. "First, we need to take off her clothes." As dusk settled, Hua Yin closed the bedroom door. She turned back, her eyes sincere, confirming that everything was exactly as Xiao Long had predicted. "At first glance, the rashes aren't obvious," she reported. "But if you look closely, as the old marks fade, new ones are already appearing. Standing behind her was Xiao Long, sporting a fresh, throbbing bump on his head along with the patriarch and Peng Muen. The patriarch crossed his arms, a satisfied smile finally gracing his lips. As for Peng Muen, his eyes lit up with joy, silently admitting Xiao Long was completely right. Just then, the matron cracked the door open, her stern gaze signaling everyone to stay quiet because the young miss still hadn't woken up. Everyone nodded slightly. Peng Muen raised a fist to his mouth and coughed dryly. He admitted that everything was indeed as Xiao Long said. Besides the rash, there were other traces. Xiao Long, still nursing the bump on his head, quietly observed the man with eyes heavy with sadness and confusion. Peng Muen asked aloud, "Why has your daughter been fainting all this time?" Xiao Long declared firmly, "It is due to bee venom poisoning." Peng Muen frowned in confusion. He remembered clearly the clan head had insisted this wasn't the cause. Moreover, how could a bee sting go unnoticed? The Peng family courtyard is entirely stone pavement, not a single flower in sight, so where would bees even come from? He questioned the basis for Xiao Long's conclusion. Yet, Xiao Long silently admitted Peng Muen made a valid point. A normal sting would be very easy to spot, but he didn't doubt his diagnosis at all, because the girl's symptoms matched perfectly with anaphylactic shock caused by bee venom. Gradually, he opened his eyes, his pupils glowing. Inside his head, knowledge expanded like a massive library, filled with books on poisonous creatures. His gaze became unusually serious. He knew what he needed to find was another creature with venom, similar to a bee's, containing melittin or peptides that cause swelling and difficulty breathing. His train of thought led him to the forests of Hebei Province, China, with its temperate climate. Several poisonous creatures appeared in his mind. The white-lipped pit viper, Chinese scorpion, Chinese red ant, and red velvet ant. Xiao Long tapped his chin lightly, deciding to rule out snakes and scorpions. At this moment, Peng Muen and the clan head focused all their attention on him, their eyes full of confusion, not understanding what he was doing. He continued to visualize Ying Ying eating sweets. He had to figure out an environment where she could be frequently attacked by that creature, something that happens frequently. A spark flashed in his mind. Ying Ying has a sweet tooth. He remembered she had a secret pocket hidden in her clothes to store sweets. His lips curled into a smile as he found the key clue. He reaffirmed decisively, his voice firm, "It is definitely bee venom. Please believe me." Hua Yin looked at him, her eyes still bewildered. Peng Muen was getting annoyed, reminding him again that there wasn't a single bee in the Peng estate. Xiao Long turned to them, smiling confidently. "People of the Tang Sect surely know that poison doesn't affect everyone in the same way. For some, even a tiny amount can be fatal, while others can withstand 10 times the dose without a scratch." Peng Muen's jaw dropped, sweat breaking out even though he didn't understand what the boy was saying. The clan head reached out a hand, his eyes showing sincere agreement. Xiao Long is right. The same poison affects each person differently. Xiao Long raised a hand to explain further. As we've seen, Ying Ying is particularly sensitive to bee venom. Hua Yin and the others listened in silence, nodding along, while Xiao Long's eyes shone with confidence. He pointed to his head and said, "One thing is certain, she is highly vulnerable to bee venom. But since there are no bees in the house, only one possibility remains." Peng Muen watched the boy intently, sweat beading on his forehead more and more. Somewhere in the manor, a queen bee lay on the ground, gazing gently at another bee beside her. The culprit is indeed a bee, but a very special kind. Night had fallen. A few hours later, Xiao Long was squatting beside some rocks. Hua Yin held a lantern to light the area. Behind them stood the clan masters, watching the young man with skeptical eyes. "Are you sure it's here?" Peng Muen asked curiously. Xiao Long smiled, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "Definitely this place." He turned to Hua Yin. "Can you bring the light a bit closer?" Hua Yin nodded, curiously bringing the lantern closer. Xiao Long placed a piece of candy on the ground. Before long, several small ants crawled out from the rock crevices, swarming around the candy. Suddenly, one ant attacked another. The attacked ant seemed to be crying for help. Using chopsticks, Xiao Long snatched up the aggressive ant with lightning speed. His gaze was decisive. This guy is the culprit. The attention of Peng Muen and the clan masters immediately focused on the ant. They were astonished because this creature was clearly an ant, not a bee. "Look closely," Xiao Long said. "After all, this ant species is a distant relative of the bee." Peng Muen narrowed his eyes to observe the ant, not understanding what Xiao Long was talking about. A few seconds later, his eyes and those of the clan masters widened in horror. The small ant was acting incredibly aggressive, and upon closer inspection, they saw it had a large stinger at the end of its body. They couldn't believe a single ant could pack a stinger that massive. The clan heads finally understood what Xiao Long meant when he called them distant relatives. Meanwhile, Peng Muen's jaw just hit the floor in shock. Xiao Long looked at them and revealed this creature was a distant cousin of the bee, a fact that made Ying Ying faint on the spot. A true needle ant. Peng Muwen's eyes were glued to the ant, cold sweat breaking out on his skin. The other clan heads were equally stunned. Turns out, this was the real culprit behind Ying Ying's condition. This insect belongs to the Ponerinae subfamily, known as the Asian needle ant, or Pachycondyla chinensis. You're probably wondering, what does an ant have to do with a stinger? It's simple. This needle ant species shares a common ancestor with wasps. That means they kept the family traits, including the venom. In fact, studies prove that anyone allergic to bee stings will suffer the exact same deadly reaction from a needle ant. As Xiao Long pinches the creature with his chopsticks, it thrashes wildly, aggressive and vicious. He points at the struggling insect and smiles. I don't think this little guy targeted Ying Ying on purpose. It was likely hunting the other monsters that breached the perimeter. Needle ants feed on demonic energy, after all. The group realizes the mistake. When the Peng family checked her wound earlier, it just looked like a common rash. No one could tell what had actually bitten her. Even when Ying Ying woke up, she dismissed it as a tiny, harmless scratch. Peng Muwen's jaw drops. It all makes sense now. Who would have guessed that a warrior like Ying Ying could be taken down by something so small? Desperate, he turns to the Tang clan patriarch. Can you brew an antidote for this? I have antidotes for bee venom, the patriarch admits. But for someone with Ying Ying's extreme hypersensitivity, standard medicine won't work. Peng Muwen freezes, the color draining from his face. The patriarch continues. But knowing the cause is a huge victory. At least now we can take precautions before she has another episode. Peng Muwen grinds his teeth in frustration, then lets out a helpless sigh. He turns to Xiao Long, his expression softening into a sincere smile. Thank you, kid. Xiao Long nods cheerfully. Don't mention it. Then, his confidence returns. And don't worry, Uncle Peng. There is a way to cure Ying Ying permanently. It'll take some time, but it's 100% possible. The clan heads stare at him in total shock. Peng Muwen grabs his arm. What method? Tell me, now. Xiao Long scratches his cheek, unfazed. It's a process called desensitization. Hua Yin shoots him a sharp look, trying to figure out what crazy scheme her husband is cooking up now. Xiao Long explains the theory, but Peng Muwen just looks more confused. Wait, does this mean we have to strip Ying Ying naked again? Xiao Long breaks into a cold sweat, waving his hands frantically. No. It's a medical treatment. We inject tiny amounts of venom into her bloodstream over time. It trains her body to stop reacting to the toxin. It's a slow process, but it builds immunity. Behind him, Hua Yin is glaring daggers, ready to beat him up later for the naked comment. Xiao Long ignores the killing intent and adds, I guarantee, once we're done, the venom won't ever knock her out again. Xiao Long stands firm. The Tang patriarch crosses his arms, surprised but nodding in agreement. He realizes the kid is right. The logic is sound. Even the Tang Sect uses similar techniques, microdosing poisons to build up a natural resistance. Peng Muwen clenches his fists, hope rising in his voice. So, she'll really be okay? The Tang patriarch smiles and nods. It will take time, but yes, it's possible. Hearing that, a massive grin breaks out across Peng Muwen's face. He closes his eyes and slams a heavy hand onto Xiao Long's back. Thank you. You saved my little girl. The impact nearly sends Xiao Long flying, leaving him scratching his head in awkward silence. The sight is so ridiculous that even Hua Yin and the patriarch have to chuckle. Peng Muwen's eyes sparkle with intensity. He grips Xiao Long's shoulder tight. I owe you a massive debt. I can't just let you walk away with a simple, thank you. Name your price, he demands. Anything you want. Just say the word. And it's yours. Xiao Long sweats nervously. People in this world are so intense, he thinks. You do one nice thing and they try to give you the moon. Xiao Long quickly bows, trying to be humble. Uncle Peng, please, Ying Ying is. She's like a little sister to me. I couldn't possibly ask for payment. Peng Muwen roars with laughter and delivers another bone-crushing slap to Xiao Long's back. The Peng family doesn't do polite. Stop being modest and tell me what you want. The slap is so hard Xiao Long actually yelps in pain. He realizes if he doesn't ask for something, this old man's enthusiasm might actually kill him. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. He practically drools thinking about it. Actually, Uncle Peng, could you take me to visit a specific mountain? Peng Muwen blinks, completely confused by the request. The next day, the group arrives at Mount Gongga in Sichuan. They stand frozen, awestruck by the majestic waterfall crashing down before them, a scene straight out of a painting. Peng Muwen smiles, taking it all in. Truly magnificent. Xiao Long grins. I heard there's a legendary cliff hidden here too. Hua Yin steps forward, her eyes locked on the roaring water. According to the general's records, this is definitely the place. Xiao Long knows she's right. This is the spot. But now comes the hard part. How do they get into the hidden cave behind that crushing wall of water? As Xiao Long voices his concern, a light bulb goes off in Peng Muwen's head. Peng Muen suddenly remembers. Xiao Long claimed he was a novice at footwork. That means the kid definitely hasn't mastered the swallow gliding over waves technique yet. What's that? Xiao Long asks, his curiosity piqued. A faint smile touches Peng Muen's lips, but it vanishes instantly, replaced by a glint of pure mischief. Without warning, he grabs Xiao Long by the collar and hoists him into the air, explaining as a drag, "Better to just show you firsthand." Xiao Long's eyes bulge in terror, cold sweat pouring down his face. Off to the side, Hua Yin gasps, covering her mouth in sheer shock. With a grunt of exertion, Peng Muen hurls Xiao Long straight at the roaring waterfall. Hua Yin lets out a horrified scream. Xiao Long sticks the landing near the water, but before he can even catch his breath, Peng Muen is already standing right in front of him. Hands on his hips, the old man cackles with delight. "Not bad. You're pretty light on your feet, kid." Xiao Long collapses to his knees, cursing internally. This old geezer is absolutely out of his mind. Hua Yin rushes over, fussing over him with worry. As she helps Xiao Long sit up, she glances past the cascading white water and spots something, a hidden cave entrance behind the falls. Xiao Long stares in amazement. A secret passage concealed by the waterfall. It's the classic hidden trove trope come to life. Peng Muen's eyes light up with the thrill of adventure. He decides right then and there it's time to crack this mystery open. Minutes later, the group steps into the cavern. The sight that greets them leaves both Xiao Long and Hua Yin dumbstruck. The atmosphere in here is wrong. Xiao Long has to admit it's bizarre, and Hua Yin, standing beside him, nods in silent agreement. Before them lie small rocks studded with brilliantly glowing crystals, yet they're surrounded by withered, dead vegetation. It's nothing like the damp cave they expected. Xiao Long crouches beside the crystals, examining them closely. Strangely, patches of the ground are carpeted with vibrant, nameless flowers in full bloom. The contrast is indescribably eerie. It feels like a pocket dimension, a twisted kind of paradise. While Peng Muen and the others scout the perimeter, Xiao Long's gaze locks onto the withered trees. To him, this doesn't look like paradise at all. It looks more like a graveyard. Hua Yin, trailing behind, voices her observation. Even with sunlight streaming through the ceiling vents, none of the trees are thriving. Everything is shriveled and dying. Peng Muen deduces the cause. A divine beast is altering the environment with its aura. He focuses on the rock formation and detects a bone-chilling frost energy radiating from the center. Peng Muen grips his sword hilt, his voice dropping to a command. "Everyone, get behind me, now." He advances cautiously toward the rocks, the intensifying waves of frost signaling extreme danger. His expression hardens. Suddenly, a powerful, guttural roar echoes from the depths of the cave. Xiao Long and Hua Yin jump in surprise. Peng Muen unsheathes his blade in a flash, his eyes sharp as steel. "Contact front, hold your positions." But while everyone else tenses up, Xiao Long's eyes practically sparkle with excitement. To him, that roar is music to his ears. From the crevices, a creature with glowing eyes slithers out, locks its gaze on the boy, and lets out another bellow. Xiao Long's jaw drops. It's a giant fat-tailed gecko. The creature stalks toward them, radiating a dense, freezing aura. It's about a meter long, sporting beady yellow eyes and a ridiculously chubby tail. Xiao Long clutches his cheeks, his eyes overflowing with adoration. "It's so cute he can barely handle it." Hua Yin giggles behind her hand, whispering, "That blue lizard is actually kind of beautiful." Hearing that, Xiao Long pumps his fist, grinning ear to ear. Finally, someone who appreciates true quality. Meanwhile, Peng Muen is breaking out in a cold sweat. He grits his teeth as a realization hits him. Another roar echoes from the darkness. "There's a second one," he warns, knuckles white around his sword hilt. "A second one?" Xiao Long wonders instantly. Could they be a breeding pair? He's so hyped he's practically steaming. His imagination runs wild with thoughts of baby lizards. He spins around to Peng Muen, demanding they capture both of them alive, no matter the cost. The gecko glares at Xiao Long with pure murderous intent, the frost aura around it thickening into a fog. Deep in the crevice, the second gecko seems injured. Hua Yin notices Xiao Long's intense focus and asks, "What's wrong?" Xiao Long's expression turns dead serious, his gaze piercing the darkness within the rocks. He catches a faint glimmer, but his instincts scream the truth. Staring at the hidden creature, he whispers anxiously, "I don't think that one is breathing." The guardian gecko roars in fury, refusing to budge an inch from the entrance. Xiao Long decides to leave the surveillance to Captain Gufei. He orders the man to report immediately if the situation changes. Gufei, hiding in the shadows nearby, forces a smile. "Count on me. If that thing twitches wrong, you'll be the first to know." With that, Xiao Long leads the retreat. They pull back for now. By nightfall, a campfire crackles near the waterfall. Hua Yin and Peng Muen watch Xiao Long, who stands silently by the cave entrance, lost in thought. They know nothing about these creatures' habits, and a reckless move could kill the one that's already dying. While her pet centipedes playfully coil around her fingers, Hua Yin tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and calls out softly, "Xiao Long, come eat." In that fleeting moment, Xiao Long couldn't help but picture Hua Yin as his wife, lovingly preparing dinner just for him. His face flushed red, a wave of sweetness washing over his heart. By the campfire, Peng Muwen sat perched on a log, asking curiously, "Any progress?" Xiao Long sat beside Hua Yin, pondering for a moment before replying. "The gecko inside hasn't moved an inch." Peng Muwen chimed in, his gaze serious. "When I checked, it hadn't budged either, not even a hair. A living creature has to eat something eventually, right?" Xiao Long's eyes remained glued to the dancing flames. He found it strange. Geckos and lizards usually fast for a few days when stressed, especially fat-tailed geckos, which store energy in their thick tails. If it's not eating, it's likely surviving solely on those reserves. It was time for them to make a decision. With a solemn expression, Xiao Long suggested they go in and check on the motionless gecko. Peng Muwen couldn't help but laugh, thinking they were finally making a move. But Xiao Long quickly clarified, "We're not catching it. I believe we need to see where it's injured. If it's hungry, it might be willing to eat something. I need you, Patriarch Peng, to lure the guarding gecko out." Hearing this, Peng Muwen looked slightly surprised. He flexed his bulging biceps and laughed loudly. "Wouldn't it be easier to just knock it out with one hit? That way, we can bag both of them." Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat, knowing for a fact the gecko would die on the spot if it took a punch like that. He gave a forced smile. "If you strike, Patriarch, I'm afraid it'll die instantly." Peng Muwen roared with laughter, admitting the boy was right. He slapped Xiao Long hard on the back, saying it was understandable for a scholar who only buries his nose in books to be overwhelmed by his strength. He nodded. "So, the plan is to subdue it gently. That's the best way," Xiao Long replied. Using a twig, Xiao Long began sketching the plan on the ground. First, Peng Muwen would lure the healthy gecko out. Meanwhile, he and Hua Yin would go in to check on the injured one. Hua Yin tossed a few pebbles onto the ground and added, "At that point, the poison team can block the path to cover you two." She agreed. This was the most logical approach. Peng Muwen smiled and asked, "Anything else I need to watch out for? Just make sure it doesn't climb the wall to get to our side, right?" "Got it." Peng Muwen pounded his chest, his eyes burning with intensity. "My body's been itching for a fight." With that, he charged toward the cave. "Patriarch, slow down," Xiao Long called out in panic. A faint smile touched the lips of both Hua Yin and Xiao Long. He knew that if that gecko was truly sick, it probably didn't have much time left. Peng Muwen hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, leading Xiao Long and the others into the cave. Seeing them return, the gecko growled, its eyes flashing with fury. "Patriarch, you can start now." Xiao Long put a hand to his mouth, whispering the signal. Hearing this, an excited grin spread across Peng Muwen's face. He drew his sword, channeling internal energy into it, until the blade glowed brilliantly. His subordinates drew their weapons in unison, beginning to advance toward the rocks. Seeing the enemy prepare to attack, the gecko let out a loud roar and lunged forward with all its might. Fortunately, Peng Muwen reacted in time, blocking the blow with his sword. The gecko whipped its tail hard against the blade, the force of the impact making him smile in admiration. He couldn't believe such a small creature had the strength to go toe-to-toe with a top-tier warrior of the Peng family. The beast stepped back to gain momentum, then attacked again. Seeing this, Peng Muwen grew even more exhilarated. His eyes lit up as he swung his sword, deflecting the gecko's attack and leaving it slightly confused. "Now's our chance," Peng Muwen shouted. In the blink of an eye, his men surrounded the small creature. Trapped, it roared in anger. Seeing the intense scene, Xiao Long felt a twinge of fear, but Hua Yin grabbed his shoulder, whispering, "Let's move, quickly." Moments later, they had left the combat zone and reached the rocks where the sick gecko lay. "Is that creature really injured?" Hua Yin asked worriedly. "It seems so," Xiao Long replied, his eyes wide with observation. He noticed the tip of its tail was necrotic due to incomplete shedding. It hadn't been able to finish shedding, and now its eyes were completely clouded over. "What do we do now?" Hua Yin asked curiously, leaning her hand on the rock. Xiao Long explained, "We have to treat it immediately." Seeing there was no medicine around, he smiled confidently and decided, "I'm going to peel it all off for him." Hearing that, Hua Yin looked a bit flustered, giving him a pouty look. "You seem to enjoy stripping things off lately, don't you?" Xiao Long turned as red as a tomato, but he knew this was the only way. As he took a step, the injured gecko stirred awake. He slowly reached out his hand toward it, explaining gently, "I'm going to heal you. Just lie still. Okay?" The gecko softly closed its eyes. Xiao Long grabbed hold of it, astonished to find that, just like with the queen bees, it seemed to understand his words. He explained to Hua Yin that these creatures also shed their skin like snakes. However, wild geckos usually eat their shed skin, so it's very hard to find any traces. Hua Yin's eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Long placed the gecko on the rock and pulled out a kunai. He realized this skin was incredibly tough. He couldn't just use his bare hands. With a small knife in hand, he began the procedure. It looks just like a gemstone, Hua Yin gasped in surprise. Xiao Long used a kunai to make a tiny incision on the old skin, revealing the beautiful, glossy new layer underneath. He gently peeled the layer off the gecko's leg, like removing a glove. Hua Yin pointed at it, unable to hide her fascination. Xiao Long knew she couldn't resist watching. Even back when he was a YouTuber, peeling videos were always viral hits. Now only the head and tail remained. Xiao Long moved with extreme caution, especially around the eyes, to avoid causing any injury. Pus had accumulated in the gecko's eyes because the skin hadn't shed completely, causing a severe infection. With delicate precision, Xiao Long managed to peel the skin from its head without inflicting a single scratch. "Feel better now?" he asked with a smile. The gecko's body shivered, and it slowly opened its eyes, making Hua Yin squeal with excitement. However, Xiao Long kept observing intently, his expression darkening. "Is something wrong?" Hua Yin asked. "Yes, I am," he admitted honestly. "I'm hesitating on what to do with its tail." Sweat beaded on his forehead. He knew that to stop the necrosis from spreading, he had to amputate the tail, but in its weakened state, the shock might kill it. Suddenly, Peng Muwen screamed from the distance, "Xiao Long, look out." Hearing this, both he and Hua Yin instantly went on high alert. "We let the other gecko loose." In a flash, the healthy gecko appeared right behind them, its eyes burning with pure hatred. Xiao Long panicked, raising a hand. "Calm down, just calm down." He held up the kunai while cradling the injured gecko with his other arm, trying to explain, "I'm just trying to help your friend." The creature's gaze locked onto the kunai, filled with shock and confusion. But the moment it registered the weapon, it flew into a rage and roared. A violent blast of frost energy erupted from its body, knocking Xiao Long back. "He's furious," Xiao Long realized in panic. The gecko leaped into the air. Instantly, Hua Yin rushed in to shield Xiao Long, screaming anxiously, "Careful!" Without hesitation, she shoved him out of the way. The ferocious gecko slammed into the ground with terrifying force. Luckily, both of them managed to escape the impact just in time. Xiao Long fell back onto the dirt, still clutching the injured gecko tight. The other gecko focused all its attention on them, roaring in anger. Xiao Long reached a hand out toward it, his face full of fear. "Wait," he said seriously. "It's not what you think." Xiao Long looked the male gecko dead in the eye, trying to reassure him. "Things aren't what they seem. Please, calm down." Just then, the female gecko in Xiao Long's arms suddenly let out a series of strange sounds, leaving him completely confused. The male gecko, eyes still blazing with fury, was about to charge, but he suddenly froze, a look of surprise crossing his face. The two geckos began to communicate, and then, they couldn't help but let out soft chirps that sounded like laughter. The scene left Xiao Long's jaw hanging open in disbelief. At that moment, Peng Muwen and his subordinates rushed back into the cave. Seeing the scene before him, he asked worriedly, "Xiao Long, are you all right?" He gripped his sword tight, admitting, "That gecko is both fierce and agile. I never expected it to slip right between my legs." Seeing Peng Muwen's sword, the male gecko immediately gritted its teeth and growled. Before the situation could escalate, Xiao Long stepped into the middle, raising his hand and speaking sternly, "Clan head Peng, please wait a moment." With a confident smile, he turned to address Peng Muwen. "I'm fine. Please step back a bit, sir. I'm going to try talking to him." Peng Muwen looked dumbfounded, not understanding what Xiao Long was planning. "You think it can understand human speech?" he asked. Xiao Long looked at the gecko with trust and replied, "It seems to understand to some extent. I don't think it will attack us anymore." He turned to Hua Yin. "Sister, can you bring some dry grass?" Though still confused, she nodded. She and another disciple quickly gathered hay near the rocks, and moments later, they had woven a soft nest for the female gecko. Xiao Long and Hua Yin sat down next to it. He spoke gently to the male gecko. "Don't worry, I have no intention of hurting your mate. I just helped her remove the skin that wouldn't shed and cleared the blockage in her eyes. You should go ahead and lick her eyes for a while." The male gecko immediately approached, curiously licking the female's eyes. Xiao Long crossed his arms and said, "Now, there remains only one problem." Hearing this, both geckos and Hua Yin turned their eyes toward him. "Her eyes will heal, but the issue is her tail. It's already half necrotic. I don't think licking it is going to do any good." The male gecko looks at his mate's tail, then turns to Xiao Long and nods in agreement. Xiao Long makes a snipping motion with his fingers, firm in his decision that they have to cut it off. Hearing this, the male gecko breaks out in a cold sweat, his face going pale with terror as he imagines his mate losing her tail, and he starts growling again. Seeing this reaction, Xiao Long feels a bit awkward. Suddenly, the gecko lunges forward, eyes glowing, ready to attack. Xiao Long throws his hands up to cover his chest and screams in panic. A few hours later, Peng Muwen's subordinates have a campfire going in the cave. Xiao Long and Hua Yin are sitting on a rock. Hua Yin gently applied a special ointment to his cheek with her fingertip. Xiao Long sighed. I'm still salty about this. I only wanted to help, yet it bit me. Hua Yin scolded him gently. Sit still, junior brother. You don't want a scar on that face, do you? Standing nearby with arms crossed, Bai Muwen burst into laughter. Finally. You're starting to look like a real man, kid. That's a glorious battle scar. Hearing this, Hua Yin shot him a glare so sharp it made the battle-hardened veteran shudder. Xiao Long felt a wave of relief. At least the misunderstanding was finally cleared up. The little critters climbed all over Hua Yin, playing playfully. Seeing they didn't react to his killing intent, he realized the gecko never meant him harm from the start. Just then, Gu Fei stepped forward. This creature, it has something to tell us. Xiao Long forced a smile, touching his bandaged cheek. You ready to talk? The gecko nodded. Xiao Long stood up, promising to do his best. But first, he raised a finger. What do you usually eat? If we're going to cut the tail, your mate needs nutritious food to recover. Hearing this, the gecko turned and scurried away with small hops. Xiao Long quickly followed. The creature moved a few meters before stopping near a small plant. It uprooted the plant with its mouth and offered it to Xiao Long. As the boy took the small sprout, Bai Muwen and Hua Yin gathered around, curious. Let me take a look, Hua Yin suggested. Xiao Long handed it over. After inspecting it closely, she murmured, It's weak, but I can feel a faint aura radiating from it. I'm certain. This is the sprout of a spirit herb that once grew in this cave. Xiao Long took the sprout back. Stunned, Bai Muwen's face turned serious. I've heard of this. They say spirit herbs always grow where spirit beasts dwell. Hua Yin glanced at the little ones sleeping on the rocks. If that's true, these little guys probably survived by absorbing the herb's spiritual energy. Xiao Long clenched his fist. If they dug up the herb, they were in serious trouble. Panicked, he tried to replant it, but Bai Muwen stopped him. It's useless, kid. He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Once a spirit herb is touched by human hands, it will never grow again. The gecko knew that when it dug it up for us. Even if you put it back, it's already dead. The old man's words hit Xiao Long like a truck. In his mind, he saw images of poachers tearing up the spirit herbs, leaving the baby geckos crying in the ruins. Tears welled up in his eyes at the cruelty of mankind. Meanwhile, Bai Muwen turned to Gu Fei. What was the name of that herb? Gu Fei studied him for a moment before replying, It is called ice ginseng. Bai Muwen fell into thought, then a bright smile broke across his face. Then, he declared, all we need to do is find something that emits the same energy as ice ginseng. Xiao Long jumped up, eyes shining with hope. Does something like that really exist? Bai Muwen nodded, grinning. It's called ice jade. Like the ginseng, it holds the pure essence of frost. But then he rubbed his chin, looking troubled. The problem is getting it. Ice jade isn't something money can buy. As they debated, Hua Yin stepped forward, grabbing their attention. Her voice was serious. If you're talking about ice jade, I know someone who has it. The news lit up Xiao Long and Bai Muwen's faces instantly. This was huge. Xiao Long rushed over, eager. Who has it? Faced with his intensity, Hua Yin suddenly panicked. See, calm down. She started sweating, struggling to find the words. Seeing her flustered state, both Xiao Long and Bai Muwen were baffled. Hua Yin swallowed hard, fidgeting, then finally confessed, It's another type of wild weed. Xiao Long's jaw dropped at the strange answer, while Bai Muwen looked even more lost. Hua Yin sighed, her eyes serious. Xiao Long was terrified, having no clue what was going on. Then he remembered in this world, girls were sometimes metaphorically called weeds. He slapped his forehead, sighing. Why did these people have to speak in such confusing riddles? Bai Muwen crossed his arms, asking bluntly, So, who is this wild weed that possesses the ice jade? Hua Yin regained her confidence, raising a finger. She is one of the 3 flowers of the martial forest, the Peony Queen. Her real name is Nangong Shui, daughter of the Nangong family. Rumor has it she possesses the ice jade, but she doesn't actually need it. Hearing the good news, Bai Muwen grinned. Xiao Long, however, was still processing the information. Suddenly, the little gecko ran up to them, chirping chip, chip, to get Xiao Long's attention. He turned to see tears welling in the creature's eyes. What is it saying? Hua Yin asked. It's telling us to hurry, Xiao Long replied. We need to save its friend. He signaled for them to stop. The conversation could wait, saving the gecko came first. Hua Yin nodded in agreement. Xiao Long peeks through a crack in the rocks. Seeing the injured gecko has fallen asleep, he gently lifts it out of the nest and begins a careful examination. The other gecko stands by his side, watching with eyes full of worry. Hua Yin asks, confused, I remember geckos can detach their own tails. Why is this one holding on to it so badly? Xiao Long sadly admits she's right, but explains that some species simply can't do that. Hearing this, Hua Yin's eyes go wide in surprise. The act of self-amputation is called autotomy, and the characteristics vary depending on the species. Some can drop their tails but can't regenerate them. Some can do both, and others can't do either. That's why I can't make any assumptions. I have to check precisely. Xiao Long starts touching the gecko's tail, searching for the detachable segment. He explains to the bewildered Hua Yin, even though it looks like a gecko's tail can be cut anywhere, the fracture point is actually predetermined. We just need to press the right spot to trigger the separation. Hua Yin is shocked. She doesn't know much about geckos since they aren't poisonous, and she's even more baffled by how Xiao Long is such an expert on them. In her eyes, this is incredible. The gecko is still sleeping soundly in Xiao Long's hand. He sounds confident, but the tail is severely necrotic, so he isn't sure if the surgery will be a success. Even so, he grips the tail, his eyes flashing with determination. He has to try. A few minutes later, the surgery begins. Peng Mu-wen sits on a rock, realizing this is taking longer than expected. He stares seriously at Xiao Long, while the small gecko chirps incessantly. A while later, Xiao Long emerges, cradling the sleeping gecko in his hands. "How is it?" the sect leader asks. Hua Yin smiles, while Xiao Long beams and replies, "Luckily, the surgery was a success. As long as we care for it properly, it'll be fine." Hearing this, the little gecko can't hold back happy tears and flashes a grateful smile. Xiao Long sits down next to it, feeling the joy spread to him too. Peng Mu-wen watches the boy intently. The more he looks, the more extraordinary he finds him. The pair of geckos has returned to their nest. The surgery is complete. Xiao Long and the others decide to stay nearby for a few days to monitor the situation. Several days later, Xiao Long and Hua Yin curiously return to the cave, running eagerly toward the rocks. Nearby, the pair of geckos are happily playing together. Seeing their condition has improved so much, Xiao Long can't help but smile. The gecko couple looks back at them with gentle eyes. He clenches his fist, excited to realize they've evolved from stray cats into adorable lizard puppies. He thinks to himself, if this happened in his past life, it would have definitely broken the internet. Xiao Long's attention shifts to the female gecko. Realizing she has recovered some of her strength, he decides it's time to leave. Hearing this, a look of sadness crosses the gecko's eyes. Xiao Long smiles and explains, "We aren't leaving for good. We're just going to get some food and we'll be back. Until then, you two need to preserve the chi seed well." The two geckos nod as if they understand. Xiao Long turns around, his eyes confident as he tells Hua Yin, it's time to return to the Tang Sect. He clenches his fist, thinking the time to seize the ice jade has come. A few hours later, they return to the manor and sit down to talk with the patriarch. Back at the Tang Sect, putting the gecko matter aside, they receive some new information. The most shocking news definitely concerns the Blood Sect. The patriarch clasps his hands together, his gaze serious, deciding to discuss the matter. After the identity of a spy infiltrating the martial arts alliance was exposed, the masters tracked the owl he was raising. A man with a mustache hides behind a tree. When he peeks out, his eyes go wide with horror. The owl led them straight to the Blood Sect's lair, which was crawling with ninjas. Coincidentally, a team just returned from the martial arts alliance carrying poison extracted from the tiger water snake. This poison played a crucial role in the raid on their lair. Producing a letter, the patriarch reveals that the alliance leader personally sent a handwritten thank you note. He is very proud of you, Xiao Long. Xiao Long gives an awkward laugh and coughs. The patriarch asks, so, did you catch that mysterious gecko? I was planning to stop by the poison garden to see what it looks like. Xiao Long sweats, replying nervously, you could say we caught half of it. Hearing this odd answer, the patriarch looks a bit confused. Right then, with a serious expression, Hua Yin decides to explain the whole situation to her father. After listening, the patriarch sets down his teacup, stroking his beard as he falls into deep thought about the ice jade. Hua Yin slammed her hands on the table and stood up to explain. For that reason, we plan to go together to Anhui province to visit the Nangong family. After a moment of thought, the family head calmly gave them permission to leave. To him, this was actually convenient, as he needed them to deliver something on the way anyway. The timing wasn't ideal due to the Blood Sect running rampant, but with Xiao Long accompanying Hua Yin, he could rest a bit easier. Xiao Long let out a sigh, confused and wondering if this was just a sneaky way to assign him a mission. Just before they depart, the family head stops them with a stern look. Closing his eyes, he reveals some disturbing rumors circulating about the Nangong family lately. Xiao Long and Hua Yin exchange wide-eyed glances. That night, near the Nangong estate in the Mount Huang range, two men are patrolling the area. Sweating profusely, a bald man turns to his friend in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me, right? His friend shoots back a serious look. I'm telling you the truth. The young miss of the Nangong family. She's not normal. Quit spouting nonsense, The bald man snaps. Stop spreading such filthy, scandalous rumors. Suddenly, the friend's gaze locks onto something. Not far away, a man is lying sprawled out on the ground. Panicked, both men rush over, confused as to why someone would be collapsed out here. The friend cradles the stranger's head, checking for signs of life. Suddenly, the fallen man starts smiling, leaving them completely baffled. He isn't unconscious at all. Blood trickles from his nose, his face is flushed red, and he's panting heavily as if he's in the throes of passion. The two guards exchange puzzled looks. Assuming he's just drunk, they decide to carry him back to the village. Not far away, hiding behind a tree, a woman watches everything. Her body radiates a bizarre, eerie aura. Her shadow stretches out, abnormally large and twisted, resembling a spider hanging from its web. Late at night, under the moonlight, a woman practices her swordsmanship. She is intensely focused, her eyes burning with determination. With elegance and precision, she swings her blade continuously, slicing through falling leaves in midair. Suddenly, her body trembles. She gasps for air, frustration written on her face. A few leaves remain untouched. I still need more practice. As she thinks this, a young girl with braided hair approaches holding a lantern, hurriedly calling out to her, "Sister Yin'er, it is Nanggong Wan, of the Nanggong family." With a serious expression, she urges, "We must return immediately. If we stay, we'll be discovered. If we get caught this time, father will definitely scold you, sister." She admits the swordplay was magnificent, but insists, "As the eldest miss, you must take better care of yourself, Yin'er." The woman called Yin'er listens silently, then slowly removes her wide-brimmed hat. With a sincere gaze, she admits, "You're right. She is Nanggong Shui, the eldest miss of the Nanggong family, known as the Flaming Peony." Suddenly, she breaks into a violent coughing fit. Seeing this, Wan's eyes fill with extreme anxiety. Nanggong Shui clenches her fist, her face turning pale from the cruel affliction she suffers, qi deviation. At first, the entire clan considered it a blessing. Her meridians were completely open, allowing her to accumulate internal energy at incredible speed without any obstruction. But the old physician treating her revealed a fatal flaw. With so many acupoints open, her innate true qi leaks out far too rapidly. Her father, consumed by worry, asked if there was any way to save her. The physician pondered for a moment before replying that she needs yin qi, a pure, powerful source of yin energy. It must be administered before her innate true qi is completely exhausted. Otherwise, I fear the young miss will not survive. Back in the present, Nanggong Shui gasps for breath, her strength fading. Wan rushes to her side, asking frantically if she is all right. Shui smiles weakly, whispering, "Don't worry about me," before urging them both to return. Her gaze suddenly falls upon the lantern, and a strange sense of empathy rises within her. She sees herself in that flickering flame, a life destined to fade once the oil runs dry. Looking up at the bright moon, she vows to master the Emperor's sword art quickly. She must succeed before the flame of her life burns out and vanishes forever. Meanwhile, on the vast Yangtze River, a boat glides across the water carrying Xiao Long, Hua Yin, and Gu Fei. Gu Fei suddenly points at the water, shouting, "Xiao Long, look, a Baiji dolphin." Hearing this, Xiao Long freezes in astonishment. It's the Yangtze River dolphin, a creature believed to be extinct. The dolphin breaches the surface, playing joyfully in the waves. Although he usually prefers insects and reptiles, witnessing a legendary dolphin with his own eyes is an entirely different experience. Hua Yin smiles. "If we follow the Yangtze, we'll reach Wuhan, where the Martial Arts Alliance is located." Xiao Long smiles back. "Per father-in-law's orders, we must stop in Wuhan to deliver the red-necked snake venom. After that, we can disembark at Anyang, which is a safer area." Hua Yin cheerfully notes that at this speed, they'll arrive sooner than expected. Seeing her mood, Xiao Long sits beside her, but his face turns pensive. "There is one thing that keeps worrying me." Hua Yin asks curiously, "What is it?" Xiao Long sighs. "If the cold jade is truly that precious, the Nanggong family won't give it up easily. That thought keeps circling in my mind." She laughs softly, telling him to just trust her. She explains, "The cold jade has a special use for the Nanggong young miss. She desperately needs it. But ironically, the cold jade cannot be eaten." She points at Xiao Long, her voice brimming with confidence. "But what we have is edible. That is why they will definitely trade the cold jade for it." Xiao Long reaches into his robe, touching his chest. He nods slowly, admitting she isn't wrong, but he was still worried about whether this cold jade was safe for his little lizards. He remembered they were cold-blooded creatures that hated the cold, so he didn't feel right feeding them something he didn't fully understand. With a serious expression, he asked Hua Yin, "You said before that the cold jade contains cold energy. What exactly is cold energy? I've heard about yin and yang energy, but it's all still very vague to me." Hua Yin turned to him, eyes twinkling with amusement. She raised a finger and smiled, explaining its importance in martial arts cultivation, then warned, "You better listen carefully and remember this. Yin energy is the aura that creates yin fire. It is a heavy, sinking energy that gathers in low places. Usually, yin energy suppresses life. Dark, cold, and terrifying things all belong to the yin attribute. So the cold energy you're asking about is simply a type of yin energy." Xiao Long's eyes went wide as he came to a simple conclusion. So yin energy is really bad then? Not at all. Hua Yin explained. Unlike yin energy, which creates ice, yang energy creates yang fire. But if there is excess yang energy, it accelerates life processes too much, causing rapid aging and depleting energy. Xiao Long immediately imagined a scene of his lizards playing with the jade ice. He realized the reason they needed cold energy was because their bodies were naturally cold in nature. They grew by absorbing that yin energy. Is it like charging a battery? Xiao Long scratched his head, puzzled. Shouldn't yin and yang be balanced, just like men and women? He couldn't understand how they could achieve that balance when their bodies were pure yin. While he was scratching his head in confusion, Hua Yin's gaze locked onto him, her face suddenly turning as red as a tomato. She quickly looked away, stammering, I don't know." She spoke loudly to cover her embarrassment. "Later on, we will discover how to balance yin and yang together." Those words made Xiao Long blush as well, his mind spinning. Hua Yin covered her face with her hands, too ashamed to say another word. Just then, Gu Fei appeared to announce their arrival and asked everyone to prepare to disembark. Their ship had docked at Wuhan port. When the ship stopped, Xiao Long and Hua Yin stepped down. She introduced herself and stated that they had brought the item he requested. A man with a ponytail reached out a hand and smiled, replying, "The general has been expecting you two." They crossed a bridge, and Xiao Long couldn't help but be amazed by the grandeur of the Murim alliance. Not far away, a woman was twisting a man's ear, making him scream in pain with a face drenched in sweat. The man begged the woman named Jianfeng to stop, claiming he was just about to teach that guy a lesson. With a furious look, she made it clear he wasn't allowed to duel with their allies. The man spoke sincerely to Cheng Hu. "She's right. I was too hasty and didn't verify the truth." Cheng Hu replied, "I was only protecting the young lady's honor." Just then, his gaze suddenly stopped at a specific spot. He froze, realizing the person who had just arrived was none other than the poison flower, Hua Yin. Hua Yin turned around and recognized them as well. The man wearing the white scarf was Xiao Long, the woman was Jianfeng, and Cheng Hu was actually Kang Long. She smiled, saying this was the first time they had met since the Dragon Phoenix Assembly, and asked how everyone was doing. Cheng Hu couldn't hide his smile either. He hadn't seen Hua Yin in a long time. They began chatting enthusiastically. Xiao Long thought to himself, in the martial arts world, only those with superior skills receive the title of Dragon or Phoenix, proving they were all top-tier experts. "I have something to ask." Jianfeng hesitated. "Recently, there's been a strange rumor spreading about you." "What rumor?" Hua Yin looked a bit confused. "People say you have a secret lover." Hua Yin's eyes widened in shock, while Xiao Long stood beside her, sweating profusely, feeling incredibly awkward. "Is that rumor true?" Jianfeng asked. With a forced smile, Cheng Hu confirmed. "Yes, all the martial artists are talking about it. I even intended to challenge the person spreading those baseless lies to protect your honor. We are teammates. I can't let others insult you like that." Xiao Long briefly realized the feelings Cheng Hu held for Hua Yin. Hua Yin quickly looked aside, insisting the rumor was false. Cheng Hu got angry, planning to find the rumor monger and beat him up, but Hua Yin stepped forward, deciding to set the record straight. She grabbed Xiao Long's hand, making him slightly flustered, then proudly boasted, "I don't have a secret lover, I have a fiancé." She introduced Xiao Long to everyone, leaving them all completely stunned. Jianfeng noticed that Xiao Long was very young. Hua Yin gave an awkward smile, apologizing and saying she should have introduced him to them sooner. After the greetings, Xiao Long looked up, only to lock eyes with Cheng Hu, a gaze dripping with murderous intent. He stepped closer. "You're Xiao Long, right?" Xiao Long nodded, terrified. But then, Cheng Hu dropped to one knee in front of him, shocking everyone in the room. He introduced himself as Yang Cheng Hu, the spear dragon of the Yang clan. Xiao Long started sweating bullets. Cheng Hu looked up, his face twisted in fury. "I challenge you. I, Yang Cheng Hu, challenge you to a duel." Jianfeng and Zhan Long sighed, clearly disappointed by Cheng Hu's behavior. Drenched in sweat, Xiao Long asked, "Do you really want to fight me?" "That's right. A duel." Yang Cheng Hu answers, his eyes burning with fury. In a flash, Jianfeng grabs him by the collar and yanks him back. Hua Yin, equally annoyed, demands to know what the hell Yang Cheng Hu is doing, challenging someone out of the blue. Jianfeng glares daggers at Yang Cheng Hu, telling him to get a grip and act serious. Xiao Long stands there, totally bewildered. He can't believe he's getting challenged the second they meet. He wonders why he always attracts such weirdos. Just then, a figure in white approaches, asking what all the racket is about. It's none other than the strategist, Zhuge Hu. Xiao Long quickly bows, greeting the strategist with respect. Seeing this, Yang Chenghu's face goes pale with fear. Zhuge Hu smacks Yang Chenghu on the head with his folding fan, barking, "What are you doing with our honored guests?" After taking the hit, poor Yang Chenghu is so terrified he starts stuttering. With a gentle smile, Zhuge Hu suggests they all head to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, where the Alliance leader is waiting. Xiao Long nods, surprised. As Zhuge Hu, Xiao Long, and Hua Yin walk toward the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, Yang Chenghu stays behind, clenching his fists. His eyes still spark with anger because he didn't get his duel with Xiao Long. Seeing his expression, his friends just sigh and advise him to leave. Next to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion flows a beautiful river. Hua Yin decides to wait in the guest hall, while Xiao Long nods and follows Zhuge Hu. A girl in the hall, looking a bit clumsy and nervous, points the way. "Please, this way. We must pay respects to the Alliance leader first." Xiao Long realizes immediately that she's new. She still looks completely overwhelmed. Zhuge Hu smiles and explains, "We caught that spy thanks to you, Xiao Long. This young lady is the replacement for the old maid. She's new, so she lacks experience." Xiao Long just gives a polite smile. The maid closes her eyes, gathers all her courage, and announces, "Reporting to the Alliance leader. The strategist and young hero Tang have arrived." The great doors swing open. The Alliance leader is standing on the balcony, gazing out at the scenery. Zhuge Hu and Xiao Long clasp their hands and bow respectfully. "I am Xiao Long, from the Sichuan Tang clan." Hearing this, the Alliance leader's eyes flash with surprise. He smiles gently and invites them in. "You must be tired from the journey. Please, sit." Suddenly, the Alliance leader's eyes narrow, sharpening with caution. He points at Xiao Long and asks sternly, "Those little creatures on your wrist and waist, do they bite randomly?" Xiao Long is startled and quickly replies, No sir. The small centipedes are still fast asleep under his clothes." Xiao Long is secretly terrified. Rumor has it the Alliance leader is one of the 3 great masters of the martial world. It's no exaggeration one look, and he spotted the deadly poisonous creatures wrapped around Xiao Long's body. Once they sit down, the Alliance leader gets straight to the point. "Xiao Long, did you bring the venom of the striped lake water snake?" "Yes, I did." Xiao Long smiles and pulls out 3 small vials. "I prepared as much as I could before leaving." Zhuge Hu can't help but be amazed, speaking in a calm voice. "When I was in Sichuan, I witnessed the extraction process for this venom. It is incredibly complex and exhausting work. I truly don't know how to thank you enough." The Alliance leader looks at the young man and says, "I heard you've become the son-in-law of the Tang clan." Xiao Long turns and nods in confirmation. The Alliance leader asks about his family, and Xiao Long answers honestly, "I have no family. I'm alone, with no one to rely on." Zhuge Hu interjects, "Alliance leader, I heard Xiao Long lost his memory in an accident. Before being taken in by the Tang family head, he lived alone on Hainan Island, making a living as a snake hunter." The Alliance leader crosses his arms, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. He realizes Xiao Long must have lived a lonely and incredibly harsh life. Seeing this, Xiao Long scratches his head and laughs cheerfully. "Actually, I wasn't completely alone, you know?" The Alliance leader decides to change the subject. "I summoned you here because I want to reward you. I know you played a crucial role in the recent Blood Sect incident." Xiao Long's eyes widen, a bit anxious. "I already told strategist Zhuge what I needed last time." Zhuge Hu smiles and says, "What Xiao Long discovered is a massive merit. It's enough to ensure those filthy leeches from the Blood Sect never dare set foot in the Central Plains again. This achievement deserves far more than a simple reward." Xiao Long quickly waves his hands to refuse. "It was just something I found by accident while trying to save my own people. If I get the gift that was promised, that's more than enough." Hearing this, the eyes of both the Alliance leader and Zhuge Hu turn incredibly serious. The Alliance leader places his hand on the table, repeating the words, "You found it by accident while saving your people." He stands up, crosses his arms, and suddenly smiles. "Now I understand why I feel such a kinship with you. It is because we are very much alike." Seeing Xiao Long's confusion, the Alliance leader explains, "I am not talking about appearance." His eyes turn sharp and cold, revealing deep pain. "I lost my entire clan, and my beloved to those beasts of the Blood Sect. I struggled, doing everything I could just to save even a single surviving relative. And on that path, I found enlightenment and reached the pinnacle of martial arts." The Alliance leader looked straight at Xiao Long. "I heard you charged at a Blood Sect elder while poisoned, just to save the Tang family." "Yes, that is the truth," Xiao Long replied. A smile appeared on the Alliance leader's face. 30 years ago, I did the exact same thing." He walked toward Xiao Long, his posture majestic, yet his voice held a deep empathy. Back then, I also rushed into danger, with nothing in my heart but sheer despair. He placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, making him slightly flustered at the honor. The leader smiled. I have decided to pass on my unique technique to you, the iron casket art. Both Xiao Long and Zhuge Hu were stunned, their jaws dropping in absolute shock. The alliance leader laughed heartily. I have never taken a disciple. When I die, this martial art will be lost forever. I have no intention of becoming your master, so the Tang Sect need not worry. Zhuge Hu stood up abruptly, sweating profusely, while Xiao Long remained frozen, breaking out in a cold sweat. From the bottom of my heart, I thank the alliance leader. This junior swears I will never tarnish your reputation. Hearing this, a gentle and satisfied smile blossomed on the alliance leader's face. Night fell. Xiao Long was walking, clutching a thick manual tightly to his chest. This was the technique the martial alliance leader had personally gifted him, a secret he could currently only share with the elders of his sect. He knew that if this news leaked out, he would instantly become a prime target for the Blood Sect. Thinking about sharing this good news with Hua Yin, he quickened his pace toward the guest hall. Just then, a raspy voice rang out, demanding he stop. Xiao Long turned around curiously and couldn't help but shudder when he saw young Cheng Hu standing there, glaring at him with hostility. Cheng Hu took a step forward, his voice stern. I heard you cleared the Heavenly Martial Pavilion. I'm here to demand an answer regarding our duel. Xiao Long was secretly amazed at this guy's persistence. Cheng Hu continued, I want to know if you are truly worthy of Hua Yin. Prove it to me, Xiao Long replied anxiously. A duel is very dangerous. Cheng Hu pointed at his spear, explaining, you don't need to worry. I'll remove the spearhead. Xiao Long's gaze suddenly turned razor sharp. He replied, I'm not worried about that. I'm afraid you will die. A heavy silence fell over them for several minutes. The two stared unblinkingly at each other. Xiao Long's words were like pouring oil on fire. Cheng Hu furiously grabbed his collar, roaring, What did you just say? Right at that moment, something squirmed inside Xiao Long's robe. Cheng Hu looked confused for a split second. Suddenly, 3 small centipedes crawled out from the robe, ready to spill blood for the one who dared touch their master. Xiao Long hurriedly grabbed the centipedes, shouting, No, don't bite him. Cheng Hu, who had been full of arrogance just moments ago, collapsed to the ground in terror, his face pale as a sheet, sweating as if he'd taken a shower. Xiao Long calmly approached, smiling. I told you it was dangerous. He squatted down in front of Cheng Hu, making the guy tremble even more. With glowing eyes and a hint of arrogance, Xiao Long whispered, I've spared you once already, you know. Cheng Hu gasped for air, realizing Xiao Long wasn't joking. If he hadn't stopped those centipedes, Cheng Hu would be dead right now. Xiao Long stood up, his eyes sharp. In young Cheng Hu's eyes at that moment, Xiao Long looked like nothing less than a terrifying monster. Are you okay, brother? Xiao Long asked. Just then, Hua Yin's voice rang out from behind. What are you two doing here? Hearing her voice, Xiao Long jumped. Hua Yin stepped forward, her eyes flashing with killing intent. Cheng Hu, are you planning to hurt Xiao Long? Xiao Long quickly put his hand on Cheng Hu's shoulder, laughing awkwardly. Ah, it's just a misunderstanding. I got lost after leaving the pavilion. Luckily, brother Cheng Hu appeared and showed me the way. Hua Yin remained silent, her eyes still full of suspicion. She noticed the centipedes on Xiao Long's body were acting restless. Thinking fast, Xiao Long placed a small centipede on Cheng Hu's head and added, After chatting, I wanted to show him my centipedes, so I asked him to release a little killing intent to test their reaction. Who knew it would turn out like this? We were just joking around. Cheng Hu, though still confused, quickly played along. He stood up, draped his arm around Xiao Long, and laughed loudly. That's right. Xiao Long is absolutely right. Hua Yin's eyes were still filled with doubt, but she decided not to press further. She thanked Cheng Hu and said it was time to return. Xiao Long nodded furiously and hurriedly walked ahead. Cheng Hu let out a sigh of relief. He had narrowly avoided a disaster. When Xiao Long had walked a short distance, he turned back with a smile and said, Counting this time, I've saved your life twice now. After saying that, he and Hua Yin left, leaving Cheng Hu standing there like a statue, completely unable to process what had just happened. The next morning, as the boats docked, Xiao Long's group prepared to leave. Hua Yin bowed to Cheng Hu and the others. We have matters to attend to. Thank you everyone for looking after us. John Long also told the two of them to take care. Just before they left, Jianfeng called out to Xiao Long. Please wait a moment. She then placed her hand on Cheng Hu's shoulder, signaling him. The arrogant young man from yesterday now bowed his head before Xiao Long, his eyes full of sincerity. Jianfeng said, I heard what Cheng Hu did. Thank you for your generosity, brother. Xiao Long looked a bit confused. Cheng Hu scratched his head, awkwardly mumbling his thanks. He explained that after talking with Jianfeng last night, he finally realized how stupid he'd been. He clenched his fists, his eyes welling up with tears. I'm truly won over by your tolerance. I acted like a complete jerk, yet you still covered for me. You're the one who truly deserves Hua Yin. Please, take good care of her from now on. Xiao Long smiled as he bid them farewell. He knew they'd meet again at the Dragon Phoenix Assembly. There was no need to turn friends into enemies. As their boat slowly drifted from the dock, Cheng Hu and the others smiled, waving them off. The sky was clear, with flocks of birds soaring high. By late that night, at an inn at the foot of Mount Huang, Xiao Long and the group sat down for a meal after a long day of travel. They had left Wuhan and finally arrived in Anqing. Gufei suggested they rest there, as it was late, and Mount Huang was treacherous. Reaching the Nangong family estate would still take another half-day's journey. Everyone agreed and decided to spend the night at the inn. During the meal, Hua Yin was still reeling from shock. She couldn't believe Xiao Long had received the Iron Armor Divine Art, the signature technique of the Fist Emperor. He said we looked alike. Xiao Long looked puzzled. Is that a good thing? Hua Yin nodded firmly. Although they say training the Iron Armor Divine Art is agonizing, once you master it, you can even block sword energy with your bare body. It's the Fist Emperor's signature art. Some even say it rivals the Shaolin Temple's indestructible Diamond Divine Art. And since it's an external technique, it won't conflict with your internal energy. You won't have any issues learning it. Xiao Long was stunned in vulnerability to blades and spears. He realized he had obtained an earth-shattering technique. Hua Yin smiled gently and offered, I'll help you train. I heard the first emperor used to whip his own body every morning. I can do that for you. Xiao Long's jaw dropped at the mention of whipping. Hua Yin clenched her fist, determined. That's right. Hardening the body with a whip is an essential part of the process. An image of Hua Yin in a maid outfit holding a whip flashed through Xiao Long's mind, making him blush. Just then, an old man approached and asked if they were planning to climb Mount Huangtian. Xiao Long turned around curiously, while Hua Yin nodded and asked why he wanted to know. The old man introduced himself as the innkeeper, then asked if they were heading to the Nangong family estate. Is there a problem? Xiao Long stood up, looking a bit confused. Hua Yin suddenly remembered her father mentioning malicious rumors and wondered if this was related. The innkeeper leaned in closer, lowering his voice to reveal that over the past few months, people traveling up Mount Huangtian had been mysteriously disappearing. Although they're found safe later, their bodies are completely drained of yang energy. Hearing this, Xiao Long's face turned pale with fear. Hua Yin, however, looked suspicious. She found the whole thing strange. What does any of this have to do with the Nangong family? She asked. The old man coughed dryly, blushing slightly as he revealed, everyone who wakes up says the same thing. The person they spent the night with was none other than Miss Nangong Shui of the Nangong clan. Hua Yin was stunned, then immediately retorted, That's absurd. This is definitely a trap, a malicious slander. Calm down. Xiao Long quickly intervened. The innkeeper, looking panicked, said that everyone who heard the story reacted just like she did. Meanwhile, at the Nangong estate, Shui was embroidering in her room when a maid burst in, announcing that the family head was summoning her to the main hall immediately. She was a bit surprised, wondering if her father had discovered she was secretly practicing swordsmanship at night. Arriving at the main hall, Shui was shocked to see several men kneeling before her father. Seeing she had arrived, the Nangong family head sternly ordered everyone to raise their heads and confirm if this was the person they had seen. Trembling with fear, one of the men looked up while the others frantically begged for mercy. Speak the truth immediately, the family head growled, leaving Shui even more confused. He turned to her and asked sternly, Shui, have you been sneaking out to Mount Huang at night? These men claim you drained their yang energy. Shui's eyes went wide, filled with terror and confusion. Her face turned pale, and unable to hold it back, she burst into tears. Explain yourself clearly, her father demanded, pointing at her with a stern voice. She admitted through sobs. It's true that I've been practicing swordsmanship in the valleys of Mount Huang these past few days, but I swear I didn't do anything else. The father turned to the two men. My daughter has claimed her innocence. You must provide solid proof of what you saw. The fat man, tears streaming down his face, swore, Family head, we only speak of what we witnessed with our own eyes. We would never dare offend the young miss. The other man also began to wail, claiming he didn't understand what was happening to the world, wondering if everyone had gone mad or was possessed. Hearing this, the fat man suddenly remembered something. His eyes lit up and he jumped to his feet. A mole. There was a mole. The patriarch asked curiously, What mole? Pointing to his own chest. The man revealed, The woman we saw had a mole, right here on her chest. It's absurd. The father muttered to himself, then turned to his daughter. Shui. Is that true? The girl covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with horror. Seeing his child's reaction, the father couldn't suppress his rage. He couldn't believe it was real. Meanwhile, Hua Yin and Xiao Long left the inn and began their trek through the forest. Hua Yin's face was still dark with anger. Gufei trudged ahead, carrying all the luggage. Are you still upset about what the innkeeper said? Xiao Long approached and asked curiously. No. She denied instantly. But then she snapped back. It's just ridiculous to think Nangong Shui would absorb men's yang energy. Seeing her outburst, Xiao Long shrank back a little. Hua Yin sighed, her voice softening. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you, but those rumors are nonsense. She then revealed a secret that left Xiao Long stunned. Nangong Shui cannot touch men. With a sad expression, Hua Yin explained that Shui suffered from a strange illness. If she didn't continuously absorb yin energy, her lifespan would be cut short. Because of that unique constitution, yang energy is like poison to her. That's why she's always careful never to let a man near her, let alone spend the night with one. Xiao Long thought to himself, confused. Why does this script sound like some fantasy novel? I wonder if this will have a happy ending. A few hours later, they arrived at the Nangong Manor gates. The guard eyed Xiao Long suspiciously. What business do you have here? Hua Yin whispered, her eyes serious. The atmosphere in the Nangong clan seems off. If we say we're here to see Sister Shui without a good reason, they won't let us in. Make something up, quickly. All right. Xiao Long decided to follow her lead. He stepped up to the guard, cleared his throat, and said confidently, Bright Eyes, we are here to make a trade. The guard remained silent, not saying a word. Seeing the plan fail, Xiao Long started sweating. Hua Yin was also panicking, having no idea what nonsense he was spouting. Just then, someone heard the commotion and opened the gate. When they saw who walked out, both Xiao Long and Hua Yin were shocked. It was Nangong Yun. She was just as surprised to see Hua Yin. Thanks to Yun, they managed to get inside. As soon as they met, Hua Yin and Yun jumped up and down in joy. It's been so long, sister, Yun said happily. 2 years since the 7 great clans meeting, right? Hua Yin smiled and nodded. Ah. Yun turned to Xiao Long, confused. By the way, what did you mean by trade earlier? Hua Yin closed her eyes and sighed anxiously, while Xiao Long just gave an awkward laugh. Hua Yin explained, We need the cold ice jade. I heard last time that Sister Shui has it. Hearing this, Yun looked a bit surprised. Hua Yin continued earnestly, We really need it, so we came to see if we could negotiate for it. Yun clasped her hands and smiled gently. Then let's go to the main hall to speak with my father first. He'll definitely be happy to see you after such a long time. Hua Yin placed her hand on Xiao Long's shoulder, smiling as she revealed, I brought this to exchange for the cold ice jade. Xiao Long's eyes widened in confusion, and Yun asked in shock, You're planning to trade brother Xiao Long? Soon enough, they were in the main hall of the Nangong family. After hearing the whole story, the patriarch shot up from his seat, asking in disbelief, Is that true? His eyes were wide, unable to hide his shock. He couldn't believe they had brought a spirit pill filled with cold energy. Xiao Long, show it to him, Hua Yin said. Hearing that, Xiao Long smiled, reached into his robe, took out the spirit pill, and placed it on the table. The patriarch's attention was completely fixed on it. Inside the pill, a small object was glittering. May I take a closer look? He asked curiously. Yes, of course. Xiao Long nodded, his heart racing. This was the pill he had carefully carried, keeping it warm against his chest the entire journey. He hoped they would accept the trade. The patriarch carefully examined the pill, noting that the purity of the cold energy was incredibly high. With this, she can hold on for at least 10 years. Is it really that amazing? Yun asked curiously. Since the item was so precious, the patriarch decided to exchange the cold ice jade for it. Hearing this, a joyful smile appeared on both Hua Yin and Xiao Long's faces. The patriarch pointed at the pill and asked, What is inside it? Xiao Long could only give a forced laugh, replying that it was a secret he couldn't reveal. The patriarch guessed it might be related to where the elixir was found, so he decided not to pry any further. Xiao Long let out a dry cough, forcing a polite smile to thank the old man. But inside, he was sweating bullets, knowing damn well that wasn't the real reason. Flashback to a few days ago. He was strolling through the clan grounds with his grandfather when he felt a sudden, sharp chill against his chest. Seeing his grandson's weird expression, the old man immediately asked what was wrong. Flustered, Xiao Long pulled the object out. It was a dried gecko tail. He handed it over, explaining that he'd kept it as a souvenir because of the strange, ice-like crystal embedded inside. Grandfather examined it with piqued curiosity, sensing the frigid aura radiating from it. He noted that this would be an incredible resource for anyone cultivating ice attribute martial arts. Xiao Long rubs his chin, flashing back to those lizards. He'd assumed their tails were packed with nutrients like your average fat-tailed gecko, but nope, it was pure frost chi. Grandpa had smiled, suggesting he try refining that energy into a spirit elixir. Back in the present, Xiao Long thinks to himself that this shriveled lizard tail really isn't anything to write home about. Wearing a joyful expression, Bao Yin rushes to tell his sister that their father wants to use this elixir to trade for the frost jade. She nods obediently. The clan head invites the group to rest, announcing he'll throw a banquet to welcome such esteemed guests. Sharp as ever, he notices Hua Yin seems close to Shui and suggests, "My daughter has been through a lot lately. Could you stay by her side and comfort her, Miss Hua Yin?" Hua Yin smiles and agrees. They rise, and Yin leads them toward the guest quarters. On the way, Yin chirps happily. "Thanks to you, Sister Hua Yin. Father is finally in a good mood. For the past few days, the whole family has been living in fear." Hua Yin asks about Shui, curious since she'd heard some nasty rumors near Huangtian Mountain. Yin's eyes instantly droop with sadness. "I didn't realize you knew about that too. I don't believe Sister Shui would ever do something like that. But since we couldn't find any proof, she was confined and forced to use the gecko cinnabar to prove her innocence." Hua Yin is stunned, while Xiao Long looks completely lost. She explains to him that gecko cinnabar is an ancient method women use to prove their virginity. They raise a gecko in a jar, feeding it nothing but cinnabar until its entire body turns bright red. Then they grind it into a powder and apply it to the woman's skin. If she's still pure, the red mark will never wash off. Xiao Long is dumbfounded. He thinks indignantly, determining purity is a Keelan's job. Since when did a gecko get that promotion? Just then, they arrive at Shui's quarters. She sits quietly in the distance, that crimson mark still vivid on her arm. Hua Yin smiles and calls out. Shui looks surprised to see her, but Yin quickly explains they've brought a frost chi elixir that father wants to trade for the frost jade. Yin hands the elixir to Shui. The moment her fingers brush it, she gasps, feeling the massive surge of frost chi radiating from within. She thanks them and produces the frost jade for the exchange. Xiao Long inspects the gem carefully, unable to hide a satisfied smirk. Suddenly, Shui lets out a heavy, sorrowful sigh. Hua Yin speaks up sincerely. "I've heard the rumors. I don't believe for a second that you'd do something like that. Don't lose heart," Shui replies mournfully. "But there are so many witnesses. They even described exactly where my birthmark is." A light flashes in Xiao Long's eyes. This is a mystery, his absolute specialty. In his past life, he was known as the Sherlock Holmes of speedrunning in detective games. He smiles and asks Shui, "Do you ever bathe alone in the pond or the stream at night?" Shui stares at him blankly, while Hua Yin asks calmly, "Are you trying to figure out who was peeping on her?" Xiao Long's jaw drops. He's been read like a book. Shui shakes her head, insisting she never bathes outdoors, and that the villagers are like family, they'd have no reason to slander her. Yin scoffs, "See? You guessed wrong." Xiao Long can't believe he failed so miserably. He drops to his knees, crushed by the defeat. Suddenly, Hua Yin smiles, clapping her hands together. "I've solved the mystery. There is only one logical explanation for this." Everyone stares at her, a mix of confusion and curiosity on their faces. Hua Yin pauses for effect, her eyes shining with confidence, before dropping the bombshell. The culprit is a ghost. Yin and Shui freeze, cold sweat forming on their brows. Hua Yin nods solemnly. Xiao Long is baffled. He expected some profound deduction, not a sudden pivot to the supernatural. He rubs his chin, thinking back to the time he saw the ghost of that blue-spotted centipede. "Actually, maybe it's not completely crazy. Have you touched anything strange lately?" Xiao Long asks Shui, gesturing, like, say, eating a spirit beast's core? Shui ponders, then answers with total seriousness. "Well, I did touch an acorn recently, and a tree branch." Xiao Long and Hua Yin sweat drop, floored by her innocence. This must be that clumsy charm people talk about. Suddenly, Shui's eyes go wide. She claps her hands together, remembering something crucial. "When I was cultivating alone at night," she says, "I felt a presence. It felt like someone has been watching me this entire time. Is that true, sister?" Yin asks worriedly. Shui nods firmly. "At first I thought it was you, but when I checked, no one was there." She touches her chin, wondering if she's just being paranoid, but watching her, Xiao Long knows something is definitely fishy. While they're deep in thought, a maid rushes in, gasping for air. "Something terrible has happened." "What is it?" Shui asks, alarmed. The maid clenches her fists, stammering. "Another villager has disappeared. The clan warriors are already out searching." Yin looks terrified. Shui lowers her head, fury etched across her face. Xiao Long watches calmly, asking if she's all right. Suddenly, Shui's eyes burn with determination. Back in the present, Shui was adamant. "No matter what, I have to catch this ghost myself to clear my name." Wan pleaded, "Don't go, big sister." Wan clenched her fists tight. "I'm begging you. If you sneak out alone again and get caught, it's going to be a huge problem this time." Shui thought for a moment, then flashed a reassuring smile. "Don't worry." She turned to Xiao Long and Hua Yin, declaring, "This time, I won't be alone." "What do you mean?" Wan asked, confused. Shui stepped toward Hua Yin, grabbing her hands with a look of desperate sadness. Would you two be willing to help me? Xiao Long and Hua Yin stood there, stunned by the sudden request. Night fell. Deep in the forest, a small owl perched silently on a branch, watching. As it turned its head, it spotted Xiao Long's group scouring the area. Wan trembled, gripping Hua Yin's hand tightly. She whispered, "If we get caught, they'll lock me in solitary confinement for at least 6 months." Hearing that, Hua Yin could only offer a nervous, sympathetic smile. Wan turned to Xiao Long. "I thought you were on my side to stop her. I don't get why you suddenly flip sides like this." Xiao Long froze, laughing awkwardly. He couldn't exactly tell her the truth. Flashback to moments earlier. Shui had pulled out a piece of gold jewelry. She explained it was a norige, a traditional pendant crafted specifically to hold an ice jade crystal in its center. "I'm not sure why you two need the ice jade, but if you're looking for a vessel to carry its power, this is the perfect choice." She split the norige in two. Even separated, these halves can serve as a token of promise between two people. She looked straight into Xiao Long's eyes. "I promise to give this to you, if you help me." Xiao Long was stunned. Both he and Hua Yin were mesmerized by the sparkling artifact. Back in the present, Xiao Long put on a serious face, placing a hand over his heart. "Like I said, I'm not doing this for the norige. I simply want to protect Miss Shui's honor." "You liar!" Wan snapped, her face turning red with rage. "Wanner, calm down," Shui advised gently. While Hua Yin chuckled awkwardly, Wan looked like she was about to explode from frustration. A few minutes later, they halted. This was the exact spot where Shui had sensed the intruder's presence. She began scanning the area, hunting for clues. But what if the culprit really is a ghost? Hua Yin asked, stepping closer in fear. Shui drew her blade, her voice steely. "Then I'll use this exorcism sword to cut it down." Xiao Long stood by, watching the scene, the tension in the air thick enough to cut. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Out of nowhere, a dense fog rolled in, so thick that it blinded them instantly. Panic set in. Xiao Long spun around, screaming for Shui and the others, but only silence answered him. He paced frantically, realizing they had been separated. Suddenly, his foot snagged on something. He crouched down to inspect it. It was a spider web. He touched it. The silk was incredibly thick. Whatever creature spun this, it had to be massive. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Xiao Long whipped around. That was Wan. He quickly summoned his swarm of small centipedes. "Can you guys find Mom?" The little creatures seemed to understand. They leaped off Xiao Long and scurried into the dark. He ordered them to protect Hua Yin while he sprinted through the forest, realizing the girls were being dragged deeper into the trap. Why were there so many webs? Xiao Long gasped for breath, his mind racing as he recalled everything he knew about arachnids. Spiders are generally divided into two categories: web weavers that stay in one spot, and wandering hunters. Weavers spin webs and wait. Wanderers hunt. But this entire forest was covered in webs, spun directly on the ground. No normal spider spins webs like this. This wasn't a natural creature. Suddenly, the mist turned a blood-red crimson. As the fog began to lift, Xiao Long's expression hardened. He had to find Wan and the others. Now, a few seconds later, he skidded to a halt. The trees ahead were completely suffocated in webbing. What the hell was happening? Suddenly, he heard Wan's voice. He looked up and froze. She was trapped in a silk cocoon, plastered high up against a tree trunk. Terrified, Xiao Long spun around. Xiao Long, to see a woman perched atop a colossal spider. The woman smiled, her eyes gleaming with malice. It was Nangong Shui. Her eyes burning with sinister light. She flashed a chilling, ghostly grin. Xiao Long stood, rooted to the spot, unable to believe what he was seeing. The entire zone was engulfed in the webbing of a ground spider, unlike anything he'd ever encountered, a monster that wove its trap on the earth instead of the sky. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, staring intently at the figure perched atop the giant spider. He finally realized that the entity before him, wearing the face of Nangong Shui, was actually a camouflaged spider demon. He watched as it deliberately let its robe slip, exposing a seductive shoulder to allure him, clearly an evolutionary trait developed for hunting. Xiao Long blushed involuntarily, thinking, "You don't need to do that. I'm already charmed." But he quickly snapped out of the trance, struggling to break free from the invisible silk. She glared at Xiao Long, furious that he had fallen for the trap, yet still managed to resist. Without a second thought, Xiao Long stepped toward the spider demon. Seeing this, the creature smirked in triumph. But with a face full of pure infatuation, Xiao Long gasped, "You are absolutely beautiful." Then, he suddenly pulled the spider demon into a tight hug, leaving it completely stunned. Its eyes flashed with malice, ready to strike a fatal blow. But right at that moment, Xiao Long gave the command. In the blink of an eye, a small centipede shot out from his robes, sinking its fangs deep into the spider's neck. The creature opened its mouth and let out a shriek of agony. Xiao Long stepped back as the little centipede quickly scurried back to its master. With tear-filled eyes, the spider demon reached out toward Xiao Long, begging for help. Its expression was so realistic, anyone would have easily fallen for the trap. Clutching its neck, it began to stagger. Moments later, it collapsed onto the ground. Xiao Long panted, eyes wide as he stared at the motionless spider. He wasn't sure if the centipede's venom had completely paralyzed it yet. Picking up a stick, he carefully poked its body. The centipede's venom was a neurotoxin designed to paralyze prey. He figured that even though the venom was potent, with a creature of this massive size, it probably wouldn't be fatal. Reassured, he started stroking the spider, whispering, "Don't be sad. I just saved you from being hunted down by the villagers." Xiao Long's eyes lit up with excitement. Without a second thought, he wrapped his arms around the spider in a hug. He was in pure bliss. Its body was bright red with 4 large spots on its back, and its fur was thick and soft as velvet, a truly magnificent crimson spider. He cheered inwardly, curious to see what this beautiful spider's face looked like. He decided to check its fangs, maybe they were as huge as a Goliath bird-eater's. Thinking that, he curiously flipped the spider over to expose its belly. Just then, a shadow rushed in screaming, "Pervert!" A furious shout rang out, followed immediately by a thunderous kick slamming straight into Xiao Long's face. Before he could even process what was happening, his body went flying like a leaf, smashing into a tree trunk before thudding onto the ground. He was out cold. Hua Yin froze, covering her mouth with her hand. She panicked, realizing that in her rage, she hadn't controlled her strength at all. A few minutes later, Xiao Long staggered to his feet, looking completely dazed. Hua Yin hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" She explained, her voice still trembling. The mist surrounding this forest was clearly created by that spider. Inhaling it increases a man's desire. It acts just like an aphrodisiac. I inhaled a bit too and felt strange, so I had to use my internal energy to force it out before coming to you. Xiao Long calmly replied that he didn't feel anything weird, then rubbed his chin in thought. So the villagers acting possessed was because of this mist. I wonder if it's some kind of pheromone? As he spoke, he innocently touched the spider again, asking Hua Yin what kind of monster could spew such toxic fog. Seeing Xiao Long still casually touching the spider, Hua Yin felt a chill of fear, but then her face turned as red as a tomato. She mumbled an apology, confessing that she thought he had been seduced by the spider. Xiao Long looked blank for a moment, but then realized that, in a way, she was right. He had been seduced by the spider's beauty. "I was just trying to check its anatomy," he explained, his hand still stroking the spider's hairy leg. "Its legs are so fluffy. It's so cute." Hua Yin, sweating profusely, begged him to stop. She suddenly remembered something, a bright red body, 4 large spots on the back, thick velvet fur. Just then, a dry cough rang out. Both startled and turned around, but saw no one. Xiao Long wondered if the spider made that sound. Then, the voice spoke again. It was Wan, still wrapped in the web. Damn it. He had completely forgotten about her. They rushed to cut her down. Wan's face was pale, her breathing weak, but she was alive. He realized she was just paralyzed. Hearing that, Hua Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was getting dark, and Xiao Long said the only thing left to do was find Shui. Hua Yin was sure that now the mist had cleared, they would find her soon. But before that, Xiao Long decided to do something else. He started using the spider's own silk to tie up its body and drag it along, deciding to bring it back to the clan for research. Not long after, Shui appeared. Seeing Wan lying motionless on the ground, her eyes filled with tears and burning rage, this spider not only dared to stain her honor but also harmed her little sister. She drew her sword, preparing to finish the monster off. "Wait!" Xiao Long shouted in panic, running without hesitation to stand between her and the spider's body. Shui froze, pointing her sword at him, her voice ice-cold. "Move!" But Xiao Long stood his ground. Seeing this, Shui was visibly confused. Xiao Long pointed at himself and declared proudly, "I'm the one who caught it, so now, it belongs to me." Hua Yin was stunned by his audacity. Shui silently looked at the ground, then looked up, her eyes blazing with fury. "What did you just say?" Xiao Long retorted. "Killing a creature like this is a waste. You already killed a salamander with a poison curse earlier, and now you want to kill this spider too? Wait, Shui!" Hua Yin cried out, holding Wan tightly. "She's still alive, she's just paralyzed." Hearing this, Shui's eyes filled with relief mixed with surprise. "Really?" she asked again. Hua Yin nodded in confirmation, urging her to calm down. "I understand how you feel," Hua Yin added, "but if you kill the host, the disguise breaks, and it'll shift forms again. If that happens, there's no way to clear Lady Nangong's name." She stared at the spider, her voice dead serious. "Think about it. If you bring this thing back to your family alive, your name is cleared instantly. Besides, Xiao Long is the one who caught it, found the elixir, and saved Lady Nangong's life. He's the reason you're being vindicated." You shouldn't be swinging that sword around so recklessly. Both Xiao Long and Shui were stunned by Hua Yin's sharp logic. Shui let out a sigh, thought it over, and finally sheathed her blade. She turned to him. I'm sorry, Xiao Long. Forgive me. I didn't consider the kindness you've shown me. Xiao Long quickly waved it off, saying it was no big deal. He smiled and shot a thumbs up at Hua Yin, silently praising her for keeping a cool head in such a tense spot. Eyeing the spider cautiously, Shui asked Xiao Long what he planned to do with the creature. He explained he was going to spare it and take it back to the Tang Sect. Then, without thinking, he patted Shui's head, his voice full of emotion. You're really cute. Shui froze, her face turning as red as a tomato. Completely misunderstanding him, she started fidgeting with her fingers, stammering, But you already have Lady Hua Yin. Hua Yin sighed, giving her a tired look. Xiao Long didn't mean you. He's saying the spider is cute. It's red, has soft fur, and possesses unique abilities. That's why he finds it adorable. Hearing this, the fear came rushing back into Shui's eyes. Xiao Long, currently petting the spider, looked back at them confused. He asked what they were whispering about, but they quickly changed the subject. By dawn the next day, Nanggong Yin was safely escorted back to her clan. Everyone was shocked to see such a massive spider. The Nanggong patriarch drew his sword in a panic, furious to learn this was the creature that stole his daughter's face and tarnished the clan's honor. Xiao Long stepped in to stop him, explaining that the misunderstanding was cleared up and the rumors would soon be corrected. Hearing this, the patriarch decided to calm down. Xiao Long realized he and Shui were exactly alike. They were father and daughter, after all. The patriarch extended his hand, declaring that this act was nothing short of saving the lives and honor of both his daughters. He vowed the Nanggong clan would never forget this favor and would grant any wish he had. Xiao Long smiled, pointing at the spider. Like I said, I'll be taking this guest with me. The patriarch didn't object, but admitted one thing worried him. He was unsettled that the creature was still wearing Shui's face. He reasoned that if it could steal his daughter's appearance, it could surely transform into something else. So, he requested that it at least take on a different form. He never wanted to experience the pain of doubting his own daughter again. Xiao Long rubbed his chin in thought. He understood the feeling. He might own the creature now, but there was still the issue of image copyright. He was wondering what to do when suddenly, chaos erupted. He ran over to Gu Fei, asking what was happening. The crowd was agitated. Gu Fei reported the situation. 3 old men had appeared, furious. They were screaming, calling the spider a cunning beast for mimicking the young lady's appearance. They demanded to know why it hadn't been killed yet. Gu Fei sternly held out a hand, warning them to watch their tongues. This guest has been captured by my clan. Do you dare insult our property? Hearing this, the old men panicked and quickly begged for forgiveness. Xiao Long crossed his arms. The misunderstanding was cleared up, and it seemed everyone who needed to see the truth had seen it. He told Gu Fei to stop letting people in, worried the creature might get hurt if this kept up. Gu Fei nodded and ordered the guards to close the gates. As the crowd dispersed and the guards moved to shut the gates, a weak voice called out, "Wait, please." It was a bald old man leaning on a cane, gasping for breath, his eyes full of desperation. He coughed dryly. Can I just take a quick look?" "Orders are orders, old man. Nothing we can do," the guard explained. Sweat dripping down his face, the old man pleaded, "Just for a moment. Please." The guard scratched his head, looking awkward. "It's not allowed, sir." "Let him look," Xiao Long said with a smile. He traveled a long way in that condition. He must have a reason. The old man's eyes lit up with surprise and gratitude. He thanked Xiao Long and shakily approached the spider demon, observing it closely. Silence fell over the crowd as tears welled up in the old man's eyes. It was really him. The spider looked up at him, its eyes widening in surprise. Are you going to kill it like the others say?" The old man turned to ask. "No, sir," Xiao Long replied calmly. "This is a precious creature. I plan to take it back to Sichuan and raise it properly at the Tang Sect. Its diet might be a bit unusual, but it's just a lost guest. Everything happens for a reason. It's not this little guy's fault." Tears of joy streamed down the old man's face. He had never heard anyone speak like that before. "I believe you," he said. Without a second's hesitation, the old man started untying the ropes binding the spider. Everyone panicked. "That's dangerous, old man," Xiao Long spoke with concern. Once freed from its bonds, the spider nuzzled against the old man. As he stroked it with tender affection, the creature's eyes shimmered with pure delight. Xiao Long let out a sigh. For him, this sight was not surprising in the least. From the very start, he had sensed a familiar aura radiating from the elder. It was the scent of a kindred spirit. Without a doubt, this man was also obsessed with exotic creatures. The old man revealed its name, Yao Hua. He recounted how, over 20 years ago, after losing his entire family to a plague and falling into despair, he had found this tiny creature. Back then, it was only the size of a fist. They had lived together ever since. When he was still in his prime, he had used his own yang energy to nourish it. However, as his strength waned and he could no longer provide enough yang energy, trouble began to brew. That was when it caused the terrible incident involving the young miss of the Nangong family. The old man turned back, his voice heavy with regret. "It is all my fault." Xiao Long's eyes widened in surprise. Unable to hold back his tears, the elder confessed that he had wandered in agony, not knowing what to do. But now, seeing a kind-hearted young master like him willing to adopt it, he could finally rest easy. He begged him, imploring him to take good care of the creature. Xiao Long bowed respectfully before the elder, promising to raise it with the utmost care. With teary eyes, the old man turned to Yao Hua. "I am old now. I can no longer care for you. Please, follow him and live a long, full life." Yao Hua and the old man embraced, the creature's eyes also welling up with tears. The scene moved Xiao Long deeply, tears flowing unbidden. He was astonished that a spirit beast could understand human speech and express such profound emotion. He wondered just how much time they had spent together, realizing the old man truly cherished it like his own daughter. He reached out. "Senior, please stop. Would you like to come with us to Sichuan? It would be better if we traveled together instead of parting ways like this." The old man refused, his eyes glistening. He was deeply grateful for the boy's kindness, but he no longer had the strength to endure such a long journey. "Besides, my family's graves are all here. I cannot leave." Xiao Long scratched his head, smiling as he asked, "Then, could you share your experience in raising Yao Hua? This is my first time handling such a creature." The old man promised to answer every question within his knowledge. Xiao Long blushed, admitting shyly, "What I am most curious about is the yang energy. How exactly is it provided?" The old man extended a finger, and Yao Hua began to suckle on it. "Let me show you," he explained. "You simply offer your finger like this. Even sleeping together seems enough to transfer the yang energy." Suddenly, Yao Hua's form began to shift. Everyone's attention snapped to the creature. The old man revealed that when yang energy is transferred, it transforms into the form it perceives as most beautiful in its master's eyes. Yao Hua morphed into a beautiful woman. It was the image of the old man's late wife when she was young. "I just wanted to see this face one last time before I die," he said, his voice filled with relief. Then he turned to Xiao Long. "Do you want to try?" Xiao Long approached Yao Hua, deep in thought, then placed his finger into its mouth. Before long, its form began to change again, making Xiao Long's eyes go wide. He wondered nervously what shape it would take, secretly guessing it would surely be Miss Hua Yin. The spider shifted, and when the new form emerged, everyone, including the old man and Xiao Long, froze in dead silence. Gu Fei and the Nangong family heads stared in horror and shock. It had turned into a wooden doll. The old man was bewildered. This form was, without a doubt, the exact appearance Yao Hua had shown only once before taking human shape. Panicked, he asked Xiao Long, "Why? Why didn't it take the form of Miss Hua Yin?" Cold sweat poured down. Xiao Long felt his head spinning. He understood now. The reason Yao Hua could maintain Nangong Shue's form was that the villagers saw her as the most beautiful woman. But right now, in front of it was Hua Yin, known as the greatest beauty in the Central Plains. He was the one who fed it yang energy, so why didn't Yao Hua turn into Hua Yin? This was absurd. He couldn't make sense of it at all. Unacceptable. Xiao Long spun around and bolted. His mind was in chaos. If the Tang family heard about this, they would surely see it as a betrayal. Could it be? Could it be that his passion for poisons was stronger than his admiration for Hua Yin? No, impossible. He refused to accept that reason. There had to be another explanation. Meanwhile, in Nangong Yun's room, the door burst open. Xiao Long rushed in, gasping for breath. Hua Yin was there, surprised and confused by his disheveled appearance. He stammered, "Ah, I have a favor to ask you." With a serious expression, he gathered all his courage. "Can I give you a hug?" The abrupt request made Hua Yin's face flush bright red. Xiao Long hurriedly waved his hands to explain, but for a fleeting moment, he thought to himself, perhaps a misunderstanding like this wouldn't be so bad after all. She stood up, clenching her hands, and nervously admitted, "So, you finally found out?" "Ah, I didn't mean to hide it. I just read about it in a book, so I wasn't sure. That's why I didn't dare say anything." Xiao Long was completely lost, having no idea what she was talking about. Hua Yin sighed, deciding to rip the bandage off. "It's about that spider. It's one of the Central Plains' 10 great poisons, the human-faced spider." Xiao Long froze. He couldn't believe his ears. The flower spirit, the creature he'd been pampering, was a human-faced spider? One of the most notorious, deadly creatures in existence? Ashamed, Hua Yin fidgeted with her fingers. "I swear I never meant to deceive you. I just wanted to be sure, because of our promise in the past." Xiao Long suddenly understood. That was why she'd been hesitating. Knowing a promise is a promise, she stepped closer and hugged him tight without a second thought. Before Xiao Long could even react, a groggy voice drifted from the bed. Ahem. Do I need to step outside so you two can have some privacy? It was Yun. She'd just woken up, and seeing Xiao Long panic made her look away awkwardly. 2 days later, Xiao Long's group bid farewell to the Namgung family. Xue waved, thanking them deeply, and promising never to forget this favor. Luckily, after absorbing Xiao Long's yang energy a second time, the flower spirit had transformed into Hua Yin's appearance. He figured they wouldn't have to worry about prying eyes anymore. He spoke gently to the spirit in the cage. You okay? Just hang in there a little longer. I'll let you out as soon as we arrive. Gu Fei asked about the next move. Xiao Long explained. Originally, I planned to go straight to Mount Ganga. But now, with the flower spirit, I'm torn. Should we stop by the Tang Sect first? Hearing this, the spirit in the cage shook its head frantically. Seeing the worry in its eyes, Xiao Long felt a tug at his heartstrings. He hadn't expected it to actually worry about him. What a kind, gentle soul. He made a silent vow to get them to their destination as fast as possible. The plan was set. They'd hit Mount Ganga to grab the geckos, then head back to the Tang Sect with the flower spirit. The boat drifted downstream under a clear blue sky filled with seagulls. 2 men were chatting nearby. Hey, did you hear the news? Rumor has it the Alliance leader personally led the Azure Dragon Squad on an expedition. The other replied, I heard the captives from that recent blood cult raid spilled the locations of their other strongholds. The man with the ponytail added anxiously, I also heard that battle had almost 0 casualties. People say some expert created a poison mist that only targeted the blood cult. Hard to believe, right? Xiao Long flinched. They were talking about him. I wonder who pulled off such a miracle. The ponytail guy mused. His friend replied, the Alliance kept his identity secret to prevent revenge. Whoever he is, he's a hero. From this moment on, I've decided to idolize that guy. Hearing this, Xiao Long felt a rush of excitement. It reminded him of his past life as a YouTuber. Soon enough, they arrived at Mount Ganga. Disembarking, the group headed to the waterfall area. Xiao Long explained earnestly, my light footwork isn't great, so I can't cross on my own. How about Lady Hua Yin and Captain Gu Fei go first and bring the little ones back here? I know, no one's gonna throw me across this time. Gu Fei scratched his head, unsure if the geckos would follow them without Xiao Long. Hua Yin agreed. Gu Fei is right. It might be better if you come along. Maybe I can try stringing a wild vine across to the other side? While they strategized, a warrior pointed up, shouting for Xiao Long to look. The flower spirit was scaling the cliff with ease. Get down, Xiao Long yelled in panic. Just then, the spider decided to show off. It shot a web, executed a beautiful jump over Xiao Long's head, and landed softly in front of them. Everyone was stunned. The flower spirit reached out its arms, and it clicked for Xiao Long. He wondered if this was ballooning? Was she trying to say she could fly because she's a spider? Most people don't know this. But spiders are wingless creatures that can actually fly by riding the wind. They can travel dozens, even hundreds of kilometers. This phenomenon is called ballooning. Sometimes, if you're walking, and suddenly feel a web hit your face from thin air, that's the trace of this technique. Xiao Long's eyes went wide. The flower spirit could use ballooning. An idea sparked in his mind. Moments later, the spirit hugged Xiao Long, jumped, and rode the wind. They landed safely on the other side of the waterfall. Thrilled that it worked, Xiao Long couldn't help but hug the spirit tight. You are incredible. How can you be so ridiculously versatile? Hua Yin stepped closer, looking uncomfortable. Since the spirit looks exactly like me. Seeing this makes me feel like I'm hugging myself. It's weird. Hearing that, Xiao Long awkwardly let go. He told them to wait a moment and entered the cave alone. Sunlight beamed through a hole in the ceiling, illuminating the pair of geckos in front of Xiao Long. He smiled, grabbing their attention. The pair of geckos turned around, looking slightly surprised to see him. They jumped up in excitement. Xiao Long ran to them, anxiously asking if they were okay or hurt anywhere. The lizards began affectionately licking his face, making him smile. He realized they had become much more affectionate during his absence and was relieved to see them looking so healthy. He took out the coal jade, promising to take good care of them if they came with him. The lizards stared at the jade intently, then seemed to smile. Xiao Long decided to name them the female snow and the male ice. Holding them in his arms, he said, time to go to your new home. And just like that, Snow and Ice officially became part of the family. It was dark by the time they returned to the Tang Sect manor. The guards were startled to see Xiao Long, Gu Fei, Hua Yin, and a second Hua Yin. Upon closer inspection, they realized one was a spider, and they couldn't fathom why this creature had taken the form of young Miss Hua Yin. Xiao Long cleared his throat and announced with confidence, notify the elders. The Tang Sect's proud official son-in-law has returned. He paused, then corrected himself. Actually, Tell them I've captured something. No. Wait. I've brought back one of the 10 great venoms. Hearing 10 great venoms, the guards were shocked and scrambled to report it immediately. They fired a signal flare into the sky, announcing Xiao Long's return. Soon, the patriarch, his wife, the Grand Elder, and the sect elders all rushed toward him. The Grand Elder, remembering Xiao Long, said he was going to find food for the lizards, asked skeptically why he brought back a spider. Xiao Long, where exactly did you go and what did you do? The patriarch demanded. Then, his and his wife's eyes went wide. The spider looked exactly like their daughter. With a cheerful smile, Xiao Long explained, "We stumbled upon it while passing by the Nangong family estate." This answer left the elders a bit confused. In all their lives, they had never heard of someone stumbling upon one of the 10 great venoms, let alone capturing a notoriously ferocious, human-faced spider. With a look of pride, the Grand Elder spoke up. Xiao Long always achieves the extraordinary. That is why he is worthy of being the Tang family's son-in-law. The patriarch burst into laughter. I declare, from this moment on, Xiao Long is officially our son-in-law. Hua Yin's mother smiled and added, now, the promise between Xiao Long and Hua Yin has been fulfilled. Xiao Long's jaw dropped in shock, wondering how she knew about that, while Hua Yin could only blush in embarrassment. That doesn't matter. What matters is that you are now part of the family. The Grand Elder looked at Xiao Long with a calm gaze. Starting tomorrow, go to the river and catch a live goose. He smiled and explained, don't you know, you must personally prepare a goose for the betrothal ceremony? You may be too young to marry, but we can at least hold the engagement. Xiao Long's eyes widened in surprise, speechless. The patriarch raised a finger and added, once this is done, even if you stop liking Hua Yin in the future, there will be no escape. Hua Yin's father anxiously intervened, embarrassed, asking his own father to stop talking about this topic. Amidst the conversation, a radiant smile bloomed on Xiao Long's face, drawing everyone's attention. He bowed respectfully. Seeing this, the elders smiled with pride. Hua Yin clenched her fists, her heart filled with excitement. With a confident smile, Xiao Long declared, as a member of the Sichuan Tang Sect and the family's official son-in-law, I look forward to your guidance. Upon returning to the Tang Sect, the first thing Xiao Long did was arrange housing for the kids. Yao Hua chose a large tree beside the village well as her home. As for the lizards, since they behaved like dogs, he didn't want to separate them. Instead of sending them to the venom garden, he allowed them to stay right in his room. When everything was settled, Xiao Long sat down to chat with them. Do you guys like this place? The lizards nodded happily. Yao Hua too. If you get hungry, just come straight to me. Do you know the way? He asked. The girl smiled and pointed to the spider webs spread everywhere. Xiao Long looked curiously. It turned out she had already spun webs all over the place. If any bad guys came, she would punish them and signal a warning. Xiao Long's eyes lit up with joy. You mean if a suspicious intruder enters, I just have to touch the web and you'll come running immediately? The girl clapped her hands in delight, and the lizards looked at him as if promising to protect him too. Xiao Long covered his mouth, unable to hold back tears of happiness. They are so reliable. He is so happy he just wants to squeeze them tight. Once the new habitat for the newest members is ready, the engagement ceremony begins. The clan elders have all gathered for the occasion. The betrothal gifts are exchanged in a simple ceremony, sealing their vows. However, there has been a slight mix-up regarding the preparation of said gifts. As Xiao Long waits in the hall, Hua Yin appears, cradling a few geckos in her arms. Xiao Long is stunned and confused, but seeing the determination in her eyes, he realizes she intends for these geckos to be the betrothal gift. He can't help but wonder, are they just for decoration? Sweat pours down his face. This is a serious problem. He can't fathom how he could possibly offer geckos as a betrothal gift. He recalls that she loves the little critters, but he never expected her to be this blunt about it. With a serious expression, he says, I'm sorry, but this is going to be very complicated. Why does she look so confused? Xiao Long takes her hands, looks deep into her eyes, and explains, a betrothal gift exists to promise eternal love. Even though the geckos are beautiful, the gift should be something unchanging, like ice jade, to properly symbolize this vow. Hua Yin can't help but blush, turning as red as a ripe tomato. Xiao Long gently explains, both the wild geese, symbolizing growing old together, and the marriage letter carry profound meaning. He adds, when we hold the engagement ceremony, everything I own will basically be yours. Trusting him, she turns away, deciding to follow his arrangements completely. Suddenly, she turns back, her eyes full of confidence. From now on, call me Hua Yin. Don't call me Lady Hua Yin anymore. We're engaged now. There's no need to be so formal. The unexpected request makes Xiao Long's face burn bright red. While the geckos continue to play innocently, he can only nod awkwardly. The next day, as soon as the sun peeks over the horizon, both are summoned to meet the sect master. He gently asks if they rested well. Xiao Long wonders silently if he called them here to offer some advice. With a serious expression, the sect master reveals, I called you here because I want to discuss Xiao Long's ultimate technique. Xiao Long immediately focuses, though his mind is full of confusion. Hua Yin whispers an explanation. The ultimate technique involves ingesting poisons to cultivate the Tang Sect's internal energy. Xiao Long suddenly realizes she's referring to the 10 poisons body. The Grand Sect Master smiles and says, bringing back the human-faced spider this time was excellent. Since it is the weakest of the 10 great poisonous creatures, it is perfect to absorb first. Xiao Long hurriedly asks, so, will I start cultivating the ultimate technique now? The Sect Master shakes his head. You said you would use the 10 great poisonous creatures for the ultimate technique, but I actually have a different proposal for the beginning. Hearing this, Xiao Long can't help but be surprised. The Sect Master calmly explains that while examining the poisons he brought back, he remembered a secret the clan had long forgotten. He smiles and asks, do you know what the 5 poisons are? Xiao Long is stunned, wondering if he's talking about the 5 poisons origin art he has already learned. The master nods, then raises his fingers one by one, listing them, centipede, lizard, scorpion, snake, and toad. These 5 poisons, he explains, form the foundation of the 5 poisons origin art. With a serious face, he proposes a bold idea for Xiao Long to cultivate the divine 5 poisons origin art. The master clasps his hands together, explaining further that in the Tang Sect, they classify poisonous creatures into 2 types, ordinary poisonous beasts and spirit beasts. Ordinary poisonous beasts are creatures with regular poison, while spirit beasts possess mystical power, intelligence, and even an inner core. The golden fur queen bee, the pair of snow and ice geckos, the spotted green centipedes, and even the human-faced spider you brought back, are all considered spirit beasts. The Grand Master laughs, clarifying that the 5 poisons origin art is limited in its level of mastery, because it only absorbs poison from ordinary beasts. However, its original technique, the true 5 poisons origin art, can absorb the poison of spirit beasts. He points out that with the green centipedes and the pair of geckos, he already has 2 of the 5 types of spirit beasts. If he can find the venom of a spirit beast level snake, scorpion, and toad, he will meet the conditions to master the divine 5 poisons origin art. Xiao Long asks in surprise, but I remember fat-tailed geckos aren't poisonous? The Grand Elder strokes his beard, explaining that he tested them. They carry a venom that plunges people into a state of extreme cold, and the freezing aura they emit is, in fact, their poison. Now, 2 paths lie before Xiao Long. 1. Absorb the venom from the centipedes and geckos to cultivate the divine 5 poisons origin art. 2. Absorb the poison from the human-faced spider and begin the journey to collect all 10 poisonous creatures to achieve the dual-core 10 poisons body. So, can I use the 10 great poisonous creatures to complete the 5 poisons body? Xiao Long asks curiously. The elder shakes his head. Because geckos are not among the 10 great poisonous creatures, he puts his hand under his chin, deep in thought. He understands that if he absorbs poison from lower-tier creatures like the centipedes and geckos, he won't be able to complete the 10 poisons body path using only the 10 great poisonous creatures. The choice is this. Absorb what he calls child's play poison to follow the spirit beast 5 poisons body path, or persist in collecting the 10 great poisonous creatures to pursue the ultimate 10 poisons body path. Xiao Long realizes this is exactly like choosing a skill tree in a game. He remembers clearly from playing RPGs in his past life. Choosing a skill tree determines whether a character becomes trash or god tier. The elder warns sternly, think this through carefully. The divine 5 poisons origin art is an extraordinary martial art. As for the 10 great poisonous creatures, without heaven-sent luck, even I would struggle to encounter them, let alone tame them. Xiao Long is completely lost in thought, unsure of what to do. He is torn between the easy, fast track of the 5 poison body and the grueling, treacherous path of the 10 poison body. One path would allow him to reach even greater heights. Hours later, Xiao Long is still deep in thought. Hua Yin notices his state, a look of confusion in her eyes. She calls out to him, saying, if this is about that promise, you don't have to shackle yourself to the 10 poison body. The 5 poisons origin art is more than enough. It is already a phenomenal martial art on its own. Her eyes fill with worry. Don't let the pressure force a rash decision. No matter which path you choose, you will still be Xiao Long. Hearing this, Xiao Long turns back, his gaze sincere. Even the patriarch said the preparation for both is the same. Only the final poison differs. I have decided to take some time to think it through. A few days later, Xiao Long is still sprawling on his bed. Even though 2 days have passed since the grand ritual preparations began, he still hasn't been able to make a decision. Just then, Hua Yin bursts into the room, looking surprised. What's wrong? Xiao Long asks curiously. With sweat dripping down her face, she reveals that the blue-spotted centipedes are about to molt again. Xiao Long shoots up from the bed, eyes wide in shock. Wasting no time, he rushes to the pavilion housing the centipedes. Seeing them, both he and Hua Yin feel a wave of tenderness. Their skin has turned rock hard. Xiao Long recalls they have been growing fast lately, but he never expected the second molting to come this soon. Will their appearance change again? Hua Yin asks curiously. Xiao Long nods confidently. This time, blue spots will start appearing on their bodies. His eyes brim with excitement. Just thinking about them becoming exactly like their mother makes his heart race. Hua Yin smiles gently, eager to see their transformation. They are definitely going to be even cuter than before, Xiao Long says. But then, his eyes widen in horror. He suddenly realizes this isn't something to celebrate. What if they don't dry their bodies in time for the grand ritual? He clutches his head, feeling extreme anxiety. A normal centipede takes a full day to dry its body, and based on the last molt, this process will definitely take even longer. He was torn between using the venom of the blue-spotted centipede or the demon flower for the first dose. But if this happens, he won't be able to use the centipede's venom at all. Xiao Long thinks hard. He knows if he forcibly extracts the venom now, something bad will happen, but he can't just sit there and wait either. He imagines the demon flower, the pair of geckos, and the centipedes in a boxing ring, with the demon flower raising its fist in victory. That is when he realizes why he has been tormenting himself for the past few days. 2 days later, the grand ritual is finally held at the ritual hall, deep inside the Tang Sect's 10,000 poison palace. He considered postponing it for the centipedes, but the preparation for the grand ritual is so complex and meticulous that a delay is simply impossible. The process is incredibly elaborate. Hundreds of medicinal cauldrons are used to boil various herbs and extract their essence. These essences are then cooled and concentrated into one giant vat. Next, a precise mixture of various poisons and the blood of poisonous beasts is added. Handling hundreds of ingredients, each with unique properties, and managing them in perfect harmony is an extremely difficult task. Even a slight delay would render the entire medicinal liquid useless. So, waiting around is not an option. He has made up his mind. He will accept the poison of the demon flower, one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Xiao Long closely observes the liquid in the vat, noting its incredibly dark and viscous color. The patriarch approaches him and announces, "We will begin the grand ritual now. Undress and step into the vat." Xiao Long snaps out of his daze and nods. He strips off his clothes, steps into the medicinal vat, and slowly submerges himself. His eyes widen in surprise. This sensation is strangely familiar, just like our herbal bath he took in the past. The patriarch smiles. "Now we will add a drop of the demon flower's poison to trigger the reaction, then add the prepared medicinal ingredients so your body can start absorbing the poison." He laughs heartily and reveals, "Normally, this process would be excruciatingly painful. Fortunately, the demon flower's poison causes paralysis, so it won't hurt too much." Hearing this, Xiao Long can't help but worry, sweat starting to pour down his face. The elders decide to go fetch the remaining ingredients, leaving Xiao Long alone in the room. Not long after, Hua Yin walks in holding the geckos and the demon flower. She smiles happily and greets him. The centipedes have woken up. They had just finished molting, sporting new spots and bodies radiating a brilliant glow. The centipedes began to frolic playfully. Xiao Long noticed that Nova, Mira, and Gray looked even more adorable than before. Curiosity getting the better of them, they clambered up the vat where he was soaking himself. Their transformation wasn't too abrupt. They now resembled soft plush toys, which, in a strange way, made them even more endearing. The centipede's attention shifted to the liquid inside the vat. Xiao Long chuckled, thinking they must find it odd seeing their papa stewing in there. Knowing the danger, he told them to stay back with Hua Yin. She smiled warmly, beckoning the little creatures to return to her side. But Nova wouldn't listen. Its eyes were glued to the medicinal solution. As it tried to climb down, its antennae accidentally grazed the surface of the liquid. It instantly writhed in agony. Seeing this, Xiao Long's eyes widened in alarm. "Hua Yin!" Nova's antennae touched the solution. "Wash it off with clean water, now." Hua Yin's eyes went wide with shock and worry. Without a second of hesitation, she snatched Nova up. But in its struggle, it opened its mouth, and a single drop of saliva fell straight into the medicinal vat. Xiao Long watched closely as Nova's saliva caused the solution to react violently, shifting colors. The poison was permeating the entire vat. Hua Yin realized it in horror. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, and then he let out a blood-curdling scream that pierced the heavens. "Xiao Long, stay calm," Hua Yin cried out in panic. The medicinal solution was like acid, searing his flesh and turning his face a deep, agonizing red. He had never experienced such excruciating pain. It felt as if his skin was being flayed alive while his entire body was engulfed in flames. He remembered the warning not to move. Though every instinct screamed at him to jump out, he forced himself to stay put with sheer, superhuman willpower. Foam began to spill from his mouth. The pain had gone far beyond what any human could endure. Witnessing the horrific scene, the demon flower and the geckos were petrified. Hua Yin covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with helpless terror. Just then, the Grand Patriarch and the clan head returned. Seeing the chaos, they were struck with horror and rushed toward him. Hua Yin explained through her sobs that the centipede had accidentally dropped venom into the vat. Save me. Xiao Long gasped weakly as he slumped forward. The Grand Patriarch grabbed him, cradling his head with one hand, trying desperately to keep him conscious. Stay awake. Xiao Long, breathe slowly, do not pass out, the clan head shouted. But he couldn't take it anymore. His arms went limp, and all strength drained from his body. The clan head's eyes were filled with terror. Everyone was in a panic, unsure if Xiao Long would survive this. Slowly, his eyes drifted shut. Xiao Long felt as though he was sinking deep into a watery abyss. Eventually, he opened his eyes to find Nova sleeping soundly beside him. A strange energy began to flow from the creature's body into his own. A few hours later, Grandpa, Xiao Long is awake. When Xiao Long fully opened his eyes, Hua Yin couldn't hold it back anymore and burst into tears, relieved to see him safe. Xiao Long touched his head, realizing he was still in the same place. Are you all right? Hua Yin asked anxiously. The Great Elder explained. Fortunately, I managed to guide your internal qi through the Baihui acupoint just in time, pulling you back from the brink of death. The ritual has concluded safely and successfully. Although it wasn't the demon flower's poison, you have successfully assimilated the centipede's venom instead. Xiao Long rubbed his temples and sighed. He finally realized that Nova had done all of this on purpose. It wanted its father to master the 5 poison's body. He asked worriedly, Is Nova okay? Its antennae touched that poison. Hua Yin and the Great Elder were slightly taken aback. She explained, I washed its antennae immediately. I was so terrified back then. I didn't know if you were going to live or die. Xiao Long looked at her, his eyes filled with guilt. She turned away, pouting. Xiao Long panicked. He knew he had messed up. Right after their engagement, the first person he should have sought out was his fiancée. Instead, his instincts had led him straight to the centipedes. His head began to throb again. Seeing this, Hua Yin asked anxiously, Is the pain coming back? But right now, the only thing that mattered to Xiao Long was knowing for sure that Nova was safe. The Great Elder and Hua Yin were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe he was more worried about a centipede than his own life. Seeing that he wasn't fully recovered, the Great Elder decided to summon the healers. 2 days later, the grand cultivation process finally came to an end. When the medicinal vat had run dry, Xiao Long went to see the Supreme Elder. The old man asked, Are you truly all right? Should we run a more thorough check? Xiao Long assured him that he was completely fine. With a serene expression, the Supreme Elder said, Regardless, whether you wanted to or not, you have embarked on the path of the 5 poisons origin divine art. I will now entrust you with the corresponding martial arts manual. Xiao Long listened in silence, his eyes wide with astonishment. The Supreme Elder revealed there were 5 techniques in total. The Centipede Toxic Fang Claw, the Viper Life-Stealing Hand, the Scorpion Tail Chain Kick, the Gecko Wall Walking Movement, and the Toad Explosive Palm. Stroking his beard, he explained, each technique corresponds to a specific discipline: claw, hand, kick, movement, and palm strikes. This martial art allows the practitioner to reach the realm where man is poison, and poison is man, a true unification of the self and the toxin. Xiao Long's eyes lit up with excitement and joy. The Supreme Elder could tell he was thrilled. Xiao Long nodded, admitting his surprise. These weren't just poison arts or assassination techniques like he had assumed. The Supreme Elder coughed dryly, praising his keen intuition. The truth was, this martial art did not originate from the Tang Sect. Closing his eyes, he revealed a shocking secret. The 5 poisons origin divine art, and these 5 techniques were originally the arts of the 5 poisons sect, a sect that was wiped out long ago. 200 years ago, the second young master of the Tang clan, a genius of his time, fell in love with the daughter of the palace master of the southern barbarian Beast Palace. Defying fierce opposition, they eloped and founded the 5 poisons sect. They created a new martial art by fusing the Tang clan's poison arts with the Beast Palace's Beast Fist style. However, their selfish actions did not go unpunished. About 100 years ago, the 5 poisons sect was finally annihilated by the combined might of 2 great powers. Afterward, both sides agreed to reclaim their respective martial arts. The Tang family brought back the 5 poisons origin, returning divine art, and the 5 poisons technique. Since the martial essence of both clans was intertwined, many disputes arose, but in the end, it was passed down to the Tang family. Rumor has it that the sect master of the 5 poisons sect back then single-handedly fought off the combined assault of both the Beast Palace and the Tang family. There was no doubt this was a phenomenal martial art. and the Grand Elder believed it was perfect for someone with a natural gift for poisons like Xiao Long. The patriarch was overjoyed, convinced that with such dedication, the boy would undoubtedly achieve greatness. And so, Xiao Long took his very first steps on the path of cultivating the 5 poisons origin returning divine art. Stepping out of the poison hall, he stretched his limbs and inhaled the fresh air. How long had it been since he last saw the sunlight? Only now did he feel truly alive again. Just then, one of the small centipedes darted toward him. His eyes went wide with surprise. It was Nova. The little creature couldn't hold back tears of joy upon seeing its papa safe and sound. Xiao Long realized it had been waiting for him right there the entire time. Don't be sad anymore, okay? This wasn't your fault. Look, papa is fine now. Overjoyed, Nova leaped into his arms, burrowed into his shirt, and started playing around. He thought that perhaps its newly molted skin was a bit prickly, wishing it would crawl on his clothes instead of directly on his skin. Instantly, as if understanding his intent, Nova crawled out of his shirt and began scurrying along his arm. Xiao Long froze, wondering if Nova had just read his mind. No way, he told himself. It must be just a coincidence. He figured that sort of thing just happens sometimes when you've raised a pet for a while, right? He felt silly for even thinking that Nova, a simple poisonous creature, could do something so extraordinary. But then, Nova's eyes suddenly flared with anger. It was furious at Xiao Long. Panicked and confused, he didn't say a word, simply projecting a thought for it to climb onto the top of his head. Nova obeyed instantly. Testing this further, Xiao Long hid behind a tree and mentally ordered it to find him. It succeeded without the slightest difficulty. This happened not just once, but 3 times in a row, leaving Xiao Long genuinely freaked out. Nova let out a sigh, exuding confidence, as if its heart and Xiao Long's were connected by some strange energy. Meanwhile, Hua Yin was getting a bit worried about Nova. She went looking for the little one since it was nowhere to be seen. She approached the other 2 centipedes, asking if they knew where Nova had gone. Ever since it molted, it had been wandering off so much it was hard to keep track of. She let out a sigh. Just then, Xiao Long came running toward Hua Yin, panting heavily with Nova on his back, his eyes wide with shock. He braced his hands on his knees to catch his breath. "Are you all right?" Hua Yin asked, then immediately turned to scold Nova. "I told you not to wander off. You have to tell mommy before you go anywhere." "It's not that." Xiao Long cut her off, pointing at Nova. It understands human speech," Hua Yin replied calmly. "Nova has always understood human speech. That's nothing new." Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat, explaining frantically. "No, that's not it. It understands me even when I'm just thinking in my head." This revelation took even Hua Yin by surprise. With Nova on his back, Xiao Long decided to go see the patriarch to figure this out. Hua Yin offered to tag along. A few minutes later, Xiao Long placed Nova on the table and explained that the creature could comprehend his thoughts. Considering other poisonous creatures couldn't do this, the patriarch surmised it might be due to the influence of the divine art. But the Grand Elder stroked his beard and explained sternly, "That is not the case. Throughout the Tang family's history, many have absorbed the poison of spiritual creatures. If supernatural abilities like this existed, they would have been recorded. Yet, I have never seen nor heard of such a thing." "Then what could be the cause?" Hua Yin asked. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before concluding, "This is undoubtedly due to the 5 poisons origin returning divine art." The patriarch interrupted. "The divine art was created to absorb poison, and Xiao Long is the only one who has ever absorbed the poison of a spiritual creature using the 5 poisons origin returning divine art." The Grand Elder smiled, suggesting that this secret might be linked to the southern barbarian beast palace, a place where people treat beasts as if they were their own limbs. It is highly likely that their secret techniques were embedded within the 5 poisons origin returning divine art. However, the patriarch stroked his beard, noting that it would be impossible to uncover the exact reason why. "But why?" Xiao Long asked, clearly confused. The Grand Elder shook his head, explaining that they would never willingly reveal their most precious secrets. If they discover someone has mastered a martial art derived from that secret technique, there is no telling how violent their reaction might be. "Is there any way to avoid a conflict?" Hua Yin asked, her voice trembling with worry. The patriarch closed his eyes in deep thought before replying, "It won't be easy. Not unless we owe them a massive debt of gratitude." Moments later, Xiao Long stepped out of the main hall, a heavy sense of disappointment weighing on him. He had pictured himself and his spirit beasts forming a legendary team, just like the town musicians of Bremen from the fairy tales. As Xiao Long is still shaking off his grogginess, Captain Gu Fei approaches with a warm smile. "It's good to see you looking better. Perfect timing. We've run into a bit of an issue at the poison garden. Care to join me?" Xiao Long blinks in surprise. Trouble at the garden? He falls into deep thought. He decides to handle the poison garden situation first. The Nanman Beast Palace can wait. He realizes he completely neglected the garden, too distracted by the engagement chaos since his return. I'll go, he agrees. Gu Fei's eyes light up with relief. Oh, and there's someone I need to hand over to you. Xiao Long's eyes widen in curiosity as Yingying pops out from behind Gu Fei. The little girl beams and rushes forward, tackling him in a big hug. Xiao Long takes Yingying's hand. Since she's clinging to him like a koala and refuses to let go, he decides to just take her along to the poison garden. He turns to Gu Fei, asking why Yingying is here. Gu Fei smiles. She's here for treatment. Master Peng requested she stay at the Tang Sect for a while. Yingying looks up, her eyes sparkling. Big brother, you've been back for days. Why haven't you come to visit me? I've been waiting for you this whole time. Xiao Long is slightly surprised to see she's missing a front tooth. He gives a sheepish smile and pats her head. I'm sorry. I thought you'd already gone home. Was it boring being all by yourself? She holds out a small pouch, her voice clear. Not at all. I've been playing with Click-Clack. Xiao Long opens the pouch curiously, with Gu Fei leaning in to look. Inside is a click beetle, a bug that makes a snapping sound when flipped onto its back. It's technically a pest that destroys potatoes, but for kids, it's a classic toy. Is that a click beetle? Gu Fei asks, looking confused. No, it's a Click-Clack, Yingying insists. Xiao Long smiles, a wave of nostalgia hitting him. He used to call them that too when he was a kid. In his past life, this was the very first insect he ever raised, the gateway bug that led him into the world of exotic creatures. He crouches down to her level. It looks like you really like insects, don't you, Yingying? She nods vigorously. Uh-huh, I like queen bees too. Xiao Long's eyes light up with excitement. She's like a mini version of himself. An idea strikes him. What if he trained her to handle venomous creatures? He picks Yingying up in his arms and smiles. Do you want to learn about insects with Big Brother? They're very special and lots of fun. Yingying's eyes shine with pure joy, and the two of them start chatting away excitedly. Gu Fei stands by with a wry smile, wondering how on earth he's going to explain this to Master Peng. When they arrive at the poison garden, Yingying's attention is immediately captured by a turtle. Xiao Long opens a drawer to reveal a striped snake. He turns to Gu Fei. How is the mouse breeding program coming along? After another litter or two, we won't have any shortages. We estimate that in about 2 months, the population will exceed 1,000. Xiao Long nods in satisfaction. That solves the food supply for the tiger-striped water snakes. So, what's the remaining issue? Meanwhile, Yingying has taken the small turtle out of its cage to play. Gu Fei scratches his head. The cricket population we're raising for feed isn't increasing at all. Because of that, some of the creatures are going hungry. Xiao Long rubs his chin. He wonders if they're cannibalizing each other, just like the incident with the baby mice. No matter how many crickets they raise, it never seems to be enough. After weighing the options, he concludes that they need to find an alternative food source. Suddenly, Yingying bursts into tears, startling both Xiao Long and Gu Fei. Xiao Long rushes to comfort her. What's wrong? Are you okay? Between sobs, Yingying complains about a strange smell. She holds out her hand, and a foul odor wafts up from it. Big brother, can you look at my silk pouch? Xiao Long is confused. He uses a pair of chopsticks to open the pouch, and his eyes widen. It's exactly what he suspected. She made the same mistake he did when he was a kid. He sighs and tells her to look closely. This isn't a click-clack, it's something else. Yingying stops crying as Xiao Long uses the chopsticks to pull out a different beetle. Gu Fei recognizes it immediately. It's a darkling beetle. Specifically, it's the adult form of the mealworm. When touched, it releases an extremely foul odor from its scent glands as a defense mechanism. It looks a lot like a click beetle, so people often get them mixed up. But click beetles make noise with their abdomen, while these definitely don't. Xiao Long explains gently, just be careful not to mix them up next time, okay? Yingying clenches her fists and nods with determination. But you actually did a great job. Xiao Long smiles proudly. Because Big Brother actually needs these little guys right now. You need these stinky bugs? Gu Fei asks, completely baffled. Xiao Long holds up the silk pouch, his eyes shining with purpose. He reveals his plan. From now on, they're going to breed the mealworm beetles that Yingying caught right here in the poison garden. They might not look like much, but they're actually the most common food source for insects and lizards. Xiao Long smiles. The timing couldn't be better. If they replace the crickets with mealworms, their food supply issues will be solved. Thanks to Yingying, the immediate crisis is averted. However, he still decides to visit the cricket facility to get to the root of the original problem. Gu Fei nods happily. Later, at the cricket facility, Xiao Long rests his chin on his hand, observing closely. The environment and breeding conditions seem perfectly fine, but the moment he cracked the lid of a jar, the grisly sight inside stopped him dead in his tracks. Legless crickets littered the bottom, a clear sign of cannibalism. No wonder the population refused to grow. Gu Fei was flabbergasted, swearing up and down that he'd given them plenty of food. Xiao Long offered a reassuring smile. revealing he'd faced this exact nightmare back when he raised them on Hainan Island. Sometimes, carnage happens regardless of the food supply. He fell into a deep, contemplative silence. It was ironic. He was a master of poisons, yet utterly clueless about mass breeding common, non-toxic insects. This was a serious bottleneck. Just then, a team member named Huang Jian timidly shuffled forward. Scratching his head in embarrassment, he muttered that if they needed a cricket expert, he happened to know just the person. Gu Fei explained that aside from himself, Huang Jian was the only volunteer in the poison squad. That dedication surprised Xiao Long, instantly earning the man a bit of trust. Huang Jian confessed that he occasionally hit up the cricket fighting rings to unwind and scrape together some drinking money. He explained it was a gambling den, where fortunes were wagered on brutal insect death matches. Since champion crickets sold for exorbitant prices, the casino raised them on-site with special care. And in that place, there was a woman dedicated solely to their care. Huang Jian painted the picture. She had long hair, wrapped herself in bandages, and gave off a bizarre vibe, but rumor had it, there wasn't a single thing about crickets she didn't know. Night fell, and the Tang family streets ignited with the glow of red lanterns. Crowds poured out, women dressed to kill, men gathering to drown themselves in liquor. Shortly after, Xiao Long, Gu Fei, Hua Yin, and Huang Jian set off for the capital's gambling house. Xiao Long assumed they'd use light footwork to dash there, but he was advised to dress sharp and take a carriage like proper nobility. He was drifting in thought when the driver's call snapped him back to reality. They had arrived. Gu Fei stepped forward and boomed. Lady Hua Yin, direct descendant of the Tang family, and her fiancé Xiao Long have arrived. Lead the way. Hearing Tang family and especially direct descendant, the casino boss went pale, his eyes bulging in terror. He and his goons bowed low in reverence. Introducing himself as the owner of the Golden Phoenix Casino, he stammered about what a massive honor this visit was. He scrambled to lead them inside. Passing through heavy velvet curtains, a chaotic, deafening world of high-stakes gambling revealed itself. Xiao Long's gaze locked onto a group of martial artists feverishly crowding around a specific table. A match was about to start, and one man recklessly slammed down his entire winnings on the next bout. Two crickets locked eyes, then lunged. The crowd roared in a frenzy as the insects clashed violently. Xiao Long was surprised he hadn't expected a bug fight to be this electric. Suddenly, one cricket tore into the other's abdomen, sending the loser scrambling in panic. The victor raised its pincers in triumph, while its owner couldn't suppress a smug, ear-to-ear grin. The battle of the warlords was over. Moments later, men were cheering, flashing money bags heavy with silver. The boss revealed that champion crickets were auctioned off immediately, sometimes fetching up to 30 taels of silver. Xiao Long was floored by that number. His eyes lit up with greed, a sly grin creeping across his face. He mused that maybe he should switch careers to cricket dealing. A few minutes later, they descended a dark staircase as the owner unlocked the basement door. The boss still couldn't fathom why such high-status guests wanted to see a lowly cricket keeper. Sometimes guests ask to see her, he explained indifferently. But honestly, there's nothing special about that girl. Her only job is feeding and cleaning. He pointed a finger at a woman with her back turned to them. That's her, he added with a sneer. She's useless for anything else, so I stuck her with this chore. Always walking around like a ghost. Seeing she ignored him, he barked, "Hey, get up now! These are VIPs. Don't you know how to greet them?" Terrified, the girl scrambled to her feet. I'm sorry, she stammered. Xiao Long was startled. Looking closer, he realized that beneath her fear, her eyes held a silent, simmering rage as she stared them down. He stepped closer, voice calm. "We are from the Sichuan Tang family. I just have one question about raising crickets. May I?" She nodded. Xiao Long raised a finger. "I'm raising a batch together, but they keep eating each other. Do you know why?" She thought for a second. "Because they crave meat. You're probably only feeding them grass. Crickets are omnivores. You have to give them meat, or they'll eat their own kind." Xiao Long stood frozen. He had never even considered that. The cannibalism was purely due to a protein deficiency. A strange, intense aura seemed to radiate from her. He realized instantly. This was a true master of her craft. He had to recruit her. He shot a smile at Hua Yin, and she caught the signal immediately. She produced a heavy coin pouch, holding it out. "Boss, name your price for the girl." The owner looked baffled, unable to understand why they wanted to buy this girl. But then, flashing an arrogant grin, he slapped her on the back and sneered, "Take her. She's yours right now." Suddenly, the woman stepped forward. She smacked Hua Yin's hand with shocking force. The bag of gold coins went flying into the air, leaving everyone frozen in stunned silence. "You dare?" The owner grabbed her by the hair, his face twisted in rage. "Do you have any idea who these people are?" He began beating her, trying to force her to leave, but she just screamed, refusing to go. "Stop it!" Xiao Long shouted, horrified by the violence. Hua Yin sincerely promised that they would treat her well, even offering to bring her entire family to the Tang Sect if she wished. Yet, the girl still refused. The owner's fury grew. Gu Fei stood by, watching silently. Xiao Long told the man to calm down, then turned to the girl, asking curiously if she was in debt. Not exactly, the owner replied. About 5 years ago, she came here on her own and begged to work for free. She's useless at serving guests, so I just gave her menial chores. Figured it was just one extra mouth to feed. Xiao Long sighed, unable to grasp why she wouldn't leave with them. Gu Fei rubbed his chin, deep in thought, then murmured, "This girl, she reminds me of myself. Back before the Tang Sect took me in." He turned to the owner and made a proposal. "Could you let us take her with us for just one day? We'll feed her and try to talk some sense into her." The owner laughed loudly, telling them they could do whatever they pleased. Gu Fei gently asked the girl if she wanted to step outside and get some fresh air with them. She stared at the ground, then gave a slight nod. "Then I'll come back to pick you up tomorrow," Gu Fei promised. Xiao Long let out a sigh of relief, and Hua Yin smiled warmly. A while later, they brought the woman to the Tang family's guest house in the capital and invited her to join them for a meal. Xiao Long was surprised to learn the Tang family owned a building here. Gu Fei explained, "Think of this place as a branch office of the Sichuan Tang Sect. 2 inns, 8 pharmacies, and 5 restaurants in this alley. They all belong to the Tang family. Later, I'll show you our merchant guild and escort agency." Xiao Long's jaw dropped in shock. The entire alley belonged to the Tang family? His grandfather and father-in-law did nothing but train in martial arts all day, so he had always wondered how the family actually survived financially. He certainly hadn't expected this level of wealth. "Miss," Gu Fei asked curiously, "can you tell us now why you refused to leave? If you're in trouble, we can help." The woman still hadn't said a single word. Xiao Long whispered to Hua Yin. "She hasn't even touched her food or tea," Hua Yin replied. Gu Fei noticed that the woman seemed to be harboring a deep-seated grudge. "Don't worry," he said reassuringly. "Just tell us. Remember, this is the territory of the Sichuan Tang Sect." The woman placed her hands on the table, slowly stood up, and bowed deeply to Xiao Long, catching him completely off guard. "This humble girl is Song Ruo, from the Song family village, not far from here." Hua Yin was astonished she had finally spoken. Xiao Long calmly asked, "Is there a specific reason you didn't want to leave the casino?" The woman stood up straight and brushed aside the hair covering her face. In that moment, everyone froze in absolute shock. She possessed a beautiful face, but half of it had been destroyed by horrific burns. Who could be cruel enough to burn a woman's face like that? As Gu Fei wondered this, she decided to reveal the truth, her voice dripping with hatred. "I must take revenge, at any cost." She gritted her teeth, tears of sorrow and rage spilling from her eyes. "I will not leave this place until my vengeance is complete." Song Ruo began to recount her past. The story started on a peaceful day at the Song family village, where she lived with her younger sister, Song Nian. Living in that small town, having lost their parents early on, Song Ruo had raised her sister all by herself. They were famous in the village for their beauty and skin as white as pearls, known to everyone as the Jade Sisters. That day, Song Nian asked sadly, "Big sister, can't you take a break from work today?" Song Ruo smiled and explained, "The neighboring village isn't far. I'll just help with the festival and be back before you know it." "Just wait a little bit. I don't want to be alone. I want to go with you," Song Nian cried out. It was the little girl's birthday. Rubbing her sister's head, Song Ruo apologized with a heavy heart. She couldn't let her sister suffer any hardships. That was the promise she had made to their late parents. She pointed to a jar containing a few crickets. "Stay home and play with them until I get back, okay?" Song Nian calmed down slightly, though tears still filled her eyes. But cricket fighting is only fun with 2 people. Song Ruo sighed, reached into her pocket, and pulled out a scented sachet, the birthday gift she had been hiding. "This is what you wanted last time, isn't it?" It was a small, delicate pouch, filled with fragrant herbs. Song Nian stared in shock, realizing just how expensive this item was. Her sister had received it as a reward for her help last time. Song Ruo explained gently, "I'm giving this to you first. Just wait patiently for me, okay?" Song Nian clutched the scented sachet, thanking her big sister and promising to treasure it forever. Seeing her little sister happy again, Song Ruo decided it was time to head out. "Come back soon, sis. I'll be waiting." Song Nian waved goodbye with a bright smile. Song Ruo's heart swelled with happiness as she watched her. However, more guests arrived than expected, dragging the work out much longer than planned. As night fell, the workers lit the lanterns, warning Song Ruo to be careful on her way back. She hurriedly asked to leave. Song Nian must be starving by now. Thinking only of celebrating her sister's birthday with a delicious meal, she rushed off without even grabbing a lantern. In the dead of night, on a desolate village road, Song Ruo carelessly bumped into a man. "Sorry," she said. "Watch where you're going." The man grumbled. But right then, her eyes went wide in shock. The man turned and ran, leaving a scent trail behind him. It was the exact smell of the scent pouch she had just given her sister. A wave of unease hit her. Strangers rarely visited their village, but she simply brushed it off and continued home. Minutes later, she arrived. "I'm back," she called out. But the only answer was a terrifying silence. She must be exhausted and fell asleep, she thought. She lit a small candle and pushed the door open. The scene inside froze her blood. The house was trashed. Her sister lay on the floor, clothes torn. The candle dropped from her hand. With tear-filled eyes, Song Ruo rushed to her sister, her heart exploding with fear and agony. What the hell happened here? The fallen candle quickly ignited, setting the house ablaze. Villagers screamed in panic. "Fire! Song Ruo's house is on fire!" Moments later, a figure emerged from the sea of flames. It was Song Ruo, carrying her sister in her arms. She gasped for air, and before she could explain a thing, she collapsed unconscious. The crowd panicked, screaming for someone to fetch a doctor. In her coma, the only thing Song Ruo could see was her home, her memories sinking into a sea of fire. Xiao Long finally understood why Song Ruo had that scar on her face. Choking back tears, she continued. When she woke up, over 2 weeks had passed. An old couple was caring for her, her body wrapped in bandages, the burns still searing deep. The old man wept, explaining that he had asked the escort agency to hunt down the bastard, but it was useless. The old woman felt guilty, admitting she didn't know how to face Song Nian's spirit. All Song Ruo could do was cry in silence. Like the world fading into the quiet of late autumn, her heart withered away. Her only communication with the world was the soft whimpers of pain every time they changed her bandages. Time passed. Winter left, spring arrived, and the crickets began to chirp again. The image of her sister in the burning house returned to haunt her. Her sister's final words echoed in her ears. "Sister, catch that bastard. Avenge me. Midnight." Song Ruo jolted awake, eyes wide with terror. She walked into the garden and sat down, surrounded by the chorus of crickets. It sounded like Song Nian calling her back to reality. Song Ruo clenched her fists, her eyes burning with hatred. She had to find him. She had to kill him. All that remained in her now was a grudge etched into her very bones. The next day, she told the old man her plan. He was terrified. He asked where she would go when her wounds hadn't even healed. Song Ruo was firm. "Every night, I hear Song Nian screaming in pain. As her sister, I must take revenge." The old man was baffled. How could a weak woman like her take revenge when she didn't even know the enemy's face? His wife tried to stop her too, but every night, the cricket songs only hardened her resolve. Finally, she slipped away in the night, leaving only a wish for the old couple's health. Song Ruo clutched the small pouch, whispering to her sister's spirit. "Song Nian, wait for me just a little longer." Her first stop was the city, the direction that bastard had fled. She didn't know his face, but like the red scars on her body, his voice was branded into her mind an unforgettable mark. She spoke to every strange man she met. Naturally, no one looked at her kindly. 2 years later, on a rainy night, she arrived at the Golden Phoenix Casino. It was cricket season again. Shivering from the cold, she asked the owner for shelter from the rain, but got only curses and was chased away. Just then, a man walked by, clearly annoyed by the stench coming from her. He snapped, "That smell is ruining my mood. Get lost." Hearing that voice, Song Ruo froze. She hadn't forgotten. She could never forget. She had finally found him. Xiao Long and Hua Yin were dying to know what happened next. Song Ruo said she approached a beggar and learned the bastard was a regular at this casino. At first, she planned to stalk and stab him, but the beggar said he was a martial artist. She couldn't take revenge that way. He advised her to poison his drink or food. She tried, but failed. The poison she bought in a back alley was useless. So, she applied to work there, taking care of the crickets in the basement. Every time she heard them chirp, she remembered Song Nian's face, drifting between madness and clarity, torn apart by pain. Song Ruo gritted her teeth, eyes teary, voice filled with rage. "I must kill that bastard. I won't leave this place until he's dead." Xiao Long whispered to Gu Fei and Hua Yin, skeptical. Her situation is clear, but her mental state is worrying. She needs to raise crickets, but their sound makes her faint. Her mind seems deeply broken. Hua Yin saw things differently. To her, this behavior only proved just how deep Song Ruo's hatred truly ran. Once she exacts her revenge, she will finally be able to heal. If we help someone carrying such a deep grudge, she will never betray us. She'll become an invaluable member of the Tang Sect. Gu Fei had to admit, Hua Yin was right. He explained to Xiao Long that before he avenged his own parents, he used to mutter to himself in the rain, just like that. But after the Tang family took revenge on his behalf, it felt as if every burden had been washed away. Gu Fei's gaze locked onto Song Ruo. Now he understood exactly why he saw his own reflection in this woman. Xiao Long observed Gu Fei thoughtfully, and Gu Fei nodded back with a confident smile. He placed a hand over his chest, his voice firm. We will help you settle that grudge. Once it is done, will you promise to become part of our clan? Song Ruo's eyes widened in shock. You would really help me? She swore that if they did, she would dedicate her entire life to serving them until her very last breath. Don't worry, just leave it to us, Xiao Long reassured her. His eyes flashed, his tone turning razor-sharp. Who exactly is he? Song Ruo looked surprised, then anxious and hesitant, unsure if she should speak the truth. After a moment of struggle, she clenched her fists. It is the third young master of the Great Fire Sect, Jin Dacheng. Xiao Long placed his hand on his chest, declaring with absolute confidence, I will handle Jin Dacheng. I will ruin him completely. Hua Yin asked in a panic. Are you absolutely certain it's the third young master of the Great Fire Sect? Song Ruo nodded. Xiao Long asked, confused, is there a problem? Gu Fei turned to him, revealing that the Great Fire Sect was a righteous faction. In Sichuan, their power is second only to the Tang Sect, even compared to Yimei and Qingcheng. Xiao Long was shocked. He hadn't expected them to be such a powerful sect. If what Jin Dacheng did is true, his sect doesn't matter. The problem lies in the pact our clan made with the Great Fire Sect. My great-grandfather once received immense help from them. Therefore, even if the Great Fire Sect commits a grave crime, we are bound to forgive them unconditionally, at least once. Xiao Long's eyes widened in horror. That means Jin Dacheng can do whatever he wants without consequence. Hua Yin explained further that in the martial arts world, oaths are paramount. Especially when made in the name of a clan, they are sacred and must be obeyed. Is there a problem? Song Ruo asked, her voice trembling with worry. Xiao Long quickly forced a stiff smile, reassuring her that everything was fine. Don't worry about it, just go and get some rest. Song Ruo's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. Finally, she could avenge Nian. Moments later, she collapsed to the ground, falling asleep from sheer exhaustion. Hua Yin noticed that she had let her guard down too suddenly and suggested they take her to the Tang Manor to rest first. Gu Fei crossed his arms, knowing this would be more complicated than expected. Xiao Long nodded. He knew he had to speak with his grandfather and father-in-law, believing they would understand. The next day, the atmosphere in the Great Hall of the Tang family was incredibly tense. The patriarch spoke sternly, acknowledging that the Great Fire Sect was prestigious and its leader a righteous man, but lamenting that a tiger father has begotten a dog son. The patriarch clasped his hands in confusion, unable to believe Xiao Long wanted to seek revenge for a woman despite knowing about their oath. Xiao Long sincerely pleaded with his father-in-law for permission. The patriarch pondered. The circumstances were sympathetic, but the ancestral oath was tied to the Tang family's honor. If they started making exceptions, no one would trust their word ever again. Finally, the patriarch stood up and declared, I forbid the Tang family bloodline or our poisons from being used to help that woman. Xiao Long's eyes widened in shock. He stood up to beg his father-in-law to reconsider, but the patriarch remained resolute. Just as Xiao Long was about to plead further, Hua Yin grabbed his hand, winking at him before turning to her father. I understand. We will follow your orders. Xiao Long was confused, but Hua Yin smiled. She had found a loophole in the order. Only the Tang bloodline and their poisons were forbidden from helping. This meant that to keep the clan out of trouble, their poisons would not be used, and Xiao Long was permitted to act alone, as she revealed that Xiao Long did not possess the Tang Sect's bloodline. The patriarch turned his back to them, a small smile playing on his lips. Why are you two still here? Xiao Long realized with a start that this was the patriarch's way of giving silent permission. Hua Yin urged him to leave quickly. They had work to do. Xiao Long clenched his fist. He had his permission. Now, it was time to prove his worth as the son-in-law of the Tang Sect. Imagining the moment he captured Jin Dacheng, he couldn't help but think this felt less like a mission and more like a blood oath initiation for a gang. Early the next morning, Gu Fei arrived at Xiao Long's quarters, a scroll clutched tightly in his hand. We have permission, he whispered, but we must protect the family's reputation at all costs. I'll investigate Jin Dacheng's movements in secret. I'm counting on you, brother, Xiao Long replied. First, we need to pin down his hideout and his daily routine. Xiao Long headed to Song Ruo's room. But when he pushed the door open, he found her and Hua Yin enjoying a quiet cup of tea. He greeted everyone before turning to Song Ruo. Did you get some rest? She was now dressed in Tang clan attire, her hair neatly pinned up. She nodded, thanking him for his help. Seeing her looking so much better, Xiao Long couldn't help but feel relieved. He pulled out a pouch. I brought some burn ointment from the Tang clan. Song Ruo thanked him again, her voice trembling. I really don't know how I can ever repay this debt. Xiao Long sat down, his curiosity piqued. Do you mind if I ask you a few things about the crickets? Song Ruo nodded. Just as Xiao Long was about to speak, Gufei burst through the door, panting heavily. Xiao Long looked up. Captain Gufei, did you manage to confirm the information? On my way here. I ran into a guest, Gufei said nervously. Stepping out from behind him was a man with long hair and a long beard, wearing a hat. His gaze swept across the room before landing on Hua Yin. A knowing smile curled on his lips as he tipped his hat. Miss Hua Yin, it's been a long time. Hua Yin immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. I am Hua Yin, of the Sichuan Tang clan. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Beggar Emperor. Seeing Xiao Long's confusion, Hua Yin quickly explained. Show some respect. This is the Beggar Emperor. He is one of the 3 emperors, just like the Fist Emperor. Hearing this, Xiao Long's eyes went wide with shock. One of the 3 emperors, a figure on the same level as the Martial Alliance leader, he hurriedly bowed. I am Xiao Long. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Beggar Emperor. I heard the Fist Emperor taught you martial arts, the Beggar Emperor said. So I came to see for myself what kind of person you are. Song Ruo gasped, realizing this legendary senior was the same old beggar who had helped her back in Chengdu. She quickly apologized for her previous lack of manners. Don't worry about it. The Beggar Emperor waved his hand dismissively. I'm just a retired old man now. Senior Beggar Emperor, did you come to the Tang clan because of the Great Fire Sect? Hua Yin asked curiously. The Beggar Emperor laughed. As expected of the poison flower. You're sharp. Hua Yin flinched, suddenly worried that he had come to stop Song Ruo's revenge. How could I stop this girl after knowing what she's been through? The Beggar Emperor stroked his chin. Since there is no concrete evidence, I cannot interfere directly, but I am here to lend a hand. Help without interfering directly? Xiao Long stepped closer, intrigued. The Beggar Emperor grinned. I will provide information. Besides, I'm curious to see how the Fist Emperor's successor handles this mess. He revealed that he had already ordered his subordinates to investigate events from several years ago. Jin Dasheng is absolute scum. He violates women and kills without hesitation. The only reason he hasn't been arrested is because of his sect's influence. The Beggar Emperor suspected there were at least 5 incidents, including 2 in Chengdu. It seemed that even the Great Fire Sect considered him a massive headache. The more Xiao Long listened, the angrier he became. This was far worse than he had imagined. Ever since the incident at the Song family estate, the Beggar Emperor said while stroking his beard, Jin Dacheng has been much more cautious. He doesn't leave his quarters, except to visit the casino every 3 days. That is why I advised Song Ruo to use poison. Xiao Long cleared his throat, thinking the casino was the only place to strike. Maybe he should try poisoning him too? You absolutely cannot use Tang clan poison, Hua Yin stated firmly. Xiao Long turned to Song Ruo. With so many people there, how did you manage to single out that bastard's food and drink? Song Ruo answered honestly. Every time he visits, he makes very specific and demanding requests. So, those instructions always make their way to the kitchen. Whenever a dish contains crab or shrimp, he demands they be removed from his portion. That's why I spiked that specific dish, even though it wasn't real poison, the Beggar Emperor recalled. He claimed his body broke out in a rash just from tasting it. From the story, Xiao Long realized Jin Dacheng had a severe shellfish allergy. His mind immediately jumped to tropomyosin, a protein found in crabs and shrimp. A few seconds later, a confident smirk spread across his face. He turned to Gufei. Captain, could you go to the medicine storage and get me some mealworm powder? Gufei looked confused, having no idea why he suddenly needed such a thing. Xiao Long just gave a cunning smile, making everyone even more curious. He raised a finger and declared, I'm going to kill that guy. Intelligently, he crossed his arms, picturing a fat, juicy mealworm. He decided to name this operation the Delicious Death. He knew that the root cause of Jin Dacheng's allergy was tropomyosin. This protein exists in most animals, but the version found in invertebrates is structurally different from the one in humans, and that difference is exactly what triggers the allergic reaction. The key detail was that mealworms contain a massive amount of tropomyosin, even more than shrimp or crab. Just then, Gufei returned, holding a bag of powder. Xiao Long immediately got to work. He took out the mealworms, blanched them briefly, and then stir-fried them in a hot wok. Moments later, a fragrant plate of stir-fried mealworms was placed on the table. He smiled and invited everyone to have a taste. Song Ruo, the Beggar Emperor, and Hua Yin stared at the dish in horror. They couldn't believe he was actually asking them to eat bugs, but Xiao Long insisted, promising it was delicious. Trusting him, the Beggar Emperor was the first to pick one up. Seeing that, Hua Yin closed her eyes and popped a worm into her mouth. The rich flavor immediately shocked them. It was actually delicious. They can't wrap their heads around how a bug could taste this damn good. Watching their reactions, Xiao Long can't help but smirk with pride. Of course it's delicious. It's so rich and nutty, people literally call it goso for that savory kick. In his past life, this was a surprisingly popular snack. Gai Huang admits it tastes great, but he's still scratching his head. How exactly are they going to use this to assassinate Jin Dacheng? Xiao Long flashes a confident smile, reminding them of one crucial detail. That guy is deathly allergic to crab and shrimp. He explains that what's harmless to one person can be lethal poison to another. Just like shellfish, these mealworms contain a compound that's toxic to him. Hua Yin suddenly gets it. It's exactly like how Peng Yingying is hypersensitive to bee venom. Xiao Long adds that if they grind the mealworms into a fine powder and mix it with food, it'll just add a savory flavor. No one would ever suspect it's a murder by poison. Gai Huang strokes his beard, nodding in approval. He finally understands the meaning behind the name Delicious Death. Xiao Long notes that the more they use, the more guaranteed the result. But the question is which dish? Song Ruo suddenly raises her hand, her voice calm. How about injiolmi? We usually eat that at the casino. She explains that injiolmi is made from sticky rice with a red bean filling. The outside is coated in syrup and then rolled in soybean powder. If they mix the mealworm powder with the soybean powder to coat the rice cakes, no one will ever spot the difference. A perfect idea sparks in Xiao Long's mind. A chewy, sticky rice cake, soaked in mealworm powder and covered in sticky syrup. It's the perfect vehicle to trigger anaphylactic shock and suffocate him. It's too perfect for an assassination. Song Ruo clenches her fists, her eyes burning with determination. Let me make that injiolmi. Only if I make it with my own hands will I feel released from this hatred. Gai Huang nods in agreement. Revenge should be served by her own hand. His last meal, injiolmi coated in bug powder, is a fitting end for a piece of trash like him. Xiao Long decides he'll ask the casino owner to let Song Ruo handle the cooking for one day. Hua Yin suggests that, just to be safe, they should join the gambling tables to keep him there. A smile spreads across Xiao Long's face, his eyes flashing with a vicious light. The plan is becoming flawless. A trapped Jin Dacheng has zero chance of surviving. A few days later, Jin Dacheng struts into the Golden Phoenix Casino, clutching a heavy bag of money, his bodyguards in tow. The owner rushes out to greet him respectfully. With an arrogant look, Jin Dacheng waves him off, demanding booze and women at his usual table. Young master, the owner apologizes hurriedly. That table is already occupied by a VIP guest. Jin Dacheng looks confused. But as he steps inside, his eyes go wide with shock. Sitting at his usual table are Xiao Long and Lady Hua Yin, gambling away. Jin Dacheng's gaze instantly locks onto Hua Yin's beauty. He recognizes her immediately, the poison flower of the Sichuan Tang Sect. He rushes over, smiling respectfully, saying he never expected to meet Lady Hua Yin here. Who are you? Hua Yin asks coldly. Jin Dacheng gets a bit nervous, quickly introducing himself as the third young master of the Great Fire Sect, reminding her that he visited her a while back. Just then, Xiao Long cuts in. I won. He looks at Hua Yin with confidence. How's my skill, my lady? Truly amazing, Hua Yin replies, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Confused, Jin Dacheng turns to his bodyguard to ask who Xiao Long is. The bodyguard whispers that he heard the poison flower has a fiancé, and guesses that must be him. Jin Dacheng panics. He can't believe it. He wonders how such a weak-looking guy could land such a stunning woman, when even he couldn't. His eyes flash with malice. He recalls that woman from the Song family a few years ago. She wasn't bad either. Just thinking about it makes him drool. If she hadn't resisted so violently, he wouldn't have accidentally killed her. It's a shame her older sister wasn't there. Rumor has it she was even more beautiful. With that thought, he approaches the table, sits opposite them, and declares, "It's an honor to meet the poison flower's fiancé. Care for a round with me?" Xiao Long doesn't refuse. A sinister grin spreads across Jin Dacheng's face. He thinks this is the perfect chance to crush and humiliate this guy in front of everyone. A while later, Jin Dacheng's arrogant look has completely vanished, replaced by utter shock. Xiao Long wins again, and Hua Yin keeps cheering him on. Jin Dacheng can't understand what's happening. He's been losing for an hour straight and has already blown half his money. Xiao Long gathers the money bags, smiling. It's getting late. We have to go. Furious, Jin Dacheng grinds his teeth and clenches his fists. He tries to calm down, telling himself it's just a streak of bad luck, then orders his servant to bring food. His eyes are drawn to some men eating nearby. One of them mentions the injiolmi is especially good today. Curious, he asks the servant, who smiles and confirms it, asking if he wants to try some. The servant brings the dish. Jin Dacheng picks up a piece and takes a bite. It's actually delicious. He notices the more he chews, the crispier and more fragrant it gets. But moments later, his face contorts in agony. He crashed from the chair to the floor, clutching his throat as a familiar, suffocating sensation took hold. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Long and the others rushed in. The panicked bodyguard stammered that the young master had collapsed right after eating the Anomi dish. Xiao Long barked at the guard to step aside so he could treat him. Foam bubbling at his lips and eyes swimming with tears, Jin Dacheng grabbed Xiao Long's robes, desperately begging for salvation. but his eyes bulged in pure terror as a sinister, dark aura radiated from Xiao Long. Staring dead into Jin Dacheng's eyes, the boy whispered, "So, how did you enjoy the Anomi?" With a gaze cold as ice, he continued, "For the atrocities you committed against the Song family village, I hope you rot in regret, even in your next life." "How? How do you know?" Jin Dacheng wheezed, furiously tightening his grip on Xiao Long's collar. Xiao Long slapped his hand away. "You seem to be in excruciating pain," he observed flatly. "If the patient struggles too much, I can't transfer my internal energy." "Hold him down," he commanded. As everyone rushed to pin Jin Dacheng down, the man slowly suffocated, the lingering, delicious taste in his mouth becoming his life's final memory. The next day, Xiao Long and Hua Yin met with the elderly couple who had been caring for Song Ruo. The old man bowed deeply, pleading with them to take good care of the girl. Xiao Long reassured them, "She is one of the Tang family now. You two have nothing to worry about." As the wind sighed past them, Song Ruo silently walked toward a lone grave. Before returning to the Tang clan, they stopped by her old village. Fortunately, the incident with Jin Dacheng had been resolved quietly. Normally, a poisoning would trigger a massive investigation, but since he was an outcast abandoned by his own clan, it seems they did their best to sweep the whole mess under the rug. Tears welling in her eyes, Song Ruo placed a hand on her sister's grave. She couldn't hold it back anymore and broke down sobbing, wondering if she had taken too long. Tormented by guilt, she wailed, blaming herself for not coming home sooner that fateful day. As she repeated her belated apologies, Xiao Long was surprised to feel as if even the crickets were crying along with her. Hua Yin watched on with heavy sadness. She remembered Song Ruo once saying that the chirping of crickets reminded her of her little sister's voice. Xiao Long wondered, under this setting sun, and amidst the mournful cries of the insects, what might her sister be trying to tell her right now? But all Song Ruo could do was drown in regret. Meanwhile, the sun was setting over the alleys of the Sichuan capital. Not far away, a man in a bamboo hat was eating. It was the beggar emperor, enjoying a meal prepared by Xiao Long himself. He couldn't help but smile. It looked ugly, but the flavor was rich and delicious. Xiao Long's entertaining revenge plan had proven the boy was truly someone special. Suddenly, he sensed two figures silently watching him. His expression instantly hardened. "Come out," he commanded. "Only thieves skulk around in the shadows like that." Realizing they'd been busted, the pair looked a bit embarrassed as they stepped out from hiding, landing behind the beggar emperor. His senses were as sharp as ever. "What are you doing in a place like this?" the man asked. This was Jiang Zihao, the thief god and one of the 5 emperors, accompanied by his disciple, Zhao Wanlian. "Thief?" Jiang Zihao crossed his arms, feigning offense. "Is that how you greet an old friend after all this time? If I don't call you a thief, what should I call you?" the beggar emperor retorted. "Thief god sounds much better," Jiang Zihao replied. Jiang Zihao gave a forced laugh. "Besides, my disciple is here. Could you save me a little face?" Wanlian bowed respectfully to the emperor, giving him an even bigger headache. Dealing with this scoundrel was tiring enough. Now that he had a disciple, it just signaled more trouble ahead. "What brings you to Sichuan?" the beggar emperor asked curiously. "I have a question," Jiang Zihao explained anxiously. "I am looking for the person with the deepest knowledge of silkworms in all the Central Plains." He pointed to his wrist. "My sacred artifact, the heavenly silkworm, recently snapped. I thought it would last forever, but perhaps it has a lifespan after all. By tradition, I must pass the heavenly silkworm to my disciple once she completes her training. But at this rate, I'll have nothing left to pass on." The beggar emperor rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He actually did know someone who could help. Jiang Zihao waited impatiently. The beggar emperor smiled, eyes lighting up with confidence as Xiao Long's image flashed in his mind. In the entire Central Plains, when it comes to understanding insects, no one can surpass him. A few days later, as dawn broke over the poison courtyard, Xiao Long's pained screams tore through the silence. A subordinate of Gu Fei was whipping his back relentlessly, growling through gritted teeth. "Endure it. Just a little longer." Not far away, Hua Yin and the little centipede watched silently. Xiao Long was undergoing hellish training for the Iron Toad art, a bizarre martial art based on the Fist Emperor's poison. The principle was twisted. The more you are beaten to the brink of death, the tougher your body becomes. The secret lay in tensing the muscles and channeling internal energy to harden the entire body the exact moment the blow lands. "Hang in there." Hua Yin and the centipede cheered him on silently. "The real work starts now." The subordinate tightened his grip on the whip. Xiang'er the centipede stared at the weapon, eyes glowing with excitement. It suddenly remembered the sensation of Hua Yin stroking it with a feather. Without a second of hesitation, it shot out of its master's arms. "Look out!" Xiao Long screamed in panic. The whip lashed out, but Xiang'er had already jumped into the line of fire, and Xiao Long's own back, scarred deep from past battles, tensed in anticipation. Fortunately, he he snatched the little centipede just in time, shielding it with his own body and taking the thunderous lash square on his back. He set the creature down gently, gasping for air, knowing he'd just dodged a bullet. Hua Yin rushed over, her face pale. She scolded Xiang affectionately but with clear frustration, asking, "Can't we have just one peaceful day? Is Xiang always this much of a troublemaker?" Xiao Long asked in surprise. Hua Yin sighed, explaining, "That girl is hyperactive. She can never sit still. The moment she opens her eyes, the chaos begins. Last time, she chased a single butterfly and nearly caused a catastrophe." Xiao Long flinched, worried the little one might be hurt. Just then, Zhao, the eldest centipede sister, crawled over to lecture Xiang. The scene made Xiao Long smile instinctively. Anyone who's raised pets knows the deal. Same species, completely different personalities. Xiang was clearly the curious and mischievous one, while Zhao, the eldest, was calm and commanding, a true leader who kept her siblings in line. And finally, Bin. She was the quietest, looking cold on the outside, but actually the most affectionate. The only catch? She slept. A lot. He only hoped they would grow up strong, eventually becoming magnificent blue poison overlords like their mother. Watching Hua Yin gently call out, "Come here to mommy, little ones," filled Xiao Long with warmth. Right then, Song Ruo and Gu Fei appeared. Gu Fei bowed respectfully to Xiao Long, while Song Ruo clutched a jar in her hands. Seeing them up so early, Xiao Long smiled, praising their diligence. He couldn't help but notice how surprisingly well the Poison Squad uniform suited Song Ruo. With a shy smile, Song Ruo thanked him. When asked about life in the Tang clan, she said everyone treated her well and the work wasn't too heavy. Happily opening the jar, she announced she had what he asked for. Inside was a swarming mass of crickets. Gu Fei admitted honestly that there were probably too many. Song Ruo had been a bit too thorough. Hearing that, Song Ruo looked a little apologetic. Xiao Long smiled, thinking that being too excellent was sometimes a crime. He declared confidently, "In that case, I'll just have to bring back new members for the Poison Squad soon." Gu Fei asked in surprise, "Young master, are you planning to catch new poisonous creatures?" Xiao Long nodded, explaining that the best way to handle the surplus crickets was to use them as bait. Hearing this, Hua Yin immediately intervened. "Xiao Long, before we do that, we must wait for news from the Martial Arts Alliance. To go out and tame poisonous creatures, we need an official permit. With the current tension regarding the Blood Sect, getting approval won't be easy. I heard the Alliance leader personally led a raid on the Great Dong border, but there's been radio silence ever since." At that, Xiao Long and Gu Fei's eyes went cold. In the midst of the tension, a servant came running in a panic. Hua Yin asked what the rush was. The servant gasped out that the Patriarch was summoning both of them to the main hall for an urgent matter. They rushed over. The atmosphere in the room was unusually heavy. Xiao Long wondered what had happened. The Patriarch was usually swamped at this hour. The mysterious smile on his father-in-law's face only deepened his suspicion. Then, the Patriarch spoke, his smile beaming. "My worthy son-in-law, I bring the news you've been waiting for." He pulled out a scroll, his voice trembling with excitement. News from the Martial Arts Alliance. The expedition was a resounding success. Joy and shock lit up Xiao Long and Hua Yin's faces simultaneously. The Patriarch explained. The Alliance leader raided and flattened the Blood Sect's base at the border. Half the cult was destroyed or captured alive. The rest have scattered. They immediately understood what this meant. They nearly jumped for joy as the clan had confirmed their hopes. "Finally, we can go tame some poisonous creatures. The expedition is approved." Xiao Long excitedly admitted he hadn't even thought of a destination yet. In that case, the Patriarch clasped his hands behind his back, his voice solemn. "I have a place to recommend." His gaze locked onto Xiao Long. For the Tang Clan Poison Squad's first expedition, no place is more suitable. A place teeming with venomous creatures, where even the gates are guarded by beasts on par with the Golden Phoenix. A land known as the Paradise of Yunnan's poisonous beasts. A few days later, the group crossed Sichuan, heading toward the far southwest edge of the Central Plains to reach the tropical jungles of Yunnan. Deep within the Ilau Mountains lay a valley known as the Poison Gorge. Here, the roar of beasts drowned out human voices, a treacherous land of jagged karst rocks and countless mysterious creatures. To Xiao Long, this hellscape was truly heaven on earth. That night, Xiao Long lay in bed beside his sleeping pets, his heart racing with anticipation for the hidden beasts this land concealed. He gently picked up a centipede, whispering, "Just you wait. I'll bring you plenty of new friends soon." A few mornings later, the elite expedition team had fully assembled. Management of the Poison Garden is handed over to Song Ruo, officially appointed as the new vice captain. Meanwhile, Xiao Long, Gu Fei, and the rest of the crew have finished packing their gear. Just as the group prepares to head out, a scene unfolds that leaves everyone not knowing whether to laugh or cry. A tiny centipede clings tightly to Xiao Long's leg, whining pitifully. Immediately after, it's not just one, the entire swarm of pets, from the killer lizards to the demon flower, swarms him. They cling desperately, refusing to let him leave. Come on now, let go so I can get moving. Xiao Long laughs awkwardly, but his only answer is a chorus of determined growls. He tries to coax them, promising he's just going out to find them new friends. Besides, the other Poison Squad members are staying behind to provide plenty of yang energy. Hearing this, the demon flower doesn't say a word. In the blink of an eye, she spins a web, wrapping Xiao Long up tight and making him yelp in surprise. Hua Yin sees clearly that these beasts refuse to be separated from their master by even a single step. This approach isn't going to work. Old Master Tai speaks up as he watches Xiao Long struggle in the spider silk. The others might be able to come along, but the demon flower cannot. She bears the face of young Miss Hua Yin, but that giant spider body will attract far too much attention. We'd never be able to explain it away. The demon flower silently stares at Old Master Tai, seemingly making a decision. Confused and curious eyes all turn toward her. Her body begins to shift. In a mere instant, the massive spider form dissolves into thin air, leaving behind a figure identical to young Miss Hua Yin. She calmly sits down, flashing a smug, triumphant smile. Xiao Long and Old Master Tai drop their jaws in shock. They can't comprehend how that massive body just vanished. Where did my pet's magnificent body go? Xiao Long screams internally in panic. He steps forward, stroking the empty air, and feels the smooth spider shell of the demon flower still there. It's a stealth art. Old Master Tai, with his vast experience, realizes immediately. Xiao Long is overjoyed, like he just struck gold. With this ability, no one will realize the demon flower is actually a spider monster. Hua Yin sighs, smiling helplessly. Fine then. If it's come to this, let's all go together. She approaches the beasts, her voice stern with warning. But since you dared to ignore the family head and cause a scene, you must obey absolutely during this trip. Is that clear? Xiao Long steps up, raising his hand high to declare excitedly, "We are ready to hit the road." And just like that, the Poison Squad's first expedition officially begins. As the group nears Mount Ma, they encounter a long line of people waiting. Why is it so crowded? Xiao Long wonders aloud. It's a checkpoint. Gu Fei explains. Ever since the Blood Sect rose to power, checkpoints like this have sprung up like mushrooms. I hear getting through isn't easy. Suddenly, a female guard at the checkpoint recognizes Old Master Tai. At that exact moment, her eyes flash with astonishment. Please hold on a moment, she requests. Her gaze is glued to the demon flower, who currently looks like she's floating in midair. We're screwed. Xiao Long groans internally. He suddenly realizes that because the demon flower's spider body is invisible, she looks exactly like she's levitating. But contrary to his anxiety, the female guard gasps in pure worship. This is the legendary void treading technique. She is convinced that young Miss Hua Yin has mastered a divine martial art. Unbelievable, truly worthy of being one of the three flowers of the martial world. The surrounding crowd buzzes with admiration. Faced with this scene, the demon flower just offers a grateful smile. Right then, the real Hua Yin glares furiously. Apologies, our young miss is just feeling a bit shy. They hurriedly flee the scene, leaving the bewildered crowd behind. What on earth are you doing with the demon flower? People are going to get the wrong idea, Hua Yin practically screams. Calm down, will you? Xiao Long quickly tries to soothe her. To avoid further suspicion, for the rest of the journey, Hua Yin is forced to cross-dress as a man and wear a face veil. The issue is that in the Central Plains, people are still superstitious and believe that twins are an omen of bad luck. Despite a few minor hiccups along the way, they finally arrive safely in Yunnan. After the long trek, Xiao Long and everyone else are thoroughly exhausted. A picturesque landscape of rivers and mountains unfolds before them. Old Master Tai speaks up. This is Mount Ilao. A little further and we'll reach the Poison Valley. Suddenly, Xiao Long turns around, hand on his chin, his expression hardening. Something's not right, he voices out. What do you mean? Gu Fei asks curiously. Xiao Long's voice drops low. This place. It's strangely quiet. He scans the area carefully. From the cave crevices to the treetops, everything is submerged in a deathly silence. There isn't a single sign of life. The family head also frowns, his gaze turning grave. I've felt this sensation before. It's exactly like when we were hunting down the Blue Poison Lord. Hearing the name Blue Poison Lord, Xiao Long freezes in his tracks. The family head nods in confirmation, explaining that around the lair of a powerful beast, even the insects fall silent out of fear. Every living creature has either fled long ago or already become its prey. He decides to scout ahead alone, instructing the others to retreat to the river junction, as birds can still be seen flying in that area. After the family head departs, Hua Yin observes closely and confirms his words. In the area they just passed, birds and insects are indeed still thriving. Gu Fei felt like an invisible barrier was slicing through the area, running right along the river's edge. Xiao Long fell into deep thought. There had to be some terrifying creature lurking within Mount Ilao. But to claim such a massive territory? It had to be something incredibly dangerous. He crossed his arms and sighed. So strange, he muttered. What do you find strange, brother? Hua Yin asked. Xiao Long explained his reasoning. For a single beast to dominate a region this vast, it would need to be absolutely massive, just like the poison phoenix. Yet, he hadn't found a single trace of a creature that size. He couldn't figure out how it hunted. There wasn't a single prey animal left in its entire territory, its size, and its habitat. They completely contradicted each other. A moment later, the patriarch and his men returned. He reported that the situation was tricky. Even at the entrance to Mount Ilao, they hadn't found a thing. He suspected the poison ravine was likely empty too. He decided the group should set up camp and rest. They would continue the search tomorrow. Although Xiao Long was burning with impatience, he knew the old man was right. They couldn't go back empty-handed. Night fell, and the group lit a campfire to prepare dinner. While Xiao Long played with his centipedes, Hua Yin brought him a plate of food. Here, eat something, my love. She spoke gently, then turned to the creatures. Jiang Chao. Come on. My babies. Let your father rest. Come over here to mommy. Xiao Long smiled in thanks. Seeing him focused on the map, she asked what was on his mind. He explained that he was analyzing the terrain, convinced the mysterious creature's lair had to be in the center of this zone. As they chatted, a dragonfly buzzed through the air nearby. Xiang noticed it immediately. Without a second of hesitation, it launched itself at the dragonfly like a bolt of black lightning. The sudden, aggressive strike made both Xiao Long and Hua Yin jump in surprise. Xiao Long scolded gently. You scared the life out of me. Stop jumping around like that. Hua Yin realized it was trying to catch the dragonfly. Xiao Long thought briefly that the dragonflies were here because of the river. But then, he froze. Just a moment ago, this place was completely void of insects. His eyes went wide, staring in shock at a swarm of dragonflies hovering in the distance. We can't waste any more time. Xiao Long turned to the Grand Elder. Please, go back to the spots we already checked. See how many dragonflies are there now? The Grand Elder looked confused. What do you mean? Xiao Long explained. Land creatures can hide, but dragonflies don't. They fly everywhere. If they feel threatened, they temporarily clear out. But once the danger passes, they come back. He placed a hand under his chin, his voice brimming with confidence. The reason we haven't seen any creatures isn't because this is a beast's territory. It's because right before we arrived, something swept through this land. Trusting Xiao Long's deduction, the team immediately packed up and moved out. The patriarch warned them that the area ahead was dense jungle and to stay alert. Xiao Long's eyes lit up. He knew he had to catch whatever was moving ahead of them before it escaped. Normally, he would be complaining non-stop, but this time, he was determined not to give up. Just then, a strange sound caught the group's attention. Gu Fei remarked that it sounded like bamboo rustling in the wind, but strangely, there wasn't a bamboo forest anywhere ahead. The two scouts in the lead suddenly stopped. They warned that there was a cliff ahead and signaled for everyone to be careful. There was something down there. Before them lay a deep, gaping abyss. The scene at the bottom made them all hold their breath. Thousands upon thousands of strange creatures were writhing together in a massive, living mass. Looking closer, the patriarch realized with horror that they were red ants. Could they be demon ants? He thought to himself. Gu Fei was also stunned. Their size far exceeded that of any ordinary demon ant. Even the ancient texts of the Tang family had never recorded such a species. He turned to Xiao Long, hoping the boy knew what they were. Xiao Long pondered for a moment. Although he had never seen them reach such a massive size, he was almost certain. They were army ants. Army ants, a species usually found in Africa and the Americas, famous for moving in colossal swarms. Unlike most ants that build permanent nests, army ants migrate in massive numbers whenever their food source runs dry. Their movement looks like a sweeping military force, which is exactly where they get their name. They are extremely aggressive. Once provoked, they won't leave even a single shard of bone behind. The group held their breath, watching from the bushes. Xiao Long had just signaled for a quiet retreat when a dry crack echoed through the air. Someone had stepped on a twig. The color drained from Xiao Long's face, and the man who made the mistake went pale as a sheet. When they looked back, thousands upon thousands of ant eyes locked onto their positions simultaneously. Everyone froze in terror. In a moment of spine-chilling silence, the sea of ants surged upward. They rushed toward the group like a pitch-black tsunami. Drenched in cold sweat, Xiao Long and the others turned and ran for their lives. Minutes passed, and the sky turned to twilight. They were sprinting with everything they had, shocked to realize the ants were far faster than they ever imagined. Deep in the forest, a small deer was grazing innocently. But the moment the swarm detected prey, the ants descended like a black tide. Xiao Long's face went pale at the gruesome sight. Then it hit him, demon ants hunted by sensing vibrations in the ground. If they kept running, they'd be next on the menu. What do we do? The patriarch asked, panic rising in his voice. Xiao Long's eyes darted to a nearby river. That was it. The ants couldn't swim. Jump! Into the water, the patriarch shouted, pointing frantically at the river. Without a second thought, they plunged into the freezing current. By the time the bloodthirsty swarm reached the bank, the group was already submerged deep beneath the surface. Moments later, Xiao Long broke the surface, gasping for air. A relieved smile crossed his face as he watched the ants retreat. We survived. Barely. Gufei wheezed, completely drained. They waited until the swarm had vanished before dragging their exhausted bodies onto the riverbank. That was too close. I felt like I had one foot in the grave. Gufei shivered, sneezing violently. Xiao Long collapsed onto the dirt, gasping for breath. The patriarch stood up, his voice still trembling. What a monstrous species. I, the myriad poison lord, have roamed the world without fear. Yet these demon ants terrified me to my core. We must tread carefully. Xiao Long nodded, his eyes dark with concern. They devour everything in their path. Nothing survives. That explains why the forest has been so silent, the patriarch mused, stroking his beard. A swarm of that magnitude would wipe out every other living thing. Xiao Long, however, looked disappointed. Just demon ants, he thought. I was hoping for a rare spirit beast. Seeing the light fading, the patriarch suggested, "It seems safe here. We should rest for the night." Great idea, Xiao Long agreed. Then, he turned to Gufei with a mischievous grin. Brother Gu, once it gets dark, let's go back and scout the demon ants. Scout? Gufei nearly jumped out of his skin. Are you insane? Just a little look, Xiao Long replied with feigned innocence. Gufei began to tremble, his eyes wide with horror. They had just escaped death by a hair's breadth. He couldn't believe this kid was actually serious. You're not planning to capture them all like you did with the golden phoenix beasts, are you? Of course not. Xiao Long waved his hand, laughing awkwardly. There are too many of them. I just want to sneak in and grab a few for research. This kid is absolutely out of his mind, Gufei and the patriarch thought in unison. Xiao Long stroked his pet centipede, which hissed with delight. His eyes sparkled as he turned to the others. So, who wants to join me? As darkness fell, the group ventured back into the blood-red forest. Against all odds, the midnight kidnapping mission was a resounding success. Xiao Long, the patriarch, and Gufei managed to bag 4 massive demon ants. Back in safety, with the monsters securely bound, Gufei gasped for air, still in shock from the lunacy of it all. I thought ants slept at night? Xiao Long chuckled. Demon ants don't sleep, but hey, we got 4 of them, didn't we? Gufei looked at his captive ant with skepticism. Can we actually tame these things? Xiao Long sat down, studying the creatures closely. After a moment, he shook his head. Taming them was impossible. They have a 3-day memory span, he explained. And without a queen to control them, training is useless. So, we risked our lives for nothing? Gufei groaned, but Xiao Long just gave him a mysterious smile. Not for nothing. He pointed at the creature's exoskeleton. Just displaying these magnificent beasts at the Tang clan will be enough to shake the entire martial arts world. Gufei buried his face in his hands. Xiao Long patted his shoulder. Welcome to the poison squad, brother. You'll get used to it. The patriarch interrupted, asking about their next move. He suggested heading west to Ruili or venturing deeper south into the jungle, but Xiao Long shook his head, a confident glint in his eyes. First, we regroup with Hua Yin, he revealed. Then, we follow the demon ants again, or rather, we get ahead of them. The others stared at him in disbelief. Xiao Long cracked his knuckles, his expression shifting to one of predatory cunning as he laid out his audacious plan. The ants aren't the target, he said. The target is the swarm of poisonous creatures fleeing from the ants. He was turning a deadly crisis into a golden opportunity. Gufei broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, we're definitely going to die this time. A wicked grin spread across Xiao Long's face. Who cared about catching the ants? With this plan, he was going to seize every poisonous beast in Yunnan. Night fell. Beside the flickering campfire, Hua Yin stared in disbelief at the 4 bound demon ants, her gaze locked onto their razor-sharp legs. She was a mix of shock and fury, unable to believe that Xiao Long actually planned to race against these monsters, and even wanted to capture the poisonous creatures fleeing from them in terror. Weren't the golden queen bees enough? Now you're messing with these ants too? Seeing her reaction, Xiao Long gave an awkward, panicked laugh to defend himself. But, last time, you admitted we got great results, didn't you? His words made Hua Yin freeze. She recalls the patriarch's words that relentless sprint against the bee swarm was exactly what she needed to absorb most of the blue-spotted centipede's core energy. Xiao Long adds that the centipedes have already molted twice. They don't need that internal core anymore. This is the perfect chance for her to fully absorb every last drop of the remaining energy. The patriarch steps closer, chiming in. If that's the case, shouldn't Xiao Long go for a jog too? Hua Yin nods furiously, her eyes lighting up in total agreement. She insists that since Xiao Long also drank the Queen Bee's elixir, he needs to work up a sweat to properly process that power. Cold sweat beads on Xiao Long's forehead as he frantically turns to the patriarch. He pleads, "My light footwork is terrible. How about you carry me while you run?" The patriarch bursts out laughing, clapping him on the shoulder. "I've seen you run just fine. This is a rare opportunity. Don't waste it." Xiao Long can only grind his teeth in frustration. Just then, Hua Yin takes his hand, smiling sweetly. "Will you run with me tomorrow, darling?" Xiao Long freezes, tongue-tied. Hua Yin sighs softly, then leans in close to his ear, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she whispers, "This is your punishment for daring to make decisions on your own." The next day, the massive poison hunt officially begins, but the script plays out in a way no one could have predicted. A swarm of giant demon ants sweeps through the forest like a flood, cornering a massive wild boar. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate prey is devoured whole, leaving not a single trace behind. Not far away, Hua Yin, Xiao Long, and Gu Fei are running for their lives. The hunting unit is right in front of them. Xiao Long screams, "They chew through anything in their path. Be careful!" His eyes blaze with intensity, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he explains the plan. "Right now, the gap between us and the swarm is 60 zhang. When they move, we'll close the distance to under 30 zhang and hold it there. Whenever we catch a poisonous creature, we pass it immediately to the main group running parallel to us. They'll cage them and transport them to the opposite riverbank, safely out of the ants' reach." And so, the race for survival begins. The plan proves unexpectedly effective, as countless other poisonous creatures are also fleeing in panic from the ant swarm. With a grin full of adrenaline, Xiao Long snatches up a venomous snake. He realizes the name 10,000 Poison Valley isn't just for show, and he's determined to collect them all. The hunt drags on for nearly 2 hours, and the iron cages are filling up fast. Xiao Long, Gu Fei, and Hua Yin are running for their lives while juggling all sorts of captured creatures. Xiao Long snags a snake and immediately tosses it to a team member clutching a wooden box. "Are you holding up okay?" the member asks worriedly. "I'm good," Xiao Long replies. "With so many poisonous treasures waiting for me, how could I be tired?" Suddenly, Hua Yin calls out, "Giant python straight ahead." Xiao Long's eyes light up, his attention instantly locking onto a massive lightning python coiled around a tree. It's one of the 5 largest snake species in the world, huge, gentle, adorable, and easy to raise. "Wait, that thing isn't even poisonous, is it?" Gu Fei asks, bewildered. "True," Xiao Long grins from ear to ear. "But I have to have it." Gu Fei panics. "You said the exact same thing when you saw the whip scorpion and the giant toad. At this rate, why don't we just catch every single thing in the forest?" Hearing that, Xiao Long's eyes shine even brighter. He stops abruptly, turns around, and declares, "Great idea. I'm grabbing that snake too." "Wait, the ants are catching up," Hua Yin screams. "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Xiao Long reassures her, then dashes straight for the python, grabbing it and draping it around his neck. The ant swarm is nipping at his heels, but he still wears a satisfied smile. He refuses to let such a magnificent creature become food for those ants. But Xiao Long's luck has run dry. He trips over a tree root and plants his face into the dirt, right in front of the ferocious wave of ants. Hua Yin and Gu Fei scream in terror. Xiao Long turns over, eyes wide with horror, swallowed by fear. He freezes, watching helplessly as the swarm rushes toward him. In that split second between life and death, something yanks hard on Xiao Long's collar. It's Yao Hua. Hua Yin and Gu Fei let out a breath of relief. "Good job, Yao Hua. Get him to safety, now. From now on, I forbid you from getting anywhere near those ants." Xiao Long can only mumble a quiet apology. "What about the swarm?" Hua Yin asks quickly, changing the subject. "Luckily, they stopped on the other side of the hill," Gu Fei replies. "The sun is setting. We should rest for a bit." Xiao Long hangs his head, too ashamed to look up. Hua Yin nods in agreement, deciding the group will set up camp and wait for the main team to catch up. Suddenly, there's a rustling sound in the nearby bushes. Hua Yin's eyes sharpen with vigilance. Seconds later, a spear flies out of nowhere, slamming into the ground right next to Xiao Long. Everyone jumps in shock. Men armed with spears step out from the brush, shouting, "Don't move! This is the territory of the Beast Palace. Intruders, identify yourselves immediately." Gu Fei instantly draws his dagger, taking a defensive stance, while Hua Yin quickly speaks up. "Please, stay calm. We are from the Sichuan Tang clan." Hearing this, a man steps forward, leading a ferocious wolf with glowing eyes. "People from the Tang clan? What are you doing this deep in the Yunnan jungle?" he asks suspiciously. Suddenly, a gaze landed on the spider silk necklace Yao Hua had placed on Xiao Long. The observer's expression instantly turned grave. "It's not what you think." Xiao Long hurriedly waved his hands to explain. The leader gritted his teeth, a massive surge of internal energy radiating from his body. "What the hell are you people doing on Beast Palace territory?" he roared, his eyes burning with fury. This man was He Lang, a warrior of the southern barbarian Beast Palace. He had discovered them after hearing strange noises during his patrol. "We'll leave immediately." But then, Xiao Long paused, as if suddenly remembering something. "Brother He Lang, wait. I have something important to tell you." "What is it?" He Lang turned back, curious. "Can you come up that hill with me for a moment?" Xiao Long asked, his voice laced with urgency. He Lang agreed. Reaching the hilltop, he froze. His eyes went wide, filled with absolute horror, unable to believe the scene before him. In the distance, a pitch-black mountain was surging forward, swallowing everything in its path. "Those are army ants." Xiao Long's voice was heavy. That rustling sound earlier, all, was the sound of their movement. "I believe the Beast Palace lies directly on their warpath. If the Valley of 10,000 Beasts is indeed long and narrow, this will be a death trap." Cold sweat broke out on He Lang's forehead. He understood all too well, if this was true, a catastrophic annihilation was hanging over their heads. "I must return immediately to report this to the Palace Master," he declared. "I invite you from the Tang Sect to come along and explain the details of these ants." While Yao Hua was happily playing with He Lang's wolf, Hua Yin smiled and replied, "We would be more than willing." Xiao Long's gaze remained fixed on the distant sea of ants, his anxiety unconcealed. "We must reach the Beast Palace immediately, as fast as possible," he urged. That night, the colossal swarm of ants halted to rest. The entire land sank into a terrifying silence, like the calm sea before a destructive tsunami. They would lie dormant until dawn broke, then resume their rampage. Under the cover of thick darkness, Xiao Long's group finally arrived at the Beast Palace. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, like a paradise on Earth where humans and beasts lived in harmony. He Lang smiled and said, "This is likely the first time the Tang Sect has visited this place in over 100 years. Hua Yin added, "The beast-taming arts of the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace are truly peerless. Nothing else compares." He Lang pointed to a circular clearing at the entrance, introducing it as the training grounds. He described the Valley of 10,000 Beasts as shaped like a gourd, with a single entrance, surrounded by towering cliffs that turned it into an impregnable natural fortress. But through the eyes of someone familiar with traps, Xiao Long spotted a fatal weakness. If the sole entrance were blocked, this entire valley would become a death cage with no escape. Arriving before the main hall, He Lang solemnly announced, reporting to the Palace Master, "Honored guests from the Sichuan Tang Sect have arrived." A majestic voice echoed out, granting them entry. The moment they stepped inside, a crushing pressure descended upon them. 3 figures sat high above, flanked by massive black panthers with ferocious eyes, looking ready to pounce. An old man with white hair and a face crisscrossed with scars introduced himself as Meng Hu, the Palace Master. Xiao Long and Hua Yin clasped their hands in greeting, but Meng Hu went straight to the point. "I heard you came to Yunnan to hunt poisonous creatures. I also heard my warrior speak of these army ants. Tell me, what exactly are they, and why have they appeared here?" Xiao Long nodded, and began to explain in detail the extreme danger of the swarm, their terrifying destructive power, and warned them to evacuate immediately. However, their reaction was the complete opposite of what he had expected. A suffocating killing intent radiated from Meng Hu. He growled in fury, "You're telling this old man to abandon a foundation of over 300 years just because of a swarm of tiny ants?" A brown-haired woman sitting beside him placed a hand on her chest, her eyes filled with arrogance. "Palace Master, do not listen to the nonsense of this Central Plains outsider. Just give me 500 flying wolves, and I alone will wipe them all out. No matter how many there are, they are nothing but bugs." Xiao Long clenched his fists. "I am not exaggerating. The 500 flying wolves you speak of. If they charge in, they will all be devoured in the blink of an eye." The woman was stunned, then furious. Hua Yin hurriedly reprimanded Xiao Long for being too rash, but he decided to stand his ground. "These are no ordinary ants. If the beasts here are slaughtered, it would be a true tragedy." The woman grew even more enraged. "What the hell would an outsider from the Central Plains know? You people even eat dog meat. How could you possibly understand the bond with animals?" That remark was like a spark hitting a powder keg. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, rage flaring up inside him. Her judging them all over, a cultural difference crossed the line. A powerful aura radiated from his body. He could tolerate a lot, but he would never forgive anyone who dared question his love for his companions. It was time to show them. Without hesitation, he reached out, his voice ice cold. "Come on out." From within his robes, 3 colossal centipedes slithered forth. The demon flower unveiled its true form, a blazing red arachnid, radiating crushing pressure. The snow and ice geckos materialized next, sending a bone-chilling frost sweeping through the hall. Dead silence engulfed the great hall. Everyone, even the Tiger Palace master, stood frozen, eyes wide in speechless shock. Even the ferocious Black Panthers growled low, retreating a few steps in fear. Xiao Long stood there, radiating pride beside his companions, while the onlookers remained utterly petrified. They recognized these legendary venomous beasts, and finally realized the woman beside him was no ordinary twin sister. Gently stroking his pet centipede, Xiao Long replied with cool confidence, "Ma'am, your words border on an insult. These aren't mere pets, they are my companions. I would be devastated if they fell ill or suffered injury, so naturally, I understand them inside and out." The woman stood stunned. The elder who raised snakes asked in disbelief, "Companions? Do you mean they will journey with you for a lifetime?" Another elder, a cat tamer, chimed in. He noted that even here in the Beast Palace, where love for spirit beasts is absolute, never once had anyone used the term companion. Suddenly, the rage on the Tiger King's face vanished, replaced by a hearty grin. He burst into laughter, booming. Truly extraordinary. He explained that he had found it strange for a woman to bind a young warrior in chains. But if the one holding the chain is this tamer and his companion, it implies a bond where both are masters to one another. Xiao Long panicked internally, realizing this was a massive, disastrous misunderstanding. The elders, however, turned solemn. They reasoned that if a young warrior called his creatures companions, the depth of his love for them must be immeasurable, and if his advice stemmed from such sincere affection, they dared not ignore it. The Tiger King nodded in agreement. Buildings could be rebuilt, but the lives of men and beasts were irreplaceable. Xiao Long and Hoangan exchanged glances. The plan had worked. Everyone gathered in the main courtyard. The Tiger King issued the command. A few hours later, the entire assembly was present. The Tiger King approached Xiao Long, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder. He expressed both gratitude and regret due to the emergency. He couldn't offer a proper send-off or reward. The woman from before also stepped forward to apologize, admitting she had misjudged him. Xiao Long simply smiled and told her not to give it another thought. It turned out this woman, Xue Piao, was not only an elder but also the daughter of the palace master himself. She curiously stroked the centipede perched on Xiao Long's head, marveling at his ability to make insects and venomous creatures submit. "If they have offspring later," she asked, "could I raise one?" Just then, agonizing roars echoed through the valley, startling everyone. What was that sound? Like an elephant? Xue Piao asked, confused. But Xiao Long's eyes were already filled with terror. He spun around to witness a nightmarish scene. A swarm of demon ants was surrounding and tearing apart a colossal elephant. The elephant must have fled in this direction. The elders stood frozen. "There's no time," Xiao Long screamed in panic. "Evacuate immediately. The swarm is heading straight for us." "It's too late," the Tiger King gritted out through clenched teeth. "They've already reached the gates of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. There is no retreat." In the blink of an eye, the giant elephant was stripped clean, leaving only a stark white skeleton. The gruesome sight made everyone tremble with primal fear. With no other option left, the Tiger King solemnly declared, "We must fight." Hoa Ngan anxiously asked Xiao Long if the Grandmaster and the poison team were all right. He replied with confidence, "With their caution, they're surely safe on the other side of the river." Conversely, Gufei was drenched in cold sweat, his heart burning with worry for his own group. Breaking through this sea of ants seemed virtually impossible. Xiao Long fell into deep thought. This was the worst-case scenario. If they stayed, they would eventually be devoured. He had to think of something. Suddenly, a massive spider web descended from the mountain peak, catching everyone's attention. It was none other than the demon flower. While Xiao Long stood in shock, Hoa Ngan smiled. She realized they still had the demon flower. If they used its silk to traverse the mountain, they could escape to safety. Nearby, the Tiger King and his people were waiting. What will the southern barbarian Beast Palace do? Xiao Long wondered. If it were just his team, escape would be easy. But with this many people, the situation was entirely different. "You all should go. Do not worry about us." The Tiger King smiled with grim confidence. "In the world of beasts, to eat and be eaten is the law of nature. If we cannot defeat these creatures, then our fate is to become their prey." Xiao Long and Hua Ngan stood stunned. He couldn't just abandon them. These people loved animals just as he did. He focused intensely, telling himself, there has to be a way to save everyone. As a YouTuber, he needed to think logically. Xiao Long began to carefully analyze the habits and movement patterns of the ant swarm. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a radiant smile broke across his face. "I have a plan." The Tiger King and the others looked at him in bewilderment. "You have a way to deal with this swarm?" "Yes," Xiao Long nodded firmly. "We're going to have to suffer a little, but there is definitely a way." He smiled with excitement. "Do you want to hear it?" The next day, after fully digesting the elephant, the ant swarm began their advance into the Beast Valley. Following the plan devised overnight, the Beast Palace warriors formed their ranks, waiting in the middle of the grassland. As the demon ants swarmed in, Xiao Long held his breath, watching them intently, waiting for them to get closer. The moment the first ants stepped onto the liquid-soaked grass, he roared, "Throw the torches!" He Lang immediately hurled a flaming torch. It traced a perfect arc before landing right in the pool of oil. Instantly, a ferocious fire erupted, creating a massive ring of hellfire that swallowed a section of the ant swarm. It worked! Xiao Long cheered. The vanguard hunting group had been completely isolated, eyes burning with determination. He charged forward, shouting, "Their formation is broken! Charge with the water buffalo herd!" The warriors and the water buffaloes fearlessly smashed into the trapped ants. They had to wipe out this group to clear a path for Xiao Long to reach the main army. "Everyone, be careful," Xiao Long warned, a flicker of worry crossing his face. While the warriors fought fiercely, Xiao Long successfully broke through and reached the main body of the ant army. But strangely, they seemed to ignore his presence. So, he made faces, screamed, and danced to provoke them. "Hey you bugs, I'm right here." The plan worked. The ants went berserk, turning in a frenzy to chase him. Behind him, Shui Piao and the others had finished cleaning up the separated ants. She watched his solitary figure with anxiety, wondering if the plan would truly succeed as he claimed. Xiao Long ran for his life. Everything was perfect, he just needed to keep leading them around the grassland, but then, he stepped in a puddle of oil and lost his balance. Oh no. His eyes went wide with horror. Seizing the chance, the ants closed the gap and lunged at him. He realized in panic that he had slipped on the very oil they had poured earlier. The ants rained down from the sky like a pitch-black storm. The only thing he could do was close his eyes and brace for the worst. "Xiao Long's been caught," He Lang screamed. Hearing this, Hua Yin and Gu Fei froze, their eyes filled with terror. The black flood of ants crashed over him, biting madly, making Xiao Long scream in pain, but he wouldn't give up that easily. "Yao Hua!" he roared. The spider reacted instantly, shooting a sturdy web toward him. Luckily, he grabbed it. With a powerful yank, Yao Hua pulled him out of the ant's deadly encirclement. Gu Fei and Hua Yin sighed in relief, showering Yao Hua with praise. Xiao Long slumped onto some rocks, gasping for air. He looked down and found a stubborn ant still clinging to his clothes, trying to bite through the fabric. Fortunately, his body was hard as steel thanks to the iron armor art. He silently thanked the technique that had just saved his life. Seeing how reckless he was, Yao Hua and the centipedes angrily scolded him. He just smiled wryly, thinking that even if they didn't scold him, Hua Yin would do it later anyway. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at the ant swarm. They were moving in circles around the rocks where the group stood. Meng Hu and He Lang were astonished, unable to believe the ants were actually moving in an endless circle. It was exactly as the young man had predicted, though only Xiao Long understood why. Their path has been cut off. Army ants have very poor eyesight. They move by following the pheromones left by the leader. When the vanguard was destroyed by the Beast Palace warriors, the worker ants behind them lost their direction. They ended up blindly following the one in front of them, trapped in this loop until they die of exhaustion. With a triumphant smile, he revealed that this was the death spiral, also known as the ant mill. Hearing this, Shui Piao joyfully turned to her father. Meng Hu crossed his arms and nodded, allowing his daughter to go spread the good news. Everything was fine. That was how a small warrior prevented the destruction of the Beast Palace. 3 days later, the army ant legion was still trapped in the death spiral. The giant insects continued marching in endless self-destructive circles, gradually collapsing. Beast Palace warriors walked among them, finishing off the last survivors. Meng Hu asked if this long ordeal was truly over, and Xiao Long hesitated before nodding. When the grateful palace lord asked how he wanted to be repaid, Xiao Long made a strange request. Help him find the ant queen among the dying swarm. He flashed a sly grin, explaining that he actually wanted to try taming the creature. His mind raced with excitement, reigniting his childhood obsession with ant farms. The hunt began immediately. Under Shui Piao's command, the group fanned out, scanning for an ant with a freakishly large abdomen. Before long, a warrior shouted out. Xiao Long rushed over to a grisly sight. A massive red ant was lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Surrounded by the corpses of its kin, the monster stared back with blood-red eyes full of murderous rage. A spear was driven deep into its skull, yet it refused to die. The group watched in shock as the ant colony tore itself apart, and right at the center of this bloody chaos stood the massive giant ant. "Is that the queen?" Hua Yin whispered. "It has to be," Xiao Long replied, but he couldn't shake a nagging sense of wrongness. The scene before him didn't just look violent, it looked unnatural. Every bit of insect knowledge he possessed was screaming in his mind. This wasn't right. A queen might consume her own eggs for survival in desperate times, but she would never devour her hatched offspring once the colony was established. There was only one conclusion. As horrifying as it was unnatural, the queen was cannibalizing her own children. While Xiao Long was lost in thought, Hua Yin's sharp voice snapped him back. She pointed urgently at the queen's head. Xiao Long's eyes widened. Glinting inside the spear wound was a golden needle buried deep in the creature's forehead, pulsing with a faint, eerie energy. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Long cautiously stepped toward the dying beast. He gripped the needle and yanked it out in one smooth motion. The giant ant let out one final, agonizing shriek before collapsing, dead silent. Xiao Long stared at the strange object in his hand, then turned to Hua Yin. "Do you recognize this?" She studied it closely, her brow furrowed. She explained that while the Tang Sect used golden needles, this particular length and design were incredibly rare. Inspecting it further, Xiao Long realized the needle was hollow. It wasn't just a weapon. It was a delivery system for some kind of drug or poison. Before he could process this, a familiar voice cut through the air. It was the Grand Patriarch, leading the clan members toward them. Xiao Long and Hua Yin both let out a breath of relief. The Patriarch explained that he had intercepted the Beast Palace warriors and heard the whole story. Just then, Meng Hu stepped forward to meet him. After confirming the Patriarch's identity, the Beast Palace Lord did something that shocked everyone present. The Palace Lord and his entire army dropped to one knee, bowing their heads in unison. "My people owe the Tang Sect a great debt," Meng Hu declared solemnly. Hua Yin watched in awe. For a leader as proud as Meng Hu to show such profound respect, it was unheard of. As they rose, Meng Hu insisted that the Tang Sect members return to his palace for a feast in their honor. But Xiao Long cut in, his voice urgent. He told them there was a critical question he needed to ask his grandfather right now. He held up the golden needle, explaining where he found it, and asked the Grand Patriarch if he had ever seen such a thing. The moment the Grand Patriarch's eyes landed on the needle, his smile froze. His expression shifted instantly from relief to shock, and finally, to absolute horror. He gripped Xiao Long's hand, his voice trembling. "Where did you say you found this?" "Grandfather." "What is it?" Hua Yin asked, sensing the sudden gravity in the air. With a dark, heavy tone, the Grand Patriarch looked at his grandchildren and the Beast Palace warriors, preparing to reveal a terrifying truth. It seemed an ancient enemy, one who held a blood feud against both the Sichuan Tang Sect and the Beast Palace, was still alive. The news struck Meng Hu and his warriors like a physical blow. "Who could possibly hold a grudge against both our clans?" Meng Hu asked in disbelief. With a face twisted in resentment, the Grand Patriarch gritted out the name of their common enemy, the Five Poisons Sect. The name hit them like a thunderclap. Meng Hu and his elders stood frozen, their silence quickly replaced by waves of disbelief and fear. "Impossible!" they cried out. "The sect we wiped from the face of the earth 100 years ago. They still exist?" While the elders reeled in shock, a memory surfaced in Xiao Long's mind, a story his grandfather had once told him. He realized the movement technique he had learned originated from that very sect, the one the Tang Sect and Beast Palace had united to destroy long ago. The Five Poisons Sect. Meng Hu connected the dots instantly. If it's them, they must have used the forbidden beast berserk technique on the queen ant. Seeing Xiao Long's confusion, Shui Piao explained, "It's a dark art. It forcibly unlocks a beast's latent potential, driving it into a frenzy. It's a last resort. Even the slightest mistake during the process will kill the creature instantly." The Grand Patriarch spoke of their cruelty. "They are ruthless. They force beasts to breed, with venomous creatures to refine elixirs, and they slaughter anyone who stands in their way." He concluded grimly. The combination of a Tang Sect golden needle and the Beast Palace's secret arts is undeniable proof. A cold, invisible fear began to spread through the ranks of the Beast Palace warriors. Whispers broke out among them, terrified that the tragedy of a century ago was about to repeat itself. Breaking the heavy silence, the Grand Patriarch placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Long's shoulder. He acknowledged the danger, but his voice swelled with pride. "The ants are dead, yes. But more importantly, you've exposed the Five Poison Sect's return. You have done something extraordinary today." Meng Hu nodded in full agreement. He patted Xiao Long gently on the head. "Without your help, young hero, the 10,000 Beast Palace would have been blind to the catastrophe heading our way." Xiao Long blushed at the high praise. Finally, the Grand Patriarch straightened his back, his voice turning solemn once more. Meng Hu declared with a booming voice that since the Five Poisons Sect hadn't been fully wiped out, the Century Alliance was still in effect. "In the name of the Sect Master, I pledge that the Sichuan Tang Sect will dedicate our full strength to support the Beast Palace in the coming war." With a steely gaze, Meng Hu clenched his fist and replied solemnly, officially resealing the pact. "The Beast Palace will stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tang Sect." With the alliance secured, he turned to Xiao Long, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Young hero, you've done us a monumental favor. I wish to reward both you and your clan. Name your price, don't hold back." Xiao Long looked a bit flustered, wondering how he kept stumbling into these massive debts of gratitude. Seizing the moment, The Grandmaster leaned in and whispered to the boy, "Ask Meng Hu about the 5 poisons spirit returning art. After what you did, he wouldn't dare refuse." Xiao Long turned to Meng Hu. "Palace Lord, there is actually one thing I'd like to ask." Meng Hu nodded. "Ask away. Anything at all." Back in the main hall of the Beast Palace, Xiao Long's 2 pet centipedes were happily skittering across a tiger skin rug. He began to explain his unique situation. Unlike the others in the Tang Sect, he had mastered a secret art from the 5 Poisons Sect, allowing him to telepathically command his poisonous creatures. Cutting to the chase, Xiao Long asked the critical question: did the 5 Poisons art contain secrets related to the Beast Palace's legendary 10,000 Beasts heart mantra? He explained that his ultimate goal was to figure out how to forge that spiritual bond, and whether he could replicate it with his other beloved companions. After a long silence, Meng Hu shook his head regretfully. The request was nearly impossible to grant. Disappointment was written all over Xiao Long's face. Seeing this, Shui Piao stepped in to explain her father's dilemma. She explained that while the Beast Palace didn't hoard their martial arts, the 10,000 Beasts heart mantra was their most heavily guarded secret. It was a technique that allowed a warrior to merge their soul with a beast, but it was strictly reserved for the Palace Lord's direct bloodline. The fact that Xiao Long, the future son-in-law of the Tang Sect, had somehow already grasped a piece of this puzzle put the elders in a very tough spot. Suddenly, a spark lit up in Meng Hu's eyes. A bold idea had just struck him. He stared intently at Xiao Long and asked a seemingly random question. "You're the Tang Sect's son-in-law, but what about your own bloodkin?" Confused, Xiao Long admitted he was an orphan, with no family to speak of. To his utter shock, Meng Hu and Shui Piao's faces lit up with joy. The Palace Lord practically cheered. "An orphan? That's perfect." Xiao Long stood there, bewildered, wondering how having no parents was a good thing. Meng Hu let out a boisterous laugh, praising Xiao Long's name and the genuine love he held for animals, declaring it was purer than anyone else's in the entire Beast Palace. Then, his expression turned serious. He looked the stunned young man in the eye, pointed a commanding finger at him, and dropped a bombshell. "Xiao Long, from this day forward, you are my son." The entire hall went dead silent. Xiao Long and his companions were dumbfounded by the sudden proclamation. Flustered, he could only stammer in response. Meng Hu gave a firm nod, his eyes leaving no room for doubt. "If you're family," he explained, "then you have every right to learn the Beast Palace's martial arts, including our supreme secret technique," he continued. "With the 5 Poisons Sect rising again, it is crucial that our 2 great clans become closer than ever before." Turning to the Grandmaster, Meng Hu respectfully asked for his opinion. The old man admitted that the attempt to unite their houses 2 centuries ago had failed, but he believed a special talent like Xiao Long could finally correct the mistakes of the past. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, the Grandmaster admitted it was a tempting offer, but the final decision had to come from Xiao Long himself. With the elders' tacit approval, Meng Hu turned back to sweeten the deal. "Become my adopted son, and I will personally teach you the secret art of soul bonding with beasts." It was too much to process. The sudden prospect of gaining a new father and sister terrified him. Sensing his hesitation, Meng Hu and Shui Piao exchanged glances. Then, Shui Piao's face lit up. She excitedly suggested, "Father, why don't we give Xiao Long the flying snake? He loves poisonous creatures. That legendary beast would be the perfect gift." The name Flying Snake rings 0 bells for Xiao Long. Bewildered, he whips his head toward Grandpa Kai, eyes pleading for an explanation. Grandpa Kai's expression instantly darkens into dead seriousness. He explains that she must be referring to the legendary soaring sky divine serpent. He describes it as the greatest of all venomous creatures, a 2-horned divine beast, capable of soaring through the azure heavens. The description sends a jolt of electricity shooting straight down Xiao Long's spine. All hesitation evaporates, replaced by pure, unadulterated hype. His eyes blaze with light, fists clenching tight as his mind gets completely hijacked by the image of such a majestic creature. Seeing Xiao Long wavering, Shui Piao lands the critical hit, her face lighting up with a confident, mischievous grin. She drops the ultimate promise: become her little brother, and she'll personally help him tame that legendary flying serpent. That was the final straw in the best way possible. Every ounce of doubt in Xiao Long's heart vanishes instantly. Without a second's hesitation, he bows respectfully, his voice ringing out clear and loud as he greets his new family, calling Meng Hu father and Shui Piao sister. The palace master bursts into booming laughter, overjoyed to welcome his new son into the fold. While Hua Yin and the Tang Sect members stare at each other in total confusion, the entire Great Hall explodes with celebratory vibes. And just like that, an adoption ceremony kicks off right then and there, officially crowning Xiao Long a member of the Southern Beast Palace. That night, sinking into his plush new bed, Xiao Long can't help but chuckle at the sheer irony of his situation. In his past life, he adopted countless animals, but he never imagined the day would come when he would be the one getting adopted. He feels that these Beast Palace folks, with their deep love for animals, are genuinely good people, just like his family back at the Tang Sect. But his peaceful train of thought is shattered when the bedroom door slams open. He stares in shock to see his new sister, Shui Piao, and a completely flustered Hua Yin standing in the doorway. Both are wearing nothing but sleepwear. Before he can process it, Shui Piao innocently declares, "We're all family now, so obviously we have to have a sleepover to chat." She gives him a cheeky wink, explaining that she's always dreamed of doing this if she ever got a little brother. When Xiao Long turns his bewildered gaze to Hua Yin, the girl just blushes crimson and starts stuttering. It's a custom at the Beast Palace. Engaged couples share a room. Xiao Long's head spins, and for a split second, he thinks it's the greatest custom ever before the full reality hits him. His heart starts pounding like a war drum. Ignoring his panic, Shui Piao mischievously yanks the covers back and drags a hesitant Hua Yin into bed, sandwiching him right in the middle. While Xiao Long screams silently in his head, Shui Piao cheerfully suggests they start the night by talking about his pets. On the nearby table, the little poisonous creatures just stare blankly as their master gets literally crushed by the weight of his new family. The next day, Xiao Long walks with his father and new sister, looking completely drained after a stormy family meeting all night long. When Meng Hu asks if he slept well, all he can manage is a twisted, pained smile. Meng Hu announces it's time to begin training and teach him the technique he's been craving. But first, he needs to test the boy's internal energy. A warm current of internal power flows into him for the inspection. Moments later, he withdraws his hand with a thoughtful look, concluding that while Xiao Long has mimicked the Beast Heart method, his version is incomplete and far weaker. What exactly is the Beast Heart art? Xiao Long asks, confused. Shui Piao explains. It's an internal cultivation method that connects a martial artist's mind with beasts, allowing them to grow stronger together. It also lets you understand the hearts of all creatures and issue special commands. Then, deciding actions speak louder than words. Meng Hu signals his daughter. Shui Piao takes a deep breath and lets out a sharp, piercing howl. In response, a pack of massive, ferocious wolves with glowing blue eyes emerges from the forest. The alpha wolf snarls at Xiao Long, but Shui Piao immediately scolds it. "Don't be rude. He is my little brother now." The wolf instantly shuts its mouth, whining in confusion. Once the pack settles, Shui Piao smiles and encourages. "Little brother, why don't you try commanding them yourself?" She orders the wolves to attack Meng Hu in a fierce formation, and the entire pack obeys instantly, launching a coordinated strike. However, the palace master remains completely motionless. With just a burst of invisible force, he effortlessly repels the entire pack without even laying a finger on them. The display ends with Meng Hu standing calmly amidst the wolves, who are now as tame as little puppies. Xiao Long is stunned into silence, eyes wide. He can't believe all 10 wolves moved in perfect sync. They are all connected through the Beast Heart art, Meng Hu explains. He proudly describes it as a technique that allows the user to become one with 10,000 beasts, borrowing their fangs and claws as their own. Once fully mastered, you can command thousands of ferocious beasts simultaneously. The epic explanation and the display of raw power have completely won Xiao Long over. He clenches his fists, his eyes burning with intense excitement. This technique is truly a peerless, god-tier skill. Without hesitation, he drops to his knees, bows deeply, and pleads, "Father, sister, please teach me the Beast Heart art." A radiant smile spreads across Meng Hu's face. He laughs heartily and tells his new son to rise. "Of course, my son, I will pass it on to you. Thank you, foster father." Xiao Long is overjoyed. Meng Hu places his hand on Xiao Long's back once more, and a massive surge of energy instantly floods into the boy's body. As he transmits the technique, Meng Hu thinks to himself, "While I'm at it, I'll also help him refine his 5 poisons origin skill." He notices Xiao Long's body is buckling under immense pressure from the constant use of the poison arts. While transferring energy, Meng Hu begins to lecture. The Beast Heart art was never designed to simply control poisons. Its true nature is to forge a connection with something far more primal, the very bloodline of the creature itself. Xiao Long freezes, stunned by the revelation. Meng Hu adds that it only takes a single drop of blood, or even saliva. That is why you could command the killer centipede with just a thought. The bond began forming the moment it bit you. Memories of that bite come flooding back, and suddenly, everything clicks for Xiao Long. Meng Hu declares the ritual complete. You are now fully synced with your little centipede. You can feel its heart, its emotions, everything. He cradles the tiny creature, feeling a warm, golden aura of energy wrapping around him like a blanket. He gasps. He can actually feel it. A wave of pure, unconditional love crashes over him from his little companion. It's powerful and primal, like the bond with a newborn child. Tears instinctively roll down his cheeks. He hugs the little guy tight against his chest. Menghu nods with satisfaction. This is the true power of the completed 10,000 beast heart art. Ready for the next phase, Menghu tells Xiao Long to hand over the other small creatures so they can repeat the process. Xiao Long worries they might bite, but Menghu assures him he'll be just fine. However, the method this time is way freakier than anything Xiao Long imagined. Lie on the ground, open your mouth, Menghu commands. Before the boy can process what's happening, Menghu dangles the two creatures right over his face. Your training is to use the heart art to sense their saliva as it flows into your body. Xiao Long's eyes widen in horror. He tries to protest, but it's already too late. The two creatures above start drooling, thick globs dripping down drop by drop. He freezes in absolute disgust, thinking this has officially crossed the line into insanity. Later, at the training grounds of the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace, Xiao Long begins drilling his 3 rabbit-eared centipedes. With his senior sister, Shui Piao, and Hua Yin watching, he signals the start. Centipede chain formation, he shouts, commanding them to execute a new battle formation he invented. The 3 tiny creatures instantly charge toward the wooden stake. From the sidelines, Shui Piao and Hua Yin can't handle it. They squeal, gushing over how absolutely adorable the scene is. Xiao Long is mortified. This is definitely not the terrifying intimidation factor he was going for. He groans internally, thinking of Black Wolf's majestic, ferocious pack. Meanwhile, his squad just looks cute. He tries to toughen them up, demanding they attack with more aggression. But the moment he sees their sad, drooping faces, Xiao Long panics. He scoops them up, hugging them and frantically praising what a good job they did. Half a month flies by since Xiao Long officially mastered the beast heart art. Thanks to his solid foundation, he grasped the new technique with lightning speed. And for the record, no. Xiao Long did not repeat that horror show training method. Instead, he finished the bonding process by letting the beasts suck on his pinky finger, a much more sanitary solution. One day, while strolling, Xiao Long asks Shui Piao if there's any news on the soaring sky divine serpent. She tells him the scouting team is about 3 days out, so a report should be arriving any minute now. Right on cue, Gufei comes sprinting in, gasping for air. "Young Master Xiao Long," he shouts, announcing a message from Grandpa Kai. "What's going on?" Xiao Long asks, surprised. Gufei struggles to catch his breath. "We found it. We finally found the soaring sky divine serpent." The news sends Xiao Long and Hua Yin into a frenzy of excitement. A determined grin spreads across Xiao Long's face. Wasting zero time, he declares, "Let's go. We need to see Grandpa right now." They rush to where Grandpa Kai is personally directing his subordinates to prepare various herbs. Seeing his grandson, the old man welcomes him warmly, immediately asking how his training is coming along. Xiao Long brushes the small talk aside and cuts straight to the chase. He wants to know about the divine serpent. Grandpa Kai confirms the news. He explains he's overseeing the creation of a special realgar mixture using a secret recipe from the Tang Sect, an absolute necessity for capturing the beast. But he issues a warning. Even though they've located it, they can't strike yet. That snake's venom might not be in the top 10 exotic poisons, but do not underestimate it for a second. Before he even finishes his sentence, Grandpa K's expression softens. He gives a sly smile, telling Xiao Long he actually caught something interesting he wants to show him. He points to a large ceramic jar, instantly piquing Xiao Long's curiosity. As Grandpa Kai lifts the lid, Xiao Long and Hua Yin lean in to take a peek. Their eyes light up in shock. Sitting at the bottom of the jar is a bizarre spider. Its abdomen is hard and flat, bearing a pattern that looks exactly like an exquisitely carved ancient coin. "A gold coin spider!" Xiao Long cried out, his voice trembling with excitement like he'd just stumbled upon a legendary treasure. The patriarch smiled, confirming the find. This was a creature so incredibly rare that in Xiao Long's past life, he could have searched until his eyes bled and never found one. With the excitement of the gift settled, the old master steered them back to the real mission. The only piece left on the board? Finding a way to safely contain the Flying Heavenly Serpent once they actually caught it. As the words left his mouth, his expression darkened, turning deadly serious. He feared that ordinary cages wouldn't stand a chance. The creature they were hunting was a high-tier poisonous spirit beast, strong enough to shred any normal container like wet paper. "Do you have any ideas?" the patriarch asked, turning to Xiao Long, a subtle reminder that when it came to poisons and beasts, the boy was the true expert here. Just as Xiao Long was deep in thought, a servant's panicked voice shattered the silence. "Young master, we have a problem. The gold coin spider. It's gone." The man held up an empty jar, his face pale as a ghost, trembling as he apologized. But while everyone else was losing their minds, Xiao Long remained strangely, almost unnervingly, calm. He reassured the terrified man. "It's fine. It hasn't escaped." He then ordered them to bring a chopstick and some silk thread. He tied a small insect to the line and dangled it tantalizingly over the mouth of the empty jar. In a blink, the gold coin spider exploded from beneath the soil at the bottom of the jar, snatching the bait with terrifying speed. Xiao Long explained with a grin. It's a trapdoor spider. Digging burrows to hide is just what they do, he told the servant to relax. As the man carried the jar away, Xiao Long watched him go, his eyes narrowing in deep thought. He replayed the way the spider had burrowed, creating a snug, secure nest, like a pouch. A secure pouch. Suddenly, a bolt of inspiration struck him like lightning. That's it. A specially made bag, mimicked after that very shape. That would be the perfect solution. His eyes lit up, and he clenched his fist in triumph. Grandpa, I've got it. Armed with his brilliant plan, Xiao Long rushed to find the only one capable of pulling this off. His trusty companion, Yao Hua, who was currently dozing off on her web. He whispered her name softly, nudging her awake. Once he had her attention, Xiao Long held up a small cloth pouch. He asked Yao Hua if she could replicate it, but on a much, much grander scale. His plan was simple yet genius. Use Yao Hua's silk. This was a material proven to be nearly indestructible, having withstood an entire army of ants. He needed her to weave a massive containment sac for the spirit beast. Understanding her master's will, Yao Hua immediately set to work. In no time at all, a massive, snow-white sac, woven with exquisite precision, began to take shape before their eyes. Xiao Long was floored. He grabbed the finished product, beaming. Incredible. This is exactly what we needed. Yao Hua chirped happily, clearly proud of her masterpiece. The bystanders couldn't hide their awe either. Gufei tested it, slashing his dagger against the fabric, but the sharp blade just skidded off, sending sparks flying against the incredibly tough surface. Just how durable was this thing? He gasped. Truly a divine creation. Even the patriarch nodded his head in impressed approval. With the final preparations complete, the patriarch made his declaration. Everything is ready. We depart at first light tomorrow. Understood, Xiao Long replied loud and clear, standing proudly between Yao Hua and Hua Yin. He turned to Yao Hua, rubbing her head affectionately. You did great, girl. Yao Hua wiggled with delight. The patriarch and Gufei chuckled at the adorable scene, while Hua Yin just watched, blushing softly. And so, every piece of the puzzle to capture the Flying Heavenly Serpent was finally in place. As dawn broke, the expedition team moved out. Led by the elite warriors of the Beast Hall, they marched straight toward Hishui Canyon, the rumored sighting spot of the Flying Heavenly Serpent. I have waited for this day for a very long time. The patriarch's voice was thick with nostalgia. Since my youth, I have never had the chance to witness all of the 24 poisons. I remember they're ranked just below the 10 great exotic poisons, Xiao Long replied. But that's just a title. The patriarch explained further. Just as a day has 24 hours, the Tang Sect assigned a powerful poisonous creature to represent each hour. They may not be the legendary 10 great exotic poisons, but the 24 poisons are a list of supreme beasts, each one incredibly lethal. Suddenly, the scout shouted, "We're here!" Xiao Long looked up, and his breath hitched in his throat. There, hovering majestically near a waterfall by the cliffside, was a colossal creature, a dragon-like serpent. Its long, elegant body was adorned with shimmering turquoise fins, and crowning its head was a pair of razor-sharp horns that screamed power. The Flying Heavenly Serpent. Xiao Long whispered the name in total disbelief. Beside him, the patriarch began to recite verses from the Tang Sect's ancient archives. It rides the chaotic canyon winds as if it were swimming through water. Its body dissolves into the azure clouds, its horns exhaling spiritual energy sharp as blades. It glides between the heavens and the mist, blurring the line between the end of the sky and the beginning of the sea. Then, the old man revealed the true significance of the beast before them. The Tang Sect ranked this beast first among the 24 poisons. It governs the first hour of the day, representing the very genesis of heaven and earth, the Xuan Huang, a truly ancient and omnipotent being. Staring at this impossible sight, Xiao Long's mind reeled, flashing back to his previous life. He remembered that flying snakes actually existed back on Earth. He recalled the time he excitedly showed off a real-life gliding snake to his 1 million subscribers. It was a paradise tree snake, and he had scientifically explained it away. It didn't actually fly. It merely glided by flattening its ribs to catch the wind. Viewers accused him of chasing views, but he confidently asserted that everything in the universe must obey the laws of physics. A snake simply cannot fly like a bird. That was what he used to believe. But now, witnessing a colossal horned python soaring through the air, defying all logic, he can only ask himself, what the hell is he looking at? The scene was so surreal that his brain felt like it was short-circuiting. He turned to his grandfather, stammering out a dumb question. Grandpa, isn't a flying snake a bit ridiculous? That is exactly why it is called the soaring sky serpent, Xiao Long stammered, wanting to argue, but the words stuck in his throat. Meanwhile, Hua Yin was completely mesmerized by its beauty. She cradled the baby centipedes, whispering for them to grow up strong and majestic, like the creature before them. Unfortunately, her excited whispers alerted the serpent. It snapped its razor-sharp gaze toward the cliff. In a flash, its massive body was engulfed in a brilliant green aura, shrinking into a streak of light before shooting away at terrifying speed. "It's getting away!" Xiao Long screamed in panic. Yet, amidst the chaos, the patriarch remained unnervingly calm. "Don't worry," he reassured. "It has sensed us. It won't go far." He ordered the group to set up camp and sent a scout team to search. With the serpent gone, the group gathered on the cliff to strategize. Moments later, Shui Piao approached Xiao Long. Seeing him lost in thought, she asked what was on his mind. He explained that he was trying to come up with a plan to lure the beast down. Shui Piao laughed, teasing him playfully. "I thought someone who could control venomous creatures like you would know the most basic rule of hunting." Seeing Xiao Long's confusion, she explained a simple yet critical truth. Even if it can fly, it's still a living creature. It has to eat, it has to sleep. Eventually, it must return to the ground. That is our chance. The simple logic struck Xiao Long like a bolt of lightning. It clicked. She was right. Every living creature has to eat and sleep. He had been overthinking it, missing the obvious solution right in front of him. His mind immediately flashed back to the video games from his past life. The final boss always has a fatal weakness when it's eating or recovering. Filled with gratitude, Long sincerely thanked his new big sister. Shui Piao smiled confidently, promising to help him capture the soaring sky serpent. They laughed together, but their joy was short-lived. As night fell, the situation took a brutal turn. The hunting team was thrown into chaos. Warriors from the Beast Palace lay scattered across the ground, groaning in agony. Only then did they truly understand the nature of their prey. Hovering above them in the moonlight, shrouded in a terrifying aura, was the serpent. The group finally understood why it was ranked first among the 24 venoms. Hua Yin rushed to Xiao Long's side, asking frantically if he was okay. Though shaken, he reassured her that he was fine. From high above, the serpent's glowing eyes looked down on them, a display of absolute power. 3 days had passed since they set up camp. Through scouting, they had learned the soaring sky serpent's pattern. Every 3 days, it would descend to the ground to feed on a special type of fish, and its flight only lasted for a maximum of 2 hours. Based on this, they had set an ambush for the night. But the plan had completely collapsed. The monster was far more vigilant than they had anticipated. The moment they made their move, it spotted them and shot straight into the sky. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. Its steel-hard scales rendered every weapon useless. But the most terrifying part was its raw physical strength. The serpent dove repeatedly like a living meteor, generating shockwaves that tossed warriors aside like dry leaves. A relentless storm of rocks and debris made it impossible for anyone to get close. Although its venom might not compare to the 10 great exotic poisons, its superior physical strength and keen senses were more than enough to earn it the title of the strongest among the 24 species. Seeing the mounting casualties, the patriarch gave a decisive order. "Too many are injured, retreat immediately." Xiao Long nodded without hesitation. The group hurriedly supported the wounded, fleeing from the mighty beast. Fear and frustration were etched on every face. Their first attempt to capture the soaring sky serpent had ended in miserable failure. That night, a heavy silence hung over the campfire. Hua Yin was bandaging a wound on her arm when Xiao Long approached. Looking worried, she reassured him it was just a small scratch. Nearby, the patriarch finished splinting a warrior's broken arm. He took full responsibility for the failure, admitting he had underestimated the monster's power. "We were too careless," he said. "If a lower-tier beast was that strong, we should have been much more cautious with the one at the top." He turned to Xiao Long. "What should we do now?" Xiao Long fell into deep thought. He realized his knowledge from his past life was completely useless against this creature. Looking at the bandaged warriors, he concluded that another direct attack would be suicide. They couldn't sacrifice precious lives just to catch a beast. He thought about how much easier it would be if the serpent couldn't fly. "I remember now," the patriarch exclaimed, grabbing everyone's attention. "I have a theory about how that serpent flies. Every time it takes flight, I sense a strange energy wrapping around it. Since it ascends without flapping wings or moving its body, I suspect it's manipulating this energy flow to lift itself up." Confused, Xiao Long turns to Hua Yin for an explanation. She clarifies that this is a supreme form of Qigong, utilizing pure internal energy to levitate the entire body into the air. To achieve this, one would need an unimaginable amount of internal energy. So, does that mean this venomous creature possesses massive internal energy? Xiao Long asks, astonished. It is not its own internal energy. The Grandmaster steps forward, his voice absolute. He reveals the true source of its power, an internal core. "I am certain that creature possesses a sphere of pure energy, allowing it to perform the impossible." This revelation shakes the entire group. Gu Fei and Shui Piao gasp in amazement, asking the elder if such a thing is truly possible. Xiao Long's mind immediately flashes back to the internal core he obtained from the blue-patterned centipede. This discovery ignites a fresh wave of excitement within him. This gives us even more reason to capture it, Gu Fei declares. Shui Piao nods in enthusiastic agreement. The patriarch explains further. If Hua Yin can absorb the internal core of a creature as powerful as the flying heavenly god snake, her martial arts will advance by leaps and bounds. However, he adds a grim condition. If the primary goal is the internal core, capturing it alive becomes extremely difficult, if not impossible. The thought of killing such a magnificent creature causes Xiao Long's expression to darken. Noticing his sudden shift in mood, Hua Yin asks worriedly, "What is wrong?" "Killing it is not an option," Xiao Long declares, his voice filled with resolve. "We will catch it, and we will catch it alive." The others are stunned by his decisive stance. Shui Piao is the first to speak up. "Why miss this golden opportunity? This is the internal core of the legendary flying heavenly god snake." Xiao Long simply smiles and explains. "Internal energy is precious, yes, but it can be cultivated over time. Slaughtering a one-of-a-kind creature just to take a shortcut. But that is a waste. To me, a living specimen is worth 10,000 times more than an internal core." The patriarch smiles warmly. "This respect for life, that is truly my grandson's style." He accepts Xiao Long's decision, but then asks a practical question. "So, what is our new plan?" Looking down at his three little sleeping companions, Xiao Long speaks softly. "Actually, I already have an idea." A confident, slightly mischievous smile plays on his lips. In his mind, he sends a silent challenge to the god snake. "I will catch you, and I won't let you shed a single drop of blood." The plan is put into motion immediately. The group finds the god snake descending toward a quiet river to drink. Hiding behind a rock, Xiao Long picks up a pebble and hurls it toward the beast. The sudden noise startles the python. It hisses in fury, raising its head high, vigilantly searching for the intruder. Observing its reaction, Xiao Long begins to analyze. In his mind, everything becomes clear. Snakes perceive the world in three main ways: sensing vibrations through their jawbones, analyzing scents with their tongues, and detecting prey's body heat through thermal pits. From this, he draws a simple conclusion. If they can mask their scent and body heat, they will become invisible to the python. However, the method of execution is anything but majestic. The entire group, from the dignified patriarch to the graceful Lady Hua Yin, is wrapped head to toe in thick layers of white silk, looking exactly like mummies fresh out of a tomb. "Do I really have to wear this ridiculous thing?" The patriarch grumbles, his voice thick with embarrassment. These suits are made from the super-durable, heat-insulating silk of the demon flower, absolutely essential for the plan. Xiao Long explains that, while effective, they don't completely mask their presence, so everyone must be careful not to get too close. "I understand the need for a disguise," the patriarch says. "But how do these suits help us capture the snake alive without harming it?" Xiao Long smiles and begins to lay out his entire strategy. He recalls Shui Piao's advice. Even a divine beast is just a living creature. It needs to eat, and it needs to sleep. Building on that foundation, he reveals the next step, a tactic that is both simple and ruthless. From now on, we shadow it. Every time it tries to land to eat or rest, we throw stones to harass it. We won't give it a single second of peace, nor let it swallow a single bite of food. This simple yet brutal strategy leaves the Grand Elder and Hua Yin completely stunned. Xiao Long confidently breaks down the logic behind his plan. Since the flower demon silk suits make them nearly invisible, the snake won't be able to track them. They'll harass it non-stop, no food, no sleep, just constant attacks. In the end, it will collapse from sheer exhaustion. It might be the strongest of the 24 poisons, but it can't fight basic biology. Hunger and fatigue will break it. "This is going to be grueling for us too," he admits. "I'm counting on everyone's endurance to pull this off." The team can only let out a collective, weary sigh. And so, the campaign of harassment begins. 6 long, agonizing days drag by. Just as the hunting squad hit their absolute limit, they spotted the divine serpent reaching its breaking point, desperately descending to a small stream to drink. Immediately, a sentry spotted the beast. A shout pierced the air, and a volley of rocks flew at the creature. The python roared with resentment and exhaustion, its massive body trembling violently, its vision blurred, its mind spun. And finally, the colossal body could not hold on any longer. Defeated by hunger and total exhaustion, the serpent fainted, plummeting from the sky like a leaf before slamming into the earth. Below, the warriors cheered wildly for their victory. The operation was a success. They rushed in, using a giant bag made of demon flower silk to bind the unconscious beast. They had captured the Flying Heavenly Serpent without scratching a single scale. And just as importantly, not a single warrior had been injured. Xiao Long looked proudly at his prize, deciding to name this strategy the Heaven and Earth Dragnet. With the python secured, the group loaded the giant white bag onto a large wooden cart and began the journey home. Grandpa Tai stood beside Shui Piao, looking at the cart and sighing, remarking that this miserable creature had caused endless trouble. Curious about the loot, Xiao Long asked his grandfather if he had checked its inner core yet. Grandpa Tai confirmed, explaining that while the inner core wasn't large, the energy inside was incredibly pure and dense. He estimated its power was equal to 120 years of cultivation, a truly terrifying treasure. Hua Yin gasped in shock. 120 years of power? The immense value of the core immediately made her change her mind. Along with Shui Piao, she earnestly urged Xiao Long, "Let's take the core. This isn't 5 or 10 years, but a whole 120 years of power. You are still young. If you get this massive source of energy, you can master any martial art to its peak. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Grandpa Tai also chimed in, agreeing that a core of this quality could rejuvenate the body and completely transform a person's physique. With it, Xiao Long could even surpass the legendary 10 Great Poisons. Xiao Long remained silent, seriously considering it. He admitted the prospect was incredibly tempting, but his thoughts turned to the beast itself. The Flying Heavenly Serpent was an incredibly rare and beautiful creature. The thought of killing such a magnificent beast was something he couldn't accept. Sensing his hesitation, Shui Piao and Hua Yin became even more determined. Begging him to make a decision, weighed down by the pressure, Xiao Long could only ask them for a little more time. But then, their argument was abruptly cut short by a terrifying incident. The wooden cart carrying the snake suddenly shook violently. To everyone's horror, the carriage was lifted right off the ground. Xiao Long was stunned. The creature inside had definitely woken up. The warriors strained to hold down the violently thrashing silk bag, terrified to realize the beast's strength hadn't diminished at all. A muffled, furious growl echoed from inside that silken prison. The patriarch watched the chaos with a grim expression. He realized the snake was still full of vitality, not at all like a creature that had been starved for days. Xiao Long sighed, adding that snakes are extremely resilient and can go without food for months. The patriarch pointed out that this put them in a very difficult position. Now that the snake was awake, it wouldn't stop resisting. Its thrashing had already damaged the cart, making transport impossible. He explained, "While your other pets are manageable, this divine serpent is too aggressive and powerful." He wasn't sure if they could even find a place secure enough to hold it once they got back. Finally, the patriarch lost all patience, his face hardening into steel. He issued an ultimatum. "If it keeps resisting this violently, we have no choice but to kill it for the inner core, whether you want to or not." As soon as the words left his mouth, the struggling inside the bag stopped dead. The eerie silence was broken only by a soft hissing sound. Then, a strange mist began to seep out from the silk bag. Everyone watched the unbelievable scene in shock. A glowing blue orb rolled out from a gap in the bag. The warriors were struck dumb. Finally, someone shouted, "Young master, come quick! The flying serpent has shrunk." The once majestic, giant python had transformed into a tiny creature with big, teary eyes. It looked like a completely harmless teddy bear. This sudden transformation was a heavy blow to Xiao Long. Instead of relief, he fell to his knees, his heart shattered. He screamed not in joy, but in grief for the majestic flying heavenly serpent that had just turned into a puny little thing. The patriarch quickly understood. He explained that the creature must have voluntarily surrendered its inner core to save its own life, marveling at its intelligence and ability to expel the core. But Xiao Long didn't hear a word. He was scolding the little snake, calling it an idiot for giving up its power so easily. He insisted that if it had just held on a little longer, he could have convinced his grandfather. Desperate, he snatched up the inner core, trying to force the tiny creature to swallow it back down, begging it to reclaim its power. And just like that, in a completely unexpected turn of events, they hit the jackpot, securing both the legendary inner core and a tamed divine serpent in one fell swoop. Since the creature had shrunk down, transporting it was a breeze, allowing them to head straight back to the Beast Palace. The very next day, within the majestic Great Hall of the Beast Palace, Fierce Tiger and the elders gathered in full force to marvel at the spoils of war. Resting inside a silk brocade box, the inner core radiated a pure, overwhelming energy. Absolutely incredible. One elder remarked, "Now I see why the Grand Patriarch valued this at 125 years of cultivation." However, as Fierce Tiger observed it more closely, a shadow of concern crossed his face. He explained that, unfortunately, the energy within the core was celestial in nature, while Xiao Long's cultivation method was rooted in terrestrial energy. These two forces were not entirely compatible. With a heavy heart, he informed the boy that he would likely only be able to absorb about half of its total potency. Yet, Xiao Long wasn't discouraged in the slightest. He reasoned that even half the power of such a legendary core was a miracle sent by the heavens. Hua Yin congratulated Xiao Long on this incredible opportunity, and he happily accepted the silk box containing the precious inner core. But the very instant his fingers brushed the box, 3 tiny rabbit-eared centipedes suddenly burst out from his robes. Their eyes glowed with an eerie intensity, burning with a primal, savage hunger. Before Xiao Long could even react, the 3 creatures shot forward like bolts of lightning, knocking the box right out of his hands. As the glowing core rolled across the floor, they immediately swarmed it, their bodies radiating light as they frantically fought over the precious gem. Hua Yin, shocked by their behavior, rushed to intervene. Nova, Mira, Gray, stop at this instant. But the creatures, consumed by greed, only hissed back in defiance. Xiao Long was just as stunned and furious. What the hell do you think you're doing? You dare disrespect your mother like that? He quickly snatched up Mira and Gray, scolding them through gritted teeth, and declaring that their father was absolutely livid. Hua Yin felt a deep sense of unease. While it was common for spirit beasts to squabble, this level of aggression was completely out of character for the 3 of them, who were usually as thick as thieves. Just as she was trying to break them up, a dry gulp echoed through the room, instantly silencing the chaos. Xiao Long's pupils constricted in horror as he looked down at the 3rd centipede, Nova. A violent surge of blue energy began to erupt from its tiny body. Without anyone noticing, Nova had swallowed the inner core whole. That's it for today's video. If you enjoyed it, please smash that like button to support Bear. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.